From the inception of life on a solitary planet, one shall witness the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the birth and extinction of species. Amidst the ceaseless natural calamities and transformations, nothing remains eternally unaltered. Only through relentless self-transformation and continuous evolution in the face of adversity can one achieve the pinnacle of triumph. The tale commences with a mere cell. Chapter 1. The initial cell. In the boundless expanse of the azure and tranquil sea, a diminutive figure swiftly darted across the surface. How rare it is to encounter a planet devoid of multicellular organisms, yet abundant in oceans. I cannot fathom how long it took to discover such a place. Now, I can indulge in my whims as a creator, albeit merely by introducing some primordial cellular species from Earth. This figure, adorned with golden short hair and a cherubic visage, resembled a petite girl. She hovered above the water, gracefully waving her hand, causing numerous droplet-like entities to cascade into the sea. And then within this singular cell, I shall infuse a touch of my knowledge and consciousness. And this, without a point of vision, one would perceive nothing at all. How pitiful that would be. With this, I can bestow the typical sight of the human eye, even upon a unicellular entity. She scattered a powdery substance into the water. "Shaylin, I'm off now." A voice echoed from the heavens, causing the girl to pause momentarily to "I understand. I'm coming." How intriguing. I wonder how it will evolve. As she spoke, her form gradually ascended, transforming into a radiant beam of light that vanished beneath the celestial expanse. Where am I? Who am I? Such were its initial musings. It possessed consciousness and the sense of touch, yet lacked sight and smell. Through its soul sensation, it comprehended its existence within a liquid medium. This liquid appeared to be called water, that I am referred to as a cell. Though it lacked a brain, it recognized its form an ethereal, circular membrane encasing a complex and intricate structure known as the nucleus. It was the presence of this nucleus that granted it the ability to think, to move, to embody life. Yet, its capacity for thought was limited. Such a minuscule nucleus could not facilitate extensive contemplation. Move, seek. It commanded its outer membrane, which began to undulate like waves, allowing it to glide through the water, searching in the infinite darkness for its singular objective. Food. Food equated to energy, and with energy came a wealth of knowledge and a grander physique, enabling deeper thought. As it continued to navigate, it suddenly sensed its outer membrane make contact with something. Food. It endeavored to discern the nature of this object, but was met with only the vague sensation of softness. No further information emerged. Thus, it resolved to take action to comprehend this entity. Consume. It gradually enveloped the object with its membrane and proceeded to engulf it within its essence. It sensed the object within its being gradually diminishing until it ultimately vanished. Simultaneously, it perceived its body undergoing a transformation. The seemingly fragile membrane surrounding it began to steadily strengthen and expand. This phenomenon lasted only a brief moment, yet the profound sense of fulfillment it experienced made it acutely aware that the earlier entity was sustenance, and it yearned for more sustenance. With a swift undulation of its outer membrane, it soon encountered another object akin to the previous one and eagerly engulfed it. Once again, it experienced the same sensation. The ingested matter gradually shrank within its form. This time, a term emerged in its thoughts. This is called digestion. After consuming 2 morsels, its form slightly increased in size and strength, accelerating its speed, all of which signified its capability to seek further nourishment and acquire additional energy. Devoured. It nearly consumed everything around it that possessed a soft texture, its body swelling considerably in the process. Yet, it remained unsatisfied, tirelessly swimming through the water, striving to engulf more food. Upon consuming yet another morsel, its body appeared to swell to its limits. After fully digesting the sustenance, it did not continue to grow in size, but instead began to fissure at its core, subsequently splitting entirely. It ultimately transformed into 2 identical entities, each possessing the same circular membrane and core, having completely divided. However, its consciousness did not divide. Even after splitting into 2 cells, it still perceived them as extensions of its own body, able to manipulate both entities at will. akin to controlling one's hands. What are hands? Its thoughts seemed to blossom into greater complexity. The doubling of its nuclei enhanced its capacity for contemplation, yet it also birthed more questions. Speaking of which, who am I? I should have a name. And that name is Lin. For reasons unknown, this word resonated solely in its mind. Then let it be this, Lin, it feels right. Lin continued onward, the two cells gliding through the water, persistently gathering sustenance. This signified heightened intelligence, increased individuality, and augmented power. Upon the complete division of this cell, Lin would possess three entities, three identical cells symbolizing the existence of Lin. Lin could wholly command them, although the three cells were not physically connected. Directing them proved no more challenging than guiding a singular entity, perhaps even more effortless. However, Lin soon encountered further inquiries. Its capacity for thought expanded, and it quickly discerned the most pressing issue at hand: darkness. Indeed, it could not perceive its surroundings, although it sensed that it was enveloped by a liquid medium. It remained oblivious to the specific conditions. Thus, everything around Lin constituted an endless abyss of darkness. Eyes. This term surfaced in Lin's thoughts, yet deeper understanding eluded it. In an effort to comprehend this term, Lin began to consume an increasing amount of sustenance. Yet it appeared that the surrounding soft, yielding food had nearly been depleted. Thus, it resolved to venture further afield. 3 diminutive cells, united by a shared consciousness, embarked on their journey. Suddenly, Lin noticed that the foremost cell seemed to have encountered something. Unlike the previous soft, yielding sustenance, this object was remarkably hard, albeit smaller than what it had previously consumed. Unable to ascertain the nature of this peculiar item, Lin instructed one of the cells to engulf the hard object. It appears to be indigestible. The hard object remained within one of Lin's cells, showing no signs of reduction. It merely floated quietly within the cell membrane. Could it be deemed worthless? Lin chose to disregard this and continued the search for other nourishment. In the vicinity, it discovered numerous items akin to the previous soft morsels, yet no further hard objects were found. Persisting in its consuming endeavor, one of Lin's cells once again became saturated with energy and subsequently divided. Now, Lin possessed 4 cells, but still felt insufficient. Thus it continued its efforts. When the cell count reached 5, Lin's earlier thoughts resurfaced, a desire to witness, to behold all that lay beyond. I longed for light, not darkness. As this fervent longing intensified within the cell that had previously consumed the hard object, the core quivered slightly. From within the nucleus, tendril-like extensions emerged, gently making contact with the hard object, gradually nudging it toward the cell membrane surface. As the hard object began to protrude from the cell membrane, a brilliant light burst forth, shattering the darkness and flooding Lin's consciousness with illumination. Chapter 2. The initial irradiance. Lin beheld the glow, yet all it could perceive was merely light, a mere replacement of the preceding darkness with brilliance. Devoid of meaning, Lin yearned for more intricate information, a more detailed image, so that it could truly comprehend everything. Just as Lin pondered this, the cell that had consumed a hard object quivered slightly, and more tendrils extended from its nucleus, serving as connectors. Lin's thoughts were no longer confined to light or darkness. Gradually, indistinct images began to emerge. Initially, they manifested as murky hues, but as time elapsed, this obscurity began to clarify. Blue, the first color Lin discerned, followed by the sight of several spherical entities floating within this azure expanse. Were those my cells? As the image sharpened, Lin clearly observed the appearance of its own cells, nearly transparent membranes, gray cores, gently floating in the water, swaying with the currents. It felt remarkably intriguing and peculiar. How delightful it is to possess eyes. Lin surveyed its surroundings, noting 4 other cells in addition to itself, totaling 5. However, it could not ascertain the appearance of its own eyes, prompting a decision to allow this cell to divide, thereby unveiling the nature of the cell that bestowed vision, as well as the identity of the hard object it had previously ingested. Thus, Lin set forth once more in search of sustenance. With the gift of sight, it could clearly perceive the surrounding scenery, yet apart from its own few cells, everything else was a vast expanse of deep blue. This must be the color of water. Suddenly, Lin's eyes caught sight of an object, a round, white entity that appeared before its cells. This white object felt soft to the touch. Measuring merely 1/5 the size of Lin's cells, reminiscent of the previous food. Had it been consuming this all along? Without hesitation, Lin commanded the cell with eyes to consume it. Upon completion of digestion, Lin continued to swim. Thanks to its vision, it swiftly discovered more of the white, round sustenance. Before long, the eye-bearing cell had amassed sufficient energy for division. As the cell with eyes began to split, Lin felt a surge of excitement. It would finally glimpse the appearance of its eyes. Excitement. Lin noted the addition of this new term in its thoughts. What could it signify? Yet, that was of little consequence now, as the division was complete. Lin could not see itself. It realized that the perspective within its thoughts remained singular. The newly divided cell with eyes situated right before it, but it had no eyes, and thus, Lin could not receive any images from this newly formed cell. Could it be that division did not encompass the eyes? Lin was perplexed, yet it noticed that the cell derived from the eye-bearing cell was somewhat distinct. The membrane surface of this cell appeared to reflect a small patch of brilliant light, exuding a peculiar sensation. Crystallization? Indeed, that is the term. A small area on the surface of this newly split cell membrane has crystallized. However, Lin is oblivious to its significance, unable to sense anything remarkable about this tiny crystallization. It is not an eye, as it cannot perceive its surroundings. Thus, Lin persists in its endeavors, striving to acquire greater knowledge, necessitating the expansion of its community. Now, there are 6 cells in total, and Lin directs them to swim forward, continuing the quest for sustenance. The cell with vision shall be bestowed with a unique name. Observer. Quite a delightful notion. For the first time, Lin's thoughts have conjured a 3-letter word to serve as a name. The observer seeks nourishment through sight, a far more convenient method than the previous necessity of contact. With a mere glance, it discerns the locations of all nearby food, allowing the other cells to move under Lin's guidance to devour the sustenance. As they consume and divide, Lin increasingly amplifies its cellular community. Lin realizes that with each increase in cell count, its thoughts expand, and its vocabulary grows richer. The cell population has now reached 15, and the surrounding food has been nearly depleted. It is time to venture to a new location. Lin positions the observer at the center of the group, with the surrounding cells forming a circle, facilitating the swift consumption of any approaching nourishment. Water, white and round sustenance. Beyond that, nothing else is present. The previously encountered hard object that granted vision has not reappeared. Curious. Just as Lin ponders this, it suddenly spots something extraordinary. This object abruptly appears above the observer cell, appearing peculiar, dark, and round, roughly 1/30th the size of Lin's cell, yet covered in sharp, spiky protrusions. Shall we taste it? Perhaps it is food. Lin instructs one cell to approach this entity, then opens its membrane to engulf it. Initially, Lin feels nothing extraordinary. The object sways slightly within the cell membrane, but remains undigested. However, shortly thereafter, Lin and Apos' cell begins to convulse, the once swollen, transparent membrane suddenly retracting, while the peculiar black, spiked object starts to move, burrowing into the cell nucleus. A sensation previously unknown floods Lin and Apos' thoughts. Is this pain? As the object penetrates the nucleus, Lin and Apos' consciousness is jolted by intense anguish. It hurts. It hurts so much. Then, the nucleus shrinks, mirroring the outer membrane and Apos' retreat. And Lin loses the sensation of pain, simultaneously severing its connection with this cell. It can no longer feel or control it. Is it dead? Has it perished? Lin's cellular community encircles the lifeless cell, leaving Lin in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what to do, at a loss for action. It seemed that the ordeal was not yet over. The deceased cell suddenly swelled once more, only to burst violently. From within, a multitude of the dark spiny orbs erupted forth, at least 30, surpassing the number of Lin and Apos' cellular community. One of these orbs collided with a nearby cell, burrowing into its membrane, and subsequently, that cell rapidly shrank, much like the one before it. The thoughts racing through Lin's mind were frantic. Those that would perish, those that would escape, those that would retaliate. Witnessing the onslaught of black spiny orbs, Lin resolved to flee. She urged her cells to oscillate their membranes vigorously, propelling themselves away from the impending threat with utmost speed. The spiny orbs appeared incapable of independent movement, only able to act upon contact with the cells. Thus they could not catch up to Lin's fleeing cells. Lin continued her escape until no trace of the black spiny orbs could be seen. Just moments ago. What was that? What exactly was that orb? As before, Lin should have acquired a new term to describe this novel circumstance. Regrettably, it seemed that due to the loss of cells, she had not acquired a new word. However, She had gleaned a crucial lesson. This world harbored not only the soft, edible entities and peculiar objects that granted her vision, but also terrifying things capable of her annihilation. She must exercise greater caution. Lin's consciousness was born from the collective of her cellular community. As long as there existed cells, her awareness would persist. Conversely, should there be no cells remaining, it would signify the end of the entity known as Lin. Chapter 3. The Colossal Sustenance. Upon learning of the existence of the term danger, Lin embarked on its quest for sustenance with newfound caution. Now possessing 13 cells, Lin no longer dispersed them in a circular formation. Instead, they clustered closely together, trailing behind the foremost observer cell. Lin contemplated what to do when encountering the spiky sphere again. Should it flee? Perpetually escape? Yet, Lin recalled that a single spike could penetrate its cells, resulting in the explosion of over 30 more. What then, if surrounded by a multitude of these spiky entities, leaving no avenue for retreat? To retaliate? How would one retaliate? Such thoughts were futile. Lin required more nourishment. Continuing its journey, Lin and Appos, S observer cell detected a peculiar, gargantuan object looming ahead. This entity, resplendent in white, was of such immense proportions that Lin's current vision could not discern its boundaries, whether gazing upward, downward, or sideways. It extended into an infinite expanse of azure. It resembled a titanic white wall, obstructing the path of Lin's cellular congregation. Once again, Lin permitted one cell to make contact with the object's surface, eager to ascertain its nature. This soft, yielding texture, could it be sustenance? Such a colossal source of nourishment? If consumed, Lin's cells would multiply in unimaginable numbers. Remarkable. Lin unfurled the cell membrane, delicately extracting a portion from above and subsequently engulfing it. The observer could perceive, and Lin felt, the morsel slowly digesting within the cell. Indeed, it was food, indistinguishable from the soft, yielding morsels encountered previously. Like a treasure unearthed, Lin and Appos' cells surged forth to devour the vast, boundless sustenance, leaving the observer still, vigilantly scanning for threats. The events of yesteryear, the torment previously endured, were etched indelibly in Lin's memory. Even in the presence of such monumental nourishment, Lin hesitated to act recklessly. Though this sustenance was colossal, it was exceedingly soft. A gentle friction of the cell membrane against its surface yielded a copious amount of debris. Thus commenced Lin and Appos' grand repast, with its cells continually rubbing away at the food, consuming, and thereafter dividing upon reaching a certain threshold. In this manner, Lin and Appos' cells burrowed deeper into the immense sustenance, excavating numerous pits. Marmot? Lin found itself perplexed by this newfound term within its thoughts. Yet unlike before, the concept of a marmot seemed profoundly intricate, eluding Lin and Appos' comprehension of its exceedingly complex structure. Never mind, there was no need to ponder excessively. After a while, the colossal sustenance had yielded a substantial pit, and the number of cells had increased to 30. Lin observed that some of the cells which had delved particularly deep were experiencing unusual phenomena. Due to the persistent friction exerted by these foods, even the softest of substances can cause damage to the cellular membranes. When these slightly compromised membranes undergo division, they give rise to a unique type of cell. This newly formed cell is not only more robust, but also features minute serrated protrusions on its surface, facilitating the extraction of morsels from the food with greater ease. These new cells, aptly named excavators, evoke a sense of satisfaction in Lin, though she finds the name somewhat lacking in grandeur. Presently, her cellular population has proliferated to 50, of which 10 are excavators. As they continue their endeavor, Lin feels confident that even this vast and seemingly endless food source will soon be entirely consumed. However, the situation is far from straightforward. An observer cell, suspended in a higher vantage point, suddenly spots several peculiar oval shapes. These strange entities are also enveloped in cellular membranes, yet they are approximately 3 times the size of Lin and Appos' cells and are riddled with a multitude of tiny holes, evoking an unsettling sensation in Lin. The rapid increase in her cellular colony allows her to deduce instantly that these odd cells belong to an entirely different type. There are 5 of these bizarre cells, and they, too, begin to glide toward the food, evidently with the intent to feast. The feeding method of these strange cells is equally peculiar. They emit a green liquid from the pores in their bodies, causing the food to dissolve into a white powder upon contact. The odd cells consume this powder by absorbing it. Lin notices that one of these bizarre cells approaches her own, and the green liquid it secretes lightly grazes her cell. A sharp pain ensues. Lynn experiences the agony once more as her cell membrane gradually deteriorates under the onslaught of the green liquid, disintegrating into powder and subsequently being devoured by the strange cell along with the food remnants. A sense of peril washes over Lynn, and her mind races with countless thoughts. Retaliate, retaliate, destroy it. Fueled by anger, a novel sensation, Lynn and Appos' cells surge forth, surrounding the strange cell. The bizarre entity appears to sense the imminent threat, beginning to thrash about, releasing copious amounts of green liquid. Several nearby cells succumb to dissolution, yet Lynn does not relent. More cells rush to the fray. As a few more cells meet their end, a serrated figure bursts forth from the remnants. It is an excavator. Its jagged protrusions make contact with the porous body of the strange cell, and the excavator begins to twist and turn, scraping at the creature as though it were unearthing food. Chunks of the strange cell's membrane are torn away by the excavator, which writhes in agony. Unable to retaliate with its green liquid in any significant capacity, reduced to emitting only a meager amount that poses no threat to the excavator and Appos' more resilient surface, Lynn observes that these bizarre cells are limited in their capacity to secrete the liquid. They seem to be running low on resources. The excavators did not pause for a moment until they completely shredded the outer and inner layers of the monstrous cell, along with its nucleus, into fragments. Joy, triumph, elation. Lynn experienced newfound sensations, utterly contrary to pain, akin to the fulfillment derived from sustenance. Lynn instructed several cells to consume all the fragments of the monstrous cell. These cells, capable of secreting a terrifying dissolving liquid, were no different from the pale, soft food, and were easily digested. Save for one cell that seemed to have been harmed by the residual dissolving liquid, resulting in slight damage to its body. Suddenly, this somewhat damaged cell underwent division. Division is a remarkable phenomenon. It not only gives rise to a new cell, but also allows the original damage to be completely repaired. However, to Lynn's eyes, the newly formed cell appeared no different, save for a slightly deeper hue of its membrane. Lynn was uncertain of its particular utility, so she chose to disregard it for the time being. Gazing into the distance, Lynn noticed a few other monstrous cells, seemingly oblivious to the fate of their companion, still indulging in their grand feast. Was their consciousness not collective? Lynn found this curious, yet she remained indifferent, aware of her capacity for retaliation. She was eager to wield this power to eliminate anything that posed a threat to her. With this thought, Lynn resumed urging the cells to consume the white sustenance beneath her. She required more strength, numbers, and intellect. Chapter 4. Evolution. Lynn's cellular colony incessantly devoured the immense food source, creating a vast and deep cavity within it. She instructed the diggers to continue excavating ahead, while the multitude of cells behind consumed the debris they unearthed. Lynn was curious to see what lay ahead if they persisted in their digging. Perhaps something intriguing awaited discovery. Her colony had grown to 100 cells, with 30 designated as diggers, yet there remained only one observer. Lynn found it perplexing that the newly divided cells from the observer lacked the ability to see. Currently, all of Lynn and Appos' 100 cells resided within the cavern they had created, while the peculiar cells outside remained untouched. As Lynn calculated the cost of attacking them, it seemed unwise. Engaging the strange cells would likely cost her several cells, possibly a dozen, due to the dissolving liquid, while consuming those cells would only yield 3 new ones. Thus, the endeavor appeared fundamentally impractical. As her colony expanded, Lynn gradually developed computational abilities, believing that soon she would become increasingly astute. Consequently, Lynn resolved to continue her excavation and consumption of the colossal, white food source. However, as they delved deeper, the texture of the food transformed. It became increasingly firm rather than the soft, fragile surface they had initially encountered. After further excavation, the diggers struggled to saw through the material, while the ordinary cells found it nearly impossible to extract any fragments. Though Lynn desired to persist, it seemed that she had no choice but to abandon the effort. Looking back, she noticed that her colony had descended to considerable depths, and the entrance to the cavern appeared significantly smaller. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The strange cells outside utilized dissolving liquid to break down food. Perhaps she could harness their abilities to dissolve the hardened portions of this food. However, how could she utilize that dissolving liquid? It seemed improbable to capture them. Yet Lynn recalled a previous instance where a cell had consumed remnants of a dissolved cell's fragments, resulting in only minor damage. But it successfully divided into a somewhat distinct new cell. This new cell had a darker hue, and its membrane was not as clear and transparent as that of other cells, allowing a clear view of its nucleus. Instead, it had a somewhat murky appearance. Thus, Lynn resolved to use this new cell to approach the strange cells. Emerging from the cavity she had created, her observer cell swiftly detected the presence of those peculiar cells. Lynn noted that they did not excavate as she did, but rather feasted intermittently, leaving the vast surface of the food riddled with pits from their dissolving liquid. As for the enormous food source, Lynn had yet to determine what to call it. Given its soft, white nature and the transformation from tiny fragments to an immense, boundless entity, she struggled to find an appropriate term and simply referred to it as food. However, it was evident that what could be classified as food extended far beyond this soft, white substance. The varieties of food must indeed be infinite. For instance, those peculiar cells could indeed be classified as sustenance. Lynn's cluster of cells glided above them, accompanied by the observer and the newly formed cell, totaling 12 entities, including 10 excavators. As for the others, Lynn instructed them to remain in the cavern, continuously consuming and thriving. The strange cells, devoid of eyes, were oblivious to Lynn's community. However, Lynn understood that proximity would reveal her presence, though the precise nature of their perception eluded her comprehension. There were 5 odd cells, seemingly one more than before, perhaps a result of their voracious consumption leading to division. Lynn cautiously approached the farthest of the strange cells, allowing the new cell to advance first. Upon nearing, the strange cell reacted, its myriad orifices expelling a copious amount of dissolving fluid that swiftly enveloped the new cell. Unlike ordinary cells that would disintegrate into dust almost instantaneously, the new cell merely exhibited signs of decay on its outer membrane, yet the integrity of the cell remained intact, and Lynn felt no pain. Ah, so it is. Lynn mused, the new cell possesses a resistance to the dissolving fluid. This thought flashed through her mind. The previous cells had sustained damage from incessant friction with food, leading to tougher offspring with serrated surfaces. Thus, the excavators were born. The new cell, having emerged from those injured by the dissolving fluid, had consequently developed the capability to withstand it. What term describes this phenomenon? Indeed, evolution. Though she did not grasp the deeper implications of the word, Lynn recognized the potential for enhancing her cellular community through this method. Suddenly, pain interrupted Lynn's contemplation. The surface of the new cell had already succumbed to dissolution, revealing signs of imminent collapse due to the invasion of the dissolving fluid. It appeared that even with its resistance, it could not stand alone against the strange cells. Meanwhile, the strange cells, having released a significant quantity of dissolving fluid, exhibited sluggish movements, almost resembling exhaustion. This was impressive previously. It had taken Lynn the sacrifice of numerous cells to deplete a single strange cell's dissolving fluid. Yet, this time, a solitary cell had achieved the task. Devoid of dissolving fluid, the strange cell quickly fell victim to the coordinated assault of the excavators, being torn asunder. Lynn directed the excavators to consume the remnants. The focus then shifted to the remaining strange cells. However, Lynn encountered a dilemma. She no longer possessed the newly formed cells with resistance to the dissolving fluid. Consequently, she instructed the excavators that had consumed the remnants to satiate themselves before dividing, hoping to yield cells with the previously observed resistance. As she awaited their satiation and division, Lynn discerned a peculiar transformation in the offspring of these excavators. Firstly, their shapes had altered. These excavators no longer retained the previous round form, but had evolved into a conical shape, with one side becoming sharp and protruding, adorned with numerous serrated edges arranged in a helical pattern. It seems to have become more adept at burrowing and excavating. The shape of these cells prompted Lynn and Appos as thoughts. Yet the resistance of these conical cells to the dissolving liquid remains an enigma. Thus, Lynn resolved to unleash these new conical cells upon other peculiar cells to observe the outcome. There are only 3 conical cells. Although 10 excavators consumed fragments of the strange cells, only 3 have divided into conical cells, while the remaining 7 produced ordinary excavators. Perhaps the quantity consumed plays a role? Lynn first dispatched 2 conical cells, reserving the last, for she did not wish to face the same fate as before. The conical cells launched their assault directly at the strange cell with their pointed heads. Before the strange cell could unleash its dissolving liquid, it was perforated by the powerful conical cell, resulting in its body bursting open and releasing a copious amount of dissolving liquid. One of the conical cells was engulfed by the liquid and rapidly disintegrated into fragments, while the other, due to Lynn's timely command to retreat, sustained only minor damage to its hardened conical membrane. It appears that the resistance of the conical cells is not particularly robust. yet it is significantly superior to that of basic cells. However, perhaps the damaged cell could still divide into cells with resistance to the dissolving liquid. Wait a moment, Lin suddenly recalled the original objective. It seemed that the aim was not to develop resistant cells, but rather to channel the dissolving liquid of the strange cells into the burrow to test if it could dissolve the harder parts of the food. With this in mind, Lin's gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of dissolving liquid released upon the demise of the strange cell. Perhaps these liquids could be consumed? Lin found her thoughts becoming increasingly intricate. Chapter 5. The acid injector. The conical cells, damaged by the dissolving solution, began to divide. This new generation of cells bore resemblance to the original conical cells, albeit with a deeper hue. It seemed that as long as these cells possessed resistance to the dissolving solution, their color would intensify. Subsequently, Lin commanded this conical cell to consume the dissolving solution of the peculiar cells. Could it be substituted with other cells that digest more rapidly? How could such a replacement be achieved? These fleeting thoughts crossed Lin and Apos' mind, yet they remained unresolved. In moments of intellectual inadequacy, such scenarios often arose. The sole method for enhancing intelligence was through the expansion of her colony. Lin observed this new, resilient conical cell consuming a considerable amount of the dissolving solution, showing no signs of damage. It appeared to be the most resistant cell thus far. Thus, she directed it to the cavity from which it had just consumed, instructing it to dissolve the harder sustenance within. Or perhaps, Lin and Apos' gaze shifted to the remaining peculiar cells, and a sudden notion of exterminating them emerged. Perhaps this could yield more conical cells with formidable resistance. Yet, she dismissed the thought. A new term, compassion, seemed to bubble to the surface of her consciousness. Although the dissolved food particles were mingled with the solution, they remained consumable by ordinary cells, inflicting only minor damage at worst, not lethal. Through this method, Lin could facilitate the division of damaged cells into those endowed with resistance to the dissolving solution. She also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The conical cell that had ingested a substantial amount of the dissolving solution exhibited a green hue when full. Upon expelling the solution, its exterior color faded. However, after resting and consuming some nourishment, its body gradually regained that verdant shade. Lin decided to test this further, and indeed, the conical cell expelled the dissolving solution once more. What did this signify? Could this cell generate the dissolving solution independently? Was it capable of harnessing the abilities of the peculiar cells? Was this evolution? Lin found herself bewildered by the underlying mechanisms at play. However, as her intellect grew, understanding would surely follow. Consequently, Lin bestowed a name upon this new conical cell, the acid injector. With the assistance of the acid injector, Lin and Apos' cellular colony continued its descent, simultaneously consuming and excavating, relentlessly expanding. Through the incessant division of cells, her colony had reached a total of 331 cells. Among them were 10 acid injectors, 300 excavators, 20 conical cells, and a solitary observer with sight. Through continuous excavation and evolution, the original foundational cells had nearly vanished. Lin discerned a troubling issue. When the colony was still small, even a slight increase in numbers significantly enhanced its intelligence. However, as the colony grew, the rate of intelligence gain diminished. To illustrate numerically, in a colony of merely 20 cells, the addition of one cell would grant Lin 1 point of intelligence. Whereas in a colony of 200 cells, it would require the addition of 10 cells to yield a single point of intelligence. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Lin often feels inadequate in intelligence, and at this moment, she remains perplexed by the reasons behind it. However, her primary concern now lies in the vast expanse of sustenance she has unearthed. As the final layer of white nourishment is dissolved by the acid injectors, Lin and Apos' vision once again beholds the boundless azure of water. What lies at the end of this watery expanse? Initially, Lin had anticipated discovering something intriguing beneath this colossal food source, yet she is met with disappointment. The only course of action is to continue consuming until this bounty is fully depleted. As Lin gazes upon the ocean before her, an object suddenly darts into her field of vision. This entity is no larger than 1% of Lin and Apos' cellular size, yet it remains within her sight. It possesses a grayish-white hue, an elongated tail, and a spherical head. What is this? Lin observes as the creature approaches a nearby digging cell, deftly avoiding the serrated and more rigid portions, instead maneuvering towards the vulnerable membrane at the rear, where it pierces the surface with its elongated tail. Curiosity compels Lin to watch intently, refraining from any action. The creature punctures the cell membrane, and soon its spherical head begins to shrink, allowing a grayish liquid to be injected through its tail into the cell. Pain. Lin and Amp, Oppos. S immediate reaction is one of anguish, as if a peculiar fluid has been introduced into her system, prompting a violent response from the infected digging cell. Now she realizes what this entity is. The size of Lin and Amp, Oppos. S current colony grants her sufficient intelligence to comprehend the bizarre injection occurring within her cellular structure. This entity is known as a virus. Indeed, the spiky creature she encountered earlier was also a virus, albeit of a different kind. Viruses, unlike cells, are strange entities, and Lin has yet to grasp their intricacies. The virus has a hollow tail, which it uses to inject a certain liquid from its head into the cell. Lin remains uncertain about the nature of this liquid, but it is evidently malevolent, as it inflicts considerable pain, and she understands the term that describes this phenomenon, infection. Lin comprehends that once a virus infects a cell, it causes persistent agony, ultimately leading to the cell's demise, followed by the release of numerous viruses from the cell's remains. It is a perilous and troublesome entity. However, this time Lin will not flee. Under her command, 10 acid injectors encircle the infected digging cell. From the outside, the once transparent membrane of the infected cell begins to dull, appearing filled with peculiar white filaments and liquids, which intensifies Lin's pain and renders the control over this cell increasingly tenuous. Yet, Lin remains motionless, wishing to witness the entire unfolding spectacle. After a while, Lin has completely lost control over the digging cell, which now appears lifeless, its clarity replaced by a murky haze. At this moment, the cell membrane began to slowly rupture, forming small fissures. Unlike the previous spiky virus that caused the cell to burst, these minuscule openings proliferated, allowing a multitude of viruses to surge forth from the crevices. This time, the number was approximately in the hundreds. As these viruses emerged, they were immediately enveloped by a copious amount of acidic liquid. The solution sprayed by the acid injectors was overwhelmingly large. Even if the quantity of viruses were to increase tenfold, escape would be impossible. Upon contact with the acidic liquid, the viruses disintegrated into fine particles, revealing their fragile nature. The acid injectors continued their relentless assault until even the remains of the excavator were completely dissolved. At which point Lin chose to cease her efforts. The elation of victory? This sensation was not as intense as when she triumphed over the peculiar cells. Yet Lin still felt its presence. However, indeed, vanquishing mere weak viruses brought little cause for celebration. Lin's ambition lay in the boundless pursuit of evolution. Chapter 6. The amoeba, is it once again to confront the boundless realm of water, or shall one remain in place, indulging in a feast? Naturally, it is to continue feasting, wide apart. The uncertainties of leaving are too numerous, and Lin is reluctant to take such risks. Thus, Lin resolves to devour this vast morsel entirely, envisioning that its community could swell into thousands, perhaps even surpassing 1 billion. In the past, Lin could scarcely fathom such figures. Yet with the growth of the community, the information that flitted through its mind expanded correspondingly. However, Lin overlooked one crucial aspect: the future. Lin's cells commenced their relentless consumption of the immense sustenance, starting from the vicinity of the hole they had excavated. The acid excretors tirelessly dissolved copious amounts of food, while the remaining cells engaged in digging, chopping, and tearing, employing every conceivable method to ingest the nourishment as swiftly as possible. As Lin's community burgeoned, it soon surpassed 1,000 members, at which point the observer cells found their field of vision nearly incapable of encompassing them all. Once again, Lin was struck by confusion. Why could this cell, endowed with sight, not divide into another sighted cell? The offspring of the observer merely manifested as the most rudimentary ordinary cells. These ordinary cells would gradually evolve into diggers due to their feeding methods, ultimately remaining devoid of sight. Just as Lin grappled with this conundrum, a peculiar object reappeared within its line of sight. A colossal, blue entity lay sprawled upon the vast, white expanse composed of food, seemingly alive, its form incessantly shifting. However, its movement inflicted no harm upon the sustenance beneath. Lin deduced that it was not feeding. This organism bore a strange appearance, lacking a fixed shape, perpetually altering, akin to slime? Lin could not fathom why this term surfaced in its thoughts. But in the next moment, it arrived at a more precise designation: amoeba, a vividly descriptive term. Lin held no particular thoughts regarding this amoeba, for its size was simply too immense. Perhaps the accumulation of 1,000 of Lin's cells would not even equal half of its bulk, prompting Lin to abandon any notions of attack. Yet, why must one instinctively assault upon encountering another organism? However, what else could be done besides attacking? Lin remained perplexed. Continuing to observe the ever-shifting amoeba, Lin suddenly noticed small entities drifting slowly towards it from a nearby location. These diminutive beings were roughly the same size as Lin's cells, albeit oval-shaped and displaying a green hue. They too were likely a form of cell. As these green cells approached, the amoeba reacted abruptly, its surface protruding with numerous tendril-like appendages that reached toward the green cells. Rather than extending tentacles, it appeared to transform a portion of its body into them. The green cells appeared to be devoid of any means of evasion, as they were effortlessly ensnared by the tendrils, which absorbed them whole akin to cellular phagocytosis. The engulfed green cells were gradually transported along the tendrils into the very core of the amoeba and Opos' being. The amoeba and Opos' body exhibited a pale gray hue and remarkable transparency, allowing Lin to observe the fate of these green cells within its form. She noticed that the cells congregated at a focal point, in close proximity to a dark circular entity, presumably the nucleus of the amoeba. Thereupon, the bodies of these green cells began to shrink gradually until they vanished entirely. Were they being digested? However, Lin could not discern what was responsible for their digestion. Curiously, when her own cells metabolized food, the sustenance similarly diminished inexplicably within her body. With no clear indication of the digestive mechanism at work, numerous green cells drifted by, yet the amoeba had only captured a fraction of them, while a significant quantity continued to float toward Lin's cellular cluster. Although these cells posed no direct threat to her, Lin felt a surge of anxiety as the colossal amoeba began to shift in their direction, propelled by the current of the drifting green cells. How swift! Lin could only contemplate the speed of the amoeba. Its massive form advanced with a velocity far surpassing that of her own cells. Flee? Counterattack? Lin had no intention of retreating. She had endured many battles, and her cellular community now stood robust and formidable. It was time to confront the foe head-on. Presently, the number of acid injectors had surged to 97, and Lin brimmed with confidence. Under Lin and Opos' command, the acid injectors surged forth, and at that moment, the amoeba seemed to sense the encroaching presence, accelerating its pace. Lin felt a tinge of curiosity regarding this perceptive ability. The amoeba evidently lacked vision. Otherwise, it would have spotted her long ago. How then did it ascertain the location of its sustenance? It was clear that it could not rely solely on touch, for it had already sensed the approach of the green cells before making contact. The peculiar cells from before exhibited similar reactions to nearby entities. Lin harbored a desire to acquire such an ability, especially since she was currently unable to propagate more observers. Upon sensing the proximity of the acid injectors, the amoeba launched a preemptive strike, fracturing a substantial portion of its seemingly soft body into countless smaller tendrils that reached out to grasp the injectors. At this juncture, Lin initiated her second offensive. Composed of 300 conical cells, these entities bored incessantly into the food, their cones having sharpened considerably. They could now effortlessly penetrate even the previously impenetrable high-density portions of sustenance that had relied solely on dissolving agents for breakdown. The amoeba, not remaining idle, concentrated its myriad small tendrils into several massive appendages upon realizing the impending counterattack. Although these tendrils would still erode upon contact with the dissolving solution, they would not dissolve entirely in an instant. Utilizing its formidable appendages, the amoeba ensnared several acid injectors, drawing them into its interior. While the injectors' fluids caused some damage to the amoeba's internal structure, though it appeared to be of no significant consequence. At this moment, the conical cells approached the amoeba, piercing its outer membrane with their serrated, sharp, conical tips, and commenced to rotate. This rotational motion was an accidental discovery by Lin, enabling a more efficient means of slicing through sustenance. Some cells, having rotated excessively, even evolved small, oval fins at their posterior ends to enhance their spinning speed. The outer layer of the amoeba was shredded into countless fragments by these cells, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it extended its tentacles in an attempt to engulf the cells that were burrowing into its form. However, the conical cells, endowed with formidable cutting power from their serrations, could occasionally escape even if swallowed, boring their way out. Nonetheless, many were consumed. Those cells that were ingested could be distinctly felt by Lin. Yet they seemed to be immobilized as if frozen in place. The onset of digestion brought forth pain, and by its conclusion, Lin felt nothing at all. Nearly half of the acid injectors had been devoured, leaving only about 200 conical cells remaining. Lin realized that her aggressive actions may have been misguided. Even if they could inflict harm, it was improbable to contend with a creature that was over 2,000 times larger than themselves. Nevertheless, she pressed on with the assault. This time, she even commanded the diggers to cease their feeding and join in the battle against the amoeba. Chapter 7. Frozen tenly, the amoeba appeared to sense itself encircled by a multitude of cells, extending numerous tentacles around its body in preparation for a counterattack. While the excavators lacked the offensive prowess of the conical cells, their numbers exceeded 700, and with their serrated fronts, they could indeed tear through the amoeba's outer membrane. Tactics. Strategy. Apart from the observer cells, Lin commanded every cell to engage in battle, observing intently as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. The amoeba and Opos' tentacles reached out, capable of siphoning dozens of excavators in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lin promptly instructed the other excavators and conical cells to surround the tentacle, urging them to utilize their serrations to sever it and rescue those cells yet to be entirely consumed. Simultaneously, the excavators and conical cells worked to inflict wounds upon the amoeba, while Lin directed the acid injectors to spray copious amounts of dissolving fluid onto the affected areas. It seemed that the amoeba's outer membrane had begun to develop some resistance to the dissolving fluid. However, the direct injection into the wounds inflicted immense pain upon the creature. It writhed in agony, seemingly abandoning its intent to continue devouring Lin and Opos' cells, instead consolidating its form into a massive oval. The amoeba and Opos' body began to float, appearing to attempt an escape, undulating like waves as it swam away into the distance. Kill. Observing the fleeing amoeba, Lin and Opos' thoughts were straightforward. The excavators and conical cells thrust their sharp serrations into the amoeba and Opos' form, anchoring themselves to the escaping creature and incessantly twisting to create numerous wounds. The amoeba desperately writhed, attempting to shake off the cells clinging to it, and this tactic proved effective. Many cells were dislodged, unable to catch up with the swiftly retreating amoeba. Lin then commanded these cells to consume the fragments of the amoeba that had been severed, while those still attached continued their assault. This continued until the last cell was finally cast off. In its flight, the amoeba left behind countless debris, remnants severed by Lin's cells. Yet, the creature was simply too large. The prospect of annihilating it entirely seemed unlikely. Upon shedding the final cell, it retained over 70 of its mass, still far from a critical injury. Nonetheless, the remaining 30 of debris would provide ample sustenance for Lin's cells for quite some time. As Lin directed her cells to feast upon the amoeba and Opos' remnants, she pondered deeply. Although the amoeba could alter its shape, its structure was notably fragile. Yet, its colossal size rendered it exceedingly difficult to combat. In this encounter, she had lost more than half of her cells, leading to a net loss. Lin should have retreated sooner, but with each cell lost, her intellect diminished, hindering her ability to make timely and sound decisions. In that moment, an idea struck Lin. How could she augment her size? Her cells would grow slightly larger upon consuming ample food, yet they would subsequently divide, preventing limitless growth. If there existed a colossal cell, it could indeed serve as a formidable ally in battle. Even a conical cell the size of an amoeba, or even half that size, would easily be capable of tearing apart an amoeba. But what could be done? Perhaps the amoeba could assist in resolving the predicament. Lin gazed at the cells consuming the fragments of the amoeba's body, pondering this thought. Since the acid injectors had evolved due to ingesting the dissolving fluid of the aberrant cells, perhaps devouring the amoeba would yield some transformation. Suddenly, an excruciating sensation jolted Lin from her reverie. Through the observer's gaze, she witnessed a conical cell, feasting on debris, slowly sinking beneath the water's surface. Had it perished? What could have caused its demise? In Lin and Opos' memory, there lingered only a fleeting moment of pain. If it were a viral attack, the suffering would have been prolonged. And if it had been assaulted by another cell, she would surely have seen it. Yet here, all that remained was a solitary corpse descending into the depths. A new peril. Then, another sharp pang pierced through her. Yet another cell had succumbed. An unknown threat loomed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin commanded all cells to cease their consumption of debris and gather together, encircling the observer, who scanned the surroundings, seeking the source of danger. This time, Lin beheld an unprecedented menace. In the area littered with amoeba remnants, an extraordinary, amorphous entity burgeoned within the water, shimmering with radiant brilliance as it grew relentlessly. It extended countless tendrils, which in turn sprouted innumerable smaller tendrils that coalesced, transforming the entire aquatic expanse into a dazzling, shimmering manifestation of itself. The tendrils extending from this entity did not possess the seemingly soft quality of an amoeba. Rather, they were solid and unyielding. Yet they were expanding rapidly. encroaching upon the vicinity of Lin's cell community. This phenomenon, a new term emerged in Lin's thoughts: freeze, ice crystal. This resplendent, azure entity was called ice, and its relentless growth was freezing the surrounding waters. Moreover, the speed of its encroachment was alarmingly swift. While Lin contemplated, the ice crystals had already spread to the forefront of her cell congregation. Any cell that merely brushed against the advancing ice crystals would be instantaneously encased in solid state. While Lin would experience a fleeting moment of pain before losing sensation of that cell. Was this the cause of the earlier sudden pain? Although she had discerned the reason, Lin found herself utterly powerless against the phenomenon of freezing. Even the dissolving fluid of the acid injectors would solidify upon release. Furthermore, the rate of the ice's spread was astonishingly rapid, rendering escape impossible. Without the means to retaliate, without the possibility of flight, all that remained was to wait. To await the arrival of fortune, or perhaps death. Lin gathered her cells closely together, shielding the observer from the encroaching frost. For it was the only cell endowed with sight. Without vision, Lin's confidence in survival would wane. The icy crystals proliferated, encasing her cells one by one, severing Lin and Apos' connection to them. She sensed her perceptual range diminishing, accompanied by a distinct and sharp pain. The cold, countless cells encircled the observer. Yet they seemed powerless against the relentless freeze. The chilling crystals immobilized cell after cell, the frigid force permeating even the nucleus, halting its function. Lin's cellular count dwindled from over 500 to a mere 100, and then into the single digits. At that moment, the torment that had plagued her thoughts abruptly vanished, but the sensation of cold lingered. The freezing appeared to have ceased. Why? As Lin surveyed her surroundings, she discovered that only 91 excavator cells remained, encircling their observer. Remarkably, they resisted the advance of the frost. Chapter 8. The End of Cold and the Arrival of Spring Coldness. This was the sole piece of information within this watery expanse. Lin's acid-secreting observers and conical cells had all perished in the encroaching frost, leaving only 91 excavators alive, encircling Lin in a protective formation, shielding her from the grasp of the ice. Beyond this circular assembly lay a world of ice, and through the translucent bodies of the excavators, Lin discerned a realm not of the previously deep and azure liquid, but rather a still and crystalline domain. Lin's community had suffered grievously beneath this seemingly beautiful veneer of crystals, though the means by which the excavators had managed to evade freezing remained a mystery. Lin was already weary of lingering in this place. She urged the excavators to commence movement, in hopes of discovering an escape from this desolation. Some of the excavators were ensnared by the ice, yet with a slight wriggle, they could liberate themselves. These excavators appeared to have undergone a form of evolution previously. Any contact with ice would have resulted in instantaneous freezing, yet they fared much better now. However, as they moved, Lin distinctly sensed the frigid touch of the ice crystals against their cellular membranes. This sensation resembled pain, yet it diverged from ordinary discomfort. Failing to incite a fervent desire to escape suffering, rather, it compelled Lin to curl into herself, immobilized. Nevertheless, this feeling did not hinder her actions. The area had succumbed to frost, leaving only the small patch of water where her 92 cells resided, while the surrounding water had solidified into impassable ice. Perhaps it could be chiseled away? Lin attempted to direct the excavators to scrape at the ice crystals with their serrated surfaces. But this endeavor yielded only a flurry of ice shards, proving futile in breaking the pervasive freeze enveloping the waters. Such a feat appeared nearly impossible. Lin found herself at a loss. The drastic reduction in her community had diminished her intellect significantly once more, rendering her unable to contemplate overly intricate matters. Yet, even if Lin possessed the wisdom of 1,000 communities, she would still be powerless. In such times, one could merely await fate, be it fortune or demise. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Lin, although aware of the term time, grasped neither its concept nor its passage. Yet, she felt the insidious influence time exerted upon her. The first manifestation was hunger. For the first time, Lin experienced hunger, an instinctive call resonating within her, compelling her to seek sustenance to replenish the energy expended through activity. Lin commanded the excavators to cease their ice sawing, aiming to conserve energy by minimizing movement. This knowledge she still comprehended. However, immobility did not equate to a suspension of energy expenditure. The cells continued to consume energy, albeit at a significantly reduced rate. Lin persisted in her vigil, undertaking the natural course of action for any living being. When unable to act, she remained still, awaiting any potential opportunities to engage. During this period of waiting, A few excavators succumbed to energy depletion, experiencing a unique form of agony. This pain was unlike any other. For under conditions of exhaustion, their cellular membranes and cores began to shrink gradually, becoming desiccated and diminutive, until ultimately, they perished. Lin allowed other cells to consume the lifeless bodies of those depleted of energy, their demise granting the remaining cells additional time. This phenomenon of starvation sparked new thoughts within Lin's mind. After each meal, the cells rapidly digested their sustenance and subsequently divided, swiftly exhausting the energy they had acquired. However, what if there existed a method to store energy? If a substantial amount could be preserved within the cells, they would not need to fear such situations in the future. Lin contemplated a novel term, fat. Though she did not fully grasp its intricate meaning, it seemed to signify stored nourishment. Thus, she resolved to experiment with the concept of food storage next time, if she managed to survive and escape. Clinging to this notion, Lin remained motionless, her cells mirroring her stillness, quietly adrift in the water. The biting cold eroded Lin's resolve, and the chilling sensation tempted her to succumb to eternal slumber. Yet, Lin refused to surrender. Though the wait was arduous, fortune would eventually favor her. The observer cells noted a fissure appearing in the ice before them. Warmth, a sensation distinct from the cold, began to awaken every cell within Lin as she observed the increasing number of cracks in the ice. Before her gaze, the ice crystals gradually shattered and splintered, transforming into numerous colossal ice blocks, which slowly diminished in size, akin to the process of digestion, until they completely vanished into the water. These ice crystals had materialized from thin air, freezing everything in their path, only to vanish instantaneously. Were it not for the remnants of partially dissolved ice crystals still floating around, Lin would have almost believed that none of it had ever occurred. 77 cells remained, including the observer, having weathered this crisis. They possessed formidable resistance to the cold. Although this catastrophe nearly led to the extinction of Lin's colony, she emerged stronger. Lin and Apos' paramount task now was to seek out any edible sustenance to restore her original community. Having expended a significant amount of energy, the cells had become sluggish and frail. As Lin and Apos' colony swam through the water, the ice had nearly melted away, yet the chill persisted. She arrived at the site of the once massive food source, only to find that a layer of ice had formed atop the white sustenance, as if the icy purity had affected this place as well. Lin directed the excavators to attempt to break through the icy layer covering the food. However, no matter how they twisted and turned, they could only saw off tiny fragments of ice, struggling to inflict any meaningful damage upon the icy barrier. Why had the ice here not melted? And why was it so solid? Lin was uncertain of the cause, yet she sensed the environment growing colder again, with the ice fragments in the surrounding water seemingly expanding. Perhaps this place would freeze once more. Upon entertaining this thought, she promptly led all her cells away from the area, unwilling to encounter the previous dire circumstances again. Lin's sole hope lay in returning to the boundless depths of the azure waters, in search of sustenance and a warm haven. Warmth. Lin sensed it, swimming towards a direction where the frigid waters transformed into a comforting embrace. Indeed, this path led to where the amoeba had previously fled. After a brief journey, Lin discerned the silhouette of the amoeba. This colossal creature had not evaded the impending freeze, now shrouded in layers of frost, its immense form languidly drifting in the water, devoid of any vitality. Although the warmth had begun to thaw the surroundings, it seemed the amoeba would not awaken again. Lin urged the excavators to approach. The frost upon the amoeba was fragile and easily shattered. The excavators effortlessly sawed through the layers, revealing the still supple body of the amoeba before Lin and Apos' eyes. To consume. This singular thought consumed Lin. The excavators commenced their feast on the amoeba and Apos' flesh, employing their traditional serrated tools to slice countless fragments, gradually devouring them. As they replenished their energy, the frigid damage sustained began to dissipate, revitalizing the cells once more. Next came division, as the number of surviving excavators steadily increased. Yet, Lin remained mindful of her earlier resolve. She sought to accumulate energy, needing what is termed fat to ensure the cells could endure prolonged periods without nourishment. There was one more matter at hand. Chapter 9. Stem cells indeed. Lin had pondered this question on numerous occasions. Each type of cell possesses a finite quantity, and if they all perish, how can one hope to reclaim them? Would it necessitate repeating the same process as before? For instance, must one once again compel the cells to engulf a dissolving solution to evolve into acidifiers? Yet, Lin remains perplexed by the emergence of cone cells. However, the crux of the matter is not there. Must it be such a convoluted process to reacquire them? Lynn holds a different perspective. She is determined to discover a solution. As Lynn contemplated this, her diggers had already consumed half of a protozoan, with the number of digger cells surging to 699. Lynn began to implement her idea. Initially focusing on the storage of energy and sustenance, she endeavored to keep one digger, nearly on the verge of division from overeating, continuing to consume while preventing its division. How to halt the division? Lynn was uncertain, as division occurs autonomously. Thus, she merely concentrated on controlling it in her thoughts, forbidding it from acting contrary to her intentions. It seemed to succeed. This digger did not divide, but continued to feast upon the carcass of the protozoan. Next came the storage phase, where Lynn attempted to make it cease digesting food and instead retain it within its body. To her delight, this endeavor proved fruitful. The food within the digger was not digested but rather accumulated in one location. Lynn felt a surge of joy at the simplicity of this achievement. Subsequently, she instructed this cell to continue consuming, digesting only the necessary portion for its activity while storing the excess within its body. This led to a remarkable increase in the cell and opos size, nearly doubling that of other cells after some time. However, the accumulation of this sustenance rendered the cell increasingly unwieldy and sluggish, making even the act of chewing food a laborious task. Yet, Lynn found this predicament to be rather straightforward. She simply enlisted the aid of other cells to assist it. Ordinary diggers would help this storage cell gather food, allowing it to focus solely on consumption. Gradually, this cell underwent intriguing transformations. As it continued to eat without engaging in labor, the serrated edges of its outer membrane began to diminish, a phenomenon Lynn recognized as degeneration. Simultaneously, its size expanded tremendously, nearly 3 times larger than other digger cells. While the fragments of protozoans stored within were not digested, but rather converted into a viscous liquid reminiscent of water, albeit thicker. Lynn understood that this liquid was known as oil. This cell was transforming the ingested food into oil and storing it internally. This oil was more convenient to carry, seemingly containing greater energy while occupying less space, proving to be a superior method of storage compared to directly retaining food. Lynn was unaware of how this process unfolded. It was not under her control, but rather a natural occurrence within the cell itself. Lynn is not entirely in control of the cells. Actions such as division are autonomously executed by the cells themselves, and the production of oil is a decision made independently by them. It appears that within the cells lie deeper mysteries unknown to Lynn. As Lynn's intelligence gradually increases, she envisions mastering all of this completely. She has named these cells reservoirs. Lynn can induce the reservoirs to divide, yet the newly formed cells lack oil and must consume food to convert it into oil. It is a reassuring thought. With a bit more, there would be no fear of hunger. However, these cells cannot proliferate excessively, as they are not suited for combat and exhibit sluggish movement. At present, Lynn and Oppo's foremost desire is to reacquire the acid producers and conical cells. Initially, she attempts to evolve the excavators into one of these 2 forms, employing her old method of repeatedly visualizing the transformation of the cell in her thoughts. However, this proves ineffective, as the excavator cells continue to yield more excavator cells. Undeterred, Lynn perseveres with her experiments, attempting to make the excavators perform actions akin to the conical cells, or alternatively, to compress one cell into a conical shape using other cells. Yet, all efforts culminate in failure, leading Lynn to reflect upon the foolishness of her methods. The foundational cells, the primordial entities devoid of any function, can only arise from a singular cell endowed with sight, the observer. The observer has never engaged in any activity, thus retaining its basic form in all respects except for its vision, and the cells it produces lack sight. Lynn designates these cells as fundamental cells. They typically evolve into excavators swiftly during collaborative efforts with excavators. But this time, before the cell could transform into an excavator, it received a signal from Lynn. Miraculously, after digesting the food it had consumed, the cell's body began to elongate, sprouting a conical snout reminiscent of the conical cells, adorned with spiral serrations, identical to the original conical cells. Next, Lynn attempts to guide the fundamental cells to evolve into acid producers, and this process unfolds with remarkable simplicity. Thus, it becomes evident that while fundamental cells possess no function, they are capable of evolution. However, Lynn wonders if they can evolve into other forms. She experiments by encouraging the fundamental cells to transform into amoebas or aberrant cells, yet there is no response. It seems that only the cells belonging to Lynn's community can undergo transformation. The fundamental cells do not possess any inherent evolutionary ability, but instead retain the information necessary for such evolution. But how is this information recorded? Is it related to the observer's constant observation? Lynn is uncertain, yet the primary issue has been resolved, bringing her immense joy. The next step is to venture once more into the vastness of the world, to explore all that is unknown. The amoebas have been completely consumed, and with 233 cells in tow, Lynn swims into the boundless depths of the azure expanse. Without a specific destination, Lynn cannot discern any particular goal in this deep blue. Yet something draws her in: warmth. Swimming persistently in that direction, Lynn increasingly felt liberated from the previous chill, as the water grew warmer and more comfortable. This direction seemed to lead upwards. As she approached, the waters appeared ever more luminous and inviting. Lynn quickened her pace. The warmth seemed to invigorate her cellular community, standing in stark contrast to the former sensation of coldness, providing a profound sense of comfort. At that moment, an observer swimming ahead detected a fresh source of nourishment. Above Lynn's community, countless purple organisms emerged. They were oval-shaped, surrounded by a dense array of cilia, measuring roughly half the size of Lynn's cells. Yet their numbers were astonishingly vast. They filled the observer and Oppo's line of sight, with an estimated count exceeding 10,000. This was another type of cell, and Lynn, unaware of their designation, simply referred to them as purple cells. These purple cells exhibited no interest in Lynn's community, even as Lynn's cells approached them. They neither attacked nor reacted, but rather hurriedly swam in the same direction. Interestingly, this direction was aligned with the warm place Lynn initially sought. Thus, she decided to follow and investigate further. Chapter 10. Rock. However, Lynn did not comply. Instead, she continued to gaze towards the light. These beams illuminated from above. Not merely one, but countless spots of radiance piercing through the cold, eerie blue waters, bestowing warmth upon this place. The sunlight. Lynn recognized the name of this light, yet this was her first encounter with such a peculiar scene. Intrigued beyond measure, Lynn endeavored to follow the beams, swimming incessantly towards their direction. The closer she approached, the more intense the brightness became, to the point where she could scarcely discern her surroundings. Surrounding her, apart from the light, there was nothing else. Yet Lynn did not halt, relentlessly propelling herself towards the ever-brighter glow. Suddenly, one of the diggers ahead seemed to sense something. It was a sensation beyond warmth. Indeed, it was searing heat. This feeling lacked the comforting warmth and instead brought Lynn immense discomfort. It turned out that the source of the light emanated a deadly intensity. Now, Lynn no longer dared to venture too close to these beams. Nevertheless, a new term had entered her thoughts: ultraviolet. The light that had just annihilated cells was known as ultraviolet, though Lynn did not comprehend what ultraviolet truly was. Perhaps she would delve into that later. At this moment, Lynn surveyed her surroundings and noticed that the previously mentioned purple cells had congregated in large numbers within the light. She observed that they were neither feeding nor engaging in any activities. They merely lingered within the beams. Should she consume them? This thought crossed Lynn's mind, as the purple cells appeared to possess no offensive capabilities and seemed quite frail. However, she decided to observe a while longer. After a period of watching, Lynn noticed that these purple cells, after a certain duration in the light, would once again begin to move, retreating back towards the darkness of the deep waters. Curiosity piqued by their actions, Lynn promptly followed suit with her own cluster of cells. These returning purple cells led Lynn to an entirely different place. Before her lay an immense structure, wholly occupying her field of vision, its surface riddled with uneven protrusions and hollows, predominantly black yet interspersed with a variety of hues, mainly shades of gray and white. This structure was known as rock. Lynn acquired a new vocabulary word. The purple cells swarmed onto the rock, beginning to disperse as if in search of sustenance. Lynn discovered that not only were there purple cells, but a multitude of various cells densely populated this area. It was her first experience witnessing such a diverse congregation of life in one locale, with new cells continuously arriving from afar. As Lynn observed them, a thought struck her. Among her current cells, there were 100 acidifiers, 129 conical cells, and 30 adipocytes known as storage cells, with the remainder being diggers and some basic cells. Lynn's community was richer in variety compared to others. Although some types of cells outnumbered hers, they were predominantly singular in nature, lacking the diverse amalgamation that characterized her own cluster. Lynn's cellular community gradually approached the rocks, initially settling on a prominent stone pillar where no other cells congregated. Here, Lynn intended to commence her actions. What actions, you may ask? Naturally, it was to procure sustenance. The rock was adorned with numerous white, soft substances that Lin had encountered before, and the diverse array of cells gathered here was feasting on this very nourishment. However, Lin had resolved to forego the collection of this ordinary food in favor of attacking other cells. After engaging in several skirmishes, Lin's thoughts began to take on a more aggressive tone. She dispatched the conical cells to strike first, guiding them down the pillar towards a cluster of diminutive organisms below. These creatures appeared to be amoebas, capable of altering their shapes at will, yet they were minuscule, merely half the size of Lin's cells. A far cry from what she had previously observed. The small amoebas were busy gathering white sustenance, entirely oblivious to the approach of the conical cells. Suddenly, one amoeba, just after consuming its food, was entirely pierced by a conical cell, which swiftly rotated its body, shredding the unfortunate amoeba into fragments with its serrated edges. Sensing danger, the remaining small amoebas began to flee, but they had scarcely swum upwards when they were consecutively impaled by the descending conical cells. Witnessing her cells achieve victory with such ease, Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. The remaining amoebas seemed to sense the imminent peril above and began to retreat downwards, flattening their bodies to squeeze into the minuscule crevices of the rock. The conical cells, being too large and armed with hardened tips, were utterly incapable of entering these narrow fissures, and the rock and Apos' formidable nature rendered them unable to carve a path through it. Quite clever. Nevertheless, Lin was determined to pursue. This time, she commanded the acid-secreting cells to inundate those small crevices with a copious amount of dissolving liquid. The amoebas, now trapped within the crevices, had nowhere to escape and were inevitably dissolved into countless particles, which the acid-secreting cells awaited eagerly to consume as they floated upwards. In no time, Lin had completely eradicated the small amoebas. For reasons unknown, Lin felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps she should not have annihilated them to such an extent. However, she dismissed the thought. After all, she was still uncertain of the reasons behind her feelings. Soon enough, Lin's attention was diverted once more, as she realized she was not the sole predator in this vicinity. Observers floated at a higher elevation, surveying their surroundings. Lin noticed several massive cells, approximately 10 times the size of her own, engaged in similar predatory behavior within a nearby rocky gorge. These cells, their surfaces covered with numerous folds, seemed to generate an alluring force. Surrounding them were some of the purple cells Lin had previously encountered, which were being drawn into the folds and becoming ensnared. From their appearance, it seemed they were struggling desperately, yet they could not escape, being drawn alive into the folds and subsequently into the bodies of the folding cells. Although Lin could not ascertain what transpired within, it was evident they were destined for digestion. Such a method of feeding was indeed peculiar. After the wrinkled cells had consumed their meal, they did not seek out their next morsel. Instead, they remained motionless in place. However, whenever a nearby cell approached, they would employ a suction force to ensnare it. Lin's subsequent actions were rather straightforward. The acid injectors took on the role of vanguard as Lin directed them toward the wrinkled cells. As soon as the wrinkled cells sensed the proximity of the acid injectors, they immediately unleashed their suction force. At that moment, the acid injectors also discharged a copious amount of dissolving liquid, which, propelled by the suction, entered the bodies of the wrinkled cells. One of the wrinkled cells, having inhaled the dissolving liquid, writhed in agony, twisting its body before becoming still and gradually sinking. Quite effortless, Lin continued her onslaught, utilizing the same method to eliminate several nearby wrinkled cells. However, just as she intended to strike the final wrinkled cell, an unusual pain suddenly radiated from one of the acid injectors, which then appeared to succumb to weakness and began to sink. Lin quickly scanned her surroundings, attempting to discern the cause, yet she could see no assailants nearby. She was entirely unaware of who or what had attacked the acid injector. Chapter 11. Symbiosis. Lin instructed the observers to ascend to greater heights, seeking to uncover the source of the assault on the acid injectors. She recalled that the pain experienced by the fallen injector had originated from below. Thus, the attack must have also emanated from that direction. Lin observed numerous protruding black stones scattered across the surface beneath the injectors, their inconspicuous presence blending seamlessly with the rocky terrain. The injectors floated perilously close to these stones, leading Lin to surmise that the assault was indeed launched from them. Camouflage. A creature disguising itself as a common element within its environment to ambush its prey. With this revelation, Lin resolved to counterattack directly. The injectors immediately targeted the stones beneath them, unleashing a torrent of dissolving fluid upon them. To Lin's astonishment, the stones responded, Not merely one, but an entire expanse of them quivered vigorously. Consequently, the ground, littered with these stones, began to rise ominously. This unexpected turn of events caught Lynn off guard. She hastily commanded the injectors to disperse. As they retreated, the creature concealed beneath the ground revealed its form. Its body, a striking amalgamation of black and gray, mirrored the surrounding rocks, adorned with numerous protruding stones akin to the serrated surface of a digger. It boasted an astonishing size, more than 50 times that of a digger, and as it ascended, a significant defect appeared in the underlying rock. Lynn dubbed this colossal and adeptly camouflaged being rockworm, and she promptly resolved to eliminate it. She sent forth one injector once more, apprehensive about the rockworm and Oppo's attack methods and hesitant to deploy all injectors at once. As this injector approached the rockworm, it reacted. Lynn observed a small stone on the rockworm's surface quiver slightly, releasing an almost imperceptible sharp object that shot forth, piercing the injector's body instantaneously. Such a fearsome method of attack. Yet, Lynn discerned that those stone-like protrusions harbored some form of sharp weaponry, containing a liquid capable of swiftly destroying the nuclei of the injector's cells. Poison. Although a newly encountered term, Lynn perceived it to be akin to the injector's dissolving fluid, both being substances of formidable destructive power. The rockworm shifted its massive form, slowly pivoting toward the carcass of the fallen injector. As it turned, Lynn noticed a peculiar black protrusion adorning the upper part of its mouth, distinct from the stones. This appendage was substantial and shimmered with an icy luster. As though she had never encountered such a feature before, Lynn realized what it was. For the first time, she beheld another creature, aside from her observers, possessing the gift of sight. Curiosity blossomed within Lynn. She found herself increasingly fascinated by the rockworm, not only for its eyes but also for its extraordinary method of attack. If only her own cells could possess such capabilities, it would undoubtedly be an intriguing experience. Thus, Lynn resolved not to let the rockworm escape her grasp. At this moment, the rockworm had maneuvered itself beside the carcass of the acid sprayer. It opened its cavernous maw and began to consume the body slowly, yet it did not entirely swallow it. Instead, it tore apart the remaining portion with its flagella, flinging the fragments towards the stone-like particles that adorned its own body. Did those particles also require sustenance? Though curious, Lynn did not pause her actions. Almost simultaneously, she commanded the acid sprayers to launch another assault. Although the rockworm possessed formidable offensive capabilities, Lynn observed that the number of stone particles was rather limited, approximately 20. A stark contrast to the multitude of her acid sprayers. As long as Lynn had a foundational cell, she could infinitely generate new acid sprayers, allowing her to remain unconcerned about the losses during the offensive. The acid sprayers charged forth, confronting the colossal opponent, unleashing a copious amount of dissolving liquid, which promptly tinted the surrounding water a vibrant green. The rockworm and Oppo's body, resembling stone not only in hue but also in its remarkable sturdiness, suffered only superficial erosion from the acid sprayer's liquid, sustaining merely a few surface scars. In retaliation, the rockworm unleashed a barrage of sharp spines, instantly dispatching several acid sprayers in a single strike. Although the acid sprayers had evolved from conical cells, their exoskeleton had deteriorated due to prolonged inactivity in direct physical exertion, rendering them incapable of withstanding such assaults. Nonetheless, Lynn had no choice but to employ the acid sprayers in the attack, as she surmised that other cells would be incapable of breaching the rockworm and Oppo's tough exterior. The rockworm contorted its body, seemingly racked with agony from the dissolving liquid, and began to thrash its flagella, exhibiting signs of a desire to flee. However, its speed was not swift, comparable even to Lynn and Oppo's storage cells, which were laden with fat. This sluggishness appeared not to stem from its massive size, but rather from a long-honed instinct for concealment and camouflage, leading to a degradation of its mobility. At that juncture, Lynn ordered the conical cells to advance and join the fray. In an instant, over 100 conical cells encircled the rockworm, and Lynn directed them to pierce the corroded scars on its body with their pointed tips. The rockworm was now too weak to resist, as it seemed to have exhausted its supply of spines. Although Lynn and Oppo's acid sprayers would also deplete their dissolving liquid, she could easily compensate for this shortcoming with sheer numbers, a luxury the rockworm did not possess. Under the coordinated assault of the acid sprayers and conical cells, the enormous body of the rockworm finally ceased its movements. Its exterior, mimicking the color of rock, was shredded into fragments that drifted through the water. This encounter resulted in the loss of only 15 acid sprayers, as many spines had struck the same sprayer, leading to far fewer casualties than Lynn had anticipated. However, consuming the rockworm would enable Lynn to immediately proliferate hundreds more. At last, Lynn could examine the part that had piqued her curiosity, the eye. She had previously noted that it was resistant to the corrosive properties of the acid sprayers. The eye was particularly large, roughly twice the size of Lynn's cells. She instructed the conical cells to extract it from the carcass of the rockworm. Due to its size, ordinary cells could not consume it, so Lynn specifically summoned the storage cells to attempt to ingest it. The hoarder slowly glided over, its corpulent adipocytes having transformed to accommodate greater food storage, rendering its body exceedingly pliable and swelling to 5 times the size of an ordinary cell. Even the eyes of the rockworm were effortlessly engulfed by this creature. Upon the hoarder consuming the eye of the rockworm, Lynn promptly transmitted a thought. This information mirrored Lynn's initial desire to attain sight, as she endeavored to persuade the cell to utilize the eye to gain vision. However, this endeavor proved futile. The hoarder exhibited no response, and the eye succumbed to decomposition like any other ingested morsel, gradually being digested and converted into fat reserves. Was there truly no alternative? Lynn reluctantly shifted her focus to the lethal spiked pebbles. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a minuscule hole from which the toxic spikes were ejected. Drawing from her past experiences, Lynn reasoned that if a cell were harmed by the poison yet survived to successfully divide, it might develop a resistance to the toxin. Subsequently, if resistant cells were to consume the poison, it could potentially grant them the capacity to secrete toxins, albeit the underlying principles remained elusive. Unfortunately, none of Lynn's cells survived being struck by the venomous spikes. Direct consumption would likely lead to further cellular demise, leaving Lynn in a state of distress. At that moment, Lynn's gaze fell upon a pebble that had split open, revealing a diminutive, round organism. Its surface bore a cap-like structure, and through its translucent body, Lynn could observe long, coiled tentacles beneath the cap, culminating in a delicate stinger. Was this the source of the previous venomous spikes? Curiosity piqued, Lynn observed this organism, which was evidently distinct from the rockworm, representing a different cellular type. What was its relationship with the rockworm? Did it, like Lynn, exist within a diverse community of cells? If so, being so close to the stinging cell should incite an attack, yet it remained unresponsive. Contemplating this, Lynn instructed a conical cell to prod the stinging cell. Startled, the stinging cell swiftly unfurled its cap, instantly raising its tentacles and launching the stinger. Although it missed its target, it startled Lynn. Nevertheless, a new idea sparked within her. This stinging cell might prove beneficial to Lynn. This particular cell likely camouflaged itself as a pebble to ambush other cells. But why was it associated with the rockworm? Moreover, it seemed its attack directives were influenced by the rockworm. Regardless, Lynn could harness them similarly to the rockworm. She attempted to affix these pebbles concealing the stinging cells onto a digger, allowing the digger to ensnare these small stones with its serrated surface, thereby granting it the ability to unleash venomous spikes. Perhaps these stinging cells fortuitously attached themselves to the rockworm, establishing a shared consciousness through communication, thus providing assistance. Communication? Lynn had never attempted to communicate with other beings, yet this seemed to foster a unique relationship known as symbiosis. Now, Lynn began to ponder why it instinctively possessed such extensive knowledge. Shouldn't these insights be gradually uncovered? This strange realization left Lynn in contemplation, but it decided to cease its musings when the thoughts became too perplexing. However, Lynn was uncertain about how to nourish them. So it imitated the rockworms by placing small morsels of food at the openings of the stinging cell's stone cavities. In response, the stinging cells would draw in the food fragments. Yet, Lynn remained unaware of how to command these stinging cells to attack. For now, it simply transported them on several diggers. Subsequently, Lynn directed the cells to consume the enormous body of the rockworm, which significantly enlarged its community. Turning its attention to the diverse organisms inhabiting this area, Lynn observed that this rocky region was teeming with numerous cells, most of which were of a type it had never encountered before. Despite this, Lynn refrained from launching an unprovoked assault, recognizing the myriad fascinating attacks that cells could perform. Caution was imperative. Thus, Lynn resolved to augment its community further. A substantial reason for the congregation of cells in this area was the occasional emergence of food from the rocky crevices. Lynn noted that the soft, white sustenance appeared to seep from various fissures in the rocks, primarily in crumbly forms. When cells approached these fissures, they could sense a faint current of water, suggesting that the depths of this rock harbored abundant food. For some unknown reason, A stream was bringing these morsels to the surface through the cracks, thus attracting a multitude of cells. Lynn began to experiment with excavating the rocks. However, it soon realized that this was a daunting task. Even when employing acidifiers to dissolve the rock first, followed by the conical cells to drill with their pointed tips, only a few fragments could be removed. Lynn observed that, indeed, no type of cell seemed to attempt breaking the rock. Instead, some smaller cells were busily darting in and out of the crevices. Lynn came to understand that it required not only large cells capable of storing food, but also various smaller cells adept at navigating the tight spaces. Yet, Lynn was utterly perplexed by how to shrink in size. In any case, Lynn had now set a new objective. Recklessly annihilating other cells could potentially invite formidable adversaries and pose fatal risks, so Lynn opted for a gradual development approach. As Lynn's community expanded, so too did its contemplative progress. The immediate goal was to occupy all the fissures spewing forth food, ensuring a seemingly endless supply of nourishment. With this in mind, Lynn instructed the cells to disperse and seize the nearby food-laden crevices while driving away the small cells that had been guarding them. Before long, Lynn had claimed over 100 fissures, intriguingly of similar length and yielding comparable quantities of food, thus rendering no particular location worthy of special protection. Consequently, Lynn distributed the cells evenly to occupy each site. The observer of Lynn floated high above, accompanied by several conical cells and acid injectors as guardians, in search of more advantageous targets. Under the observer's keen gaze, Lynn discovered something extraordinary. A vast crevice, remarkably spacious, lay on a distant expanse of rocky terrain, large enough to accommodate hundreds of Lynn's cells. This enormous fissure sporadically erupted with a copious amount of food. Curiously, however, no cells lingered nearby to consume it. Only a few pale gray cells floated languidly around the periphery of the crevice, never daring to approach the bountiful food. This was indeed suspect. Lynn instructed several excavators to investigate, and as they neared the colossal fissure, a familiar sensation washed over Lynn. It was warmth, no, scorching heat. The water temperature above the crevice was exceedingly high. Unlike smaller fissures that maintained a gentle flow of water, this one was intermittent, pausing after each eruption before erupting again. As Lynn pondered this, the excavators were suddenly struck by the blast of scorching air, and Lynn instantly lost all sensation of them. Had the instantaneous surge of heat been sufficient to obliterate the excavators? Although the loss of a few excavators was not significant given the abundance of food, Lynn felt a twinge of regret. At that moment, the pale gray cells that had been floating near the crevice began to drift toward the fallen excavators, slowly consuming them. So that was it. Lynn understood. These cells were waiting to feast on other cells that had perished in the scalding currents. Then this thermal surge shall belong to me. The pale gray cells, perhaps accustomed to feasting on free food, displayed no combat prowess and were swiftly dispatched by Lynn's acid injectors, allowing her to claim the vast crevice as her own. Naturally, Lynn bestowed upon this unique fissure the name Thermal Spring. She believed that the thermal spring would prove invaluable. Thus, Lynn continued her development, seeking greater intellect to unravel the mysteries she did not yet comprehend. With a stable food source, Lynn's colony thrived and sought to occupy more food fissures. Typically, Lynn stationed around 10 cells to guard each fissure, summoning reinforcements from elsewhere in the face of formidable foes. Fortunately, she encountered few threats to her dominion. Lynn also encouraged her cells to burrow into the rocks, attempting to evolve a type capable of excavating hard stone, though this endeavor seemed exceedingly challenging. The excavators and conical cells, after extensive digging, had only managed to sharpen their serrated exteriors without inflicting any substantial damage to the rocks. The symbiotic stinging cells, when overfed, would also split. Upon division, they would swim outward to nest upon the rocks. Lynn had no choice but to have the excavators capture them again. After several generations, they learned to directly attach themselves to nearby excavators. Thus, Lynn had formally established a symbiotic relationship with the stinging cells, although she remained uncertain as to how to command them to launch their venomous stingers. Thus, Lynn gradually occupied the vast expanse of the colossal rock, which was abundant with food. Upon claiming approximately 20 of the rock, Lynn's community had already burgeoned to over 10,000. However, further expansion became increasingly arduous, as the surrounding territories were dominated by formidable cellular colonies. If Lynn were to launch an attack against them, she would need to consolidate her forces, which would necessitate abandoning a significant number of her fissure guards. Although Lynn found this predicament somewhat troublesome, the sheer size of her community enabled her to contemplate various solutions. and she swiftly devised a resolution. Chapter 12. War. The first formidable colony that Lin encountered was aptly named crystal bacteria. These cells were peculiar, shimmering with an icy brilliance. Their bodies adorned with several spikes resembling icicles. At first glance, Lin mistook them for mere ice orbs. However, they were indeed living cells, exhibiting movements characteristic of cellular life. Lin was profoundly curious about the phenomenon that rendered them in such a striking form. The crystal bacteria numbered in the thousands, dominating the majority of food fissures in the central region of the rock. Their strength was evident, yet Lin understood that she must confront them to expand her territory. She began by amassing a considerable number of cells around the perimeter of the crystal bacteria and Opos' domain, primarily cone-shaped cells and diggers, opting to withhold the acid emitters for the time being. Through her efforts to seize the food fissures, Lin discovered that other cells might possess resistance to the acid's dissolving properties. Initially, her own resistance had developed during her battles against peculiar cells, but it became apparent that such evolutionary capability was not unique to her kind. Engaging in combat with the crystal bacteria could result in a prolonged conflict, during which they would undoubtedly have the opportunity to evolve immunity to the dissolving liquid. Thus, reserving the acid emitters as a clandestine weapon for dismantling the enemy was the most prudent course of action. Lin's observers hovered above, surveying a nearby cluster of crystal bacteria, blissfully unaware of the impending assault, continuing to consume the sporadic food sources that emerged. With a decisive command, the cone-shaped cells surged forward as vanguards, swiftly closing the distance and piercing the crystal bacteria with their pointed tips. Though crystalline in nature, the hardness of the crystal bacteria paled in comparison to true ice, and they were swiftly penetrated. The cone-shaped cells then spun rapidly, their serrated tips effortlessly shredding the crystal bacteria into countless fragments, which floated serenely in the water. Upon being attacked, the crystal bacteria retaliated with a rather conventional approach, thrusting their spikes towards the cone-shaped cells. However, the front portion of the cone-shaped cells, bearing the pointed tips, was remarkably resilient against such attacks, leading to the demise of numerous crystal bacteria at their hands. In a brief span, Lin and Opos' cone-shaped cells managed to eliminate several of the crystal bacteria surrounding the food fissures. Curiously, despite lacking eyes or vision, how did they discern where to attack? Lin pondered this enigma. The spikes of the crystal bacteria, devoid of serration, inflicted minimal damage. A simple turn from the cone-shaped cells allowed them to counterattack effectively. In response, the crystal bacteria adjusted their strategy, opting for a swarm assault, with numerous spikes thrusting forward. The absence of serration became inconsequential, as they could easily disrupt the interior of the cone-shaped cells. At that moment, Lin's vanguard of over 500 cone-shaped cells found themselves besieged by thousands of crystal bacteria, most of whom had converged from distant food fissures. It became clear that the crystal bacteria were part of a larger collective, capable of summoning reinforcements from afar. As Lin observed the battle, deep contemplation filled her mind. Yet, she was not alone in her reflections. The crystalline fungi were also incessantly seeking their advantages amid the chaos of combat. In contrast, Lin's conical cells began to falter, as Lin ceased to issue commands. Suddenly, an overwhelming multitude of crystalline fungi emerged within her line of sight, their crystalline membranes shimmering with radiant brilliance as they surged toward the battlefield. Could it be that they had all mobilized? Lin noted that all the crystalline fungi simultaneously halted their feeding, instead rising in unison, with thousands diving into the fray. The conical cells found themselves nearly immobilized under the sheer mass of crystalline fungi, rendered vulnerable to countless piercing spines. The excavators, joining the fray, utilized serrated edges to sever the crystalline fungi spines, dismembering their forms, while the crystalline fungi relentlessly endeavored to assault the excavators' fragile points. The observers remained in the distance, surveying the entirety of the battlefield for Lin. She calculated the number of crystalline fungi to be over 20,000, with no reinforcements in sight. All were engaged in combat. Yet the tide of battle did not favor them, as the crystalline fungi faced continuous retreat. One excavator could likely replace about 5 crystalline fungi. If this continued, suddenly, Lin sensed something peculiar. From one excavator, she received a strange signal. This excavator attacked the crystalline fungi with its serrated edges as usual. Normally, such an assault would rend the foe asunder, yet this excavator failed to achieve that, merely pushing the crystalline fungi back slightly. Soon after, it was overwhelmed and slain by the swarm of crystalline fungi. This phenomenon began to spread gradually through Lin's cellular community, regardless of whether they were excavators or conical cells. Their sharp weapons could no longer inflict damage upon the crystalline fungi. They could only push them aside. Was this evolution? Had they swiftly developed a robust exoskeleton capable of defending against serrated and pointed attacks? Lynn was astonished. For the evolutionary speed of these crystalline fungi far surpassed that of her cells. Wait, something was amiss. Lynn observed a crystalline fungus being pricked by a conical cell's point. It remained unscathed, merely pushed alongside another conical cell, which then easily pierced the crystalline fungus. This suggested that the crystalline fungi had not hardened themselves. Rather, Lynn began to scrutinize the scene closely. She discovered that the excavators and conical cells, which could not harm the crystalline fungi, had their serrated edges and points coated in a peculiar substance. It appeared to be a viscous black material. If adhered, the offensive capabilities of the conical cells and excavators would be significantly diminished. Lynn also noted that across the battlefield, amidst the remains of cellular corpses, this black viscous substance floated everywhere, which had not been present initially. Otherwise, she would have detected it sooner. The viscous substance did not adhere to the crystalline fungi, but only to Lynn's cells. This indicated that the substance was released by the crystalline fungi. Akin to how acid bearers are unaffected by their own acid, the crystalline fungi were likewise impervious to these viscous materials. This was dire. Lynn endeavored to direct her cells to evade the viscous substance while continuing her vigilant observation. Lynn noticed that the crystalline fungi were not secreting the viscous substance. So, where did this goo come from? A revelation struck her. Lynn and Oppos' gaze halted behind the ranks of the crystalline fungi, where she observed several colossal crystalline fungi, each approximately 10 times larger than the common variety. Unlike their smaller counterparts, these giants bore no spines. Instead, the viscous substance oozed from their membranous surfaces. It became evident that, much like herself, the crystalline fungi were composed of various species coexisting within a community. Without delay, Lynn sprang into action, dispatching a specialized unit to eliminate these oversized crystalline fungi in an instant. This unit, though also excavators, had become strikingly similar to the rockworms she had previously encountered. Adorned with a multitude of symbiotic stinging cells, Lynn was aware of how to incite these stinging cells to attack. By emitting a distress signal, details of the situation were unclear to her. She understood that all she needed to do was prepare the cells for battle. The stinging cells would autonomously become agitated and target foes within their range. The number of excavators equipped with stinging cells was limited, around 300, each carrying approximately 5 cells. In contrast, there were about 3,000 smaller crystalline fungi surrounding the colossal ones. Each stinging cell had a single-use capacity, necessitating considerable time to regenerate after an attack. This posed a challenge, however, with only 6 large crystalline fungi to contend with. Lynn realized that if she could successfully strike each target just 6 times, she could bring this battle to a swift conclusion. Chapter 13, Explosion. As the digger equipped with needle cells approached, the crystalline fungi seemed to sense the impending danger, forming clusters around the larger specimens. Simultaneously, a portion of them charged towards the digger. Approximately 300 crystalline fungi swam forward, prompting Lynn to instruct the diggers to retreat, allowing only a few dozen to confront the impending threat. The needle cells would automatically fire upon the enemy's approach, and Lynn could not afford to unleash them all at once, lest it be a waste. The digger carrying the needle cells neared the approaching crystalline fungi, and upon sensing the enemy within range, it unleashed a volley of shots. A significant number of crystalline fungi succumbed without even a moment to react. However, it was impossible to eliminate them all at once. Among the 300, several dozen managed to survive, remaining anxiously swaying in place. Lynn understood they were calling for reinforcements. Indeed, shortly after, all the troops guarding the larger crystalline fungi surged toward their location. The sheer volume, numbering in the thousands, was far beyond Lynn's capacity to eradicate. Lynn first commanded the few diggers equipped with the shooting needle cells to advance, while over 200 others attempted to circumvent the advancing foes before they could be annihilated. At this moment, the larger crystalline fungi were completely defenseless. However, Lynn miscalculated. During the maneuver, one digger inadvertently triggered its needle cells, striking a crystalline fungus. This action instantly incited a chain reaction, causing all the crystalline fungi to charge towards the ambushing squad. Retreat, Lynn urgently commanded, instructing them to scatter. But it was too late. The crystalline fungi moved faster than the diggers, and most of the needle cells were activated due to the proximity of the crystalline fungi, resulting in a rapid depletion of all the needles. Ultimately, only 23 diggers, situated at a greater distance, retained their needle cells. Had Lynn erred? with only one eye. She was unable to perceive the entirety of the situation, and miscalculating the distance was inevitable. She had not accurately gauged how far away they needed to be to ensure the needle cells would not trigger. Lin required enhanced perception. Yet, she had to conclude this battle first. At the initial battlefield, more than 7,000 diggers had dwindled to just over 3,000, with the conical cells entirely depleted. Although a loss would not spell extinction for Lin, it would signify a need to start anew. This war was pivotal for the future of her species. The remaining 23 diggers pressed forward, charging at the massive crystalline fungi that continuously exuded viscous substances. This time, Lin sensed victory approaching. Closer than fire. The poisonous needles swiftly pierced the body of one of the enormous crystalline fungi, causing it to writhe in agony. Yet, it was evidently far from death. It was only after the digger had expended all 5 of its needle cells that the colossal creature finally succumbed, sinking into the depths. It appeared that due to its massive size, the efficacy of the poison was diminished. However, Lin acted with swiftness. As the group of excavators surged toward the next colossal crystal fungus, 5 venomous spines were swiftly launched, and the gigantic organism fell. The battlefield and Apos' condition was far from optimistic. Although the immense crystal fungus had perished, the viscous substance it secreted still floated abundantly in the water, rendering it nearly impossible to avoid its effects. Thus, the sole means to conclude this conflict lay in the acid injector. From the beginning, Lin had refrained from deploying the acid injector, fearing that the opponent might develop a resistance to the dissolving solution, and reserving it for a decisive blow seemed most prudent. Yet, Lin had indeed miscalculated. She believed that allowing the acid injector to assault the giant crystal fungus would yield superior results compared to using the spiny cells. Nevertheless, it was too late to reconsider. Currently, there were 977 excavators on the battlefield, a significant portion of whom had been affected by the viscous substance, while the number of crystal fungi surpassed 7,000. Continuing the battle under these circumstances would surely lead to defeat, as the crystal fungi could easily eliminate the excavators compromised by the viscous substance. However, Lin had prepared a special surprise for them. She began to command the deployment of specific cells onto the battlefield, which she had been preparing ever since discovering the viscous substance. These cells were colossal, approximately 5 times the size of Lin's basic cells, having transformed from the storage beings. Yet, the enormous liquid within them was not fatty oil, but a vast quantity of dissolving solution. All of Lin's cells possessed resistance to the dissolving solution, a trait acquired through her repeated exposure of them to the acid injector and Apos' liquid over time. These storage beings, which had absorbed copious amounts of dissolving solution, were aptly named explosion balls by Lin. Indeed, their singular purpose was to explode. Hundreds of explosion balls gradually drifted into the battlefield, and the crystal fungi engaged in combat with the excavators quickly noticed these uninvited guests. They immediately surrounded them, launching their spiny attacks. When struck, the explosion balls would open their mouths, instantly inhaling vast amounts of water, expanding their bodies to the limit, and then they would transform into art. What is art? This peculiar notion had not been foreign to Lin's thoughts before, yet she merely found it curious and chose to disregard it. In any case, once the explosion balls reached their maximum expansion, they would detonate, unleashing the dissolving solution contained within, capable of annihilating dozens of surrounding crystal fungi in an instant. If the acid injector were to enter the fray directly, its nozzle might become obstructed by the viscous substance. However, the explosion balls remained unaffected, and the torrents of water they released would disperse the surrounding viscous material. The crystal fungi, struck by the explosion balls, suffered devastating losses. Lin waited for them to cluster before triggering the explosions, thus achieving maximum victory with minimal sacrifice. Moreover, the offensive capabilities of the explosion balls were not limited to mere explosions. When confronted with a smaller number of crystal fungi, they could engulf their foes, employing the dissolving solution within to dissolve them. These explosion balls, originally storage beings, possessed formidable swallowing abilities. Following their assault, the crystal fungi began to falter continuously. Even before the acid injector had been summoned, their numbers dwindled to just over 1,000. Although the number of explosive balls has dwindled, it matters little now. Next, Lin possesses thousands of acid-infused adversaries, capable of effortlessly annihilating this group of crystalline fungi. The ensuing battle holds no suspense. What piqued Lin's curiosity, however, was that all the crystalline fungi fought until the very last moment, exhibiting no inclination to flee. The cells Lin had previously vanquished, regardless of their type, would retreat at the first sign of danger, yet the crystalline fungi remained steadfast, which intrigued Lin profoundly. Why, she pondered, do they persist in their struggle? Nevertheless, despite her curiosity, Lin exterminated them all without exception, leaving countless cellular remains that rendered the waters murky and indistinct, even without accounting for the newly claimed food fissures. The remnants of these crystalline fungi alone would allow Lin to swell her numbers to twice their previous size. Chapter 14. Terror of the Night. The annihilation of the crystal bacteria bestowed upon Lin an abundance of riches. Lin consumed their remnants with voracious appetite, subsequently occupying all the fissures they once inhabited, engaging in a frenzy of division and exponential growth. Presently, Lin and Appos' cellular colony has surpassed 30,000, with each variety represented in considerable numbers, although the explosive cells are somewhat fewer, as their utility lies solely in combat. Lin claimed 50% of the rocky expanse, establishing itself as the most formidable species in this region. While there remain sizable colonies nearby, Lin does not intend to strike preemptively. Rather, it seeks to address its most pressing dilemma, perception. Currently equipped with mere tactile senses, Lin finds sustenance sufficient, yet struggles to react to impending threats, particularly from viruses. The need for enhanced sensory perception is palpable, but how to acquire such senses? Lin pondered the capabilities of the stinging cells, which autonomously discharge when foes approach. How do they discern friend from foe? Although devoid of eyes, they possess an acute sense of perception, a form of tactile awareness that is extraordinarily potent. It was only after Lin's colony had grown to 30,000 that it began to contemplate this aspect of existence. Each cell, in its movement, generates ripples in the surrounding water, vibrations that can convey information across considerable distances, albeit diminishing in intensity. Nonetheless, these subtle variations can still be sensed. Lin was uncertain how to amplify these perceptions, so it initiated a training regimen for 2 foundational cells, one remaining stationary while the other vigorously stirred the water. The stationary cell was tasked with discerning the nuances of the water flow. Upon reaching a certain threshold of sensitivity, the moving cell would swim further away to continue its agitation, while the stationary one persisted in its efforts to sense. Though this method seemed peculiar, it proved successful for Lin. The foundational cell developed a significantly enhanced tactile ability, far surpassing the original touch-based perception. Ultimately, through Lin and Appos' further experimental enhancements, their sensory range became comparable to that of the stinging cells. Even upon division, these foundational cells retained their enhanced capabilities, and some, when evolving into other cell types, continued to preserve these traits, though certain varieties, such as the diggers and the conical cells, exhibited diminished sensitivity, likely due to their hardened exteriors. Nevertheless, this was not a substantial issue. Thus, Lin's colony grew even more formidable, vanquishing its fear of the encroaching darkness. Lin had encountered the dark on several occasions, an experience reminiscent of the initial blindness, where everything around it succumbed to an interminable void, rendering its vision utterly futile. Each time within the darkness, Lin could only feel fear and helplessness. However, with its newly acquired sensory capabilities, Lin no longer dreaded the arrival of night. As Lin contemplated this, it became aware that the time was nigh. The surrounding luminescence began to wane. Just as Lin had anticipated, nightfall was imminent. The light gradually dissipated from the waters, narrowing Lin and Appos' field of vision until, ultimately, when it vanished entirely, Lin sensed the temperature of the water turning frigid. In a community of over 30,000 cells, akin to drifting in the void, Lin found herself unable to perceive them, yet her thoughts were nonetheless imbued with sensation. The cells could sense the movements of their neighboring companions, the gentle flow of water within the fissures of sustenance, and the food surging forth from within. Lin and Appos' trepidation had significantly diminished since her initial encounter with the darkness, yet caution remained paramount. Even with newfound sensations, one must not be careless in the shadows. Lin and Appos' thoughts permeated every cell, allowing her to discern the sensations emanating from nearby cellular activities from those that did not belong. Amidst the multitude of sensations, Lin detected a faint feeling, distinct from her own cell's perceptions, slowly approaching the outermost cluster of cells. She could not ascertain its exact size, as she had yet to meticulously test which flows corresponded to which dimensions, but this nearly imperceptible sensation was undoubtedly minuscule. This slight disturbance was either an external organism or some form of fragment. Choosing to evade, Lin urged the nearby cells to distance themselves from this diminutive entity. Unwilling to take any risks, a sense of foreboding washed over her. At that moment, a current surged past, causing Lin to lose her perception of the small object. Almost simultaneously, she felt a sharp pain, followed by a clear awareness that the tiny entity was pressing against the cell membrane, intent on burrowing inside. It was a virus. Lin immediately commanded all surrounding cells to retreat from the infected cell and instructed the acid injectors to advance. Only they possessed the means to eliminate the virus. The cell under assault experienced intense agony, followed by a gradual loss of control, and once complete disarray ensued, Lin would know that the cell had succumbed. Time was of the essence. The acid injectors propelled themselves at full speed, arriving just as Lin's cell teetered on the brink of losing control. They unleashed a deluge of dissolving solution upon the infected cell. At that moment, Lin and Apos' perception of the infected cell faded, likely signifying its demise. In the absence of sight and sensation, Lin felt an unprecedented disquiet. She was oblivious to whether the acid injectors had successfully eradicated the virus. As the acid injectors neared the end of their discharge, Lin paused, meticulously attuning her senses to any residual viral disturbances within the flow saturated with dissolving solution. Suddenly, an odd sensation enveloped her. What could this mean? No longer did she perceive excruciating pain emanating from that cell, as if it had suffered no affliction at all. Yet Lin remained blind to the true state of affairs, questioning whether the cell had indeed not ruptured. If that were the case, the acid injector solution might have spared it. Lin longed for the cell to burst forth, releasing a multitude of viruses, allowing the acid injectors to dissolve them. However, she had never encountered such a scenario. Was it possible that the cell had merely fainted? What does it mean to faint? Is it a unique state, apart from life and death? For the first time, Lin encountered this term, and it seemed as though dizziness could temporarily sever her thoughts. Uncertain of what to do next and whether to allow this cell to persist, Lin found herself in a state of waiting, anticipating the passage of night, when she could ascertain its condition with her vision. For now, only the acidifiers stood guard over it. As the light would eventually shine, time trickled by, and Lin dared not be negligent. Hundreds of acidifiers encircled the cell until the night had completely dissipated. Light returned, illuminating everything around, and Lin and Apos' vision regained its purpose. Dispelling the terror of darkness, she immediately set out to examine this virus-infected cell, which appeared to be unharmed. However, upon closer inspection, confusion arose within her. This cell was a typical basic cell, primarily composed of a transparent outer membrane and a gray core, yet this infected cell exhibited an overall vibrant red hue. Apart from that, there were no other peculiar sensations. Chapter 15. The infected Lin had been intently observing the peculiar cell that had succumbed to infection. Although the membrane of the cell appeared indistinct, upon closer inspection, she could discern some spherical entities drifting within its interior. Were these viruses? Yet, why had they not eradicated the cell? Why did they merely linger inside it? Lin was filled with curiosity. Should she allow this cell to persist or eliminate it to avert potential peril? She was reluctant to terminate it outright, as she yearned to investigate the workings of this virus. Perhaps it held some utilitarian value. Moreover, another invasion was imminent, and Lin planned to assault the nearby clusters of cells once more, ultimately seizing control of the entire rock formation. If this virus possessed some advantageous characteristic, such as harming other cells while sparing Lin's own, then she could wield it as a weapon against her adversaries. Thus, Lin resolved to retain the cell for further examination, though the acid injectors would remain vigilant, closely monitoring its every movement for any deviations from normal cell behavior. Initial observations revealed that the infected cell continued to consume nutrients like any ordinary cell, and Lin felt no sense of unease in her control over it. However, complications arose during cell division. The progeny of this cell remained infected, exhibiting a vivid crimson hue, and the division process yielded a few viruses, though their numbers were limited. These viruses appeared as diminutive spheres, mirroring the color of the infected cell, yet only a fraction of its size. Lin swiftly dispatched the viruses that emerged during the division with her acid injectors. She had no desire for her entire colony to transform into a sea of red. Presently, it seemed these viruses posed little threat to Lin and Apos' community. Now, preparations for the next conflict were in order. Lin and Apos' colony had grown to surpass any other cells in the vicinity, dominating 50% of the rock, allowing her to effortlessly obliterate the resident cells. However, this time, Lin faced not just any ordinary cell cluster. Her gaze shifted to the horizon, where a colony of cells she termed hairy algae worms resided. This cluster was peculiar. They resembled filamentous growth sprawling across the surface, densely carpeting vast areas of the rock, akin to a layer of fuzz. These filamentous structures ensnared the nutrients seeping from the crevices or captured nearby cells, tightening their grip and employing pure constricting force to crush their victims into fragments. Lynn was somewhat dissatisfied with the name hairy algae worms, yet she could conjure no better alternative. Perhaps death algae domain seemed more fitting? Why did she concern herself with such trivialities? Lynn found it odd. As her colony expanded, her thoughts seemed to broaden, giving rise to increasingly peculiar musings. In summary, the filamentous creatures known as hairworms are indeed peculiar entities. Their slender bodies and formidable wrapping abilities make them impervious to both diggers and conical cells. However, their most significant drawback lies in their immobility, prompting Lynn to utilize an acid sprayer to eliminate them directly. The hairworms densely populate the surface of the rocks, making it challenging for Lynn to ascertain their number. However, based on area, they occupy approximately only 10 of the entire rock. The dissolving solution from Lynn and Oppo's acid sprayer is evidently sufficient to cover such an expansive area. Lynn promptly commands the sprayers to operate, maneuvering above the hairworms, inaccessible to them, and dispersing the dissolving liquid, effectively annihilating large swathes of these creatures. Given their inability to move, Lynn harbors no fear of them escaping injury, nor evolving into new individuals resistant to the dissolving liquid through division. This scenario appears to be a one-sided massacre, regardless of how much dissolving liquid is sprayed upon them. The hairworms cannot uproot themselves from the rocks to assault the sprayers above. Although Lynn is somewhat curious about how hairworms typically reproduce and divide, she has no intention of showing mercy. Before long, she nearly eradicates them entirely, with the hairworms rotting and collapsing in the vast expanse of dissolving liquid, leaving only a small area unaffected. Generally, Lynn would eliminate them outright. However, she suddenly finds such an approach rather tedious and wishes to experiment with something novel. Lynn instructs an infected, vividly red basic cell to approach, deliberately allowing it to become ensnared by the remaining hairworms, curious to observe what would transpire. The hairworms, behaving as they typically would when encountering prey, tightly ensnare the infected cell, and the powerful constriction elicits a novel sensation of pain for Lynn. Ultimately, the infected cell succumbs to the hairworm's grasp, bursting and releasing a plethora of red viruses and cellular fragments into the water. These viruses, upon contact, can infiltrate the bodies of the hairworms, akin to the infected cell, causing the entire filamentous structure of the hairworms to turn crimson. Before long, all surrounding hairworms are tinged with red. However, unlike Lynn and Oppo's cells, the infected hairworms exhibit signs of distress, writhing in agony before listlessly drooping and subsequently perishing. The lifeless bodies of the hairworms begin to split open, releasing a multitude of viruses, a clear indication of fatal viral infection. Yet, the mystery remains. Why do these viruses prove lethal to the hairworms while leaving Lynn's cells unscathed? Lynn is uncertain of the underlying secret, but it is evidently a fortuitous occurrence. Now, all remaining hairworms succumb to viral infection, their corpses releasing vast quantities of viruses that float in the water, staining it a vivid red. Indeed, although Lynn's cells may become infected and appear bright red, they suffer no adverse effects, maintaining their functionality and remaining non-lethal. Lynn designates these cells as infectors, a new type of cell birth with formidable destructive capabilities. If harnessed appropriately, the virus could potentially annihilate vast cell populations with ease. However, significant issues persist. The foremost concern is that cells killed by the virus are rendered inedible. Much like the diatoms, those annihilated by the virus have been reduced to mere fragments of their outer membranes, leaving behind scant remnants of utility. Even when corroded and decayed by acid, a significant portion remains consumable. Furthermore, those infected, despite appearing unscathed at present, may yet face unforeseen complications in the future. Subsequently, Lynn conducted several tests on the infected individuals, confirming that they could indeed partake in ordinary nourishment, albeit with a noticeable decline in their mobility. The sustenance they consumed was predominantly under the dominion of the virus, as the rate of growth and division in infected cells was evidently slower than that of their uninfected counterparts. Additionally, the infected could no longer morph and evolve into other forms as the original basal cells once could. Thus, these infected beings could be regarded as instruments of the virus, perpetually carrying it and facilitating its spread through cellular division and related activities. Lynn discerned that the virus's failure to damage the cells was far from benign. It merely sought a host to serve as a perpetual vessel for its replication. Therefore, Lynn resolved to limit the proliferation of the infected, retaining only a small fraction of the cells that absorbed the virus, while most would be disposed of at the immense fissure that expelled scalding water. Lynn retained 10 infected individuals, ensuring that should a crisis arise, she could wield this virus as her ultimate safeguard. However, what lay ahead for Lynn appeared to be not a living adversary. She had long noted the absence of those small clusters of cells that frequently ventured into this rocky expanse in search of sustenance. Yet, this was not due to Lynn and Apos' occupation of the majority of the territory, but rather some other underlying cause. With her heightened tactile sensitivity, Lynn and Apos' entire cellular mass could distinctly perceive the tremors in the water. Chapter 16. The water flow. Lynn and Apos' ambition was to maintain her dominion over the rock, seizing every food crevice, yet the sudden surge of water interrupted her plans. Water, as Lynn understood it, was a ubiquitous element. Without it, her cells could not move. Water had always been serene, yet at times, it could instantaneously transform into lethal ice crystals or, as now, become wild and terrifying. A powerful current rushed past, sweeping across the entire rocky expanse, and countless cells were instantly engulfed, vanishing without a trace. Lynn instructed the majority of her cells to take refuge behind some higher stones, while the excavators and conical cells secured themselves within the rock fissures with serrated appendages. However, this could not prevent substantial losses within the colony. Another fierce torrent surged forth, sending a multitude of cells flying away, swiftly departing from Lynn's sight. Over 3,000 were lost. Lynn remained perplexed as to why the water had transformed in such a manner, just as she once wondered why it had suddenly frozen. Even with the colony's considerable growth, many mysteries eluded her. In the face of the water and Apos' fury, Lynn found herself devoid of any opportunity to resist, forced to endure the onslaught. This torrent was not constant but intermittent, arriving in waves without any discernible pattern, making it exceedingly difficult for Lynn to anticipate. Once again, a wave of water swept away a considerable number of cells, and Lynn resolved that she could no longer remain idle, awaiting a fate of despair. Who could predict how long these currents would persist? If this continued, she would be left with no more than 10% of her colony, nearly a fraction sheltering behind the stones. Thus, Lynn initiated her plan, not to confront the water, but to venture deeper, seeking a place untouched by its tumult. Lynn needed to burrow into the rock. However, regardless of the type of cell, none possessed the ability to excavate the sturdy stone. Hence, Lynn had but one avenue of refuge, to enter through the fissure that emitted scalding hot water. This opening was sufficiently large to accommodate dozens of cells. Lynn had previously observed that the geothermal vent widened considerably as one descended, leading her to surmise that a vast space lay within. In reality, the hot spring erupted from minor fissures in the walls of the opening. Once inside, the water would surely be less intense. Thus, the remaining challenge was to endure the extreme temperatures of the initial geothermal surge. After the next wave of water passed, Lynn swiftly gathered a multitude of cells, directing them towards the geothermal vent, striving to enter before the next torrent arrived. Lynn had already taken precautions against the heat of the vent. She positioned the larger storage cells at the fore as a shield, absorbing the impact of the hot spring while guiding the other cells deeper within. The force of the geothermal surge was considerably less than that of the external water currents. Thus, even amidst the heat, Lynn's colony could advance with relative ease. Especially since the hot spring's ebbs were intermittent. Lynn had previously trained these storage cells to withstand high temperatures, although prolonged exposure would ultimately prove fatal, even in death. Lynn could employ the conical cells to retrieve their bodies, continuing to use them as a shield against the heat. Through this strategy, Lynn successfully facilitated the entrance of a substantial number of cells into the geothermal fissure. As Lynn ventured deeper, she observed that the surrounding space expanded considerably, transforming from an area that could scarcely accommodate a few dozen cells to one capable of housing thousands. She felt assured that upon reaching the bottom, even an entire colony could enter without issue. Furthermore, at this depth, the walls of the cavity no longer exhibited any fissures from jetting hot springs, and the water temperature began to normalize. Remarkably fortunate, Lynn had not encountered any subsequent surges of water since entering the crevice, ensuring the safety of her numerous cells. However, as Lynn pondered this, a sudden rush of water surged over the rocks, sweeping away many of her remaining cells still outside the crevice. Nevertheless, Lynn had successfully brought over 70 of her colony inside, leaving only a few behind. She noted that her colony began to approach the base of the crevice, which was indeed spacious, resembling a vast cavern. Yet, there was a pressing issue. It was particularly dark. Lynn attempted to gauge the expanse of the space by relying on the scant light filtering in from the entrance, but she could discern no further details. Venturing away from the illuminated area led into an abyss of darkness. Should she brave the unknown shadows, or remain and wait for the external water flow to cease? Neither option seemed particularly wise. Suddenly, Lynn caught a glimpse of a flicker of light in the dark cavern. What could that be? Blue luminescent points danced within her view, momentarily extinguishing and then reigniting amidst the darkness, piquing her curiosity. Lynn had never witnessed such illumination in obscurity and was eager to discern its nature, though her primary concern was whether it posed a threat or offered safety. Consequently, she dispatched several excavators toward the glowing points. Through their tactile sensations, Lynn learned that the luminous entities produced ripples in the water. Were they living organisms? As the excavators drew nearer, the entire cavern was suddenly illuminated. Countless tiny light points flickered into existence, coalescing into a radiant expanse akin to a starry sky, dispelling all shadows. A starry sky? Lynn realized that upon witnessing this brilliance, she had acquired a new term, seemingly designated for boundless and vast phenomena. She observed that these lights were composed of innumerable minute, oval-shaped cells, each merely 1/5 the size of her own cells, yet they shimmered with a captivating blue glow. With the assistance of the light, Lynn was able to discern the entirety of the cavern, which was indeed remarkably spacious and expansive, comparable in area to her territory outside. Most importantly, it was abundant with a soft, white sustenance. However, this nourishment did not emerge from the fissures but rather appeared as a thick white paste, adhering generously to the walls of the cavity, saturating the entire space. White paste. Indeed, let us name this sustenance white paste. These luminous little cells feast upon the white paste, and due to the abundance of sustenance, they nearly occupy the entire cavern. Yet, despite their considerable numbers, they appear to be profoundly fearful of Lynn. She observes that as soon as she approaches the few near the diggers, the surrounding glowing cells immediately retreat. It seems she has stumbled upon an excellent location, devoid of formidable foes and impervious to the influence of water currents. What place could be more suitable for the development of a community than here? Indeed, if she were to eliminate this weak assembly, Lynn directs her gaze toward the vast cluster of luminous cells, with merely a single thought: a multitude of diggers, conical cells. And acid injectors could effortlessly obliterate these frail organisms. Yet, Lynn hesitates to act. Although they emit light, their extermination could yield a more expansive community and a secure territory. And it is possible that she might evolve the ability to emit light in this environment. Retaining them seems futile. Despite this reasoning, Lynn gazes at the flickering cells, remaining motionless. This sensation feels oddly familiar. Chapter 17. The Glimmering Cave. What is compassion? Is it inherently good or bad? This sentiment appears to surface intermittently when Lynn contemplates acts of violence. Yet, it is curious, is it not? Lynn occasionally sacrifices her own cells to death or eliminates them due to experimental viruses, yet feels no remorse in doing so. Why then does she experience empathy towards cells that are not of her own kind? Is it precisely because they belong to others that she feels something? Lynn is perplexed. All she knows is that this compassion hinders her from expanding her community. Therefore, she resolves to disregard it. She designates the luminous cells as light bacteria and decides to launch an attack against them. Lynn commands her assembled colony to disperse and assault the surrounding light bacteria. Despite their lack of resistance, the light bacteria possess remarkable speed, and Lynn's cells cannot catch up to them. As a result, she resorts to encircling tactics, driving the light bacteria into a corner, for a cave must have its limits. Before long, Lynn successfully herds a significant portion of the light bacteria to the cave and Oppo's end, where they are trapped with no escape, clustering together like a massive, radiant entity. Their glow intensifies to the point where Lynn can scarcely see. Yet it does not deter her from attacking. To confront the multitude of grouped enemies, Lynn summons her most potent cells, the exploding balls. These large cells, filled with lethal dissolving liquid and poised for self-detonation, can effortlessly obliterate vast swathes of foes. Although many of these sluggish cells are swept away by the current, a sufficient number remain to annihilate all the light bacteria present. Lynn sends forth dozens of exploding balls to approach the mass of light bacteria at the cave's end. As they near their adversaries, they do not halt. Instead, they wriggle and force themselves into the cluster of light bacteria, rapidly absorbing water to expand their bodies until, boom, one exploding ball detonates, releasing its dissolving liquid and instantly reducing hundreds of light bacteria to dust. The exploding balls continue to explode in succession with each detonation. The cluster of light bacteria diminishes, their collective glow dimming with each explosion. Lynn does not relish the slaughter. Yet she will not cease until the last light bacterium has been reduced to powder. However, amidst this carnage, something extraordinary occurs. Some exploding balls. During the process of water absorption and expansion, inadvertently engulfed a few light bacteria. Once inside, these light bacteria rapidly dissolve, yet the remnants that remain, not fully decomposed, continue to emit a blue luminescence. Some of the exploding balls that consumed a greater number of light bacteria become radiant themselves, shimmering like the light bacteria. It is indeed remarkable. A new type of cell, the glimmering exploding ball, has come into existence. How fascinating. Lynn promptly altered her combat strategy, shifting from the direct obliteration of the luminescent fungi with explosive orbs to allowing the orbs to consume them instead. This method proved to be quite effective, as the voluminous orbs devoured as many fungi as they would have destroyed. Nevertheless, Lynn continued her relentless slaughter of the fungi until the very last one in the cavern's corner was consumed. However, she had only exterminated half of the fungi. The remainder huddled densely at the far end of the cave, seemingly aware of the massacre occurring among their kin. This awareness caused them to cluster even more tightly, their radiance intensifying to the point where Lynn was almost led to believe they constituted a colossal organism. This peculiarity intrigued Lynn. She had expected the fungi to flee through the crevices or evolve some form of defense, yet they did nothing but await their demise. Lynn was undeterred. The explosive orbs had evolved into luminous variants after consuming the fungi, and she deemed their numbers sufficient for the task ahead. Thus, she resolved to eradicate the remaining fungi entirely. Lynn's cellular swarm advanced towards the last of the fungi, concealed at the opposite end of the cavern. This time, she intended to rend them apart using her excavators and conical cells. The fungi seemed to sense the impending threat, becoming agitated and restless. Some exhibited peculiar behavior, swimming towards Lynn's swarm and impaling themselves upon the serrated edges of the excavators and conical cells, allowing their fragile bodies to be shredded. What were they doing? This act of self-destruction baffled Lynn, as it was her first encounter with such behavior. Of course, the fungi did not explode like the explosive orbs, nor did they release any toxic substances upon death. They were simply committing suicide. Lynn observed that approximately 30 of the fungi rushed forth to meet their end, while the rest remained motionless. Did they seek to barter a few sacrifices for the survival of the group? Perhaps they believed that if Lynn acquired enough sustenance, she would cease her slaughter. Yet, Lynn's swarm halted its advance. Why? Why was there still a flicker of compassion? Gazing at the cluster of fungi huddled in the corner, Lynn ultimately chose not to proceed. Perhaps it was best to let them be. Although she could continue her extermination, the thought left her with an uncomfortable feeling. Lynn did not perceive this as a virtuous act. She may have yielded for now, but she believed she would eventually expel this compassion from her being. Her attention then shifted to the soft, white substance she had named white paste. It clung to the cave walls like a viscous layer, occupying over 90 of the cavern's surface. To dominate this space would mean securing an abundance of resources far exceeding those found outside. While this prospect excited Lynn, it also puzzled her. Whence had this white paste emerged? Why was it so copiously adhered to the stone walls? She recalled encountering a massive expanse of white paste in the past. Had it not been frozen over, she might have thrived there. Lynn grew increasingly perplexed by these white substances, pondering the origins of these foods and their very composition. Yet, recognizing the limitations of its current abilities, it resolved to gradually strengthen itself first. Lynn instructed its cells to disperse and commence the gathering of sustenance. It observed that the luminescent bacteria remained huddled in a corner, their emergence an uncertainty. However, Lynn chose to disregard them. Their numbers were few, and, when scattered, they were inconspicuous. Yet, once they congregated, Lynn deduced they occupied merely 10 of the cave's expanse. With such a diminutive presence, their inaction posed no threat to Lynn. Although the cave offered a profound sense of tranquility, Lynn had no intention of remaining indefinitely. It discerned a troubling reality. When confronted with living entities, be they viruses or other cells, there was a substantial chance of victory. However, against inanimate forces such as flowing water or crystalline ice, Lynn's colony exhibited nearly no resistance. Furthermore, these events often occurred abruptly, inflicting significant harm upon Lynn in an instant. Thus, Lynn recognized the necessity to devise a strategy to counter these unforeseen threats. As for the external water currents, Lynn had already conceived a plan. Chapter 18. The Path of Multicellularity and Truth. Lin had begun contemplating the challenge of countering the water current even before entering the rift. This was akin to resisting the geothermal springs at the entrance of the rift. By assembling the cells into a colossal shield, the onslaught of the water could be thwarted. However, to withstand the formidable external flow, a sturdier and larger shield was imperative. Lin surmised that no matter how many cells congregated, they would inevitably be dispersed. The cells needed a means to interconnect, forming a solid entity resistant to disbandment. Perhaps they could latch onto each other like the serrated edges of a digger? Yet, that might result in injury. Lin believed there must be alternative methods to bind the cells, considering that cell membranes are pliable and capable of shape alteration. After all, two cells were originally one, merely having undergone division. Thus, they should be able to recombine. Moreover, how exactly do cells divide? What prompts them to split rather than grow to a substantial size from the outset? It seemed rather intricate, a complexity Lin was disinclined to ponder deeply. Leading her to resolve to embark on experimentation, she initiated the process by urging two cells to press together, enveloping one another with their membranes while continuously infusing the thought of and oppos combination. And oppos, however, this approach appeared futile, as Lin and oppos, S cells, unlike amoebas, could only extend minor protrusions from their membranes, rendering them incapable of gripping one another. Perhaps she should encourage their evolution into amoebas? Lin speculated that the amoebic form might arise from their frequent navigation through narrow crevices. With this thought, she directed several foundational cells to seek out the tight fissures within the cave, testing whether prolonged exposure could lead to an amoebic transformation. Yet, unwilling to wait idly, she promptly commenced another experiment, attempting to inhibit cell division. During division, cells first split their nuclei into two, gradually tearing apart the membrane to form two distinct cells. Lin aimed to intervene just as the membrane was on the verge of complete rupture, thereby resulting in two interconnected cells. Her colony had been incessantly feeding, leading to the rapid emergence of a cell poised for division, an ideal foundational cell. Lin eagerly awaited the moment when their nuclei divided, observing as the membrane began to fracture from the center, with the nuclei migrating outward. Just as the central membrane was about to sever entirely, Lin abruptly infused a halt thought. The dividing cell unexpectedly ceased its process. It was nearly split into two, with only a slender remnant of the membrane still linking them. Though this was a success, it seemed that any slight tug would likely cause a rupture. Lin then focused on reinforcing this connection, striving to maintain the formed state. After a while, she sensed that the junction had indeed been fortified, as the connecting membrane visibly thickened. Subsequently, Lin endeavored to make one of the cells pull the other along, or to direct both in opposite trajectories. Remarkably, even with maximum exertion, the connection held firm without breaking. It appears that success has been achieved. Lin has acquired a new type of cell. Though its designation remains uncertain, perhaps connector, it seems rather ordinary. Nevertheless, Lin can now utilize the connectors to construct a colossal wall to withstand the flow of water. She begins to feed the connectors abundantly, encouraging them to continue their division, ensuring that, unlike before, they do not fully separate. Thus, the interconnected cluster of cells continues to enlarge. Lin observes that the mass formed by the connectors easily surpasses the size of the storer or the exploding ball and possesses a remarkable characteristic. Not every cell requires nourishment. As long as one consumes sustenance, energy can be transmitted to all connected cells, which is exceedingly convenient. However, challenges arise as the cell cluster expands. Movement becomes increasingly cumbersome due to their adhesion. Consequently, Lin directs them to shift beneath the fissure, urging them to grow upwards in a spiraling formation, resulting in a massive hollow cylinder composed of numerous cells. The top of this cylinder is open, allowing Lin and oppos, S other cells to enter and exit freely. This cylindrical structure continuously extends upwards through the division of the cells at its apex, ultimately emerging from the fissure and reaching the outside world. Lin discovers an intriguing aspect. Since this pillar is formed from fundamental cells, she can still instigate their evolution. She can transform these cells into diggers, orienting their serrated, sturdy exteriors outward while keeping their delicate interiors protected. This ensures that external threats, even viruses, cannot penetrate. Watching the cell-formed cylinder grow ever larger, Lin bestows upon it a new name, Giant Tentacle. Yet, she yearns to amalgamate dispersed cells directly rather than resorting to such cumbersome methods. Contemplating this, Lin retrieves two fundamental cells, allowing them to adhere, and then instills the thought of combination. She observes as the membranes of the two cells fuse seamlessly without a single fissure, resembling two spheres conjoined. Has this time succeeded? Lin is curious as to why the notion of combination can now be executed. Could it be that after previously halting division, the cells have grasped the meaning of combination? This is indeed promising. Lin can now construct a cell wall anywhere without the need to deliberately interrupt cell division, followed by the tedious process of gradual growth. For now, one giant tentacle suffices. Decisions regarding the construction of additional walls can wait until she emerges outside. Lin's current objective is to steadily consume nourishment and grow. For it is no simple task for a tentacle to reach the exterior from the depths of the rocky caverns. Meanwhile, the darkness has descended outside. Yet Lin's multitude of luminous exploding balls keeps the cavern aglow. She also notices that the colony of luminescent fungi remains huddled in a corner. Although a few audacious individuals have ventured out in search of sustenance. Audacious? What is this thing called courage? Lin found herself perplexed by the new terminology, yet she, as always, chose not to dwell on it. Within the cavern, the white paste was far more abundant than outside, and it appeared to be continuously proliferating. Even if Lin's community were to double in size, they would still be unable to consume it all. Thus, she paid little mind to whether the luminescent fungi were feasting upon it. Nevertheless, Lin was determined to prevent their overgrowth. In the ensuing period, Lin observed as the colossal tendrils continued to expand, while the foundational cells, which had squeezed through the narrow crevice, began to exhibit signs of evolution. Their bodies became remarkably pliable, capable of significant compression and transformation. Yet, this was insufficient. Lin desired them to achieve the same versatility as an amoeba, able to alter their shapes at will. As time meandered on, Lin's gigantic tendrils approached the aperture, but the scalding water there impeded further ascent. At this juncture, she instructed a few heat-resistant storage cells to assemble in concentric circles at the apex of the tendrils, allowing for continued upward growth. Eventually, the immense appendage nearly filled the entire passageway of the fissure, effectively blocking the minuscule openings through which scalding water jetted from the walls. This colossal tendril was comprised of over 100,000 of Lin's cells, a feat made possible by the bounteous sustenance found in the cavern below. Meanwhile, the external conditions had shifted somewhat. The water flow seemed to have ceased. Due to Lin and Apos' absence, a multitude of other cell types had congregated here, which was indeed unfortunate, as Lin was eager to test whether this tendril could withstand the currents. Regardless, both the tendril and the method of cellular assembly would prove to be of immense significance in Lin's future growth. Chapter 19. Prominence. This entity can serve as a conduit, a sanctuary, and more. However, its foremost predicament lies in its immobility. With so many cells amalgamated, compounded by the outer layers hardening, even the slightest writhing becomes a Herculean task, rendering it merely a pillar, inert and static. While it is true that the perilous community of Lin can swiftly retreat within, one must ponder the utility of such a tentacle in times of tranquility, particularly when it consumes a copious amount of sustenance. It hardly seems a judicious investment for such a colossal structure to possess such limited functionality. Lin ought to devise a means to animate the tentacle. She harbors an inkling that this cluster of amoebas may hold the key to mobilizing the appendage. Upon returning to the cavern, illuminated by the shimmering orbs of light, Lin discerned clearly that this assemblage of foundational cells had indeed evolved successfully. Yet, they were not amoebas, having endured prolonged confinement within the narrow crevices of rock. Their forms had elongated into slender, whip-like structures, incapable of the free-form transformations characteristic of amoebas. A failure, perhaps? Lin did not think so. These elongated cells exhibited remarkable flexibility. They could extend significantly and contract instantaneously. What implications does this hold? Precisely, by integrating an abundance of these cells into the tentacle, Lin could effortlessly manipulate the entire appendage's movement. Could this be muscle? As this thought crystallized, a novel term emerged in Lin's mind. She resolved to designate these elongated cells as muscle cells. Lin commenced a relentless process of division, proliferating muscle cells and incorporating them into the vast tentacle. Concurrently, she embedded numerous muscle cells at the base of the appendage, compelling them to extend into the crevices of the rock below, thus anchoring the entire structure. During this endeavor, Lin cast a glance at the luminescent microbes, noticing that they had begun to roam freely, indulging in the consumption of the white paste, seemingly unperturbed by her cells. However, Lin had no leisure to concern herself with them. Next, she endeavored to encourage the tentacle and Apos' continued growth. At present, it merely protruded slightly beyond the fissure. But Lin aspired for it to ascend to a height from which it could survey the entirety of the rock. The time for patience had arrived. Lin continued to grow, and as night descended once more, she found herself untroubled by the phenomenon. By the time darkness receded, the colossal tentacle had significantly expanded. Viewed from the water's surface, it resembled a towering spire, dominating the landscape and overlooking all living and non-living entities in the vicinity. It was time to launch an offensive. Lin would exert control over 100 of the rock and Apos' outer layer. This time, she would confront the final substantial cell colony, known as Apos, ghost mist fungi, and Apos, in truth. Lin possessed no comprehension of what ghost amidst entailed, yet she felt an inexplicable affinity for the nomenclature in relation to this cell cluster. The ghost mist fungi manifested as white, spherical entities. Comparable in size to Lin's cells, their surfaces adorned with fine hairs. Among the cellular adversaries she encountered, these appeared the most formidable. Through meticulous observation, Lin noted that the tips of their hairs were hardened and could extend to considerable lengths. Upon ensnaring prey, they would pierce it with their hairs, injecting what appeared to be a venomous gray liquid. Simultaneously, these hairs were capable of expelling a substantial quantity of venom directly. They are also the survivors of the previous deluge, for they can grasp the crevices of the stones with their villi, preventing themselves from being swept away. Were it the former Lin, it would have been nearly impossible to conquer them, as the conical cells in the excavators would become ensnared before even drawing near, with only the acid injectors capable of inflicting harm. Yet, the number of acid injectors was insufficient. And indiscriminate attacks might induce the opponents to develop resistance to the dissolving fluid. However, the circumstances have changed. Lin initially deployed a multitude of acid injectors to assault the nearest cluster of spectre fungi. Upon being attacked, this group of spectre fungi, which was consuming the white paste, surged forward. They are relatively ferocious cells, after all, endowed with considerable power. When under attack, they retaliate with all their might. The acid injectors promptly retreated, luring the spectre fungi towards the massive tendrils. As they approached the tendrils, the injectors swiftly maneuvered behind them. The spectre fungi also attempted to circle around, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the tendril was a living entity. At that moment, Lin immediately writhed the tendrils, gesturing towards them. The spectre fungi, sensing something amiss with the tendrils, instantly released a copious amount of venom, creating a gray toxin that swiftly enveloped the water, resembling a shroud of mist. The outer layer of the tendril, having evolved, was now serrated, thick, and resilient. These toxic mists could not penetrate even slightly. The spectre fungi and Apos' assault proved futile. Through the inner muscular cells, Lin could fully control the movement of the tendrils, bending them downwards and suddenly opening the orifice at the tip to aim directly at the cluster of spectre fungi, thereby swiftly sucking in a substantial volume of water along with the fungi. As Lin shut the orifice the moment they entered, not a single one managed to escape. As long as their escape was thwarted, they could not evolve into resistant individuals. Employing the same method, Lin effortlessly eradicated the remaining spectre fungi. Foes that should have posed a significant challenge now rendered utterly defenseless before her. The demise of this small cluster of spectre fungi seemed to evoke a response from all the spectre fungi in the rocky region, as they simultaneously began to swim. Massive colonies coalescing into a mass, floating like a gray mist of specters in the water, surging towards Lin and Apos' tendrils. Futile. For Lin, this merely spared her the effort of luring them. However, just before the spectre fungi could reach, an old adversary reemerged. A violent current suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire rocky expanse, scattering countless spectre fungi into oblivion. The enormous tendril at the center of the rock was also violently displaced, its numerous muscular cells rupturing in an instant, with many of the resilient foundational cells comprising the outer layer being strained and damaged. Such terrifying power. A word of astonishment flickered through Lin's thoughts. Yet, she would not concede. She immediately called upon new muscular cells to replenish the losses, and the damaged cells began to divide and repair in preparation for the next onslaught. Lin was well prepared for this eventuality. The cells worked with utmost speed, while the adipose cells tirelessly supplied energy to these rapidly functioning cells. Before the next wave arrives, the colossal tentacles are already mended, standing tall once more at the heart of the rock. Through the translucent structure of these appendages, Lin's observer can discern the distant waters beginning to stir once again. Is it coming? Yet Lin is already aware. Everything surrounding her, regardless of what it is or how many cells it has harmed or destroyed, offers Lin not devastation, but rather a chance for evolution. However, only through victory can this opportunity be seized. Chapter 20. Evolution. The relentless waters continued to sweep over the expanse of rock, this time with even greater ferocity than before. All the myriad cells, both large and small, were washed away, vanishing into the deep blue beyond. Yet, Lin and Apos' enormous tendrils remained steadfast at the heart of the rock. Each surge of water bent the massive appendages, tearing apart the multitude of cells within. However, Lin harbored no thoughts of retreat. With every onslaught, it relied on continuous repair and division to uphold the entire tendril. Bracing itself for the next wave, Lin understood that its cells would evolve at an accelerated pace in adversity. After each injury, they emerged stronger. The incessant repairs demanded immense sustenance, prompting Lin to connect all its fat cells to the tendrils, ensuring the swiftest transmission of energy to them. Meanwhile, other idle cells tirelessly traversed to the depths below, transporting fresh nourishment to feed the fat cells. The waters continued their sweeping assault upon the rock, with intervals between the waves growing shorter. Before long, another surge struck, causing Lin's tendrils to bend once more. Yet this time, the degree of the bend was markedly less severe than before. The number of ruptured muscle cells had significantly diminished, and most of their bodies had become more supple through these few waves, capable of withstanding greater tension. Evolution was manifesting, and Lin was filled with joy. However, the relentless torrents offered little respite for Lin, as a series of consecutive impacts surged forth with diminishing intervals. Yet, Lin did not falter. It repaired its tendrils with increasing swiftness. Eventually, the water flowed in an unbroken stream, the impacts arriving without pause. Yet at this juncture, Lin no longer required repairs. The resilience of its tendrils remained unscathed even amidst the fierce currents. Lin had succeeded, taking a significant stride along the path of evolution. Was there joy? Indeed. Lin discovered a new word within itself. Thus, one threat had diminished. Now, the only remaining peril in Lin's memory was the encroaching frost that had spread across the waters. Lin believed it would once again confront the terror of extreme cold, and in turn, triumph over it. Lin opened the orifice at the tip of its tendrils, allowing a multitude of cells to escape. It began to assert complete control over this territory. Fortuitously, the water had washed away all cells from the rock, rendering combat unnecessary. Lin could effortlessly claim 100 of the rocky expanse. Lin contemplated constructing additional tendrils upon the rock, thereby facilitating easier dominion over the entire structure. The tendrils could be wielded not only for defense against the water, but also for hunting, merely drawing in other cells and dispatching them with a dissolving fluid. How convenient! Lin also considered embedding those stinging cells into the exterior of the tendrils for growth, transforming them into fearsome appendages bristling with lethal spikes. No. A superior idea suddenly dawned upon Lin. Yes, encircling the entire rock would prove far more effective than merely constructing a multitude of tendrils upon it. Allowing ample space for Lin and Apos' cells to navigate within. With the thought crystallized, action followed. Lin allowed a multitude of basic cells to drift towards the edge of the rock, initiating a layered assembly around its periphery. Once formed, Lin guided them to evolve into a flexible structure akin to the texture of tentacle skin, ensuring both durability and mobility. However, it appeared that this broad configuration, though capable of movement, lacked the versatility of the tentacles, which could perform a myriad of actions. For the time being, Lin deemed any semblance of movement a positive development. The foundation was constructed from abundant adipose cells, anchoring firmly to the rock below. Lin discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Although the cells could not bore through the rock, if some were to infiltrate its crevices and continuously divide, they might exert enough pressure to crack the stone. This method could also enhance their grip upon the rock's surface. As Lin's observers scrutinized the cellular assembly, they began to take note of the rock's edge, which was remarkably smooth yet adorned with numerous fissures and protrusions. Allowing Lin and Apos' cells to secure themselves and form and Apos' wall, and Apos' gazing down from the edge revealed a sheer rock cliff plunging into the depths of the water, obscuring the view of what lay beneath. Lin contemplated exploring this abyss at some point, but that time was not now. Next came the dual tasks of consuming and growing. The number of Lin's cells surged as they voraciously devoured all the white paste upon the rock. The cellular wall encircling the entire rock quickly took shape. And during this period, Lin encountered neither strong currents nor formidable cell colonies to disturb her. Only small, sporadic clusters appeared, which invariably became sustenance for Lin. Notably, the luminescent bacteria in the caves had lost their fear of Lin and Apos' cells and began to mingle within her cellular mass for nourishment. However, Lin would drive them away. for in this time of pressing hunger, she would only yield food sufficient for their colonies, denying them any excess that might facilitate further division. Thus, the cells continued to grow gradually. After several nights, the wall and oppos, as construction was finally completed, Lynn felt that a single layer of cells was insufficiently thick, leading her to add several more layers, extending the time required for completion. The cells had formed a massive semicircular dome, enveloping the entire rock surface, with a large aperture allowing Lynn and oppos' tentacles to extend outward. She also created numerous small, closable openings on the surface for cell ingress and egress, with several such apertures throughout the multilayered structure, enabling swift insertion of cells for repairs. However, direct division of surrounding cells could also serve as a means of repair. With such a secure defense established, Lynn no longer feared the currents. Yet, constructing such an immense protective dome required a vast number of cells, and sustaining them demanded considerable nourishment. Consequently, Lynn generally kept them in a state of stasis, observing that when the cells remained still, their need for sustenance diminished almost entirely. Despite this, the white paste within the caves and on the rock and oppos' exterior, while sufficient to maintain the entire colony and even yield a surplus, was no longer adequate for Lynn to continue expanding her domain. Lynn devised a novel strategy that enables certain cells to cease their life activities, subsequently allowing other cells to decompose and digest them, thus yielding a significant energy reserve at critical moments. This method particularly targets aged cells, whose demise creates space for newly divided cells. Lynn understood that the pace of a cell's self-evolution is far slower than that of producing a new cell through division. Moreover, the longer a cell survives, the more cumulative damage it sustains from its life activities, such as abrasions from rocks, ultimately rendering it weaker than a normal cell. In contrast, newly divided cells inherit all the advantages of their predecessors, often emerging even stronger, while eschewing their flaws. Consequently, this cellular elimination strategy facilitates the replacement of antiquated cells, allowing Lynn to perpetually evolve without increasing the population or food consumption. What should this strategy be called? A new term emerged in Lynn's mind: lifespan. Indeed, in simple terms, it is an exceptional plan to eliminate aged cells and create space for newer, more vigorous, and robust cells. Should the old cells remain and merely continue to divide, even an abundance of food would eventually be depleted. Of course, if there were sufficient sustenance, Lynn would not need to implement this lifespan strategy. However, Lynn still sought to augment the community, realizing that relying solely on the white paste emerging from the rocks was utterly insufficient. Yet, this rock often attracted various clusters of cells. Lynn resolved to begin capturing them. Nonetheless, these cells proved elusive. Upon discovering they could not penetrate the outer layer of Lynn's shield, they would retreat, and Lynn remained oblivious to their point of origin. However, resolving a singular question could lead to success. What draws these cells in? Indeed, the answer lies in the white paste. Given this, why not utilize the white paste as bait to lure them into a trap? Ah, trap? A splendid word indeed. Chapter 21. The Eye. In her endeavor to compose a greater volume of text within a limited time frame, Lynn found the prospect of reaching 12,000 characters rather implausible. She designated the colossal semicircular shield she had constructed with the Appalachian cell wall, which comprised 3 distinct layers of cells. The outermost layer, referred to as the cortex, was the thickest and most resilient. The inner 2 layers were termed the middle layer and inner wall, possessing lesser thickness than the cortex. However, should the cortex sustain damage from external factors, the inner layers would promptly harden to thwart any further threats from the outside. At present, there were no dangers looming over Lynn, thus she commenced the creation of various structures upon the outer cortex. These constructions were traps. Lynn began assembling cylindrical formations using cells, each cylinder hollow at its core, equipped with an opening at the top and a base filled with plaster as bait. The inner walls of these cylinders were lined with sharp, conical cells, ready to impale any unsuspecting cell lured inside, crushing its prey with innumerable pointed protrusions. In addition to these lethal cylinders, Lynn devised a tentacle-like structure, considerably smaller than the central, massive tentacles, composed of slender formations made from a limited number of cells. These diminutive tentacles were adorned with stinging cells capable of dispatching any intruder that ventured too close. Lynn also observed an intriguing phenomenon. Luminous entities attracted other cells. A serendipitous discovery, particularly in the depths of night when a mere glimmer could draw a multitude of cells. Consequently, she began affixing scintillating explosive spheres to the tips of some of the smaller tentacles to entice prey. As night descended, a new word beauty, emerged in Lin's thoughts. Above the cortex, numerous twinkling tentacles swayed in the darkness, beckoning passing cells, oblivious to the perilous traps that awaited them. Upon contact with the tentacles, they would be swiftly pierced by the toxic needles of the stinging cells. The stinging cells, now attuned to Lin and Appos, as commands, would only release their venomous darts in response to her cellular movements, rather than firing indiscriminately. With the dawn of a new day, Lin relied on the deadly cylinders to capture her prey. The unsuspecting cells, drawn in by the white plaster within, would be instantaneously crushed by the closing cylinders and the conical spikes inside, leaving no chance of escape. The enormous central tentacle would engulf passing cells in an instant, utilizing internal acid injectors to dissolve and decompose its catch. Through these various traps, Lin was able to procure copious sustenance beyond mere plaster, as the influx of foreign cells was inexhaustible. Consequently, her colony began to flourish. Furthermore, having mastered the art of cellular combination, Lin encountered no adversaries capable of posing a threat to her existence. Even when faced with entities like crystal fungi or ghostly molds or previous foes, Lin effortlessly vanquished them. On one occasion, an enormous amoeba, surpassing Lin and Appos' basic cell size by a factor of 10,000, drifted onto her cortex. Yet, through an array of toxic tentacles and her colossal appendages, she succeeded in eliminating it. The only slight inconvenience lies with the virus, as the tendrils growing on the cortex are immobile and vulnerable to its attacks. However, the virus cannot penetrate the cortex, so even if several tendrils are destroyed, Lin can promptly deploy acid injectors to dissolve and eliminate the virus. Regarding the virus, Lin still retains a few infected individuals stained a vivid crimson, though she has never allowed their numbers to exceed 10. Countless nights have passed. Through relentless hunting, Lin's colony has grown immensely, and she has begun to feel invincible, as she has never encountered any other type of cell capable of such intricate combinations. Lin's colony has now expanded several times over, with the tendrils on the cortex becoming increasingly dense and thicker. She no longer relies on those trap cylinders, fully depending on the tendrils, which she finds to be more effective. By employing the Appos, lifespan and Appos strategy, Lin continuously replaces old cells, ensuring that her cells remain in their most vigorous state. However, there is one cell that she will never replace, the observer. Even though her colony is now so vast, Lin possesses only one cell endowed with sight. This cell is exceedingly small, far too diminutive to observe the entirety of the colony and Appos' state. Thus Lin requires several larger-sighted individuals. Lin understands that the observer's ability to see is not solely due to its consumption of a peculiar hard object, but primarily because of the presence of light. Vision is fundamentally birthed from the absorption of light. This implies that if Lin's other cells could also absorb light, they too should possess sight. But how to achieve this? Indeed, by employing the old method, Lin assembles a large cluster of cells and imbues them with the thought of absorbing light to attain vision. Initially, there is no success. The massive cell shows no response. However, when Lin incorporates the observer into this cluster, a remarkable transformation occurs. The outer cells begin to alter their color and shape, while those within simultaneously undergo changes, though distinctly different from the surface. They slenderize their forms, forming a structure reminiscent of a network. The evolutionary process is not something Lin controls. In fact, she has never exerted control over cellular evolution. At most, she merely conveys thoughts regarding what they should evolve into, while the intricate details of the process unfold autonomously. Lin finds this to be quite astonishing. The cells can autonomously perform certain actions, for instance. When Lin instructs the diggers to attack an enemy, they instinctively twist their bodies and use their serrated surfaces to saw at the foe, requiring no detailed control from Lin regarding their movements. Other cells function similarly, though the explosive cells must be directly controlled by Lin to absorb water for detonation. Initially, Lin believed that the cells could only carry out simple actions, but it now appears that they are capable of much more complex tasks. Despite the immense size of the colony and Lin's significantly enhanced intellect, she remains unable to comprehend why this is so. From Lin's current perspective, the view remains obscured, yet the cells continue their relentless transformation. The surface cells are morphing into hexagonal shapes, while those within are transitioning from a previously intricate network into a grand spherical form, with the hexagonal cells appearing as if they are affixed atop this sphere. A greater luminosity floods Lin's consciousness, reminiscent of her former sight, yet vastly different from her prior limited field of vision. This expansive vista is a result of her employing 6,000 cells to create a colossal eye. as Lin is formed within the aqueous medium outside the cortex. A mere glance downward reveals her own densely clustered, hair-like tendrils adorning the cortex. However, this vast eye lacks musculature and thus cannot move. Lin adeptly combines several tendrils into a singular larger one, connecting it to the eye from behind. With a simple undulation of this tendril, Lin can observe in every direction, a structure she aptly names the ocular tendril. Subsequently, Lin detaches the observer from this ocular sphere. Her cells, unless they appear completely fused like those of the cortex, can separate after amalgamation. Upon the observer's disconnection, the eye retains its sight, allowing Lin to finally comprehend the true essence of what an eye is. The surface of this immense ocular sphere resembles a multitude of hexagonal crystals, an astonishing transformation for cells. Aside from this, there is little remarkable. Whether combined or singular, Lin's cells are generally transparent, yet this eye exhibits a slight grayish hue, obscuring its internal structure. For the first time, Lin observes the form of her observer, whose body mirrors that of the fundamental cells, but is encased in a crystalline outer membrane. Perhaps this is a remnant of the hard substance she consumed. Lin is perplexed as to how this entity bestows her with sight, having never encountered anything akin to it before. Why is that? Despite the vastness of the colony, many questions linger unanswered. In any case, success has been achieved, and thus the journey of growth shall continue. The notion of future emerges within Lin's thoughts. What might the future hold? Lin is uncertain. Even with such a magnificent eye, gazing into the distance reveals nothing but an endless expanse of deep blue. Though she perceives herself as invincible in this realm, the world surely harbors countless unknowns and mysteries yet to be unveiled. Chapter 22. The explorer Lin's existence remained unchanged. Countless tendrils, flourishing upon the rocky surface, waved incessantly, their stinging cells sparing no intruder, preying upon the wandering or merely passing cells. Lin was growing slowly yet steadily. Uncertain of her next course of action, Lin found herself amidst an endless stream of cells. Although their numbers seemed inexhaustible, their appearance was capricious. Thousands might emerge on one night, only for nothing to appear on the next. The white substance, persistently oozing from the fissures and caverns of the rock, began to dwindle. Should either of these food sources falter, Lin's vast colony would face collapse. The community Lin currently nurtured, including the cells that formed the tendrils and the surface, numbered in the tens of millions. Although she possessed various methods to mitigate food consumption and ample reserves of adipose cells to store sustenance, Lin was loath to risk her food supply. Should she depart? The thought felt fraught with peril. While she could navigate with her tendrils and individual cells could cling to the surface structure, dispersing as they once had was no longer necessary. Yet, the depths remained an enigma, and Lin hesitated to leave this sanctuary. After all, sustenance continued to emerge both above and below. Was there anywhere better than this? Instead of venturing forth, Lin resolved to excavate the rock beneath her. She sought to uncover the secret behind the emergence of the white substance. Employing her resilient muscular cells, she probed into the crevices of the rock, incessantly dividing to pry apart the sturdy stone. Some fissures were torn wide, yielding an abundance of the white substance. However, Lin's ambitions extended beyond mere extraction. She aimed to create larger openings in the rock, enabling her to delve deeper and discern the source of the white substance. Merely relying on muscular cells proved insufficient. Lin and Apos, as excavators, lacked the power to breach the rock, but what if she were to amalgamate them into a colossal form? She fashioned a spherical construct from several excavators, its surface adorned with serrated edges, resembling a magnified excavator. This formidable creation, equipped with robust and sharp teeth, could easily cleave through the solid stone with a mere twist of its head. Though Lin had gained the ability to excavate the rock, the sheer size of the boulders suggested that penetrating deeply within was an unattainable feat in the short term. Nonetheless, the act of digging appeared increasingly captivating. Lin began to relish the process of rock excavation, casting aside thoughts of departure. Little did she anticipate that remaining in this seemingly comfortable domain would lead her down the path of ruin. Countless nights passed once more, and the depth of Lin's excavations continued to grow. The excavation primarily occurs within the cavern, creating a sense of proximity to the white paste within. However, Lin has already unearthed a rather deep cavity, revealing that the rocks indeed conceal a significant amount of this white substance. Each time the colossal excavator scrapes the rock with its serrated edge, countless particles of the white paste, accompanied by fragments of stone, disperse into the air. Yet, Lin remains perplexed about the emergence of this paste. A peculiar doubt suddenly permeates Lin's thoughts, though it is not related to the excavation itself. Lin and Apos, observer monitors the progress of the digging within the cavern, while its ocular tendrils survey the exterior surroundings. 7 nights have passed, yet the surrounding waters remain eerily tranquil, devoid of any cells or even viruses. Such an occurrence has never transpired before, even during periods of cellular absence. A mere night's passage would typically result in a surge of activity. Something is amiss, an enigma that eludes Lin's understanding. Though Lin is reluctant to venture into the unknown, the prospect of waiting is equally unappealing. Thus, Lin begins to take action, assembling a tendril composed of basic cells, adipose cells, and muscle cells. This tendril, elongated in form, can navigate through the water by undulating its body. Its head assumes a transparent oval shape, hollow within. A few adipose cells are housed inside, allowing Lin's observer to enter, thereby granting the tendril the gift of sight. Lin names this tendril the Explorer. While Lin does not intend to mobilize the entire colony, it can dispatch a single tendril to explore the waters it has long neglected. With this thought, the Explorer begins to sway its body. This is Lin's inaugural experience maneuvering with a composite of cells. The initial movements are somewhat clumsy, failing to propel it forward and instead stirring up the surrounding swarm of cells. However, Lin quickly grasps the necessary adjustments, and the Explorer soon glides gracefully through the water. After completing a few laps within the cortex, Lin notes a marked improvement in speed compared to ordinary cells. Once prepared, Lin sets the Explorer on a course outward, as the muscle cells within the cortex gradually contract, paving the way to the outside world. The Explorer's dimensions are modest, even smaller than the tendrils adorned with spiny cells beyond the cortex, allowing it to traverse the minuscule openings. Countless tendrils undulate languidly across the cortex, yet without prey. They serve little purpose. Lin departs from the familiar rock it has lingered upon for so long, and the Explorer gradually swims into the realm of the unknown. Lin positions the observer at the forefront of the Explorer. As it undulates, the observer can behold the surrounding environment. However, after a while, Lin feels a twinge of disappointment. The scenery remains monotonously aquatic, a continuous expanse of water. It seems an abundance of peculiar new terms has emerged. Yet Lin is currently indifferent to these novelties, preoccupied instead with the inexplicable absence of cells. As the Explorer traverses the waters, Lin senses the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding aquatic environment. In the frigid waters, the chill enveloped the Explorer more intensely than in previous locales. As they ventured further, this sensation intensified, yet Lin discovered a means to withstand the cold. By inducing a constant shivering motion within their cells, they could maintain warmth and fend off the encroaching chill, a method Lin aptly termed shivering. However, this process was energy-intensive. Anticipating this predicament, Lin had brought along a few fat cells, though their quantity was limited. If this continued, it would not be long before the Explorer succumbed to the frost. Nonetheless, Lin remained resolute, prepared to amalgamate into a larger Explorer if necessary. Yet, it seemed that such drastic measures were unwarranted. As Lin traversed through the increasingly frigid waters, they finally beheld something beyond mere water: ice crystals. Countless ice crystals floated around them, varying in size, yet none larger than Lin's Explorer. These crystals were scattered throughout the realm, reminding Lin of a time when this area was dominated by a massive white mass. When the waters froze, that mass too succumbed to the icy grip, leaving only these floating crystals. It was perplexing. Had something immense shattered the entire frozen mass? Lin was filled with curiosity. Following the warmth, Lin moved toward a region where the ice crystals diminished in size, ultimately exiting the area densely populated with them, where the water temperature returned to normal. At this moment, Lin directed the Explorer to look up, observing a vast expanse of ice crystals floating above. This suggested they were indeed moving downstream. The concept of down had only recently crystallized for Lin. When Lin combined cells to form larger entities, they sensed a force pulling them in a specific direction. While they easily overcame this force, it sparked intrigue about its nature. This newfound concept was termed amp, oppose, gravity, and amp, oppose, a peculiar force that seemed to exert a more pronounced effect on larger objects. Consequently, Lin designated the direction of gravity as downward, with upward being its opposite. Lin pondered this anomaly. Traditionally, the upper realms were warmer and closer to light. Why then was the lower expanse more temperate? As Lin contemplated, an extraordinary spectacle, previously unseen, unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 23, Anomaly Gray. An expanse of innumerable gray stones filled Lin's vision. Each of these stones was at least 1,000 times larger than Lin's own cells, and they were so abundant that they stretched across the furthest reaches of her sight. However, Within this scene, a new term emerged in Lin and Apos' thoughts. This stone-laden expanse was designated as the seafloor, while these stones were referred to as grains of sand, and their extensive coverage was termed a beach. Beach. Grains of sand. Sand. Although the term sand appeared in Lin's mind for the first time, it immediately evoked the notion that sand should refer to something diminutive. Yet, the sands before her were anything but small. Her explorer undulated its form, gliding toward the seemingly infinite beach below. The closer she approached the beach, the larger the grains of sand appeared. Each grain varied in shape and size, nearly every one distinct, yet even the smallest grain was more than twice the size of Lin's explorer. The explorer alighted upon a relatively flat grain of sand, primarily to rest, and in that moment, Lin sensed an unusual warmth emanating from it. No, it surpassed mere warmth. It was nearing the upper limits of Lin and Apos' thermal tolerance. What could be present here? The observer began to swim deeper. Due to the irregular shapes and sizes of the grains of sand, even when piled together, countless gaps and crevices existed between them, allowing Lin's explorer to navigate effortlessly through these openings. As she maneuvered between the colossal grains, Lin distinctly felt the temperature rising, with each advancement into the depths bringing a noticeable increase in warmth. After navigating around several grains, she spotted a massive rock, heavily buried beneath a plethora of sand grains. This rock was considerably larger than the surrounding grains, leading Lin to classify it as a rock rather than sand. The rock was black, adorned with numerous cavities, from which transparent spherical objects emerged. What could that be? Lin attempted to approach the rock, but the intense heat radiating from it deterred her. Suddenly, the cavities on the rock began to expel an increasing number of transparent spheres, causing the entire rock to tremble. What is happening? Lin observed that not only the rock but all the surrounding grains of sand began to vibrate as well. As this giant grain began to collapse, all the surrounding sand grains crumbled and disintegrated, causing countless pebbles to tumble down in a tumultuous cascade. Taking advantage of her explorer's relatively small size, Lin deftly avoided the collapsing grains while swimming upward. The water had become increasingly hot, and remaining any longer would undoubtedly pose a threat. After evading several falling grains, Lin glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead, not far above, merely 100 cell lengths away. Yet at that moment, the surrounding grains of sand trembled violently once more. Two adjacent grains rolled towards her simultaneously, trapping her elongated form between them. Despite Lin and Apos' fervent struggles, she found herself utterly unable to escape. Yet Lin still had a stratagem. At that moment, the explorer's circular head suddenly began to swell. Upon reaching a certain magnitude, it burst forth violently, akin to an explosive orb, sending forth a torrent that expelled its internal observer and several fat cells from the collapsing sandy region. In the next instant, the explorer, with its head blown apart, was buried beneath countless grains of crumbling sand. It was indeed perilous. Lin's observer swam to a higher vantage point, surveying the entire beach, where she noticed the sand appeared to be in a state of constant tremor. Suddenly, in certain areas, the sand began to sink, forming quicksand pits. Abruptly, a crimson substance surged forth from one of these pits, and in that instant, Lin felt as though the surrounding temperature had risen severalfold. A nearby fat cell perished instantly due to the scalding water temperature. Fortunately, Lin and Apos' observer and the remaining fat cells swam at a higher elevation, thus escaping harm. With keen scrutiny, Lin observed the viscous, searing red substance, which gushed forth from the sandpit, spreading rapidly across the sandy expanse, gradually tinting the entire beach a blistering red. Lava. A new term emerged in Lin and Apos' thoughts to describe this crimson, viscous matter, regardless of its nature. It was undoubtedly a high-temperature entity that should not be approached recklessly. Resolute, Lin ascended, distancing herself from these terrifying substances known as lava. As she swam upward, she noticed that the once abundant ice crystals above had vanished. The water temperature was considerably higher than before, rendering the disappearance of the ice crystals unsurprising. However, Lin remained perplexed about the absence of the cells. Even amidst the terrors of lava, it was implausible for any cell to deliberately plunge into it. Could it be that these lava eruptions reached great heights? Such an occurrence would significantly elevate the water temperature, ultimately exterminating all cells. Yet, from Lin's observations, the lava did not seem to erupt very high, and after a brief spout, it would fall back down. Perhaps it was time to investigate the upper regions? Contemplating this, Lin swam towards the luminous area above. She recalled that when she initially approached the uppermost waters, the radiance was dazzling and perilous. The light known as ultraviolet could instantly annihilate her cells. Could it be the ultraviolet rays causing this? Lost in thought as she swam, Lynn suddenly came to a halt. Surrounding her observer, a multitude of cell clusters appeared abruptly. These clusters, varied in type, floated amidst Lynn's cells, seemingly carried by the currents. Having materialized suddenly within her line of sight, they were nearly ubiquitous in this water body. In terms of quantity, they likely numbered in the millions. No, perhaps even billions. Why had such a multitude of cells appeared so suddenly? No, something was amiss. Lynn then discerned that these cells were almost entirely motionless, as if they were all lifeless. These were corpses. Lynn and Apos, observer swam closer to one of the corpses, examining it meticulously. The cellular remains contained nothing of significance. Yet the nucleus appeared to be utterly obliterated, as if it had been violently disrupted, while the outer membrane remained intact. This scene did not seem to be a result of a viral infection. Lynn then scrutinized other cellular remains, discovering that they all bore a resemblance in their demise, suggesting a singular cause behind their fate. But what could it be? Lynn was at a loss. She felt an unsettling discomfort. It was her first encounter with such an overwhelming display of death. Amidst the floating corpses, even a colossal amoeba drifted lifelessly, devoid of any signs of vitality. This amoeba was the largest organism Lynn had ever witnessed, aside from herself, and it too had succumbed to this widespread mortality. What could have caused this? The water temperature appeared normal. Lynn was not inclined to believe it was the temperature at fault. While pondering this mystery, Lynn suddenly perceived a dimming of her surroundings, but it was not akin to the arrival of night. Rather, it felt as if light had been obscured by some immense entity passing overhead. She instinctively looked up. A vast expanse of green filled her vision. What was that? Green, more precisely, a multitude of vibrant green cells, which, in stark contrast to the surrounding corpses, swam energetically through the water. Their sheer number was sufficient to cast a shadow over the entire area Lynn could see. Could these green cells be the source of this tragic spectacle? Chapter 24. The First Mass Extinction. Lynn, the observer, glided towards the verdant cells, eager to uncover their mysteries. These cells, oval in shape and rather ordinary in appearance, were comparable in size to Lynn's own. She recalled having encountered similar green cells before. They appeared unremarkable. They did not seem to be ferocious predators, lacking any formidable weapons, and showed no reaction to Lynn's proximity. It was as if the widespread cell mortality was of no concern to them. Yet, why were they unaffected? Most of these green cells drifted languidly, occasionally swaying, but they seemed in no haste to depart, even amidst the vast expanse of corpses below. They displayed no inclination to consume them. What sustenance had allowed this green community to flourish to such an immense scale? Curiosity compelled Lynn to approach closer. She observed that as these green cells swayed, their membranes occasionally released transparent, spherical entities. What could those be? Gases? Bubbles? The term gas struck her as novel, suggesting a formless, mutable substance. When acquiring new vocabulary, Lynn had a chance of also receiving an explanation, yet this elucidation only deepened her confusion. These so-called gaseous spheres clearly possessed a distinct shape and did not appear to be malleable. As Lynn pondered this, she witnessed two of the gaseous spheres collide, merging into a larger orb at an astonishing speed, even more rapid than Lynn and Apos' own cellular amalgamation, with a seamless connection that rendered their original forms nearly indistinguishable. How extraordinary! Captivated by this spectacle, Lynn observed the green cells sway once more, releasing an even greater quantity of bubbles that floated toward her. While curiosity stirred within her, Lynn was not willing to jeopardize the observer. She commanded it to retreat and instructed an adjacent adipocyte to interact with one of the bubbles. Upon contact, the bubble instantaneously dissolved into the cell membrane. A sharp pain surged through the adipocyte as the bubble seemed to thrash violently within, wreaking havoc upon the nucleus and all internal structures. The adipocyte perished swiftly. This scene horrified Lynn. Could it be that the bubbles were, in fact, a form of virus? Yet, through the translucent membrane, she noticed that the bubble within the adipocyte and Apos' remains neither proliferated nor exhibited any actions, starkly contrasting with viral behavior. What then were these bubbles? Why could they annihilate an entire cell? Lynn now understood the cause of the mass cell deaths. However, she lacked the luxury of time for further contemplation. The multitude of green cells above continued to release an ever-increasing number of bubbles. Not wishing to sacrifice the observer, Lynn urgently ordered it and the remaining adipocytes to swim deeper as the bubbles appeared to remain stationary. It had been a considerable time since Lynn had encountered danger. Yet this impending crisis instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Each green cell is capable of releasing hundreds of bubbles, when billions of cells release them simultaneously. The extent of the bubble coverage becomes truly alarming. Lynn now fervently hopes that the cluster of green cells does not pass through her base. She is uncertain whether the structure of her outer layer can withstand the bubbles. Base. Lynn suddenly realizes that this term seems new to her. She has unwittingly adopted it. Yet there is no time to ponder such details now. A rush of water. Why now? Bubbles in still water ascend, but in this fierce current, they are swept away in all directions, instantaneously filling the entire aquatic expanse. Lynn's observers, along with a few fat cells, could not evade these bubbles either. They were quickly surrounded, and those sluggish fat cells were penetrated by the bubbles. Only the observers managed to escape the onslaught. Yet Lynn had little leisure to worry about them. This torrent is surging toward Lynn's base. The current has never brought Lynn any fortuitous tidings. It continues its chaotic path, hurling the massive congregation of green cells toward her base. As a vast swath of green surged into Lynn's field of vision, she understood that this impending crisis was now unavoidable. Lynn and Appos' outer layer is transparent. Even with her ocular tentacles inside, she can observe the outside situation. She sees the green cells being tossed about chaotically by the current, their released bubbles dispersing everywhere. At that moment, several bubbles approached Lynn's outer layer. Lynn immediately sealed the openings and fixated her ocular tentacles on these bubbles, observing them adhere to the surface. Adhering? These bubbles seemed to be glued to the outer layer. Yet they did not permeate the cells constituting the layer. Unable to withstand? The outer layer could resist viruses and the corrosive solutions emitted by other cells, as well as the forceful current, yet it could not repel the bubbles? Why? Lynn had no time for reflection. More bubbles clung to the outer layer, gradually infiltrating and annihilating the cells that formed it. Once the cells of the outer layer are destroyed, they begin to weaken. Although their remnants may still connect and block the bubble's entry, the subsequent currents could potentially obliterate these fragile points, allowing even more bubbles to invade. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another surge of water rushed in, instantly breaching the weakened sections of the dead cells on Lynn's outer layer. And an influx of bubbles followed suit. The defense was failing. If defense was futile, then counterattack was imperative. Yes, if she could eliminate those green cells, there would be no bubbles. With this thought crystallizing in her mind, Lynn opened all the openings in her outer layer. Countless tentacles extended forth, thrashing about, utilizing their stinging cells to annihilate the green cells that the current had spread throughout the water. However, the tentacles themselves were composed of cells, and they too would succumb to the infiltration of bubbles. In that fleeting moment, although Lynn vanquished a multitude of green cells, a significant portion of her tentacles was also destroyed. The community composed of green cells was significantly larger than Lynn's entire base. In response to Lynn's assault, they surged forward, creating a massive influx of bubbles that swiftly inundated Lynn and Appos' stronghold. Die, 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 die. Calm down, die, annihilate, retreat, 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 retreat. Lynn and Appos' thoughts flashed through her mind in a frantic whirlwind. Instantly, she commanded all explosive spheres and acid injectors to burst forth, desperately spraying dissolving solution into the water. The sheer volume of the solution stained the entire aquatic expanse. However, while it could eliminate the green cells, it had no effect on the bubbles. Lynn realized that counterattacks were futile. Subsequently, she directed the remaining cells to retreat into the colossal tendrils, swimming deeper into a cave, where they fortified the entrance with layers of robust barriers composed of numerous diggers and conical cells. When the massive tendrils succumbed to the bubbles, Lynn had completely lost contact with the outside world. The grand base she had constructed, along with everything beyond, was obliterated by these minuscule bubbles. Fortunately, these bubbles would not penetrate the cave's depths. What Lynn did not know was that the devastating blow had not only impacted her. The activity of lava and underwater volcanoes had warmed the water, allowing these green cells to proliferate extensively. The gases they released became lethal toxins for all life on this planet, spreading globally as the green cells multiplied. Nearly 90 of the biological species perished in this ocean as a result. In Lynn's mind, there was, in fact, a single term that encapsulated this gas: oxygen. Chapter 25. After the slumber, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lynn had sealed the entrance to the cave with a multitude of cells following that catastrophic event, never to reopen it. Through the translucent cells, she could perceive the ever-present bubbles floating in the water outside, unwavering in their persistence, despite the absence of green cells within. Lynn had endeavored to evolve the cells to resist these bubbles, Yet each cell that inhaled a bubble met with immediate demise, none surviving to proliferate resistant descendants. Nevertheless, the seemingly eternal bubbles continued to obstruct Lin's path. However, the sustenance known as white paste, which had been steadily exuding from the walls of the cave, was not inexhaustible. The output of this white paste began to wane gradually. This slow and protracted process initially had little impact on Lin, but as time progressed, the supply dwindled to the point where it could no longer sustain her community, eventually ceasing altogether. When Lin consumed the last of the white paste, the cave transformed into an ordinary rocky cavern. She contemplated digging deeper, but regardless of her efforts, the white paste remained elusive. All she encountered was stone upon stone, indicating that the precious substance had been entirely depleted from the rock. During her final excavation, she even unearthed a few bubbles, which compelled her to cease her efforts. Yet, it proved futile, for the bubbles outside showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, their numbers seemed to increase. In dire circumstances, Lin's adipose cells were nearly exhausted, prompting her to resort to the consumption of non-adipose cells, effectively sacrificing them to nourish the surviving cells. The layers of cells blocking the cave had long since perished. Yet their remains obstructed the entrance, preventing the bubbles from entering. Lin understood that this was a slow death. She had never ceased her attempts to send some cells outside to evolve resistance against the bubbles, yet all efforts had been in vain. Was she destined to await her demise? Not quite. In her final moments, Lin gathered the remaining cells, encircling them into a spherical formation, with an observer at the center. She commanded these cells to connect and harden their outer layer. This spheroid, positioned at the cave Endopos' core, Lin designated as A Endopos, cocoon, Endopos. Once the Endopos, cocoon Endopos, was completed, she proceeded to the next phase, which she termed slumber. In the state of slumber, the cells would become entirely motionless, consuming almost no sustenance, a condition meant for prolonged waiting. Lin believed that in this state, she could endure indefinitely without succumbing. However, upon entering slumber, her consciousness would plunge into darkness, severing all ties to the outside world. She would feel nothing, be unaware of the passage of time, the changes in her surroundings, or when to awaken. Lin did not dwell on these thoughts. She could only hope for a brighter future. With such thoughts, Lin gradually succumbed to slumber, the images perceived by the observer fading into obscurity within its consciousness, ultimately surrendering to complete darkness. Time flowed incessantly, and amidst the ceaseless cycle of day and night, the surrounding world underwent numerous transformations, yet Lin remained oblivious. Ensconced in its dreamlike state, Lin had not predetermined the moment of awakening, for it was unaware of when safety might return. However, apart from Lin's consciousness, its very cells possessed the innate ability to discern their surroundings. This was Lin's intent, allowing its cells to autonomously decide when to awaken. Uncertain of how long had transpired, Lin finally sensed the stirrings of awakening. Had it succeeded? Was the danger no longer present? The observer gradually began to stir its body, and as Lin's consciousness rekindled, light once again flooded its thoughts. Simultaneously, the hardened exterior of the cocoon began to shed, allowing the concealed cells to emerge and engage with the outside world. At first glance, Lin beheld the cavern surrounding it, unchanged from its slumbering state. However, it was startled to find the once dreaded bubbles now scattered throughout the cave. Yet, Lin felt no inclination to flee. The very act of awakening implied a reason for its return. Lin observed one cell make contact with a bubble, merging seamlessly as it had done before, yet nothing transpired. The bubbles did not annihilate the cell as they once did. Lin was certain these bubbles were what was termed oxygen. Substances that previously ravaged cell nuclei and inflicted excruciating pain, yet now evoked no sensation whatsoever. Had evolution occurred? Indeed, it had. Lin had developed a resistance to these bubbles. The duration and toll on its cells unknown. But as long as survival was assured, all sacrifices were worthwhile. Now was the moment of resurrection. Lin also discovered a variety of small cells adorning the cavern walls. It was no surprise that other cells had ventured into the cave during its slumber, and for Lin, this equated to an abundance of free sustenance. What was free? Such an odd term. Nonetheless, Lin dismissed the thought. It felt an exhilarating surge of joy, as nearly all the cells it retained were foundational, accompanied by a few stinging cells and others. Though few in number, Lin was delighted they had survived. Without delay, Lin instructed the foundational cells to rapidly morph, some becoming excavators while others transformed into acid injectors. Once the metamorphosis was complete, they swiftly commenced the hunt for the surrounding wild cells. These diminutive cells posed little threat, quickly becoming a feast to celebrate Lin's revival. During the predation of these cells, Lin noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Those cells that inhaled the bubbles were not without consequence. Contrary to previous experiences, the cells that absorbed the oxygen bubbles exhibited marked enhancements in speed and strength across all facets. What could be the reason? Do these cells not only possess resistance to oxygen, but also harness it to enhance themselves? How extraordinary! Yet, what could be the reason? Does oxygen harbor some mystical energy? This remains a mystery. The cells that granted Lin newfound powers swiftly annihilated the surrounding cells and proliferated rapidly. Lin resolved to restore the former glory of its community. However, this time, Lin did not wish to remain passive. It decided to amalgamate into a form capable of swift locomotion, actively pursuing and preying in the waters. Wait, what are and oppos, stocks and oppos, and oppos, rabbits and oppos? Why do such inexplicable terms persist? Although Lin comprehends the meanings of and oppos, guard and oppos, and oppos, await, and oppos, what on earth are and oppos, stocks and oppos, and oppos, rabbits and oppos? I wish for such peculiar words to cease. Despite these thoughts, Lin realized that these terms would likely resurface. Following a minor interlude, Lin began to unify its cells. With the assistance of oxygen, Lin discovered that the growth and division of these cells were significantly accelerated compared to before, thus facilitating a swifter combination. In no time, Lin crafted something remarkable, a body to aid in its travels. Chapter 26. Departure. The new form that Lin had assembled bore a striking resemblance to its previous incarnation. The primary structure was spherical, adorned with tentacles bristling with stinging cells, which served the dual purpose of hunting and locomotion. The interior was hollow, designed to accommodate wandering cells. While at the forefront, Lin had fashioned an eye, albeit smaller than before, yet significantly larger than that of an observer. At the rear, an oval tail composed mainly of muscle cells culminated in an opening, which, through muscular contractions, enabled rapid intake and expulsion of water, facilitating instantaneous acceleration. Overall, the new entity was merely 30 the size of its former base, as the cave and rock surroundings had long since ceased to provide sustenance. Save for a few wild cells, the incessantly emerging white substance had long been cut off, dictating the limitations of Lin and Oppos' assembly. With these thoughts in mind, Lin began to maneuver the tentacles of the Voyager, departing from the rock it had inhabited for an indeterminate period, and ventured forth into the ocean. The underwater scenery remained as familiar as ever, vast and ethereal, evoking a sense of unease in Lin, though this feeling dissipated swiftly. The waters in this region seemed to have warmed considerably, and the surrounding luminosity intensified. It was then that Lin realized it was ascending, moving against the pull of gravity. With the warmth and brightness becoming increasingly pronounced, the outer layer of the Voyager had hardened, rendering it less sensitive to external stimuli. However, Lin had strategically placed two delicate tentacles composed of unhardened foundational cells at the forefront of the Voyager, allowing it to perceive variations in water temperature and currents with clarity. At that moment, the large eye at the forefront of the Voyager detected something. A vast expanse of green immediately captured Lin and Oppos' attention, the familiar green cells. These entities, known for releasing devastating oxygen, clustered in abundance within the waters ahead, and Lin noted that the brightness in that vicinity seemed particularly pronounced. While the green cells possessed little offensive capability, the oxygen bubbles they emitted bore a terrifying lethal potential. However, Lin had long since overcome any fear of oxygen, rendering the green cells significant solely as a source of nourishment. With a sudden contraction of the Voyager's tail, it surged toward the mass of green cells, wielding its tentacles to commence the hunt. Indeed, the green cells offered little resistance, their speed far inferior to that of Lin and Oppos' Voyager. As Lin plunged into their ranks, a mere sweep of its appendages resulted in the demise of numerous green cells. Below the eye of the Voyager lay an orifice capable of opening and closing. After eliminating a considerable number of green cells, Lin directed the opening toward the remains, inhaling the remnants and utilizing an internal acidifier to decompose them, subsequently allowing some tentacles composed of fat cells to consume the nutrients. Though these steps appeared intricate, they were executed with remarkable swiftness, and the acquired sustenance was rapidly disseminated throughout the Voyager's entire form. Upon consuming a multitude of green cells, Lin swiftly propelled herself towards the next cluster. This aquatic expanse teemed with green cells, estimated to number in the millions. Should she devour them all, Lin could significantly augment her colonies. The green cells, sensing her approach, attempted to evade her in groups, yet their movements were sluggish. To Lin, they appeared to be merely writhing in place. And the majority of the green cells were swiftly incapacitated by her tentacles' venom before they could react. This was, of course, largely due to Lin's enhanced ability to utilize oxygen, allowing her to move with remarkable speed. As she incessantly consumed these cells, Lin began to utilize the nutrients to increase the size of her Voyager form and augment her fat cells, preparing for the next hunting ground. However, while preying upon the green cells, Lin found herself pondering a question. What exactly did these verdant beings consume? Though the environment was warm and brightly lit, Lin observed no other cells or similar sustenance akin to white paste. Why then did they congregate here in such numbers? Did they perhaps derive nourishment from light and warmth? Before her lay the last small group of green cells, nearly depleted. The once green-tinged waters around her had returned to an expanse of emptiness. This remaining cluster comprised roughly 1,000 cells, huddled together, neither fleeing nor retaliating, evoking memories of the luminous bacteria from her past. Yet, this time, Lin felt no semblance of sympathy. Rather than finishing them off, Lin resolved to employ the basic cells to construct a semicircular enclosure upon the surface of the Voyager, large enough to contain several thousand cells. She dubbed this creation the fostering circle, its purpose being to confine these green cells within. The term fostering struck her as both novel and advantageous. The circle featured an opening controlled by muscle cells, designed to draw in external entities. Lin approached the remaining small group of green cells, her tentacles herding them into the fostering circle. Her intention was clear, to study them. If the green cells indeed thrived on light and warmth, nurturing them to proliferate would equate to an endless supply of sustenance. Almost all the green cells were successfully ushered into the enclosure, which boasted a transparent outer layer, allowing light to penetrate. Lin would soon ascertain whether these cells could divide in the absence of anything but light and warmth. Additionally, she fashioned a small eye within the inner wall of the fostering circle to observe the activities of the green cells and ensure they would not mount any resistance. With everything in place, Lin turned her gaze back to the surrounding void of water. Where to venture next? If brighter and warmer locales harbored numerous green cells, what might lie in the depths? Curiosity propelled her downward, although nurturing the green cells ideally required ample light. Her desire for exploration overshadowed her concerns about the potential success of this endeavor. With these thoughts in mind, Lin oriented the Voyager headfirst, her tentacles swaying as she descended into the depths of the water. Should she encounter anything along the way, she would certainly evade it. Sand and cells. A myriad of diverse cells congregate in this relatively frigid aquatic expanse. Unlike the uniform green cells observed above, those here do not belong to a singular species. Instead, they gather in clusters based on their respective races, foraging for sustenance or preying upon one another. Their habitat is a vast sandy expanse, where the granules differ significantly from the gray sands previously witnessed by Lin. These sands are white, finer, and smaller, with the tiniest grains barely surpassing the size of Lin's own cells, while the largest measure up to 1,000 times larger. Most of the cells navigate through the interstices of the sand, while others congregate in large clusters atop more substantial granules, their numbers sprawling across the sandy beach visible to Lin. These cells present themselves as excellent prey. Lin and Oppos, Voyager, composed of millions of cells, dwarfs even the largest cell colonies in the vicinity. Lin is confident that no cell could rival its strength, however, due to the Voyager's immense size. It is ill-suited for maneuvering through the gaps between the grains. Therefore, Lin requires a more adaptable structure to facilitate hunting. While it could still establish a base and lure other cells with glimmering tendrils for the hunt, Lin considers this approach too passive. Without the arrival of prey, it would face starvation. Thus, a more proactive hunting method is essential. Soon, Lin conceives an ingenious strategy, but first, the entire Voyager must undergo modifications. Contemplating this, Lin begins the transformation, enlarging the Voyager and Oppos' body while maintaining an overall oval shape. However, Lin has regressed the numerous tendrils that once adorned its surface, retaining only two flat, elongated appendages for swimming. This regression primarily involves inducing the demise of the tendrils, akin to Oppos' lifespan and Oppos' mechanism. The expansion is achieved by causing the cortical cells to continuously divide, thereby enlarging the organism's overall form. This transformation demands substantial energy, yet with an abundance of food available, it is evidently worthwhile. Subsequently, Lin carves several orderly openings into the cortex, controlled by muscle cells, varying in size, and primarily intended for the ingress and egress of various units. What constitutes a unit? You may ask. At this juncture, the Voyager resembles the former base, serving as a repository of resources. However, unlike the previous stationary base, which clung to rocks and passively awaited the flow of nourishment, this base is mobile, rendering its hunting method far more dynamic. Consequently, it deserves a new name. Lin has a fresh term in mind: aircraft carrier. Chapter 27. The aircraft carrier. Lin was immersed within the intricate cellular composition of the aircraft carrier. Initially, she contemplated designing a multitude of varieties, but suddenly sensed that such an endeavor was unnecessary. Thus, she ultimately settled on a singular design. The forces designated for hunting primarily took the form of spherical structures, adorned with gaping mouths reminiscent of jagged openings. The inner walls of these mouths were lined with conical cellular spines, interspersed with acid injectors. As long as they approached their prey and opened their formidable maws, they could engulf their targets, crushing them with countless spines steeped in a dissolving solution. Moreover, these orb-like entities, equipped with an ocular organ for observation and two elongated tentacles to assist in locomotion, were aptly named devourers. True to their name, Lin and Apos' intention in creating them was solely to consume. Suddenly, Lin realized that an Apos, organ and Apos, seemed to be a novel term, denoting structures composed of multiple cells serving various functions. This notion pleased her, and thus, the hunt commenced. The devourers sprang into action, undulating their lateral tentacles as they navigated through the channels of the aircraft carrier and Apos' surface, embarking on a quest to hunt all nearby cells. The devourers varied in size, a deliberate design by Lin to enable them to penetrate the crevices of various sand grains. The smallest comprised merely a few hundred cells, while the largest boasted thousands. However, their function and appearance remained uniformly identical. Lin deemed it unnecessary to create an excessive variety at this juncture. The devourers dispersed, each navigating towards hunting grounds commensurate with their respective sizes. Upon encountering cells, they lunged forth, unfurling their gaping mouths to consume their prey, subsequently reducing them to a pulverized state. During the cellular massacre, Lin observed a notable difference in the movements of these cells compared to those she had previously witnessed. They exhibited greater swiftness and demonstrated the ability to absorb oxygen. It appeared that these cells, much like herself, had adapted to and utilized oxygen as well. Yet, regardless of their speed, they were no match for the devourers. Composed of multiple cells, as Lin had surmised, the structure of the devourer was indeed well-suited for the consumption of numerous cells. The prey exhibited little resistance against the devourers, whether in terms of speed or any other aspect. This revelation ignited an idea in Lin's mind. Perhaps she no longer needed any single-celled entities beyond the basic cells. She could effortlessly amalgamate them. After all, multicellular individuals, regardless of their nature, surpassed single cells in every conceivable aspect. Consequently, Lin's hunting grounds expanded dramatically, with the devourers visible hunting across the expanse from the crevices of sand grains to the surrounding vast waters. As the devourers delved into the sandy depths, Lin discovered a substantial quantity of white paste, suggesting an abundant cell population attracted by this substance. However, Lin resolved not to consume the white paste this time, knowing it would eventually be depleted. Instead, she opted to preserve it, allowing it to draw in more cells, thereby ensuring a continuous source of sustenance. Upon observing the green cells within the breeding circles, Lin noted a slight increase in their numbers. It appeared that they indeed possessed a means of obtaining nourishment from light. For although this location was considerably cooler than the surface, light still penetrated this area. Lin pondered whether it might be prudent to establish additional breeding circles for the nurturing of more. Just as Lin contemplated this matter, the devourers suddenly transmitted a peculiar sensation. One of the devourers, distant and engaged in the hunt, was abruptly struck by an intense pain that rapidly spread through every cell of its being. In an instant, Lin and Apos' connection to it faded away. Had it perished? Lin recalled this sensation vividly, having glimpsed familiar sights through the devourer and Apos' eyes just before its demise. Shimmering entities spread across the water, exuding a frigid aura that swiftly solidified everything in its vicinity. All the cells fled, desperately burrowing into the grains of sand in a bid to escape this impending crisis. Though Lin's carrier was capable of movement, it had no intention of retreating. It resolved to confront this threat and evolve from the crisis. Lin sealed all the passageways on the carrier, retracted the ocular orb atop its structure, and accelerated the hardening of the integumentary cells. At that moment, the relentless spread of the icy purity approached the carrier and amp, opos, S form. The cold sensation radiated from the epidermis, and Lin could distinctly feel it encroaching upon the entirety of the carrier's body. However, due to the opaque gray exterior, it could not discern the external circumstances clearly. Yet, the icy purity did not advance further. It was halted at the dermal layer, failing to penetrate into the carrier's interior. Though the cold continued to eradicate the cells upon the surface, Lin knew precisely what to do. As before, Lin connected all the adipose cells to the epidermis, incessantly supplying them with nutrients, urging the surviving cells to proliferate in a bid to combat the cold crisis. The battle against the icy purity did not endure for long. After a period of relentless repair to the epidermal cells, Lin gradually began to feel the cold dissipate and cell death ceased. Perhaps due to prior experience with cold, the cells developed resistance at an astonishing pace. During this interval, Lin observed a cluster of green cells. Although the ice had not breached the outer layer of the breeding circle, nearly half of them had perished, leaving a small group huddled together, seemingly secreting a transparent gelatinous substance that enveloped the entire collective. It appeared rather amusing. At present, the cold had not yet abated. Lin felt encased in a thick layer of ice, rendering the carrier completely immobile. The ice would inevitably melt, but the duration remained uncertain. Lin was reluctant to wait. It began to assemble some cells into a colossal digger, reminiscent of a prior configuration, intending to excavate the ice layer itself. After successfully creating 10 large diggers, Lin opened one of the passageways on the carrier, and a rush of biting cold air surged in, revealing the thick ice outside. The massive diggers promptly advanced. Capable of cleaving through rock, they found the ice layer to be no challenge, using their serrated surfaces to effortlessly scrape away layer after layer of crystalline ice. Lin fashioned a small ocular orb to accompany them in observing the progress outside, promptly sealing off the aircraft carrier's entrance due to the frigid temperatures. It appeared that the cells within had yet to develop the same resilience to the cold as the cortex. The surface of the large excavator, adorned with serrated edges, bore a hardness comparable to that of the carrier's dermis. However, Lin understood that mere hardness could not fend off the cold. There must be some hidden secret within. Several excavators had already carved a passage through the ice layer, and Lin intended to commence digging downward until reaching a sandy substrate. Eager to discover the whereabouts of other wild cells, just as Lin prepared to delve deeper, a tremor rippled through the ice crystals before him, and myriad fissures appeared across the icy facade. What was this? Was the ice melting? No, that was not the case. The sensation was akin to a colossal force reverberating through the entire ice layer. Crack. Lin sensed that some enormous entity was also engaged in excavation at this location. Chapter 28. The Eddy Kara period worm with a resounding crack. The tunnel that the excavators had painstakingly carved into the ice collapsed under a series of tremors. Simultaneously, Lin beheld a colossal shadow gradually emerging beyond the transparent ice layer. What could this be? A profound curiosity enveloped Lin. Yet she could only perceive its indistinct form through the ice, unable to ascertain further details. The only certainty she possessed was that its size was nearly comparable to that of her aircraft carrier, and it was relentlessly advancing through the ice, directly towards her position. With each movement, the surrounding ice fractured further, signifying the immense force propelling it forward. What manner of creature was this? Lin had never encountered such a gargantuan being. Even the largest amoeba could not rival its scale. Although she had witnessed vast assemblies of cellular colonies, this was evidently not a mere aggregation of cells. It was a singular organism. Could there exist other beings capable of amalgamating multiple cells? Lin had never seen such a creature, which accounted for its unparalleled dominance thus far. As the creature drew nearer, only a thin veil of ice separated Lin from it. In the next moment, this fragile barrier succumbed to the creature and amp, opos, S advance, shattering completely and transforming into countless tiny fragments that floated away, dissolving into the water. At that instant, the creature was revealed to Lin in all its peculiar glory. Its appearance was exceedingly strange, deviating from the typical cellular form. Its head bore a semicircular structure, seemingly impervious, as Lin observed it shatter the ice with its cranium. The creature possessed a long, cylindrical body adorned with spiral-like protrusions extending into the ice cavity it had excavated. Beneath the semicircular head, 10 symmetrical tentacles extended, presumably for locomotion. This was an entirely new life form, immense in size and with a body structure Lin had never encountered before. Its emergence introduced a plethora of new terminology. She deemed round shield worm to be a suitable name. While Lin relished the act of naming, she held disdain for the creature and Oppos' current actions. The round shield worm had breached the ice layer and was now approaching the location of Lin's aircraft carrier. Lin was uncertain of its intentions and equally perplexed about her own course of action. Should she attack it, or perhaps ignore it? Faced with an opponent of comparable stature, Lin refrained from impulsive actions, wary of the unknown destructive capabilities it might possess. Yet, inaction might invite aggression. Lin found herself in a state of hesitation, while her adversary remained resolute. With a forceful tug, the worm tore away a substantial piece of the carrier's outer layer and, without hesitation, consumed it. The mouth of the round shield worm resembled an orifice encircled by a ring of small, sharp blades. The torn layer was presented to its maw, where those blades reduced it to smaller fragments before being swallowed whole. A searing pain enveloped Lin as her outer layer was torn asunder and subsequently shredded. A sequence of torment that extinguished any lingering hesitation. In that moment, she resolved to annihilate her foe. With a fierce determination, Lin vigorously maneuvered the tentacles along the side of her carrier, casting off the circular shielded worm as the vessel contorted its entire form. She opened all access points on the carrier, unleashing a swarm of devourers to mount an assault on their target. Yet, the adversary proved resilient. Even the most formidable of her devourers struggled to pierce the smooth, hardened exoskeleton of the worm, which dwarfed them in size. The larger devourers, intended for engaging vast cellular colonies, were scarce, hindered by their size from navigating the crevices of the gravel. As the outer layer of the carrier was compromised, individual cells began to disperse, but the circular shielded worm exhibited no interest in these minute, single-celled entities, fixated instead on tearing through the carrier's dermis, seemingly preferring structures composed of multicellular organisms. If this continued, Lin might evade total annihilation, yet the carrier would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. This was unacceptable. But what could be done? The interior lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Fortunately, some of the devourers possessed luminescent orbs embedded within their layers, enabling them to navigate the obscurity beneath the sand. Within the appendages, the environment resembled a convoluted conduit, suffused with a gentle current of water and teeming with densely packed blue cells, which incessantly swam toward the gash Lin had inflicted, utterly disregarding the incursion of her devourers. Larger blue cells appeared to be obstructing the breach with their bodies, impeding the flow of additional blue cells from escaping. Crush them, Lin commanded without hesitation, as her devourers surged forth to assault the obstructing blue cells. Simultaneously, she dispatched more devourers through the fissure, instigating an offensive against the blue cells within. Due to her vigorous thrashing, the external assault became increasingly challenging, yet the wound had already permitted dozens of devourers to infiltrate, and Lin urged them to unleash their fury upon everything surrounding them. If they could not breach the exterior, they would attack from within. Chapter 29. Unicellular and multicellular. Lin aimed at the mouth of the round shield worm, commanding the explosive spheres and conical cells to charge forth. These individual cells were remarkably diminutive, allowing them to effortlessly evade the razor-sharp edges surrounding the worm's mouth and enter directly within. Though shrouded in darkness, Lin relied on the sensory capabilities of the cells, discerning that the interior resembled a tubular space, continually writhing and propelling everything deeper inside. Lin observed two slender fissures flanking the worm's head, seemingly serving as outlets for expelling the ingested water. It became evident that Lin's cells were ejected from these openings, indicating the presence of a mechanism within the esophagus that segregated food from water. The round shield worm's relentless consumption persisted. It had nearly devoured half of a carrier ship, and the agony from its torn body was unyielding. In such dire circumstances, Lin risked losing composure. Detonate its esophagus. Lin's thoughts quickened, swiftly formulating the next course of action. Countless explosive spheres surged into the mouth of the round shield worm once more. This time, Lin commanded them to expand and self-detonate before being expelled alongside the water. The explosions unleashed a copious amount of dissolving liquid, and though the internal conditions remained obscured, Lin discerned that these substances inflicted pain upon the round shield worm. After a barrage of detonations, the worm ceased its assault on the carrier ship, thrashing its head violently and expelling copious amounts of green liquid. It appeared that the writhing esophagus within its mouth was also cellular in composition, and the dissolving liquid had inflicted considerable damage there. Having regained composure, Lin faced a dilemma. The explosive spheres were depleted. Their numbers were limited, and the manufacturing process was prolonged. Furthermore, the carrier ship was in tatters, with several resource caches devastated, rendering the creation of additional explosive spheres impossible at this juncture. What to do? Direct assault. The round shield worm had also taken note of the rolling objects advancing toward its mouth. Its jaw could not open or close. Thus its sole line of defense lay in the ring of blade-like structures surrounding its mouth. The size of the devourers far surpassed that of the unicellular entities, consequently. The initial wave of devourers was instantly reduced to mere fragments by the razor edges. Pain signals surged into Lin and Apos' consciousness. Yet a few smaller devourers evaded the attack and penetrated the worm's mouth. Equipped with inherent illumination and vision, the devourers enabled Lin to perceive the internal structure of the round shield worm's mouth. It revealed a colossal esophagus, its walls displaying a blue hue, composed of countless blue cells. Scattered throughout the esophagus were remnants of the explosive sphere's dissolving liquid, which wrought devastating damage to the cells, leaving the esophagus riddled with festering wounds. This was likely the source of the round shield worm and Apos' anguish. Suddenly, Lin realized esophagus seemed like a novel term, but why dwell on such trivialities? Suddenly, Lin observed the emergence of relatively large, amoeba-like cells at the site of the festering wound. They enveloped the injury, and Lin surmised that this was an act of wound repair. These amorphous cells were quite sizable, surpassing even Lin's phagocytes, which were composed of thousands of cells, allowing them to encompass the entire wound for healing. However, it was evident that these cells possessed little combat prowess. "Destroy them," commanded Lin as the phagocytes surged forward, collectively seizing the amorphous cell engaged in wound repair, pulling it in various directions and tearing it into pieces in an instant. Simultaneously, Lin instructed her phagocytes to gnaw at the wound, exacerbating its size. Yet, this was far from sufficient, as countless amorphous cells were tirelessly mending other wounds throughout the esophagus. Lin's phagocytes numbered merely in the hundreds, and they were small. Any larger would be thwarted by the razor edges at the mouth and would be unable to penetrate. Lin needed reinforcements. Once more, Lin mobilized individual cells, including excavators, conical cells, and acid-secreting cells. Due to the cessation of feeding by the round shield worm, the previously fierce current within the esophagus had weakened considerably, presenting an opportune moment for Lin and Apos' cells to invade and inflict substantial damage. Attack. Lin and Apos' forces charged forward, and the razor edges at the mouth of the round shield worm could not deter these minute unicellular invaders. Upon entering the esophagus, the cellular army commenced a frenzied assault. Each cell exerted its abilities to tear, pierce, dissolve, and damage the surrounding esophageal walls. Notably, several of Lin's massive excavators, designed for ice excavation, successfully entered the worm and Apos' mouth, utilizing their serrated surfaces to inflict numerous wounds within the esophagus. However, as Lin engaged fiercely with the creature, the surrounding water temperature plummeted once more, causing the previously excavated cavity to freeze into a thick layer of ice. Meanwhile, Lin's millions of cells remained within the round shield worm's esophagus, continuing their unrestrained destruction, akin to the round shield worm beginning to consume Lin's carrier. Lin showed no mercy, allowing the conical cells to bore countless holes in the esophagus, while directing the excavators and phagocytes deeper into the esophagus, preparing to devastate the worm's core. Is it dead? The scene within the esophagus transformed entirely. Where only a few amorphous cells had previously existed, a multitude of new cells suddenly emerged following the round shield worm's paralysis. These cells exhibited a white hue, with some as large as Lin's phagocytes and others no larger than her basic cells. They were abundant, continuously surging from the depths of the esophagus and various wounds. Before long, their numbers nearly equaled those of Lin's invading cells, exceeding 1 million. These cells constituted the round shield worm and Apos' defensive forces and began to assault Lin's cells, yet their method of attack was singular and simplistic: encapsulation. The surface of these leukocytes is adorned with minute tendrils, and their method of attack involves swimming alongside Lin's cells, ensnaring them with their appendages, and incessantly squeezing until Lin and Apos' cells are obliterated. Upon infiltrating the body of the round shield worm, Lin anticipated the emergence of a defensive force, yet was taken aback by their delayed arrival and substantial numbers. Without hesitation, Lin launched a counteroffensive, transforming the worm's esophagus into a battlefield. These white cells, proficient in one-on-one combat, possess tendrils that can effortlessly seize and crush any of Lin's cells. However, in large-scale confrontations, their appendages become unwieldy due to overcrowding. When faced with the concentrated fire of acid throwers or the charges of diggers and conical cells, they are prone to collective collapse. Consequently, these white cells emerge from various directions, attempting to disperse Lin's forces and force her cells into isolated skirmishes. Yet, Lin was undeterred. She consolidated her troops, uniting them to decisively vanquish the white cells. At present, the battlefield tilted slightly in Lin and Appos' favor, but she lacked reinforcements, while the white cells continued to proliferate, some even dividing amidst the fray to bolster their ranks. Lin contemplated sending more cells into the mouth of the round shield worm for reinforcement, especially since the worm and Appos' body had now become immobile. However, a sudden realization struck her. If she continued to bolster her forces within, the potential losses to eliminate the round shield worm would be catastrophic, and the feasibility of overcoming it remained uncertain, as Lin was oblivious to the exact number of defensive cells within the worm. Yet, what if there existed a means to directly convert foes into allies? Fortuitously, Lin possessed such a resource. The vibrant red infectors had also endured the oxygen crisis and were retained within her cellular collective. Now, it was their moment to enter the fray. Chapter 30. A congested immune system. The battle within the esophagus rages on, as Lin orchestrates the gathering of cone cells into a formidable, spiked sphere that rolls through the enemy ranks. Subsequently, acid injectors and diggers are dispatched to eliminate the remaining adversaries, granting Lin a notable advantage. However, this advantage proves fleeting, as a new variety of defense cells emerges among the round shield worms. In addition to the initial white blood cells ensnaring their foes with tentacles, a type of small, disc-shaped cell appears, adhering to Lin's cells like suction cups, secreting venomous substances that dismantle the outer membrane of Lin's cells, ultimately leading to their demise. Lin struggles to effectively counter these diminutive disc cells, which are merely 1/5 the size of the basic cells, and gradually finds herself at a disadvantage. Her forces are now encircled at the center of the esophagus, surrounded by the round shield worm's defensive cells, and the impending failure of this invasion looms. Yet, Lin remains unperturbed, for reinforcements have arrived. The round shield worms remain motionless, seemingly opting to conserve energy by halting unnecessary activity, channeling all available resources into defending against Lin and Appos' invading cells. Unbeknownst to them, several vivid red cells stealthily infiltrate through their mouths. To avert potential peril, Lin maintains a limited number of infectors, capping them at 10, and this time, she sends 5 infectors into the round shield worm's esophagus. The infectors, appearing as defenseless, bright red basic cells, are immediately surrounded by the round shield worm's white blood cells upon entry, swiftly reduced to mere fragments, membranes, and nuclei shredded. Consequently, the viruses contained within the infectors are released, burrowing into the white blood cells to obliterate their nuclei and ultimately tearing apart their outer membranes, resulting in the proliferation of thousands of viruses. These viruses continue to invade surrounding cells, repeating the cycle. And a crimson nightmare swiftly unfurls within the esophagus of the round shield worm. The once advantageous defense cells, which had Lin's forces heavily surrounded and on the brink of victory, suddenly crumble under the onslaught of the newly emerged viruses. Rendered helpless, they commence a retreat to avoid becoming mere factories for the viruses, thereby releasing their grip on Lin's troops. The vivid red viruses spread from the entrance of the esophagus, converging with Lin's forces in the middle of the esophagus. Lin intends to capitalize on this momentum, pushing deeper into the round shield worm's body. Although the red viruses may infect Lin's cells, their effect remains unchanged. Aside from turning Lin and Appos' cells a brilliant red, they inflict no further harm. Lin deliberately sends several cells laden with viruses to pursue the fleeing defensive cells of the round shield worm into the depths of the esophagus. Meanwhile, the remaining viruses continue their relentless assault on the already beleaguered esophageal walls, not only attacking the scattered cells but also infiltrating the blue cell-constructed walls, where they begin to proliferate wildly. From the outside, the circular shield worm writhed in agony once more, abruptly tossing its head and expelling a substantial cloud of blue particles, interspersed with a multitude of viruses. Subsequently, it slumped against the icy wall, once again entering a state of immobility. Lin's cellular battalion pursued the fleeing cells deep into the esophagus, where she discovered they had suddenly veered into a small opening in the esophageal wall. Without hesitation, Lin commanded her forces to follow suit. Inside the small opening, the passage twisted and turned. After swimming for a while, Lin's troops failed to encounter the escaping cells. Just as Lin pondered this mystery, A wall composed of blue cells abruptly materialized before her battalion. Attack! Lin and Appos' cells surged forward, with conical cells and diggers piercing the blue cell wall, creating numerous holes and inflicting a multitude of scars. The acid sprayers then doused the surface with a copious amount of dissolving liquid. Lin intended to shatter this wall by sheer force. Under Lin and Appos' relentless assault, the wall began to distort, seemingly in excruciating pain. Lin showed no inclination to cease her attack, continuously wreaking havoc upon the cellular barrier, while the acid sprayers eroded a vast pit, nearly breaching the wall. At that moment, countless small openings appeared on the wall, and a multitude of cells surged forth. These were the defensive forces of the circular shield worm that had fled earlier. Lin had been pondering their whereabouts, and she was taken aback by their sudden emergence in such great numbers. Although the viral swarm in the mid-esophagus had yet to reach this location, many of Lin's cells were red, indicating they were laden with viruses. Lin commanded these crimson cells to charge towards the enemy. Upon their demise, the viruses within would be released. The advancing red cells were swiftly ensnared by a group of oval cells, which corroded their outer membranes with their venom. In an instant, the viruses poured forth, infiltrating the oval cells. The invaded oval cells writhed in agony, their cores overtaken by the viruses, transforming them into breeding grounds that would soon unleash countless viral particles. However, this time, the circular shield worm's defensive cells appeared less fearful. They merely retreated slightly to evade the viruses. Lin then observed the emergence of peculiar cells among the crowd, distinct from both oval and white cells. They belonged to a third category. These cells possessed structures resembling nozzles, from which they emitted a strange gray liquid. The viruses that came into contact with this liquid seemed to lose their infectious capabilities, unable to penetrate the cell's outer membranes, drifting aimlessly instead. A term flitted through Lin's mind: immune cells? Regardless of their immune properties, she resolved to eliminate them. With this thought, Lin directed the devourers to charge at the cells spewing the liquid, swiftly reducing them to fragments. The immune cells are rather diminutive in size and scarce in number. The fluid they expel scarcely affects the majority of the viruses. These viruses begin to proliferate unchecked, infiltrating every surrounding cell and spreading wildly. Subsequently, they are annihilated by Lin. The limited quantity of immune cells makes them exceedingly easy for Lin to eliminate, and the other cells seem to harbor a deep-seated fear of Lin's infected crimson cells. Even when Lin dispatches the immune cells, they refrain from offering any assistance. Thereafter, Lin's forces remain firmly entrenched before the wall where the immune cells manifest, preventing any further immune cell emergence to combat the viruses, leaving the remainder of the task solely to the viruses, devoid of immune cells. The round shield worm is helpless against these viruses, which not only devastate the esophagus but also spread deeper within. Lin is uncertain how long it will take for the viruses to obliterate the entire worm, but judging by the worm's external reactions, the inference is rather straightforward. The term madness appears quite intriguing, seemingly denoting an inability to control oneself. Next, the mouth of the round shield worm begins to eject a blue liquid, composed of numerous blue cells, intermingled with a plethora of viruses. Additionally, the two fissures on its carapace, presumably referred to as gills, commence to release blue fluid as well. Yet, the spectacle does not conclude there. Many other regions of the round shield worm also begin to expel copious amounts of liquid. It continuously ejects the cells from within while thrashing about in agony until, after a considerable duration, it ultimately succumbs and sinks to the bottom of the water. This could aptly be termed as bleeding from all orifices and perishing. Lin acquires a plethora of new vocabulary, finding it quite fascinating, despite not fully grasping some of the meanings. However, the viruses are indeed terrifying, possessing the capability to eradicate cells and proliferate infinitely, allowing them to vanquish such a colossal organism. Had it not been for Lin's blockade of the immune cells, it is likely the viruses would not have succeeded. Yet, the paramount fact remains: she triumphed. Although it was a formidable battle, Lin emerged victorious. Now, she is eager to dismantle the creature and discover the intricacies of its composition. Chapter 31. The interior within Lin and Appos' perspective. A myriad of scarlet particles floated amidst azure debris, creating a scene of singular beauty. This was the vision witnessed by Lin and Appos' troops, stationed within the body of the circular shield worm. Everything around had transformed into drifting fragments, as the once vibrant blue cells constituting the esophagus, ducts, and other organs had succumbed to viral invasion. The virus had thoroughly ravaged the organism from its core to its outer membrane. Facilitated by the slaughter of immune cells by Lin, allowing the virus to proliferate unchecked. It was estimated that the interior of the circular shield worm now lay in ruins, reduced to mere cellular remnants. Lin's remaining forces navigated slowly through this environment, surrounded by the remains of cells and viruses, each nearly tainted with a deep crimson hue. Witnessing the devastation, Lin's mind churned with myriad thoughts, fear, unease, and confusion, but no elation of victory. What precisely was this virus? According to her current understanding, a virus was a peculiar entity, incapable of division or sustenance, merely adrift with the currents of water. Upon contact with a cell, it would penetrate its membrane, commandeering the cell for its own replication, ultimately leading to the cell and oppos, destruction. Thus, it generated more viruses, infecting additional cells. Was their sole aim to eradicate all cells? Viruses impose no limitations upon themselves. They multiply endlessly, annihilating everything in their path. Once all viable cells have been obliterated, they too perish from starvation, leaving only a handful of viruses to drift further downstream, seeking to infect other cells. Was this the essence of a virus? To extinguish all that could be destroyed and then await demise? What, indeed, was the purpose of their existence? Yet, these scarlet viruses bore a unique trait that could attach to Lin and oppos cells without causing harm. To this day, Lin remained oblivious to the reason behind this phenomenon. Suddenly, she found herself questioning her own purpose. Was it merely an incessant evolution? This seemed a profound inquiry, yet Lin felt she lacked the leisure to ponder it now. Her aircraft carrier was undergoing repairs, with cells at the torn wounds inflicted by the circular shield worm beginning to divide. Concurrently, Lin gathered the cells that had been left outside, untouched by the worm's maw, along with some larger phagocytes, steering towards the corpse of the circular shield worm. She intended to meticulously study and consume this creature that had caused her such significant losses. The carcass of the circular shield worm lay upon the ice not far from the carrier, fortunate that the ice had yet to melt, otherwise, its remains might attract other cells. Lin then commanded 100,000 cells to form an exploration team, venturing into the mouth of the circular shield worm. The original esophagus had vanished, leaving only a scattering of cellular fragments. The entering expedition quickly converged with the nearly crimson-hued troops within. Their numbers dwindled to merely a few tens of thousands. Though it seemed somewhat wasteful, Lin resolved to deal with them, lest the viruses within these cells manifest any peculiarities. She would not permit the number of infected to exceed 10. After all, the virus is exceedingly terrifying, being a force that harms its enemies without benefiting itself. Once it ravaged the cells within the armored worm, Lin found herself at a loss for viable sustenance. Perhaps deploying a virus for an attack was ill-advised? Such an action might only drive the armored worm away, without the possibility of extermination. Yet, is it truly a prudent endeavor or not? Only through thorough exploration of the entire creature would this be revealed. Lin first directed her troops to investigate what was once the esophagus, a space remarkably vast. She surmised that they must be situated within the oppos, shield and oppos, of the armored worm and oppos, head, where the illumination from the glimmering explosive orbs proved woefully insufficient to light the entirety of the area. Surrounding them were only cellular debris and viruses, all of which lay lifeless. Although their exterior offered no indication, the viruses would not penetrate even if Lin adhered cells to them. The exploration team continued deeper, attempting to uncover any remnants that had escaped the viral devastation. If indeed the cells within the armored worm had been entirely obliterated, this battle would have been decidedly unworthwhile. What could it be? Suddenly, Lin spotted a long, thick tentacle adrift amidst the myriad of cellular and viral remains. This appendage was evidently composed of cells, seemingly severed by viral assault, revealing a hollow center capable of housing numerous cells. Why had this conduit remained unscathed by the virus? Was it merely a matter of being severed? Lin instructed one of the devourers to glide to the conduit's broken end and peer inside. Discovering a plethora of blue cells, seemingly lifeless, lying immobile against the walls, with only an occasional flicker of movement from one or two. Regardless of how they had survived the viral onslaught, it signified that Lin still possessed potential spoils. She commanded several smaller devourers and basic cells to remain, while the devourers ventured into the conduit to consume the blue cells. The basic cells then assembled a small circular structure, primarily for the purpose of decomposition and digestion of sustenance. Subsequently, Lin's remaining forces pressed onward through the conduit, delving deeper into the armored worm's interior. And it appeared that the further they ventured, the more they encountered elements untouched by the virus. As they advanced, Lin discovered yet another conduit, similarly severed, its interior packed with blue cells. After leaving some cells behind, she continued deeper, soon encountering even more conduits. The third, the fourth, with each progressive depth. Lin uncovered an increasing number of conduits, intricately woven throughout this space. They varied in thickness, some branching out in numerous directions, and the more branches there were, the narrower the conduits became. Despite their differences, all these conduits shared a commonality. The thickest segments all converged toward a chamber. Moreover, tearing open any given conduit resulted in a cascade of blue cellular remains, seemingly all perished, yet this was evidently not the work of the virus. It was truly peculiar. How had they evaded the virus's assault? The water here bore no cellular debris, suggesting that the virus had perhaps never infiltrated this region at all. Perhaps the virus merely obliterated a portion of the cells in the head of the shielded worm. However, if that were the case, why did nearly all the cells at such depth succumb to demise? Although Lin and Appo's carrier was ravaged by the shielded worm, with half of it torn asunder, the remaining half thrived unscathed, exhibiting no signs of distress. Yet, did this worm perish entirely from the loss of only a fraction of its cells? Growing increasingly perplexed, Lin ventured deeper through the conduits, until a colossal entity materialized before her exploratory team. What is this? What purpose does this object serve? What has occurred? Lin instructed the cells to retreat slightly, leaving a devourer to observe the object, as her curiosity about it intensified. However, after an extended wait, the object remained motionless. Very well. It shall be consumed. Chapter 32. The new nutrient system. Lin had completed a full circuit within the body of the round shield worm, discovering that there was scarcely anything edible, save for the multicellular structures resembling conduits. All these conduits were interconnected with a vast central mass, the significance of which eluded Lin initially. After observing for a while, she relinquished her inquiry and began to consume them. It was only when her devourers gnawed through these conduits that Lin gradually began to comprehend their purpose. Within these conduits, she found not only a plethora of blue cells, but also an abundance of fatty oils, various food remnants, and a considerable number of immune cells. These immune cells appeared dissimilar to those Lin had encountered previously. They were diminutive, only slightly larger than viruses. They likely accounted for the conduit's resistance to viral attacks, secreting a viscous substance that deterred viruses from approaching. Yet, Lin pondered why the other organs within the round shield worm had succumbed to viral destruction. She deduced that these immune cells might be solely responsible for the conduit's defense, while the immune cells tasked with protecting other organs were obstructed by her forces, resulting in the devastation of those organs. Lin was unsure why these immune cells remained confined to the conduits rather than dispersing elsewhere. However, this was not her primary concern. Her chief interest lay in discerning the function of these conduits and examining how the composition of the round shield worm differed from her own cellular makeup. It appeared that these conduits were primarily designed for nutrient transport, permeating various regions of the body. This method of nutrient transfer proved remarkably effective. Lin's own method involved connecting composite cells to adipose cells, which then facilitated a much slower exchange of nutrients. For larger devourers, the process of saturating with nutrients took an inordinate amount of time. What truly impressed Lin was the colossal structure at the center of these conduits. After consuming a portion of it, she discovered that it was predominantly composed of muscle cells akin to its own kind. This indicated that the structure could contract or expand, functioning like a pump to facilitate the rapid flow of nutrients and cells throughout the conduits and into every area of the body. What is a pump? Setting aside this perplexing term for the moment, the architecture itself was undeniably exceptional. Indeed, by arranging these conduits into a circulatory structure and positioning a food reservoir at a specific point, the continuous contraction of the central muscular structure would enable the circulating cells to perpetually deliver nutrients to the body. There must be a food reservoir within the round shield worm that connects to these conduits, though Lin had yet to locate it, likely destroyed by the virus. Nonetheless, the efficiency of this structure was remarkable. Lin's devourers were composed purely of muscle cells alongside lethal cells in their mouths, exhibiting formidable strength against individual cells. Yet they consumed energy rapidly and were prone to fatigue, necessitating prolonged recovery before they could resume activity. The exterior of the carrier was comprised of hardened cells, which, due to their rigidity, did not expend energy, yet the tentacles used for locomotion were pure muscle structures, susceptible to fatigue with sustained activity. However, by incorporating this structure, the muscles may exhibit a slight reduction in strength compared to before, yet they are capable of enduring prolonged activity and facilitating rapid repair of damaged areas. It feels quite gratifying. Although the portion consumed has yet to reach even 30 of the aircraft carrier's restoration, it seems well worth the effort to eradicate this worm, as it allows for substantial learning. Had it not been for the destruction wrought by the virus on other parts, it is likely that even more could have been acquired. Next time, the use of a virus must be avoided. While Lin contemplated this, the cells had nearly consumed everything that remained within the body of the round shield worm. The surrounding ice was gradually melting, and Lin was close to completing the repair of the aircraft carrier. Although the edible portions of the round shield worm were scarce, Lin possessed a significant reserve of fat cells, more than sufficient to restore the entire vessel. The green cells within the nurturing ring on the outer skin of the aircraft carrier had also evaded this crisis, as they resided on the opposite side, untouched by the round shield worm. Furthermore, Lin noted that they appeared to be thriving, dividing more abundantly under the light filtering through the ice. Lin pondered whether to create additional nurturing rings. However, the immediate priority was to establish the circulatory pipeline structure. After completing the repair of the aircraft carrier, Lin began assembling the pipeline configuration learned from the round shield worm within the hollow interior of the vessel. The initial component was made up of muscle cells, forming a central area capable of rapid contraction and expansion. Lin discovered a new term to describe this part: heart. The heart is primarily divided into two layers. The upper layer is responsible for drawing in water to the pipeline and then compressing it to release into the lower layer, thereby achieving circulatory purposes. Following this, Lin instructed the foundational cells to construct these pipelines, ensuring they were interconnected and connected at various points along the internal walls of the aircraft carrier, allowing for the seamless delivery of nutrients throughout the vessel. Previously, Lin had created nutrient-absorbing tendrils in the latter half of the aircraft carrier, which primarily consumed food and facilitated intercellular nutrient transfer. However, this was far less efficient compared to the nutrient delivery achieved through the flowing water of the pipelines. The term for this pipeline structure is blood vessels. Although it sounded somewhat peculiar, Lin decided to adopt this nomenclature. Unlike the round shield worm, Lin did not intend to populate the blood vessels with an excessive number of cells, thus allowing for greater space for food transport. Speaking of food, Lin devised an elliptical structure referred to as a sac, which could open and close, connecting to the blood vessels. Typically, food would be stored within the sac, and the nutrient-laden cells from the blood vessels would transport the contents to other areas for nourishment, while also accommodating the disposal of fat cells. By the time Lin's conceptualization was complete, the assembly was also finished. The interior of the aircraft carrier now resembled a labyrinthine network of pipelines. Nevertheless, Lin recognized a flaw in this design. Should the blood vessels sustain damage, the contents could uncontrollably spill out. In such an event, Lin would have no choice but to halt the heart's contractions and await the repair of the blood vessels to restore circulation. Therefore, it was imperative for Lin to enhance defensive capabilities to prevent enemy assaults on these blood vessels. In terms of defense, this posed the greatest challenge for Lin. Although the cortical structure it comprises can thwart various attacks on individual cells, including spines and venom, it can be effortlessly torn apart by the round shield worm. Lin not only needs to investigate the internal workings of the round shield worm, but must also gain a comprehensive understanding of its exterior. How does it develop such a formidable shell? Lin's own cells are utterly incapable of achieving this level of hardness, whether they are diggers or conical cells. Perhaps, through incessantly burrowing into hard substances, such an ability could evolve over time. However, Lin is unwilling to wait that long. She yearns to uncover the composition of these hard shells immediately. Neither their appearance nor their texture resembles cellular structures. It is entirely incomprehensible, and she cannot consume or break them apart to discover their composition. Given this predicament, Lin resolves to utilize it. Perhaps this peculiar object could aid her in her evolution. How to employ it? Quite simply, Lin could allow her cells to inhabit the shell. The virus only destroyed the cells within the round shield worm's body, leaving the shell entirely unscathed. Aha! Lin might even be able to animate it once more, just as it was during its life. Although she is unaware of the other organs of the round shield worm, that is of little consequence. Lin understands that muscles and nutrients are the foundation of movement. As long as she supplies a sufficient number of cells, she could revive the entire round shield worm. Chapter 33. Departure from the ice layer. The vascular structure, once completed, operated smoothly. However, Lin discerned some minor issues. The cells within the vessels struggled to obtain oxygen, resulting in sluggish movement. Lin could not perforate the vessels, as that would allow the contents to leak out. Nonetheless, the cells within the vessels did not rely on their own movement, but rather on the rapid flow of water within. Thus Lin remained unconcerned. Lin and Appos, As phagocytes had also been updated, they possessed a vascular structure, yet lacked a heart. Instead, a muscular cell was situated deep within their mouths, connected to a storage sac linked to the vessels. The phagocytes could encapsulate crushed food, causing the sac to contract and expel the contents, along with water, into the vascular system, where the cells would decompose the nutrients and distribute them throughout the organism. The plan to resurrect the round-shield worm was temporarily shelved, as Lin could not produce enough cells to fill the shell, and the construction of the heart and vessels had already consumed a significant amount of resources. She needed to procure more food, but the prolonged cold spell posed a challenge. While it did not affect Lin directly, it meant that other cells would not emerge, resulting in a lack of sustenance, although her fat cells could sustain her for a considerable time. Creating something as large as an aircraft carrier could deplete over 70 of her reserves, which Lin was reluctant to expend for fear of encountering future dangers. Perhaps she could self-digest the aircraft carrier and subsequently establish a new base within the round-shield worm's shell? No, Lin did not wish to rely on other organisms. She desired to grow a robust shell herself. Occupying such a structure would hinder her evolution towards a tougher exterior. What should she do now? Venture out in search of food? Use the massive excavator to dig her way out? That seemed rather slow. Lin aspired to construct a more powerful ice-digging apparatus, akin to the swiftness exhibited by the round-shield worm. Hence, the only option was to modify the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier, inherently cylindrical in form, was well-suited for ramming. However, Lin preferred not to use it for that purpose. Instead, she fashioned two enormous tentacles on either side of the carrier, with their tips reinforced by a sturdy, serrated circular structure named the endopause, hammerhead. Endopause, these tentacles, composed of numerous muscular cells, could exert immense force to shatter the ice layer. Lin had conceived this design long ago, but the continuous swinging would significantly deplete the muscular cells, and the energy replenishment time was prolonged, rendering it inefficient. With the establishment of the vascular system, Lin could now continuously supply energy to the muscular cells while wielding the tentacles, greatly enhancing efficiency compared to before. Upon completion of the construction, Lin activated the aircraft carrier, which already possessed two tentacles for locomotion and a large water jet at the rear, allowing for rapid movement. Had it not been for the surrounding ice, the round-shield worm would have posed no threat. After leaving a portion of her cells within the shell of the round-shield worm, Lin embarked on her journey to shatter the ice. The aircraft carrier approached the ice layer, and the hammer-tipped tentacles struck the icy wall with tremendous force, creating not only a pit in the ice but also numerous fissures surrounding the impact site. Indeed, it proves to be effective. Reminiscent of the excavation performed by the circular shield worm, Lin commanded the aircraft carrier to continue wielding its hammer, thoroughly shattering the ice crystals before it, thereby creating a passage through which the carrier could advance. Subsequently, Lin hardened the prow of the aircraft carrier, enabling not only the hammer to smash the ice, but also allowing the vessel to collide with it. Previously, Lin had hesitated to take such action for fear of damaging the vascular system within, yet it now appeared to pose no issue, as the hammering tendrils also contained a vascular network, which had remained unscathed during the recent exertions. The large eye at the front of the carrier had been regressed by Lin, transforming into several smaller ocular tendrils positioned along the sides of the vessel to facilitate observation. With this adjustment, traversing the ice layer became considerably easier. Should they proceed further down? Lin surmised that wild cells likely concealed themselves within the grains of sand below, where it must be warmer, preventing the ice from freezing in that location. With this thought, Lin directed the carrier to descend, continuing to effortlessly shatter the ice layers. Although the ice exhibited varying degrees of hardness, the assault from the hammering tendrils rendered them inconsequential. It would not be long before they reached the sandy bottom. How peculiar! After shattering another layer of ice, an unusual sight unfolded before Lin. Although they had yet to reach the sandy shore, a region devoid of ice had emerged. This was a cavity large enough to accommodate 3 aircraft carriers, with no discernible signs of excavation on the surrounding ice walls. Lin was baffled by its formation and cautiously swam into the open space amidst the ice. What an odd phenomenon. How could such a place exist? Ice could not simply dissolve in this manner. Could it have been excavated by some creature? Yet, no such being was in sight. While Lin pondered the origin of this peculiar formation, she suddenly noticed small, moving specks on the ice walls. What could those be? The ocular tendrils on the side of the carrier were insufficient to discern their nature, prompting Lin to deploy the smaller assimilators within the carrier. As they approached the ice walls, it became apparent that the moving specks were cells, nearly indistinguishable from the ice in color. These small cells were widespread across the ice walls, and Lin was uncertain of their purpose. However, they were undoubtedly a source of sustenance. Without further deliberation, she commanded the assimilators to begin their hunt, simultaneously releasing additional assimilators to prepare for a thorough cleansing of these cells. The assimilators swiftly devoured the cells on the ice walls, which displayed no defensive capabilities, appearing as ordinary small spheres. Yet, they exhibited a peculiar ability to evade the assimilators. They could directly burrow into the ice without any excavation tools, simply drilling into it. The tiny holes created by the cells rendered the entry of the assimilators impossible, forcing them to abandon their pursuit. Truly remarkable. How did they accomplish this? Lin observed them intently, and from the perspective of the smallest assimilator, she discerned that these cells seemed to secrete a liquid capable of instantaneously dissolving the ice crystals surrounding their bodies, thereby allowing them to traverse the ice. So, this is how the cavity was formed. Thus, these cells ought to be referred to as endopos, ice-melting bacteria, and opos. The ice-melting bacteria nestled within the icy layers appeared to sway joyfully. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the colossal hammer-like tentacle of Lin struck the ice wall, shattering not only the barrier but also dislodging the hidden ice-melting bacteria within. Almost immediately, the devourers swiftly consumed the minuscule cells mingled with the ice debris. Realizing that hiding within the ice was perilous, the ice-melting bacteria collectively retreated deeper, while Lin relentlessly shattered the ice layer, pursuing them in their escape. Though the ice-melting bacteria could burrow through the ice, their speed was woefully inadequate compared to Lin's relentless onslaught. With each strike, Lin liberated a multitude of ice-melting bacteria from their frozen confines, subsequently commanding the large devourers to ingest them along with the ice fragments, grinding them into a fine powder. Thus, Lin advanced through the wall, hammering them out while progressing forward. However, after a brief while, Lin abruptly discovered that she had once again entered water. The ice had vanished ahead. Was this another frozen cavern? No, it was something entirely different. Before her lay an expanse of water, vast and boundless. Lin had departed from the frozen realm. What was this? A peculiar sight unfolded before Lin and Opos' eyes. In the expansive waters, though still open and ethereal, beneath the sandy surface resided many entities previously unseen by her. Most of these forms were elongated or circular, their surfaces adorned with striped protrusions. Some lay flat upon the sand, while others stood embedded within it. After observing for a moment, Lin discerned that these were indeed living organisms, as they remained nearly motionless, yet when water currents flowed past, their bodies began to undulate, extending tendrils from their surfaces to sway in the moving water. These organisms appeared to be multicellular assemblies, their numbers abundant, nearly carpeting the entire sandy expanse. It seemed evident that the round-shielded worms refrained from consuming unicellular entities for a reason. They were likely more adept at feasting upon these multicellular beings. Where had these multicellular organisms originated? For so long, Lin had encountered only unicellular forms. When had other life forms emerged as multicellular? Chapter 34. The creatures of the desert beneath the sea. Before her lay an endless expanse of sandy shores, vast waters, and an array of peculiar multicellular organisms fixed upon the sand. Behind her, a thick layer of ice loomed, likely devoid of anything but melting bacteria. What was Lin to do? Advance or retreat? Lin was uncertain of the capabilities of these multicellular beings, especially after suffering significant losses against the circular shield worm. Yet, retreat was not her desire. Perhaps this was an opportunity for evolution, and she was in need of sustenance. These creatures appeared immobile, anchored to the sand, and Lin contemplated finding one that seemed manageable to eliminate. However, she was unsure which would be easy prey. Size was not a decisive factor, as evidenced by viruses, infinitesimal yet formidable. The bulkiness of these multicellular entities suggested that the demise of just one would yield abundant nourishment. As she pondered, her carrier began to maneuver, floating above this congregation of beings, its eye stalks extending to seek a target below. Eventually, Lin fixated on an organism standing in the sand. Its body was round and elongated, approximately the same length as her carrier, but with a thickness comparable to the outer layer of the carrier itself. It was anchored in the sand by a cylindrical stalk, wavering in the water. Upon closer inspection, Lin discerned that it was ensnaring cells swept in by the currents. She decided to name it leaf-shaped worm, a term that resonated with her despite her lack of knowledge regarding leaf. The surface of the leaf-shaped worm was adorned with striped patterns, with numerous flagella sprouting from the gaps between the stripes. When single-celled organisms collided with it, they would be ensnared by the flagella and subsequently drawn in for consumption. Lynn felt a peculiar kinship with this creature, reminiscent of her former self, anchored to rocks, ensnaring passing beings, leading a passive and monotonous existence. Indeed, relinquishing such a life had proven to be the right choice. Remaining immobile would only render one a victim of predation. The carrier gradually approached the leaf-shaped worm. Confirming that it possessed no means of retaliation, Lynn raised her hammer-like appendage and struck fiercely against the worm. To her surprise, this seemingly fragile creature withstood the blow. Remaining steadfast in the sand, its surface patterns untouched, though the flagella retracted momentarily. However, Lynn and Oppos' hammer was not limited to a single strike, nourished by her circulatory system. She wielded her appendage with rapidity and precision, delivering a relentless barrage of blows upon the worm and Oppos' exterior. Under the relentless assault, the leaf-shaped worm began to falter. Its stability compromised as it swayed unsteadily. True to her assessment, the leaf-shaped worm lacked any means of counterattack, relying solely on its hard shell to withstand external onslaughts. While other beings might have abandoned their efforts upon realizing the futility of their attempts, Lynn believed that this persistent hammering would foster her evolution, compelling her to strike even harder. Ultimately, the shell of the leaf-shaped worm succumbed to Lynn and Oppos' relentless blows, fissures appearing upon its surface, and cells from within oozed forth. Lynn and Oppos' devourers promptly sprang into action, consuming every last one of the escaping cells. Continuing her assault, Lynn targeted the fissure, exacerbating the wound and causing an increasing number of cells to spill forth. She felt a peculiar sensation. These cells lacked any offensive capability, so why were they emerging? If the exterior of Lynn's mothership were to be torn, the internal cells would never leak out. Even the blood vessels could be safeguarded by halting her heartbeat to prevent any internal substance from escaping. However, it appeared that other multicellular organisms lacked such control over the flow of their cells. How curious. Yet, Lynn paid little mind to such musings, relentlessly striking the shell of the leaf-shaped insect. Although her hammer sustained some damage, she remained indifferent, for repair was a trivial matter. The shell of the leaf-shaped insect was not as resilient as that of the round-shielded worm, and being a stationary target, it succumbed to Lynn and Oppos' relentless attacks. Cracks began to proliferate across its surface, and gradually, fragments of the exterior shell shattered and fell away, revealing the soft multicellular structure within. A sandbag, perhaps? The term seemed rather amusing. While contemplating this, Lynn commanded her devourers to engage, tearing into the internal structure of the leaf-shaped insect, converting its essence into sustenance for her growth. Lynn discovered that the insect possessed structures reminiscent of blood vessels, yet devoid of a pump like a heart, relying instead on tentacle-like cells to perpetually circulate the liquid within. Beyond that, it consisted primarily of unicellular entities or simple aggregates, ultimately offering little of value for Lynn to learn. The sole utility of the leaf-shaped insect lay in its edibility. Lynn's devourers swiftly consumed the entire insect, leaving naught but a heap of shattered shell. Though elongated, the insect was flat. One was insufficient for her needs. But consuming another would provide enough nourishment to resurrect the round-shielded worm. Suddenly, Lynn noticed a disc-shaped object on the sandy expanse ahead. Was this truly a living being? She glided closer, scrutinizing the peculiar entity. The surface of this disc bore spiral patterns, measuring merely half the size of Lynn's mothership, though its lower half was buried in the sand, obscuring its true dimensions. While it appeared to be biological, Lynn had never observed it in motion and was uncertain of its method of sustenance. Shall I strike it to see? The hardened, hammer-like tip of her tentacle felt no sensation, yet Lynn experienced pain, indicating that her internal muscle cells had suffered from the recoil. Just how hard must this entity be to elicit such a response? One thing was certain, it surpassed the hardness of the leaf-shaped insect, even exceeding that of the round-shielded worm's head shield. A powerful thought suddenly surged within Lynn's mind. What kind of thought was it? Lynn could not articulate it. Yet she recognized that when she previously struck the shell of the leaf-shaped insect, her mind entertained notions of and Oppos, potentially shattering and Oppos, hope, and Oppos. In contrast, upon striking this disc-shaped organism, her thoughts immediately shifted to hopeless and utterly unbreakable. Even if her hammer were to shatter, it would be impossible to mar its surface. However, Lynn refrained from further experimentation. How could she predict such an outcome? Indeed, this term can be referred to as an Oppos, computational capacity, and Oppos, once the initial experience is acquired. One can infer the ultimate outcome based on that foundational information. It is quite remarkable. Lin may have possessed this ability long ago. Yet only now has she truly come to recognize it. Lin opted to cease her assaults on the disc, although it was possible to excavate it. The presence of numerous leaf-shaped worms nearby rendered the endeavor unworthy of her time. She swam towards a smaller leaf-shaped worm in the vicinity and initiated a series of hammering strikes. Before long, this sandbag would also become a source of sustenance for her. This beach was teeming with leaf-shaped worms, a veritable paradise for Lin. Consuming them proved far more efficient than feasting upon those single-celled organisms. And these sandbags posed no threat whatsoever. They remained motionless. Moreover, there seemed to be no other predators, such as the shield worms, lurking about. Truly, there could be no more favorable circumstances. Lin intended to harness the resources available here to further her growth and evolution. Once she attained a certain level of strength, she would no longer fear other predators. In her contemplation, she appeared oblivious to the subtle movement among the grains of sand beneath the carrier, where something was writhing. Thank you to the silent mole for the generous support in pursuing a life of chasing the wind. Chapter 35. Small and complex. After consuming the second leaf-shaped caterpillar, Lin had acquired sufficient nourishment, enabling her to revive the circular shield worm. Subsequently, Lin's gaze shifted towards another immobile leaf-shaped caterpillar nearby. Such stationary sustenance was truly splendid. With delight, Lin began to sway the tentacles of her carrier. Just as she intended to swim, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Some sensory cells in her epidermis had ceased to function, yet she did not experience any pain. How peculiar to die without feeling pain. Lin released the devourers from her carrier to investigate the area where her sensation had vanished, suspecting an attack. She deduced that it must have originated from the rear. Near the waterspout, the carrier and Oppos' massive form housed countless cells, millions, rendering it impossible to fully observe her entire body with just the two tentacle-like eyes at the forefront. Furthermore, the hardening of the epidermis dulled her external sensations. Although there were two additional tentacles designed specifically for detecting water flow, they too could not encompass her entire being. The devourers traversed along the carrier's skin towards the back, where they immediately discerned the source of the disturbance. On the epidermis near the waterspout, an unusual creature adhered to her skin. Its body resembled a conglomeration of 5 thick, flat tentacles, and Lin could sense the cells in that region of her skin continuously vanishing. Starfish. This name had not originated from Lin, but emerged spontaneously in her thoughts. And she found it quite fitting for the creature. Was this starfish consuming her epidermal cells? Yet why did she not feel any pain? Perhaps this creature possessed a certain method to render the cells impervious to pain, thereby achieving its aim of stealthily feeding. Nonetheless, Lin could still perceive the incessant disappearance of her cells, indicating that this creature's plan had faltered. Contemplating this, Lin unleashed a multitude of devourers to mount an assault. This starfish was approximately 10 times the size of a large devourer, and its seemingly soft, freely movable tentacles suggested that it lacked a hard shell, making it presumably easy to handle. The devourers latched onto the starfish's 5 tentacles and strained to pull it away, hoping to detach it from the epidermis. However, the starfish clung tenaciously to the carrier, resisting all efforts of the devourers to dislodge it. Moreover, the conical cellular structures within the devourers and Oppos' mouths were ineffective against the starfish and Oppos' outer layer. While the starfish and Oppos' exterior appeared soft and pliable, its surface was deceptively hard, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Additionally, numerous spiny protrusions adorned its skin, further complicating the devourers and Oppos' attempts to inflict damage. What an irksome creature! Were it not for Lin and Oppos' hammer-shaped tentacles being unable to reach that location, shattering it would have been a trivial task. However, Lin possessed more than just one type of devourer. The original devourers had conical cells that were singular and not particularly combined, allowing them to efficiently shatter other cells. Since the incident with the circular shield worm, Lin has increased the number of large devourers, preparing them to combat other multicellular organisms. Some of the devourers have undergone specialization, and Lin has fashioned numerous elongated, sharply pointed hardened structures in their mouths, termed giant fangs. These fangs are significantly larger than those of previous devourers, rendering them unsuitable for crushing unicellular organisms, yet exceptionally effective against multicellular life forms. Lin commanded the ordinary devourers to withdraw, allowing the giant fang devourers to engage the starfish. The giant fang devourers clamped onto the starfish and Oppos' S tentacles, their enormous sharp fangs piercing deeply into the starfish and Apos' appendages under the pressure of their muscular bodies. Lin then instructed the giant fang devourers to release their grip as an abundance of starfish cells surged forth from the wound. She directed the devourers to swiftly gather these cells and together charge toward the starfish's injury, tearing apart the exposed soft structures within. At this moment, the starfish ceased clinging to the aircraft carrier, its injured tentacles severing from its main body, leaving behind a mere four-armed starfish that wobbled before detaching from the carrier's surface, propelled by a current flowing nearby, severing a part of its body to escape? Such naivety. What is naivety? Although this term is rather perplexing, it does not hinder Lin from pursuing the starfish with the giant fang devourers, ultimately shredding it into fragments. After the starfish's departure, Lin observed the damage inflicted upon her carrier and Apos' surface. The area where the starfish had clung appeared to be significantly bitten away. How could such a wound be inflicted without the victim feeling pain? It seems imperative to conduct a thorough investigation into this starfish. Though torn, the critical areas remain intact, allowing for further study. Lin discovered a multitude of small appendages beneath the starfish's tentacles, which ended in semicircular hollows, suggesting they were employed to adhere to the carrier's surface. Are these suction cups? They seem capable of exerting considerable force, preventing Lin and Apos' group of devourers from detaching it from the skin, thus holding research value. Beneath the starfish and Apos' skin lies a layer of hard shell, akin to the non-cellular structure of the circular shield worm and Apos' exoskeleton, albeit softer. However, Lin's primary concern rests with the starfish's mouth, which should be an aperture at the center of the 5 tentacles, surrounded by curved spiny structures. This resembles the mouth of the circular shield worm, but most crucially, the tips of these spines possess small orifices. Lin instructed the cells to penetrate these openings for exploration, discovering that they connect to an internal pouch-like area within the starfish. This pouch is composed of yellow cells that secrete a liquid capable of inducing a peculiar state upon contact with other cells, rendering them immobile and devoid of sensation. Not all of the starfish's curved fangs connect to the pouch. Some lack orifices and are likely solely for extracting and consuming the insensate cells. This constitutes a remarkably potent structure, piercing the opponent's outer skin with sharp spines and injecting a destructive liquid. Lin seems to recall certain cells possessing such capabilities. Yet she had not contemplated creating a similar multicellular assembly. Although the acid-secreting entity has evolved from conical cells, its orifice is neither rigid nor pointed, which may have led Lin to overlook this capability. However, she has now comprehended that she could create a similar amalgamation. Furthermore, the starfish possesses vascular structures within its body. Yet Lin has been unable to locate the heart, possibly due to it being devoured or damaged. The vessels and the internal cells lack the capacity for fluid transportation, indicating that the starfish should indeed have a heart. Nevertheless, Lin has discovered an object reminiscent of a heart. It is composed of a multitude of unique cells, elongated in shape and adorned with numerous tentacles. These cells coalesce to form a small, oval mass, connected by vascular-like channels that permeate the entirety of the organism. Yet, these channels do not convey nutrients, nor do they contain any substance, and the central oval mass exhibits no movement. What purpose could it serve? In addition, there exist other peculiar formations, such as a sac filled with numerous round white cells, which is linked to the exterior by a hollow tentacle, seemingly designed to expel these cells. There are also intricate networks composed of a multitude of small tentacles, along with robust hollow structures, all exhibiting remarkable complexity. Lin is largely unaware of the functions of these structures. It is astonishing that such a diminutive starfish is far more intricate than the larger leaf-shaped creatures. It is likely that the round shield worm is also a highly complex organism, regrettably ravaged by a virus. However, Lin is not overly concerned with these complexities. What truly matters is her ability to overpower them. She intends to absorb only the pertinent knowledge, disregarding the incomprehensible, and consume everything else. As Lin delves into her study of the starfish, the transporters have already delivered adipose cells to the location of the round shield worm, initiating the revival process. Lin is confident that it will not be long before she evolves once again into a supreme entity. Chapter 36. Exploration, not knowing what to place inside. It was decided to leave it empty for now, serving as a reservoir for fat cells. Additionally, Lin discovered that aside from its mouth, the body of the round shield worm was riddled with numerous fissures and small openings, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Thus, they were sealed with hardened cells. Once the cells were fully positioned, Lin attempted to make the round shield worm move. The sensation of its armored body indeed evoked a feeling of safety, yet its movement was somewhat cumbersome. Initially, Lin struggled to adapt, but after some practice, she grasped the mechanics of propelling the round shield worm's body. Primarily, Lin intended to use the round shield worm as a guardian for her carrier. Hence it was aptly named and amp, oppos, guardian, and amp, oppos. Subsequently, she commanded the amp, oppos, guardian and amp, oppos, to exit the ice cave and crawl alongside the carrier. With its presence, Lin felt emboldened. Should she encounter round shield worms or similar creatures again, fear would be a distant memory. Meanwhile, Lin continued to engage with other leaf-shaped insects, which provided her with substantial nourishment. Unlike the single-celled warfare, where prolonged conflict often birthed adversaries with countering cells or abilities, Lin had thus far vanquished numerous leaf-shaped insects without them ever exhibiting resistance to her assaults. It seemed as though the evolutionary pace of multicellular organisms was considerably slower. Perhaps, even if changes occurred, their manifestation would be sluggish within such a vast organism. At the same time, Lin began to assemble a new cellular composition, naming it Cultivator. This spherical entity, primarily transparent, utilized tendrils surrounding its body for locomotion, serving the purpose of nurturing green cells. Its mobility allowed it to seek out areas abundant in light for cultivation. However, Lin typically allowed them to drift near the carrier. With these preparations in place, Lin felt less apprehensive about food scarcity. Were there perhaps other soft-bodied organisms suitable for starfish attacks? The carrier gradually glided to a higher sand dune. Gazing across the beach, Lin observed that aside from the leaf-shaped insects, the only other creatures present were the exceptionally hard, disc-shaped entities. No other life forms seemed to inhabit the area. It seemed prudent for Lin to survey the entire region to ascertain the extent of these biological communities, thereby determining the optimal growth threshold for herself. Indeed, such an approach was warranted. Contemplating this, Lin awaited the arrival of the Guardian before initiating her expedition. The carrier navigated gracefully from its elevated position, while the Guardian crawled along the sandy terrain. This empty shell, perhaps due to its incomplete filling, moved considerably faster than the previous round shield worm. Both maintained a synchronized pace upon the beach, simultaneously observing their surroundings. The environment was teeming with life, predominantly amoebas and discworms. Occasionally, Lin spotted some starfish, distinctly different from those she had previously encountered. These creatures boasted 6 tentacles, their coloration closely resembling that of the sand, and they incessantly sifted through the grains. Lin surmised they were foraging for cells hidden within the sand particles. Paying them no heed, she continued her advance along the beach. After a while, Lin noted a gradual decline in the number of surrounding organisms. What was once a dense congregation had transformed into a sparse scattering. Stationary organisms like leaf-shaped insects presumably subsist on the flowing cells around them. However, the water here seems to contain a paucity of such cells, the reason for which eludes understanding. Upon traversing a sand dune, Lin encountered an unusual creature not far ahead. Rather than its appearance, it was its size that set it apart. This was a colossal leaf-shaped insect, approximately 5 times larger than those previously encountered, even exceeding the size of Lin's own aircraft carrier in its mature form, yet its exterior bore no discernible difference from the smaller variants. Numerous large leaf-shaped insects surrounded her, and the diminutive ones had vanished entirely. Was this a congregation of the larger species? Lin approached one of the colossal insects and tapped it lightly with her hammer. It seemed no harder than the smaller ones. What purpose did its size serve? Perhaps she could break it open to examine its internal structure for differences. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the massive insect suddenly quivered violently, and an immense volume of white liquid erupted from the leaf tip at its apex. What could that be? A venom? Upon witnessing the liquid being expelled, Lin's instinct was to retreat immediately. However, the liquid did not descend to her level but instead floated higher in the water, and she noticed that all surrounding leaf-shaped insects were likewise discharging this substance. What were they doing? The insects continued to release this liquid, even staining the surrounding waters white. Yet Lin found herself utterly perplexed by the significance of their actions. She instructed her aircraft carrier and guardians to remain on the beach to avoid contact with the liquid, while she deployed several smaller devourers to investigate what this liquid truly was. Could it be cells? As the devourers approached the ejected liquid for a closer examination, Lin discerned that this white substance was composed entirely of small cells. She had previously encountered such cells within the leaf-shaped insects, stored in a sac near their posterior. At the time, she had no inkling of their purpose, and now her confusion only deepened. Were they actually expelling these cells in such large quantities? What could be the rationale behind this? Clearly, it was not an act of self-defense, for these cells possessed no offensive capabilities. There were two types: small, needle-like cells and larger, round white cells, devoid of any harmful structures. Lin even allowed the devourers to consume some, and they contained no toxins. Suddenly, Lin noticed that the smaller needle-like cells, upon contact with the white spherical cells, would burrow into them, causing the spherical cells to turn yellow and seemingly harden. Furthermore, subsequent needle cells could not penetrate the same spherical cell again. What in the world was happening? This bizarre behavior was unlike anything Lin had ever witnessed, leaving her at a loss for explanation. Yet, she found herself with little time to ponder the enigmatic cells at this moment. The eyes of the devourer beheld a multitude of creatures approaching from a distance. These beings were not unicellular, but rather colossal organisms composed of numerous cells. Their bodies took the form of discs, yet they were not the rigid entities buried in the sand. Instead, they appeared remarkably pliable, gliding gracefully through the water. Beneath the disc-shaped bodies, there were dozens, even hundreds, of slender tentacles. The size of their discs was approximately 1/10 that of Lin's aircraft carrier, but when including the tentacles, their length equaled that of the carrier. There was an astonishing number of them. Lin and Appos, devourer surveyed its surroundings and discovered that at least 100 were converging from all directions. These creatures seemed to be drawn by the abundant cells expelled by the leaf-shaped insect into the water, and some had already begun to wave their elongated tentacles to capture prey within the cellular swarm. Chapter 37. The calm before the storm. Lin quietly lingered on the beach, observing this peculiar spectacle. First, the leaf-shaped creature expelled a multitude of cells from within its body, which then fused together in a marvelous manner. Subsequently, a swarm of disc-like beings, adorned with long tentacles, was drawn to these cells. Lin was perplexed. Why would the leaf-shaped creature release such an abundance of cells into the water? Such an act seemed to deplete its resources significantly, and it inexplicably attracted a host of strange organisms. The odd, flying saucer-like entities were not something Lin wished to provoke. Rather, she intended to assess the situation first. After some preliminary calculations, she concluded that these disc-shaped beings should be relatively easy to handle. Their bodies likely possessed a soft consistency, and Lin observed their rapid expansion and contraction as they swam. Although their numerous tentacles appeared delicate, their strength seemed minimal. However, their sheer numbers were daunting. As they swam amidst the cluster of cells expelled by the leaf-shaped creature, their tentacles continuously extending and retracting, seemingly ensnaring prey. Jellyfish. A new term surfaced in her thoughts, suggesting that these tentacled discs were referred to as such. Although she felt somewhat unsatisfied with the name, there was no need to concoct an alternative. Lin pondered whether to attack the jellyfish to test their ease of conquest. If they proved manageable, they could provide an additional food source. At that moment, Lin suddenly noticed the surrounding light gradually dimming. Being enveloped in darkness was far from ideal. The luminous explosive spheres were too small to illuminate the entire carrier, and having never experienced nightfall, Lin had not produced an abundance of them. As the illumination waned, the floating jellyfish began to emit a blue glow, and as the surroundings darkened further, they illuminated the waters around her. It was quite beautiful. Could there be some connection between them and luminescent microorganisms? The term beauty had not graced Lin's thoughts for quite some time. She watched the shimmering jellyfish drift through the water, when suddenly, one approached, nearing the position of the carrier and its guardian. Should she attack? The glowing jellyfish glided gracefully over the sand before her. Striking it would be relatively simple. Yet, Lin and Appos' only concern was whether attacking this one would provoke a collective response from the others. Just as she hesitated, the jellyfish altered its course and drifted closer. It did not appear aggressive, merely gliding past Lin and Appos' carrier, although its tentacles brushed lightly against a small section of the carrier and Appos' surface. A sharp pain surged through Lin as she felt a strong sensation radiate from the point of contact among her cells, even beginning to infiltrate the blood vessels linked to the affected area. Was this a virus? No, it felt different. Could it be venom? In any case, an urgent cessation was imperative. Lin projected a powerful thought, commanding all cells surrounding the painful point to self-destruct, halting their heartbeat, while simultaneously severing the invaded blood vessel to prevent further infiltration of the venom. The pain subsided, and her emergency response functioned remarkably well. Lin then temporarily sealed the ruptured blood vessel, allowing her heart to resume its rhythm, before dispatching her devourers to inspect the damaged area of her carrier. Is this a stinging cell? The engulfers discovered a multitude of cells adhering to the already necrotic cortex, each possessing an aperture through which a filament protrudes, its tip adorned with a stinger. These stingers are embedded within the cortex of Lin, seemingly serving as conduits for venom injection. This venom circulates amongst the cells, facilitated by their shared nutrient structure. However, if Lin can induce the surrounding cells to cease their life functions, the venom's transmission will be thwarted. Fortunately, only a small area of cortical cells has been compromised, a minor injury that is easily reparable. Even if the venom were to spread further, it would become increasingly diluted, ultimately reaching a concentration insufficient to harm the cells, for it is not like a virus that can perpetually proliferate. Nevertheless, Lin is resolute in her intention to eliminate the jellyfish. The jellyfish remains nearby. Not having drifted far, Lin decides to let the Guardian test its mettle first, as she is also curious to assess the capabilities of the resurrected round shield worm. Should it be subjected to a group assault, its hard shell might provide adequate protection. With this in mind, Lin instructs the Guardian to approach slowly. Upon reaching a position beneath the jellyfish, Lin suddenly recognizes a dilemma. Never mind. It is better to act decisively. Lin commands the aircraft carrier to surge towards the target, delivering a powerful strike upon the jellyfish and Apos' disc-shaped body. The jellyfish, struck with force, releases a torrent of bubbles and is sent hurtling away, landing on a nearby beach. Lin promptly urges the Guardian to rush forward, seizing the jellyfish's tentacles with its claws before pressing down with full force, tearing its body apart with ease. This was remarkably simple and as anticipated. The surrounding jellyfish remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the demise of their companion, indicating a lack of communication among them. Lin releases a multitude of engulfers, intending to examine the internal structure of the jellyfish before consuming it. As the engulfers approach, Lin observes, with great scrutiny, that the tentacles are riddled with numerous orifices, each housing a stinging cell. The density of these cells evokes a sense of trepidation within Lin. Had she been struck by a flurry of tentacles moments ago, she might have had to shed the entire layer of the aircraft carrier. Might Lin also employ her stinging cells in a similar fashion? However, her stinging cells lack the penetrating power found in the jellyfish and Apos', rendering them vastly inferior, which is why she has not utilized them in quite some time. This is the first instance Lin encounters unicellular entities capable of penetrating the aircraft carrier and Apos' layer, although they reside on a multicellular organism. It seems the layer must be further reinforced, unlike the Guardian's shell, which demonstrates no such issues. The internal structure of the jellyfish is rather simplistic, devoid of vascular systems, consisting only of a few sac-like pouches densely populated with tentacles bearing stinging cells. Lin observes that these tentacles secrete a dissolving fluid, suggesting these pouches are intended for food decomposition. Beyond this, there is little complexity, a stark contrast to the extraordinary intricacies of a starfish. Yet, paradoxically, simpler organisms like jellyfish and leaf-shaped worms are significantly larger than starfish. Why is this so? Is it possible that simplicity is the key to greater size? However, the round shield worm is quite substantial and undoubtedly complex. The jellyfish, apart from the parts with stinging cells, has been entirely consumed by Lin. At this moment, the surroundings have descended into complete darkness. In this aquatic realm, aside from the luminescence of the jellyfish, all else is engulfed in inky blackness. Lin remains vigilant, observing the periphery, yet fortunately, no jellyfish drift toward her. She has successfully healed the wounds on her skin and has allowed some cells to absorb residual venom, attempting to foster the evolution of resistant individuals. It appears that the jellyfish have nearly devoured the cells expelled by the leaf-shaped insects, as Lin notices their numbers gradually dwindling, with many jellyfish swimming off into the distance. With each jellyfish that departs, the surrounding environment dims further, until, when they all leave, Lin can no longer perceive any light or objects. A profound darkness envelopes her, a sensation she feels she has not encountered in ages. It seems imperative to devise a large luminous assembly. Suddenly, an unusual tremor reverberates through the water. What could it be? Lin and Apos' sensory tentacles relay the sensation of a distinct alteration in the water and Apos' movement, akin to the presence of some colossal entity shifting amidst the undulating water. Countless minute vibrations can be felt. Lin deduces that this must be the sensation of sand being disturbed. Could it be that some creature is emerging from the sands? No. The surrounding grains are all vibrating. After a moment of hesitation, Lin directs her carrier to ascend slowly, while the immobile guardians remain on the shore. Though the guardians lack eyes, they possess sensory tentacles, enabling them to perceive the tremors in the water. The vibrations across the entire beach grow increasingly pronounced, suggesting that something significant is about to occur. Chapter 38. The radiance of the future. The water flowed differently from any ordinary stream. Whether it was stirred by the trembling sands or originated from afar remained uncertain. Once Lin had evolved into a multicellular organism, it had never feared the currents again. Yet this time, the force of the flow far exceeded its expectations. The torrent surged across the expanse of water, sweeping up countless grains of sand and carrying away everything in its path. The once tranquil night transformed in an instant into a hellish cascade. Lin felt as though it was ensnared by an overwhelming power, tossed about like an aircraft carrier in the pitch black of night. It spun incessantly, losing all sense of up and down, utterly disoriented and helplessly rolling amidst the tumultuous waters. Lin clung tightly to the openings on the carrier and Apos' surface to prevent its internal cells from spilling out. Fortunately, the current had not torn the carrier and Apos' skin. Yet it found itself incapable of any movement. In the raging torrent, even the slightest wriggle of its tendrils was impossible. This colossal assembly, composed of over 1 billion cells, left Lin in disbelief that the carrier could be swept away. Moments ago, a gigantic leaf-shaped creature had collided with the carrier, seemingly also caught in the current and Apos' grasp. While Lin could typically shatter leaf-shaped creatures, uprooting them from the sands was utterly unfeasible. The power of this flow likely surpassed Lin and Apos' comprehension. Unable to resist, unable to move, Lin continued to be tossed about, unaware of how much time had passed. Gradually, the current began to mellow and then slowly subsided, restoring tranquility to the water once more. Has it stopped? Indeed, it came swiftly and departed just as quickly. It seemed to have stumbled upon an amusing notion. Regardless, Lin commenced an assessment of its current state. Numerous blood vessels had bin severed, and several ocular tendrils on the exterior had broken off. Yet the hammer-like and swimming tendrils remained intact. These minor injuries would soon mend. As for the guardian, it seemed to have been swept away somewhere, likely buried beneath the rubble. Thanks to its hard shell, the cells within remained mostly unharmed, but its position was presumably quite distant from the carrier. Lin began to assemble new ocular tendrils on the carrier's surface. The outside was still shrouded in darkness, and it would likely have to wait until light returned to reunite with the guardian. Wait, light? The ocular tendrils suddenly detected flickering luminescence emanating from above. Were they jellyfish? The sensation was distinctly different. The lights appeared as tiny points, and it felt as though they were situated at a great distance. Lin swam toward the shimmering points. The closer it drew, the more numerous the lights became. They were twinkling points, filling Lin and Apos' field of vision, covering every corner it could perceive. Among these flickering lights, there existed a colossal column of light composed of countless points, extending from one end of the world to the other, filling Lin and Apos' eyes and thoughts with radiance. A world? The Milky Way? The starry sky? It swam forward, extending its tendrils upward, attempting to make contact with one of the luminous points. Suddenly, an odd sensation coursed through Lin's tendrils, as if it had penetrated a strange realm, where the surrounding water vanished in an instant, replaced by an ethereal touch. And Apos, the surface of the water, and Apos. Lin seemed to have encountered this term before. It appeared to be a rather extraordinary place. Contemplating this, Lin promptly activated the jets behind the carrier and vigorously waved her tentacles, propelling herself upwards. With a splash, although she broke the surface for merely a fleeting moment, Lin distinctly felt through her dermal layer that the void above the water was not entirely empty, but rather filled with a substance known as gas. Much like oxygen or bubbles, these entities existed as diminutive spheres beneath the water's surface, yet above. They completely dominated their realm. Moreover, this void of gas was permeated during the daylight hours by a perilous and lethal force known as ultraviolet rays, capable of annihilating cells in an instant. But since it was night now, was she safe? And Apos, daylight and Apos, seemed to refer to a novel concept of brilliance, which was quite appealing. Lin yearned to approach them, but alas, a gaseous barrier obstructed her path, implying that she must maneuver within the gas itself. How could she achieve this? Lin was at a loss. Furthermore, when daylight arrived, the intense ultraviolet rays would spell her doom. Lin had never endeavored to evolve a resistance to ultraviolet radiation, nor did it seem necessary. Merely the allure of the starry sky was insufficient to compel her to take such risks, despite its beauty. Perhaps in the future, when her colony had expanded significantly. She might devise a solution, but certainly not now. Slowly, she retreated, casting a final glance at the starry sky before swimming back into the darkness. At that moment, an array of shimmering lights suddenly erupted in the inky waters. How had the starry sky descended to the ocean and Apos' depths? No, that was not the case. Lin soon discerned the source of the luminescence. It was not the starry sky, but rather jellyfish. Countless jellyfish emerged from the deep, their bodies radiating an ethereal blue glow as they glided gracefully towards the surface, the very place Lin occupied. Were they also swept along by the currents? Now, Lin found herself with no avenue of escape. Behind her lay the air-filled surface, and below swarmed innumerable jellyfish, their numbers and beauty rivaling that of the celestial expanse above. If they overwhelmed her, not only would the carrier and Apos' dermal layer be compromised, but even the cells within would be devoured completely. Although Lin had guardians safely ensconced in the depths, she was unwilling to sacrifice her carrier. What should she do? Charge forth. Without much deliberation, Lin identified a relatively sparse cluster of jellyfish and propelled herself at full speed towards it. With a powerful strike, she forced her way through 2 jellyfish. Yet what confronted her next was a multitude of ascending jellyfish. Lin struck another nearby jellyfish aside, but simultaneously, the tentacles of the surrounding jellyfish brushed against her own tentacles and the carrier and Apos' surface. It was painful, but she was so close. Amidst the myriad lights of the jellyfish, Lin glimpsed a patch of darkness devoid of light. That was the exit. Lin once again wielded her massive hammer-like tentacles. And despite being pierced by countless toxic stinging cells, she resolutely smashed through everything that obstructed her path. With renewed vigor, Lin surged forward into the depths of darkness. Success. Now battered and bruised, her skin bore large cracks, a testament to the demise of the toxic cells, effectively halting the spread of venom. Simultaneously, she severed her hammer-like tentacles and 2 swimming appendages from her body, as they were riddled with stinging cells. The loss was significant, yet she had survived. Casting a glance back at the luminous jellyfish above, Lin turned and ventured deeper into the shadowy waters. She had always yearned for the light, but at this moment, she found the darkness to be infinitely safe and comforting. Chapter 39. The desert under the night. Lin's wound had healed, yet it remained ensconced in a pitch-black void, utterly devoid of visibility. This particular darkness lingered unusually long, reminiscent of Lin's previous realization that daylight had also stretched on interminably. Both light and shadow had their durations elongated simultaneously. The reason for this enigma eluded comprehension, presenting an overwhelming multitude of questions. Even a vast community composed of so many cells was incapable of understanding, just as it had been powerless against the previous currents of water. Lin needed to grow larger and stronger to confront these unsolved mysteries. Had it been the Lin of yore, it would have remained motionless in the water, awaiting the retreat of darkness. Yet this time was different. It resolved to be proactive in the gloom, uncertain of how long it would endure. Thus it required a source of illumination. Lin possessed not only luminescent spheres, but it had also consumed a jellyfish, discovering within its gelatinous form specialized cells that emitted light. These cells bore transparent membranes containing a luminous powder, while the luminescent spheres had developed branching structures that glowed after ingesting bioluminescent bacteria, distinct yet akin in nature. Regardless, Lin could facilitate the luminescent spheres to consume this powder, enhancing their brightness, and subsequently amalgamate them to create a sufficiently radiant structure for the carrier to perceive its surroundings. In truth, the luminescent spheres had ceased to explode, prompting Lin to prefer the simpler Appalachian light sphere. The task of crafting this was relatively effortless. Lin divided to produce more light spheres, which it then assembled into a large spherical formation, tethered by a single tentacle, aptly named and Apos, lantern and Apos, in its thoughts. The lantern, positioned at the forefront of the carrier, was nourished by several blood vessels, its glow illuminating only a small area ahead. Though it paled in comparison to the brilliance of daylight, it afforded Lin the ability to navigate. Lin swam downstream, intending to rendezvous with the guardians stationed on the beach. This was Lin and Apos' inaugural experience navigating through the night. Under the lantern and Apos' glow, an array of peculiar debris, solitary cells, and the remnants of unknown organisms drifted past. Lin and Apos' ocular tentacles had undergone modification. In addition to the largest eye, there were 6 smaller ones, each designed for observing various sizes of objects. Ensuring Lin missed nothing, even the passage of a virus was crystal clear to its gaze. After swimming deeper for a time, Lin observed an increasing abundance of detritus in the water, including numerous cells that, despite lacking eyes, seemed to sense the light emitted by Lin, gravitating towards the lantern. Indeed, light had the power to attract other beings. Perhaps the jellyfish employed this very tactic to allure prey. Lin dispatched a devourer to consume the cells congregating around the lantern and pressed onward, soon reaching the sandy seafloor. As the lantern and Apos' radiance touched the grains of sand, Lin beheld a multitude of diminutive creatures clustered upon the surface. Unlike the light-seeking unicellular organisms, these beings scattered in all directions the moment they were illuminated, vanishing instantaneously into the surrounding darkness. Were these creatures multicellular? Why did they exhibit a fear of light? The light was dim, and Lin could not discern their shapes clearly. Yet they resembled tiny round shield worms, akin to sea stars. As Lin glided slowly across the beach, she noticed that the nocturnal creatures far outnumbered those of the day. Particularly in this sandy domain, where cells floated abundantly. Some were averse to light, while others sought it. Lin had fashioned a headband lantern for her devourers, releasing them to hunt, unwilling to squander such sustenance. As she fed and swam, she felt herself nearing the location of the guardian, when suddenly, a peculiar entity came into view. This creature resembled a massive black tentacle, its length comparable to that of an aircraft carrier, with a surface adorned in spiraled ridges. Writhing in the sand, as if feasting on cells. Having never encountered such a being in daylight, Lin dubbed it the dark worm. Illuminated by the lantern's glow, Lin scrutinized the creature, attempting to ascertain its potential threat or suitability as prey. The dark worm moved with languid grace across the sand. As Lin drew nearer, it abruptly twisted its body and surged forward with astonishing speed. Lin swiftly maneuvered her tentacles to pursue it in the dim light. Observing that the dark worm seemed to be chasing another creature, the head of the dark worm opened wide, capturing its target. As Lin approached, she discerned that its head was merely a mouth, lined with inward curving, sharp teeth, which it flexed to compress the captured creature. After a moment's observation, Lin struck a powerful blow upon the head of the feeding dark worm. She remained undeterred. Her focus was solely on the dark worm. Although it lacked eyes, it sensed her presence and charged directly at her. With a resounding thud, Lin landed another blow upon its head, slamming it hard against the beach. In that instant, Lin unlatched the skin of her carrier, unleashing a new swarm of troops. Inspired by the injection mechanism of sea stars, Lin devised a novel organism named the injector. This creature boasted a streamlined form, equipped with long, perforated needles at its head and a nozzle at its rear, capable of rapid acceleration to pierce an opponent and Apos' body. Once embedded, it could swiftly constrict its form, ejecting its internal contents. The substance it expelled was a viral mimicry, which Lin referred to as Apos proliferators. Apos, these were specialized cells she had evolved from conical cells, each proliferator equipped with a hollow, needle-like tube at its mouth, not for spraying, but for penetrating the cells of others to siphon their nutrients. Upon acquiring sufficient sustenance, they would divide instantaneously, multiplying at a rate exponentially faster than typical cells. Furthermore, they were already enriched with nutrients before being injected into a host, enabling them to multiply several-fold in an instant even without further absorption. The injectors could swim with remarkable speed, darting towards the dark worm, piercing its outer layer with their needles and injecting thousands of proliferators within. The proliferators lacked vision, allowing Lin to command them to attack indiscriminately. Upon encountering any soft object, they would immediately inject it with their needles, followed by a vigorous siphoning, only to subsequently divide. This cyclical process, though not as rapid as that of genuine viruses, was still remarkably swift. Under relentless assault from numerous injectors, the dark worm began to writhe in agony, rolling upon the beach, revealing extensive internal damage. At that moment, Lin directed the carrier to maneuver closer, delivering a powerful blow to the worm's head. Even the presence of immune cells proved futile, as Lin's assault combined both internal and external forces. The dark worm soon lay utterly motionless. It was time for a feast. Lin instructed the devourers to enter through the worm's mouth, initiating the complete transformation of its substance into nourishment, which also included a study of this creature's anatomy. From head to tail, the dark worm exhibited a structure resembling an esophagus, adorned near its head with 8 inward curving fangs. The center of the esophagus was filled with an abundance of sand and the hardened shells of other organisms. The proliferators primarily targeted the tail, which bore extensive cellular damage, and the esophagus at the rear had rotted away. Additionally, the outer muscle structure was clearly adapted for rapid movement. Lin concluded that there was little educational value to be gleaned it was merely sustenance. Having reached this determination, she promptly instructed the devourers to commence their feast. As this dark worm promised ample nourishment, suddenly, a creature entered the radius of Lin and Apos' lantern. Observing it sprinting towards the carrier, she prepared to raise her hammer to crush it, only to notice that a large creature was pursuing it closely behind. Chapter 40. Strange Crystals and Shallows. What is that? A dark worm? The colossal hammer of the aircraft carrier fell instantaneously, striking the dark worm directly in the head, delivering a fatal blow. How intriguing indeed. However, it seems rather challenging to execute in practice. Yet, who would have imagined that such a plethora of surprises awaited in the pitch-black night? After her meal, Lin pressed onward, ultimately discovering the Guardian in a sandy pit, successfully reuniting at last. Now, where to next? Should she continue to hunt dark worms? Or perhaps, Lin had already accumulated a considerable reserve of fat, rendering the pursuit of food less significant. Maybe it would be more prudent to explore the night, as there might be even more captivating discoveries to unveil. Lin's effortless triumph over the dark worm had instilled a sense of complacency within her. Her previous sense of urgency replaced by curiosity and excitement. Even though the lantern illuminated only the vicinity of the two aircraft carriers, Lin commenced this dark expedition nonetheless. She chose a direction at random and began her journey, the lantern's glow flickering uncertainly in the darkness. Tiny organisms flitted in and out of the light's periphery. Some were unicellular, while others were multicellular, but all remained elusive to her gaze. Lin soon realized she had ventured into an unfamiliar territory, devoid of leaf-shaped worms and the familiar scenery she once knew. Even the gravel beneath her had morphed into colossal stones, so large they could be termed indapos, rocks, indapos. This was a place she had never visited before. Lin had traversed beyond the beach, where coarse boulders supplanted the gravel. Within the crevices of these rocks, numerous unicellular organisms congregated, alongside a diminutive jellyfish. Yet, Lin cast it aside after a mere glance. Jellyfish were an unworthy organism to consume. Although they appeared plump and large, their bodies comprised merely several layers of thin skin, all while posing the risk of being stung by their venomous tentacles, totally unworthy of being eaten. Continuing her journey, Lin noticed the rocks growing increasingly larger, and ahead, a row of towering monoliths emerged. As she glided past the giants, her lantern illuminated a peculiar object. This entity was roughly the size of an aircraft carrier, its surface transparent and crystalline, adorned with numerous diamond-shaped protrusions. This object was not ice, as it did not exude coldness upon touch. Upon striking it, Lin discovered its hardness far surpassed that of ice, likely rendering it a substance aptly described as crystal. She was certain she had encountered something akin to this before, long ago. Yes, the observer, the sole unicellular entity endowed with vision. Although Lin had ceased utilizing it after her ability to synthesize an eyeball, it still resided within her aircraft carrier. Inside the observer lay a crystal identical to this one, while the crystal within the observer was considerably smaller. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the similarities between the two. It was this very crystal that granted the observer its sight. But what made this object so extraordinary? What enabled it to bestow vision upon the observer? Lin instructed the devourer to compress these fragments into even smaller pieces, small enough for a single cell to ingest. She intended for the basic cells to consume these remnants, then repeat the previous command, to gain light and perceive their surroundings. Let us see if they can acquire vision. The effect was non-existent. The basic cells consuming the crystals exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Why was that? Although a considerable amount of time had passed, Lin still vividly remembered the circumstances of that initial encounter. It followed the same procedures as before, yet the outcome was markedly different. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that, despite their striking resemblance, these crystals were not of the same kind as those previously ingested by the observer. Lin felt a tinge of disappointment, but dismissed the matter with little concern and proceeded onward, circumventing the crystals. Around Lin, numerous similar crystals came into view, most embedded within the rocks, varying in size, yet seemingly indistinguishable from the surrounding stones, overlooked by the nearby fauna. At that moment, the encroaching darkness began to recede, the glow of the lantern dimming, signaling the imminent arrival of daylight. The duration of the night appeared slightly shorter than that of the day. Lin meticulously noted the duration of this nocturnal phase, ensuring preparation for the next cycle. As the surroundings brightened, Lin distinctly sensed the water temperature gradually warming. It retracted the lantern into its carrier and released the nurturing circle for the green cells. Concurrently, various creatures residing upon the rocks sought refuge within the crevices, suggesting they were solely nocturnal hunters. Unexpectedly, some smaller organisms exhibited the opposite behavior, emerging in droves from the rocky fissures to swim about in the illuminated waters. Lin observed these diminutive beings, whose peculiar forms resembled leaf-shaped insects, yet they adeptly undulated their flattened bodies through the water. Lin dubbed them flatworms and unleashed a swarm of devourers to capture a few for consumption. The internal structure of these creatures bore a resemblance to that of the dark worms, yet above their esophagus was a hard, round structure connecting their head and tail, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Moreover, each side of their bodies featured a cleft filled with numerous soft tentacles, capable of intercepting passing oxygen bubbles for absorption. Seemingly quite advantageous, Lin contemplated whether to acquire a similar adaptation. As daylight fully emerged, the surrounding crystals appeared to absorb the light, becoming exceedingly radiant. The flatworms that had swum out from the stone crevices converged upon these crystals, pressing their flattened bodies against them. What were they doing? Intrigued, Lin glided closer and touched the surface of a crystal with its tentacles, discovering that the crystals had become quite warm. Were the flatworms seeking to elevate their body temperature? This was rather fascinating. Having endured numerous instances of freezing, Lin was not averse to the cold. It could move swiftly even in frigid conditions. In contrast, the flatworms, having lingered in the darkness for an extended period, were sluggish in their movements. However, after warming themselves against the crystals, their actions became notably more agile. They attempted to assault Lin and Apos' nurturing circle, not with the intent to consume it, but rather to target the green cells within. Yet, the flatworms possessed no teeth, rendering them incapable of breaching the transparent exterior of the nurturing circle. Without hesitation, Lin released a multitude of devourers to commence the hunt for those flatworms still clinging to the crystals, their bodies not yet fully warmed, while assigning a portion of the devourers to safeguard the nurturing circle from attacks. The flatworms and the devourers are of similar size, yet the former swim faster than the latter when fully warmed. Additionally, they possess eyes, compelling Lin to capture them before they complete their warming process. After a prolonged hunt, Lin has consumed hundreds of flatworms, yet many remain, nearly all sufficiently warmed, making their capture increasingly challenging. Lin considers deploying the injectors, but at that moment, the flatworms exhibit an unusual behavior, swiftly darting in unison towards a specific direction, as if fleeing from something. In a mere moment, they vanish from sight. Curiously, the direction of their escape aligns with the path Lin has traversed. Just then, a peculiar pain suddenly courses through her thoughts. This sensation is palpable along the carrier and Apos' dermal layer, as well as that of the surrounding devourers, reminiscent of the discomfort associated with elevated temperatures and cellular damage. The guardians, however, remain unaffected, likely due to their hardened exoskeletons. This pain emanates from above. Lin glances upward and, through the water's surface, glimpses the endless radiance characteristic of the gaseous realm. It dawns on her how brilliantly the surface of the water shines in daylight. A stark contrast to the starry expanse of night, pure, blinding light that instills a sense of dread within her. The water's surface? How could it be so close to the seabed? Yet, before Lin stands a colossal rock, obstructing her path. Is this the very boulder she encountered on her way here? At that time, she paid it no heed, but now these stones have risen above the water and Apos' surface. Chapter 41. The evolution of the hard shell. The water's surface gradually recedes. It draws ever closer to Lin, who can acutely feel the agony radiating from her dermal layer. The brilliance of daylight is annihilating her cells, inflicting harm upon her very existence. Lin yearns to flee, yet she finds no path of escape. The row of colossal stones forms an immense circular barrier, encircling all the crystalline structures and simultaneously ensnaring Lin within. Inanimate objects. Their position should be utterly erratic. How is it that they fortuitously compose a perfect circle? When Lin first arrived, it was night, and the darkness obscured her vision. She had not discerned the peculiarities of this area. Had she noticed, hesitation would have surely ensued. Now, it is too late for regret. The lowering water offers no refuge, and she must confront the menace of ultraviolet rays directly. Fortunately, Lin is not entirely unprepared. She is aware of the term ultraviolet and its capacity to harm cells, yet its true nature eludes her. The human eye seems incapable of perceiving ultraviolet light, and Lin surmises it to be a form of radiation or a lethal substance emanating from light itself, thus concluding that shielding herself from the light should suffice. Lin has observed various cell types that can produce a peculiar substance, either liquid or solid, which can reflect, interfere with, scatter, or absorb light. This substance is referred to as pigment. Although she does not fully comprehend its production mechanism, she recognizes that pigment is indeed effective against light, as evidenced by green cells that utilize pigment to absorb light energy. However, Lin's cells cannot generate green. They are limited to black, white, gray, and the colorless transparent. During her experiments, Lin discovered that white proves most suitable for reflecting light. As Lin contemplates, her dermal cells begin to transform into a pale hue, and she perceives a significant alleviation of the pain in her skin. She swiftly repairs the damage to her dermis, enveloping it in a pristine white layer. Simultaneously, she constructs a white shell above the ocular appendages, allowing her eyes to continue observing her surroundings without succumbing to the harmful rays. After this series of transformations, the brilliance of light becomes almost ineffectual against Lin's dermal layer. However, the water continues to lower inexorably, without the water's protection. Ultraviolet rays could obliterate her skin in an instant, rendering the whitening futile. Now, Lin must navigate to a crevice among the rocks. Should the water level decrease to a critical point, she would create an opening beneath the aircraft carrier, permitting her cells and fellow creatures to seek refuge within the fissures. The Guardian and Apos' hard shell remains impervious to any harm, intensifying Lin and Apos' desire to evolve a similar protective layer. Her hammer is composed of hardened cells, distinct from the non-cellular armor, and she aspires to create a composite that is both thick and resilient. Through her studies of shelled organisms, Lin has discovered that while the hardness of their shells varies, they are predominantly composed of a remarkably similar substance secreted by cells known as gland cells. When gland cells generously coat the dermal layer with this secretion, a variety of hard shells emerges. Lin dared not let her guard down, for she was unaware whether the water level would rise or fall. She swiftly commenced her next action, evolving gland cells. The creation of gland cells was not particularly arduous. The challenge lay in determining the substances within these cells that could dissolve and subsequently recombine into a robust shell to envelop the cortex. Perhaps the answer resided within the nourishment that cells typically consumed. Given that it was a non-cellular substance, it ought to be derived from food. It was conceivable that the white paste Lin had previously ingested contained elements capable of generating a shell. Of course, it need not be solely the white paste. Lin had observed other wild cells devouring various materials, such as debris from grains of sand and powder from rocks, which might also harbor the key to shell production. Lin opened an aperture beneath the aircraft carrier, deploying numerous explosive spheres to scour the crevices of the rocks for various analogous substances. Upon their consumption, she intended to have them attempt to dissolve these materials within their bodies and subsequently cover their outer membranes with the resultant compounds. Now, all that remained was to wait. As long as the water surface did not continue to recede, Lin would soon succeed in creating a hard shell. In truth, Lin should have attempted to forge a hard shell much earlier, yet due to the absence of any pressing circumstances and the sufficient power of the hammer, she had delayed the endeavor. The explosive spheres navigated through the dark fissures of the rocks, and Lin directed some smaller engulfers to accompany them. Whenever they encountered suitable materials, the spheres would consume them and, after undergoing processes of dissolution and reconfiguration within their bodies, transform them into appropriate shapes to adorn themselves. Lin was uncertain of the precise transformation process occurring within the cells. However, the cells operated autonomously, and she merely needed to provide them with the impetus to execute their tasks. The explosive spheres unearthed numerous substances within the rock crevices that appeared capable of shell creation: fine grains of sand, a viscous black substance, and debris scraped from the rocks. The dissolution liquid of the spheres could dissolve most of the sand and debris. Nonetheless, upon successful dissolution, Lin discovered that the cells were unable to entirely reassemble the materials. This was due to the fact that sand and debris were composed of various disparate substances, some of which compromised the potential for complete reassembly. Lin referred to these elements that undermined the integrity of the whole as an amp, apos, impurities, and amp, apos, which needed to be eliminated. This was a cumbersome process, for Lin's cells seemed to struggle with the concept of removing impurities, necessitating her direct intervention. Lin and Apos' thoughts could flawlessly control each segment of a cell from its core to its outer membrane. Yet she had never attempted to directly manipulate the synthetic system within the cell, rendering it a lengthy and intricate endeavor. The synthetic system within the cells was a remarkably complex construct, devoid of any visual perception, thus hindering Lin's ability to observe its internal state. However, she possessed a sense, akin to a tactile perception. If necessary, she could feel the contact of different objects with the internal structures of the cells. Relying on this peculiar ability, Lynn endeavored to expel the impurities. She believed in her capacity to succeed. As Lynn endeavored to eliminate impurities, unwelcome intruders emerged in the surrounding waters. These flat creatures suddenly appeared in great numbers within this aquatic realm, swiftly gliding through the water, devouring wild cells and small organisms that had perished under the onslaught of ultraviolet rays nestled among the rocks and crevices. These were flatworms, and Lynn observed that they had undergone subtle changes. Each flatworm was coated with a layer of sand grains, seemingly able to secrete a viscous substance from their surfaces, allowing these granules to adhere to their bodies, shielding them from ultraviolet exposure. The circular monoliths that ensnared Lynn contained numerous gaps, through which the flatworms could easily maneuver. Their mouths were particularly well suited for consuming various cells, including the explosive spheres nestled within the stone fissures. Lynn was currently engaged in purifying these explosive spheres, and should she succeed, the spheres would gain the ability to autonomously eliminate impurities in the future. However, this was a painstaking process, and the flatworms had already begun to encircle Lynn's carrier, infiltrating the rock crevices to prey upon her explosive spheres. Lynn deployed the injector. Only its spraying apparatus could keep pace with the rapidly swimming flatworms. Once a flatworm was struck by the injector and oppos, syringe, it would be inundated with a substantial dosage of growth agents, which would spell doom for the diminutive flatworm. The flatworms, however, skillfully evaded the injector, as it was challenging to maneuver during a sprint. Lynn contemplated augmenting them with tentacles to steer their swimming direction, but time was of the essence. As the chase unfolded amidst the rock crevices, Lynn persistently accelerated her purification efforts. She had begun to differentiate the various materials within the explosive spheres and was nearing success. Lynn successfully extracted the useless impurities from within the explosive sphere, allowing the remaining substances to amalgamate harmoniously. She instructed the explosive spheres to secrete this from their outer membranes, successfully forming a delicate outer shell. Now, her success resonated with each explosive sphere, endowing all of them with the capability to dissolve and create a protective exoskeleton. Just then, Lynn felt a renewed searing pain. She realized that the water's surface had significantly receded once again. Chapter 42. Preparation for landing. The glandular cells have undergone evolution. As the water level recedes, Lynn commands them to swiftly divide and amalgamate upon the cortex to commence the fabrication of their own exoskeletons. Lynn discovers that the sustenance she typically consumes, which includes various wild cells and other multicellular organisms, inherently contains the materials necessary for constructing the exoskeleton, thus negating the need to scour the rocky crevices for resources. These substances, previously regarded as waste, will now be retained. As Lynn expels the remnants of digestion onto the surface of the cortex, there exists an array of materials capable of forming shells. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Lynn hastily selects one for assembly. The descent of the water surface is remarkably gradual, in stark contrast to the vigorous activity of Lynn's cells, which are diligently enveloping the cortex with a layer of white shell-like substance. Although this exoskeleton lacks the formidable hardness of other shelled organisms, it sufficiently shields against light, as it is composed of living cells, rendering Lynn impervious to the pain of ultraviolet rays. The shell-like substance will gradually harden after secretion, and Lynn ensures that the entire vessel is uniformly coated. As for the tentacles used for propulsion and the colossal hammer-like appendages, she retracts them within the vessel, opting not to encase them in shells, as this would significantly compromise their agility. Upon completion, Lynn finds herself devoid of pain, the exoskeleton effectively preventing damage from ultraviolet radiation. However, the water level continues to drop, and Lynn and Appos' peril remains unresolved. She is reluctant to expose herself entirely above the surface, uncertain of the potential consequences. With the receding water, the temperature in the vicinity rises, possibly due to the crystalline formations that absorb heat from the radiance, influencing the aquatic environment. Flatworms dart about, preying on the wild cells that succumb to the ultraviolet rays. These cells, once sheltered within rocky crevices, emerge in droves as the water temperature escalates, becoming sustenance for the flatworms. Observing them, Lynn's mind suddenly conjures a thought. Could it be that this circular area was crafted by the flatworms? Lynn had harbored doubts. Ordinary stones could not form such orderly shapes, indicating an underlying anomaly. Contemplating this, Lynn promptly activates the water jets at the rear of her vessel, propelling herself forcefully towards a massive boulder ahead. Countless stones shatter upon the impact of the vessel, creating a significant indentation in the colossal rock. Indeed, Her suspicions are confirmed. The flatworms can utilize mucus to adhere sand grains to themselves, and they can similarly amalgamate other materials. These massive stones are, in fact, constructed from numerous smaller rocks adhered together by the flatworms. Initially, Lynn had not scrutinized closely, but she now realizes that the path to escape is relatively straightforward. At last, she successfully extricates herself, relieved that the water level has not yet diminished to a point where her vessel becomes immobile. Beyond the perimeter of the boulder, Lynn observes a clearly descending slope leading directly to deeper waters. It appears she has inadvertently ventured to this proximity to the water's surface during the night. During the nocturnal hours, the water level here rises significantly, only to recede with the arrival of daylight. It is likely that the flatworms construct these stone circles under the cover of darkness. The motives behind their creation may be to deter predators, perhaps to facilitate the heating of crystals within them, or to design a trap for large creatures like Lynn, allowing them to perish under ultraviolet rays, thus providing an ample food source. However, the third reason seems rather implausible. Lynn gradually swayed her tentacles, gliding down the slope towards the depths. Reflecting on the fruitful discoveries of this journey, had it not been for this experience, Lynn might never have attempted to evolve a shell. The shell is a rather peculiar entity. Lynn discovered that her original food contained various substances capable of forming a shell, which she collectively termed shell matter. By altering the combinations of these shell materials, Lynn could manipulate the shell's hardness, toughness, and the time it takes to harden after secretion, among many other effects. This aspect proved to be quite complex, warranting further investigation. However, once she successfully combined them, future attempts became significantly easier. It turned out that Lynn and Appos' hammer also contained shell matter. At that time, she merely amalgamated hardened cells without understanding the separation of shell and cells. Now, having successfully isolated the cells from the shell layer, she could increase hardness without exposing the cells to direct attacks. For now, it was prudent to consume more. This journey had exposed Lynn to a rich diversity of surrounding life forms, alleviating her concerns about food scarcity. Observing the nearby shores, Lynn noted a considerable number of various creatures, including the familiar leaf-shaped worms and some unfamiliar entities. Those unknown beings varied in shape, yet shared a common trait. They were all diminutive in size. Lynn commenced unleashing her devourers to hunt these creatures, while her carriers and protectors engaged with larger adversaries, such as the leaf-shaped worms. As Lynn feasted upon these organisms, she simultaneously augmented the shell on her carrier. During this process, she encountered numerous challenges. The thicker the shell, the greater the burden on the carrier. It was no wonder that the heavily shelled round shield worms could only crawl along the ground. Moreover, if the hard shell enveloped the entire body, it would be unable to grow in size alongside the carrier, presenting a significant inconvenience. How, Lynn pondered. Did creatures like the leaf-shaped worms or round shield worms manage to maintain simultaneous growth of their shells and bodies? Additionally, waste disposal posed a considerable dilemma. During the digestion of food, indigestible residues were produced, which Lynn directed through her cellular nutrient exchange system to be expelled into the water via the dermis. However, encasing herself in a shell would complicate this process greatly. Ultimately, Lynn resolved to cover only the upper portion of her carrier with a shell, while retaining the original hardened cell composition beneath. The tentacles would remain unencumbered by any shell to preserve their agility. Naturally, this approach applied solely to her carrier. For new units, Lynn was entirely capable of creating formidable beings clad in complete shells. However, Lynn has merely reinforced the cultivator of the green cells, adding 2 layers of operable shells on either side of its transparent center, controlled by internal muscular connections. As for other armored combinations, we shall wait until nightfall. Thus, Lynn preys upon the creatures of the sandy beach, patiently biding time until dusk approaches. At which point Lynn swims once more towards a location it refers to as the shallow, meaning the area near the water and Appos' surface. Although the surroundings have not yet succumbed to complete darkness, Lynn has already raised its lantern, gliding past the sands and rocky regions, swiftly encountering the circular arrangement of colossal stones once again. One of these monoliths has been breached by Lynn, revealing flatworms diligently repairing the opening by collecting grains of sand and debris to fill the gap. The restoration process appears to be progressing rather slowly. A full day has passed, and they have managed to mend less than half of the damage. Now, it seems unlikely that they will ever complete the task. Lynn surged forward, shattering the repair site with a fierce blow, subsequently unleashing a multitude of devourers to hunt the surrounding flatworms. As daylight wanes and the water grows colder, The flatworms have become significantly sluggish, rendering them easy prey for the devourers. Meanwhile, Lin's carrier and guardians completely dismantled the entire circle of monoliths, prompting the flatworms to flee into the distance. Lin chose not to pursue, instead allowing the carrier to halt near a crystalline formation, while within its thoughts. It commenced research on a new combination. Lin aims to create a novel cellular assembly, one that possesses the ability to resist ultraviolet rays and boasts a sturdy exoskeleton. Intending to utilize the entirety of the organism for a special scheme, to explore new worlds, thanks to the generous support from the esteemed immerse. Chapter 43, The Desolate World, the new entity, named Endopos, Explorer Endopos, is merely half the size of a guardian. Its oval body is encased in a thin layer of armor, dotted with numerous small apertures for the inhalation of oxygen. The head features 2 ocular orbs and tentacles adorned with lanterns for illumination, while within lies a compact structure of a heart and vascular system. The purpose of the Opos, Explorer and Opos, is not to hunt or vanquish foes, but to delve into the realms beyond the water's surface. Lin harbors a profound affinity for exploring uncharted territories. After inadvertently breaching the water's surface previously, the desire to explore has lingered within. With the successful creation of the shell, that yearning is finally poised to be realized. Lin chose the safety of night for this venture, eschewing daylight, for even with the shell, uncertainty looms regarding its ability to withstand ultraviolet rays in a desiccated environment. The explorer commenced its ascent, swiftly navigating the incline composed predominantly of rubble, a task rendered effortless for its design. The water's surface remains obscured in the darkness, positioned at a considerable height. However, the lantern crafted for the explorer is unique. Lin concentrated the light to one side, directing it forward, and shielded the other sides with the shell, allowing the illumination to project farther. By elevating the lantern tentacles, the water and Opos' surface would become discernible. As the explorer surged upward, the water and Opos' level receded further, transforming the surroundings from rocky terrain to a hue of yellowish-brown granules, a color Lin had never encountered in sand before. The explorer soon approached the threshold where the water meets the land. Crossing this boundary would usher Lin into the domain of gases. A sensation, akin to Endopos, exhilaration Endopos, permeated the air. Leaving the water seemed a momentous occasion, hence the feeling. Lin, however, viewed it merely as an exploration of new territory, driven by curiosity. Yet the source of this sensation eluded understanding. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned. With each step, the explorer gradually emerged from the water, and Lin was once again enveloped by the ethereal void of the air realm. The brilliance of the stars illuminated this expanse, guiding Lin along the journey. This new world, which Lin designated as land, required no lantern, for the starlight sufficed to unveil all. The land is a barren expanse, draped in ochre debris and grains of sand, devoid of life save for the occasional monolithic stone standing solitary. Yet, Lin pressed onward. Then, unexpectedly, it stumbled. Upon departing the water, gravity seemed to intensify dramatically, yanking the explorer down to the ground, rendering it immobile. The armor Lin had fashioned was intended to counteract such a force, though muscle coordination evidently required further refinement. Under the swift repair of its cells, the explorer soon regained its footing, determined not to falter again. On land, the frigid currents supplanted the flowing waters, their velocity surpassing that of the streams. They stirred the grains of sand beneath, striking against the explorer's shell, which Lin aptly termed as wind. She observed that in this realm, water resembled gas and water, transforming into myriad tiny spherical particles. With a mere gust, countless droplets were whisked away, under the relentless onslaught of the wind. The explorer and Opos' once moist shell rapidly dried, resembling the arid grains of sand beneath its feet. As Lin ventured into this new world, she acquired numerous new terms. Yet a sense of ennui began to envelop her. The explorer traversed the land at a languid pace, but its surroundings revealed nothing but an endless expanse of yellow sands, interspersed occasionally with massive boulders. Beyond that, there was no multicellular beings, no unicellular life, only swirling sands and howling winds. Despite the breathtaking beauty of the starry sky, the earth beneath lay desolate and void. Lin's initial curiosity and excitement regarding the land had nearly evaporated, and she found herself disinterested in the seemingly intriguing new words, silently urging the explorer to press onward. The absence of life also signified a lack of sustenance. Lin unearthed a new dilemma. As the wind stripped the moisture from the explorer's shell, she sensed the water within its body began to dwindle. It seeped through tiny apertures and cracks in the shell, transformed into countless droplets that danced away on the breeze, vanishing without a trace. Lin, who had always dwelled in water, had never before experienced the sensation of losing it. Now, however, she comprehended its grim implication. It signified death. Cells deprived of water would perish instantaneously, and the fissures in the shell demanded immediate repair. Beneath the explorer's carapace lay a multitude of glandular cells, capable of swiftly secreting shell material to mend the various fractures. Lin's previous construction of the shell had been somewhat inadequate, but now it must be thoroughly sealed. Soon, she had mended all the cracks, leaving only 2 small holes for ventilation. Lin understood why no other creatures inhabited this desolate realm that could not survive without water, and there was nothing in this barren world to attract them. Nevertheless, Lin persevered as the explorer continued its journey deeper into the land. At that moment, she recalled a similar sentiment: water or nothing but water. The fat cells stored within the explorer could sustain it for some time. Yet Lin began to question the purpose of this expedition. How dreadfully dull it all seemed. In the monotony of the environment, Lin shifted her gaze upward, discovering that the celestial tapestry above gradually transformed. The stars occasionally shifted, and at times, a streak of light would dart across the sky, though most of the points of light remained steadfast. Upon reaching land, Lin realized how distant the stars were. Perhaps she would need to navigate through the air as she did in the water to draw nearer to them. Such an endeavor appeared daunting. Just then, a peculiar object emerged ahead of the explorer: sand dunes. Sand dunes are frequently observed on sandy shores, yet Lin generally pays them little heed. However, the dunes on land ought to afford Lin a broader perspective. The explorer ascended the dune, gazing into the distance from its summit. Indeed, as far as the eye could see, there lay nothing but swirling sands. Such a place holds naught but futility. Lin, now disinclined to proceed further, allowed the explorer to lie atop the dune, lifting its gaze to the celestial tapestry above. Lin discovered that all the luminous points in the sky were in constant motion. As the heavens transformed, the surrounding radiance shifted accordingly. Gradually, the environment began to brighten, while the starry sky slowly faded away, eclipsed by the brilliance of daylight. Daybreak had arrived. As the daylight grew ever more radiant, its ultraviolet rays penetrated the explorer and Apos' shell, causing the cells within to perish at an alarming rate. In the next moment, the explorer succumbed, and Lin and Apos' terrestrial journey came to a close. It was time to return. The carrier, lingering in the shallows, gradually turned its form and swam into the depths of the sea. Truly, what a journey devoid of meaning it has been. Chapter 44. Air storage and the immune system. For instance, air. Lin had long observed that air in water tends to rise to the surface, yet she had never given this phenomenon much thought until now. Why do these bubbles ascend rather than descend? Could they be defying gravity? Not quite. It is merely that air is lighter than water, thus it is expelled, resulting in the atmosphere being predominantly composed of air above the land. Currently, Lin's mobility has diminished due to the encasement of her vessel in armor, hindering her agility. However, what if air were introduced? Within the hull of her carrier, Lin engineered an elliptical sac, aptly named an air bladder, filled with oxygen. This innovation significantly lightens the carrier, allowing for movement even when entirely armored. The air bladder features 2 slender tubes. One connects to the bloodstream, facilitating oxygenation, while the other extends through a minuscule aperture in the armored shell. This tube remains sealed until Lin ascends to the water's surface, at which point she can manipulate the air bladder to inhale. Moreover, she devised a diminutive cellular construct known as the air reservoir, resembling a small, buoyant air bladder that propels itself through the water using tiny appendages while siphoning microbubbles from the surrounding liquid. The air reservoir is also encased in a protective shell and is capable of ingesting sand grains to balance its weight. Presently, although Lin has installed the air bladder, she has yet to fully encase her body in armor due to insufficient resources. Simultaneously, she equipped the Guardian and Apos' shell with an air bladder, yet it still fails to float, merely achieving a state of suspension. Additionally, Lin has coated the inner layer of the Guardian's hollow tail with numerous explosive orbs and acid injectors. This previously vacant space now serves to dissolve and amalgamate various shell materials. The resultant shell substance is transported by a newly developed unit termed the Apos coater and Apos, which can directly apply the shell material onto different surfaces to form armor. The Guardian now resembles a factory for shell production. Lin is also contemplating the use of gas as a means of attack, though no viable ideas have yet emerged. The carrier, accompanied by the Guardian, glides through the depths, while Lin observes her surroundings. In this sandy underwater realm, single-celled organisms abound, thriving in both the sediment and elsewhere, their vitality starkly contrasting with the desolate land above. The proliferation of single-celled life appears markedly greater than before. Such ubiquitous presence was previously unseen, leading to the emergence of creatures that remain motionless in the water, awaiting the drift of cells to provide sustenance. As she muses, Lin encounters several multicellular organisms resembling tubes anchored in the sand, with tentacle-like bodies extending from these tubes to ensnare passing single-celled entities. These are likely the tube worms. The shell material extracted from her food sources is relatively abundant. However, some shell-less creatures contain less than one of shell material or none at all. To rapidly forge a complete suit of armor, Lin must either delve into the sand for raw materials or target shelled organisms, making the tube worms ideal candidates for her endeavors. In the next moment, Lin's hammer struck fiercely against the shell of the tube worm. The tube worm, slender and not particularly hard, developed cracks upon the first blow. Lin was indifferent to the hardness of its shell, for it possessed the ability to dissolve and reorganize shell material, adjusting the chitin to her desired rigidity. With a resounding crack, the tube worm's shell shattered, revealing its soft inner organs. The internal structure of the tube worm was remarkably simplistic, failing to pique Lin's interest for further study. The fragmented shell material was promptly sent into the Guardian for dissolution and reformation, while Lin's mothership pivoted to engage the nearby tube worms. Approximately 10 tube worms would suffice to craft a shell that enveloped the entire mothership. Lin had no intention of covering the tendrils of the mothership, as that would severely hinder its agility. These liquids were composed of countless minuscule particles, which, under Lin and Apos' unique vision, became undeniably visible. Viruses. The liquid contained a vast multitude of filamentous viruses, along with a small quantity of the tube worm's original cells. Could the tube worm be releasing viruses to attack? No. It was likely that this particular tube worm had succumbed to viral infection. In the current environment, viruses were actually quite rare, although they could annihilate cells. Cells could also retaliate against viruses, thereby suppressing them in environments rich in cellular life. Only individual multicellular organisms, such as this tube worm, could facilitate large-scale viral outbreaks. As they indiscriminately consumed whatever drifted by, including viruses, Lin would allow the gas holders to alternate in venturing out for oxygen, ensuring that some would meander near the mothership, inadvertently inhaling a few viruses that would then infiltrate the inner cells of their tendrils. As the viruses penetrated the cells, Lin could sense their intrusion immediately. She promptly enveloped the affected cell with a rapidly hardening shell material, effectively sealing the viruses within before they could replicate. Eventually, she expelled the hardened cell, effortlessly resolving the issue. Additionally, inducing cell death was also a viable strategy, for viruses seemed only capable of proliferating within living cells. Lin expanded the vascular structures slightly and allowed glandular cells to circulate within, enabling them to supply shell material throughout her body at will, facilitating swift absorption and hardening of cells anywhere, thus effectively isolating against viral or other small-scale biological invasions. Next, just as Lin prepared to assault other tube worms, an urgent signal surged into her consciousness. The Guardian positioned at the rear of the mothership was under attack. Lin sensed the Guardian being dragged by a force far exceeding its own strength. As the mothership turned around, all that greeted her was a sand pit. Had some creature pulled it into the sand? Lin regretted not equipping the Guardian with eyes, as it could only perceive the relentless pressure of that force, struggling in vain to escape. It must be a multicellular organism, either akin to or significantly stronger than the round shield worm, for it would not have so effortlessly ensnared the Guardian. Should she attempt to excavate it? The Guardian had not been dragged deeper. It must still be located at a shallow depth. Lin hesitated, as the safety of the aircraft carrier remained paramount. However, the loss of the Guardian seemed rather regrettable. Ultimately, Lin approached the sand pit and began to excavate at its center using the carrier's tentacles. As she cleared away some of the sand, Lin soon glimpsed the form of the Guardian. She recalled that this type of creature had been abundant in areas frequented by leaf-shaped insects, possessing exceptionally hard shells. Yet, she had never witnessed them in motion. Could it be that they were formidable predators? Chapter 45, Landing and Journey Upon Acquiring New Terminology. Lin began to grasp the partial meanings these words represented, thus naming the creature Clamclaw, primarily due to its imminent severing of the Guardian. The Guardian's entire body was encased in a hard shell, with clam claw primarily gripping the segment where the head and tail were joined. The guardian's tail had already been entirely engulfed within the shell, prompting Lin to release a multitude of devourers, directing them to swim into the crevice between clamclaw's dual shells. Lin observed the 2 layers of shell tightly constricting the guardian's body, with numerous fissures emerging at the pinched area. Within the confines of clamclaw's shell, countless slender tendrils encircled the guardian's tail, their tips sharp, boring numerous small holes into the weaker sections of the tail, seemingly attempting to extract its cells. Yet, they could not consume anything, for the interior was hollow. Although Lin had deployed many exploders and acid injectors within the tail to dissolve the shell and Oppo's material, they occupied only a minuscule space, and when the guardian was ensnared, Lin had ordered them to retreat. Clamclaw appeared perplexed as to why the interior was void, which may explain its hesitation in completely severing the guardian's form. Lin launched a direct assault, and the devourers began to gnaw at the delicate tendrils within Clamclaw's shell. While Lin's aircraft carrier dispatched additional forces, penetrating Clamclaw's shell to mount an attack. The tendrils inside Clamclaw seemed incapable of resisting creatures of comparable size, being easily torn apart by the devourers, while the giant toothed devourers effortlessly severed them. The injectors injected a copious amount of augmenters into the tendrils. Under siege, Clamclaw suddenly opened its shell, expelling a powerful jet of water that forcefully ejected all the devourers along with the grasped tail of the guardian. Swiftly sealing its shell and rapidly rotating its body in an attempt to burrow into the sand, Lin immediately commanded the aircraft carrier to extend all its tentacles, tightly ensnaring Clamclaw to halt its rotation and forcefully extract it from the sand. Lin had modified the aircraft carrier and Oppo's water jets, which had now been elongated and could bend in various directions, allowing for reverse and turning maneuvers, enabling it to directly extract Clamclaw from the water. The condition, however, was that the carrier's strength had to surpass that of its adversary. Even with all its might, the aircraft carrier could not dislodge Clamclaw from the sand, gradually being drawn down instead. Yet, this was merely its final act of resistance. Augmenters continued to thrive within Clamclaw's body, burrowing through the tendrils and Oppo's blood vessels into the deeper recesses of its form, voraciously absorbing its cells and proliferating. Concurrently, Lin unleashed many exploders from the aircraft carrier, which collided with Clamclaw's exterior, resulting in explosive detonations. Clamclaw's shell possessed a thin, transparent coating with remarkable anti-corrosive properties, which was only natural, as the dissolving agent posed the greatest threat to hard shells. Subsequently, Lin concentrated and amalgamated a multitude of exploders upon the aircraft carrier's hammer, giving birth to a new weapon, the explosive hammer. The impact of the massive hammer's tentacle shattered the corrosion-resistant coating of the clam, while the explosive acid from the blast balls directly affected the unprotected shell of the clam, allowing Lin to effortlessly create a dent with a single strike. The shell, once deemed absolutely unbreakable, was now easily breached by Lin, although each blow from Lin destroyed all the explosive balls, necessitating a replenishment. The abundance of explosive balls rendered this a trivial concern. Meanwhile, the proliferators were under assault from the clam cells, which appeared significantly large and capable of wholly engulfing and digesting the proliferators. These cells were likely the clam and Oppo's immune defenders, causing the proliferators to gradually retreat. Nonetheless, the proliferators had already inflicted some damage on the clam, as its burrowing action noticeably ceased. Yet, Lin's relentless hammering continued, under the incessant attacks of the explosive hammer. A substantial hole was struck into the clam's shell, soon to be met with numerous attackers. Despite the strength of the clam's immune cells, they were no match for the multicellular predators. Lin merely needed to wait for them to completely shred the interior of the clam. During this time, the clam dispatched a type of glandular cell to confront the predators, which would excrete a significant quantity of shell-like material to encase and seal them. However, before they could accomplish this, they were torn apart by the predators. Inside the clam and Oppo's shell lay a large, soft body covered with numerous small tentacles, harboring various organs, most of which Lin had previously encountered. Lin and Oppo's primary concern was the clam and Oppo's shell. The upper shell was a disc-shaped cap, while the lower shell extended deep into the sand with a tapered structure, housing the majority of the clam's body. Most importantly, they were exceptionally hard. Lin's current method of shell material composition could not produce such hardness, making this research invaluable for her. Lin also discovered a type of green cell within the upper shell, abundant in the internal cavities. The clam possessed numerous cellular conduits connecting to this area, and these green cells produced minuscule crystalline blocks, comparable in size to common viruses, yet present in vast quantities. The conduits primarily absorbed these crystals. Could they be edible? The green cells Lynn cultivated also produced crystals, which she had always discarded as waste. However, did the clam actually consume these substances? This warranted further investigation. If the green cells could generate food, Lynn would not need to consume them directly, as their division rate was relatively slow. After thoroughly studying the clam, it became a source of sustenance for Lynn, with even its tough shell being dissolved to create shell material. With the acquisition of the enormous clam, Lynn could completely armor her aircraft carrier, implementing comprehensive protection. After repairing the damaged areas of the Guardian with the painter, she calculated that this battle had incurred almost no losses. Facing an adversary of similar size, this could be considered a commendable achievement. So what lay ahead? Lynn gazed into the distance, harboring a desire to explore uncharted territories while simultaneously yearning for a stable existence in a bountiful location. After all, venturing forth without caution could lead to unforeseen dangers. Yet, remaining in one place could become rather monotonous, and one could never predict when supplies might dwindle. Thus, why not pursue both endeavors? Establish a base for the aircraft carrier while simultaneously creating new units for exploration. With this thought in mind, Lynn commenced searching for an ideal spot along the beach. Soon, she stumbled upon a massive boulder rising from the sands, which would serve as an excellent vantage point to survey the surroundings while remaining protected from any hidden threats lurking beneath the surface. The flat summit of the stone could accommodate 10 aircraft carriers, though not particularly spacious. It would suffice for the time being until a more suitable location could be found as the operation expanded. Lynn positioned the aircraft carrier at the center of the rocky platform and deployed various units to construct a range of structures nearby. At the edges of the platform, she set about creating defensive and predatory spiked tendrils, while the center was dedicated to assembling various organs. These included a cardiovascular system to connect the tendrils, a sac-like structure for digesting food, and a smelting factory for processing and amalgamating shell-like materials. Lynn envisioned transforming this colossal stone into a living base. She had no intention of permanently affixing the aircraft carrier to the rock. It needed to remain mobile. Therefore, she ensured it floated above the boulder. Lynn had previously experimented with the crystals produced by the green cells, confirming their edibility and nutritional value, which seemed comparable to the earlier white paste. This revelation necessitated the mass cultivation of these cells. Perhaps a vast circular platform could be constructed to nurture the green cells en masse, allowing them ample exposure to sunlight, thereby enhancing their division and crystal production. The Guardians would be tasked with foraging for food. But Lynn recognized the need to create numerous units capable of hunting beyond the confines of the base. Relying solely on the devourers would be insufficient. Furthermore, she planned to excavate the center of the boulder, making room for additional combinatory structures. Nevertheless, Lynn remained most concerned about the units designated for distant exploration. What strategies should be employed to achieve this? Chapter 46. The construction of the base is fundamentally complete. It resides atop a colossal rock, occupying more than 90 of the available space on the plane. The outermost layer consists of elongated appendages known as the giant shield tentacles. Their surface is armored and capable of curling inward to encase the entirety of the base when necessary. The second layer features tentacles adorned with needle-like cells, tasked with intercepting passing unicellular organisms and safeguarding the base. Towards the center, one finds the food absorption sacs, a melting factory for the separation of shell-like substances, and storage chambers filled with adipose cells. These are all elliptical, sac-like organs, each approximately half the size of an aircraft carrier. At the very core lies the breeding chamber, responsible for generating cells and various troops. It is twice the size of an aircraft carrier, enveloped in tough armor and massive tentacles. This central structure, while deemed the core, is architecturally the simplest, primarily tasked with the continual division of foundational cells. The main method of troop production involves creating these basic cells, which subsequently combine or mutate. Once this initial combination occurs, the cells will autonomously perpetuate the process. The remainder comprises structures for cultivating green cells, which Lynn refers to as cultivation umbrellas. These are expansive circular platforms supported by cylindrical pillars made of exoskeletal material, upon which an abundance of green cells is placed. This design is particularly adept at absorbing light, and there are 3 such umbrellas, nearly covering half of the base. At the center of each umbrella stands a colossal lantern, as Lynn discovered that not only daylight but also the light emitted by the green cells could be absorbed. albeit with lower efficiency, thereby allowing nutrient production to continue during the dark of night. Delicate blood vessels permeate the entire platform, connecting each tentacle and organ. Lin abandoned the earlier notion of establishing a large central heart, opting instead to incorporate numerous small hearts along the blood vessels, which conserve space while enhancing functionality. Beyond these fixed structures, a multitude of roving troops, primarily air reservoirs and devourers, are tasked with cleansing the base of parasites or venturing forth to hunt. After the creation of the exoskeleton, Lin observed that many wild unicellular or small multicellular organisms were drawn to attach themselves to it. This behavior, typically termed parasitism, is viewed by Lin merely as meal delivery. For unlike other beings that manifest as singular entities, Lin can fabricate a variety of composite organisms, ranging from viruses to multicellular beings, making it difficult for anything to truly parasitize Lin's form. There exists a certain comedic irony in this. The aircraft carrier now hovers above the base, typically remaining stationed there, also responsible for producing troops. Occasionally, it may be dispatched to hunt other large creatures, although such endeavors are generally the purview of the Guardians. Furthermore, Lin seeks to construct a new composite capable of long-distance travel. It must possess formidable strength, agile movements, and a substantial physique to accommodate various organs, along with a small army of its own. Its functionality will parallel that of the aircraft carrier, yet Lin envisions a fresh design. What shape should this new creation take? Indeed, a streamlined form is essential for swift movement through water. Regardless of the desire for novel designs, performance must take precedence. Should one create an elliptical streamline and employ pure jet propulsion, the speed would be remarkably rapid. However, such a shape would not accommodate long tentacles. Perhaps a disc shape would suffice, reminiscent of a jellyfish, with tentacles extending below, facilitating the capture of prey or objects, albeit at the expense of speed. Nonetheless, having tentacles is preferable to having none at all. Thus, the decision is made. Currently, Lin's nutrients are insufficient, yet its structure is largely conceptualized. The main body will be a broad disc, half the thickness of an aircraft carrier, with a diameter approximately twice the length of the carrier. This structure will be enveloped in a shell of considerable hardness, representing the initial dimensions, which will gradually expand. The periphery of the disc will be adorned with 30 movable jet orifices, allowing for multidirectional swimming. At the center of the upper disc lies a large suction aperture, enabling rapid water intake, which is subsequently propelled through internal muscular channels to the jet orifices for swift locomotion. Numerous outlet passages will be incorporated into the upper layer, primarily for the release of internal forces. Subsequently, 6 enormous tentacles will extend from the lower disc. Lin eschews the delicate and weak tentacles characteristic of jellyfish. These appendages will be composed of numerous muscular cells, with mouths at their tips lined with hook-like teeth crafted from the strongest shell material available. This design will not only be effective for tearing apart similarly sized prey, but will also facilitate the extraction of organisms like clams from the sand. Next, the foundational cardiovascular system, smelting facilities, gas sacs, eyes, and lanterns will be established, a straightforward endeavor. As for its name, let it be Endopos, Leviathan. Endopos, the precise meaning of this term eludes Lin, but it seems to symbolize a colossal entity navigating the seas. Lin Endopos' base will remain stationary unless unforeseen circumstances arise, while the Leviathan will embark on a continuous journey, allowing Lin to explore this boundless aquatic realm. Should the Leviathan meet its demise, Lin will construct a new one at the base. Conversely, if the base is destroyed, the Leviathan will be responsible for establishing a new base. Naturally, Lin hopes to avoid such occurrences. The Leviathan will not carry the conventional forces of an aircraft carrier, but will come equipped with gas storage apparatus. Lin intends to develop a new contingent to support the Leviathan, despite its inherent strength. This force will encompass various abilities that the Leviathan lacks and will be tasked with supplying food, as Lin will not allow the main body to consume sustenance directly. Now, since nutrients are insufficient to construct the Leviathan, the immediate focus will be on acquiring nourishment. From the base situated above the colossal stone, Lin can effortlessly survey the surrounding waters, teeming with familiar creatures such as flatworms, leaf-shaped worms, clams, jellyfish, starfish, and tube worms, alongside a substantial population of single-celled organisms. With just one day and night, Lin will be nearly ready to forge the Leviathan. Let the hunt commence. In this body of water, no creature can withstand Lin's presence. They are effortlessly transformed into sustenance, and the process of nutrient collection is remarkably smooth. One peculiar aspect that intrigues Lynn is that since emerging from the ice, she has yet to encounter a trilobite. Is this creature exceedingly rare, or could there be another explanation? Lynn did not dwell on this thought for long, redirecting her focus to the hunt. Hunting at night presents a significantly greater challenge than during the day, nevertheless. Lynn continues to illuminate the green cells with the lantern at the center of her cultivation umbrella to acquire nutrients. The Leviathan is also in the process of assembling. Due to its substantial size, it is not being combined in the breeding chamber of the base, but is instead forming directly in the water. To prevent it from sinking during this process, Lynn has ingeniously devised numerous air sacs to support its weight. As daybreak approaches, the Leviathan is nearing completion. At that moment, a peculiar creature appears at the edge of Lynn's base, a trilobite. Upon first sighting this entity, the term instantly came to Lynn's mind. It seems to be quite an intriguing creature, albeit with a name that feels oddly dissimilar to its appearance. Thus, it shall serve as a celebratory feast for the birth of the Leviathan. Now fully assembled, the Leviathan activates the water jets surrounding its body, gradually rising to the surface and swimming toward the trilobite, which is swaying on the massive shield tentacles encircling Lynn and Apos' base. As it approaches its prey, the Leviathan suddenly accelerates by forcefully drawing in water, lunging at the trilobite. With two of its enormous, beaked tentacles, it seizes the creature by both its head and tail, lifting it high into the water. Subsequently, the Leviathan's tentacles simultaneously yank in opposite directions, causing the trilobite's body to be violently torn asunder. A torrent of blue liquid, composed of vast cells and tissues, bursts forth from the severed end, dispersing through the water. The power is impressive, although the trilobite's shell appears somewhat fragile. Lynn feels a profound satisfaction with the Leviathan and Apos' capabilities. Now, let us embark on a journey toward the boundless ocean. Chapter 47. The abyssal rift in the tranquil and boundless waters, colossal creatures drifted serenely. Life within the base was monotonous and uneventful, prompting Lynn to divert her attention toward the Leviathan. 2 full days and nights had passed since their departure, during which the Leviathan traversed the expansive gray sandy shores and a seabed composed of stones. Unlike previous ventures, Lynn directed her focus deeper into the abyss this time. Now, the Leviathan had arrived at a new locale, where the beach was adorned with finer, white sands, populated by an array of unfamiliar organisms. They bore a striking resemblance to inverted jellyfish, their stout, rounded bodies resting on the sand, ensnaring prey with numerous tentacles equipped with stinging cells. Lynn recalled a term that aptly described them: sea anemones. These creatures were relatively simple, lacking blood vessels and hearts, with a central digestive sac that processed food brought in by their tentacles. They held no significant value for research, and Lynn had little appetite for such beings, as they usually lost their substance once the toxic stingers were removed. The Leviathan lowered its swimming altitude, gently floating above the beach. Lynn designated its mouth-bearing tentacles as biting tentacles, which, much like the devourers, were designed solely for tearing apart rather than digesting sustenance. The Leviathan typically did not rely on its own eyes, instead utilizing the floating orbs nearby for observation. Suddenly, Lynn noticed movement amidst the gravel below. The Leviathan swiftly extended its tentacle, seizing some entity buried in the sand, and pulled it forth. It was a trilobite. With a great variety of trilobites, this marked the 5th species Lynn had encountered, particularly small with a thin shell, easily crushed within the grasp of the biting tentacles. As the fragmented remains of the trilobite scattered, shells and cellular matter, Lynn dispatched a unit known as the Collector to gather the remnants, comparable in size to the Devourer. This organism possessed a primarily worm-like structure, exhibiting remarkable flexibility, capable of ingesting copious amounts of food and swelling into a sphere. Its interior was filled with a potent dissolving fluid, tasked with breaking down ingested matter and ultimately returning the nutrients to the Leviathan. The Collector could also expel its dissolving fluid as an offensive measure, although it was not specifically designed for combat. After consuming the small trilobite, the Leviathan resumed its journey. Having sufficient reserves of fat stored within, Lynn intended to embark on a prolonged expedition, determined not to pause midway. Her primary aim was to witness extraordinary environments, those she had never encountered before. The propulsion system accelerated, and the Leviathan glided swiftly across the white sands. It soon came to a halt as an unprecedented environment materialized before its eyes. Lynn had never beheld such a landscape. Was this a trench? She pondered that recent terms seemed rather lackluster, and trench and Apos, lacked grandeur. It might as well be called a rift. What does grandeur even mean? Never mind. The Leviathan floated above the trench, its floating eyes gazing downward, revealing that this fissure extended deep into the abyss where light could not penetrate the encroaching darkness. Should they descend to explore? Lin hesitated slightly, yet was reminded that this journey was indeed meant for the exploration of the unknown. Descend. The Leviathan gradually lowered itself, and the walls of the trench were adorned with numerous sea anemones, while small trilobites danced nearby. A multitude of unicellular organisms floated in the water, indicating that this was a region rich in biodiversity. As they descended further, the surrounding light dimmed progressively, prompting Lin to release glowing lanterns, which illuminated the surroundings with a non-fixed radiance, allowing Lin to discern all that lay around. As they ventured deeper into the trench, the presence of life dwindled until the darkness enveloped them like the night, rendering it difficult for Lin to perceive anything beyond the unicellular entities. Unperturbed, Lin pressed onward into the deeper shadows, releasing more lanterns. These drifting specks of light revealed creatures on the rock walls that resembled sea anemones. They bore tentacles akin to those of anemones, yet their lower bodies were not thick and rounded, but rather slender and elongated, suggesting they were not anemones at all, but rather a new entity known as crinoids. The name struck Lin as quite appealing. The Leviathan approached the rock wall, eager to sample one. But as soon as Lin drew near, they instantly retreated into the crevices. The walls of the trench were exceptionally hard, making it clear that this delicacy was beyond reach. Lin observed many crinoids on the rocky surface, noting their varying types, some of which did not withdraw. However, Lin's interest in studying them was minimal, and the Leviathan continued its descent, yearning to uncover other intriguing wonders. With each plunge into the depths, Lin began to confront a phenomenon that could be termed endopos, pressure. Endopos, the floating ocular orbs and lanterns were the first to experience this sensation, becoming increasingly difficult to maneuver, as if a formidable force were compressing them. Some even succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and perished. Where did this pressure originate? It seemed omnipresent. Could it be the water? Protected by a transparent, shell-like substance, Lin was shielded from harm. Yet this protection restricted its field of vision, as it could not move freely. Lin also released a type of lantern that was covered in a hard shell to withstand the pressure of the water. However, the deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the effects of pressure became, even affecting the Leviathan itself, making the processes of inhalation and exhalation increasingly cumbersome, and cracks began to appear in its shell. Truly, pressure was a formidable force. Recognizing that further descent was unwise, Lin, however, was not inclined to concede defeat. It had calculated the dynamics of this pressure and understood the structural attributes necessary to resist it. Naturally, Lin did not wish to alter the Leviathan and Apos as structure. Thus, it devised a new type of entity. This new form was oval-shaped, filled with water, and encased in a moderately thick shell, lacking any means of locomotion. It sank to the depths of the trench under the influence of gravity as soon as it was released by the Leviathan. This design should effectively withstand the pressure. For the fundamental principle of resisting pressure is to fill the interior with a substance identical to that which creates the surrounding pressure, thus preventing any force from penetrating. It was aptly named the projectile. After a while, as Leviathan began to surface from the trench, the projectile sensed a collision with some object, indicating that it had descended to the abyssal depths. The eyes and lantern were enveloped in a thin, transparent shell, filled with water, a method that proved remarkably effective in withstanding pressure. Indeed, the projectile bore not a single crack. The interior of the projectile, saturated with water, occupied the space that would typically accommodate muscles or blood vessels, thus hindering its speed of movement. However, as it served merely for exploration, such swiftness was not imperative. The seabed of the trench was composed of rock, and under the illumination of the projectile's lantern, some unicellular organisms first came into view. Truly, they were ubiquitous, except upon the land. Lin observed that these trench-dwelling cells were considerably more robust than their surface counterparts, demonstrating the same water-filled, pressure-resistant structure. Just as Lin was studying them, a sudden burst of light erupted in the distance, far surpassing the illumination emitted by the projectile, seemingly originating from a colossal creature. Chapter 48. Lava and Madness. A vast, shadowy luminescence flickered in the darkness as Lin's probe, aptly named Warhead, slowly traversed towards the peculiar light source. However, as the warhead drew near the target, the radiance abruptly vanished. The glow emitted by the warhead was insufficiently bright, illuminating only a small area and leaving the surroundings shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps it was some form of jellyfish? Lin pondered, when the light re-emerged in the distance, this time exhibiting a crimson hue, radiating with much greater intensity. Lin felt a noticeable rise in the surrounding water temperature, prompting the warhead to advance towards the new light. As it approached the target, an extraordinary scene unfolded before its eyes. A dark, viscous substance blanketed a vast expanse ahead, emanating a palpable heat. Within this viscous mass, one could occasionally observe a few fissures, from which the scarlet glow emerged. Though the cracks were minor, their light sufficed to illuminate the environment. Was that lava? Yet, it appeared distinct from any previously encountered. Here, the lava seemed immobilized, transformed into a grayish hue, still radiating an extraordinary heat. Perhaps within those glowing fissures lay molten lava yet to solidify. Countless unicellular organisms thrived atop the solidified lava, seemingly unperturbed, perhaps even reveling in the high temperatures. Lin refrained from allowing the warhead to venture onto the lava, believing it incapable of withstanding such heat. A sense of hesitation enveloped Lin. It longed to continue observing this phenomenon, yet also wished to circumvent the lava and delve deeper into the trench. It felt as though something had bitten down, a lurking entity poised to ambush the warhead from behind. Regrettably, it seemed the journey through the trench would conclude here. Or would it? Lin refused to entertain such thoughts. Leviathan floated to the center of the trench, perfectly aligned with the point of the warhead and Apos' demise. The creature then flipped its body and opened its deployment hatch, unleashing a torrent of warheads simultaneously into the depths of the trench. In total, there were over 100 warheads, all freshly produced by Leviathan. This characteristic was one of Leviathan's remarkable traits. It housed multiple breeding chambers, enabling the instantaneous assembly of numerous multicellular entities, facilitating both offensive and other operations with remarkable ease. The warhead swiftly descended into the abyss of the trench. Although Lin targeted the central area, most ultimately settled near the rocky walls. Lin promptly instructed them to congregate in the previous direction. Upon reaching the location of the earlier lava, they soon discovered the creature responsible for devouring the initial warhead. This organism was a vibrant red, flat, and displayed a square-shaped body, sprawled across the ground like a red carpet. What, pray tell, is a carpet? No matter. It shall henceforth be dubbed carpet worm. Could it be that this creature had just consumed the warhead? Lin could not discern where its mouth resided, nor did it possess any visible tentacles. The means by which this creature hunted remained an enigma. In any case, it was best to eliminate it first. Suddenly, the carpet worm contorted its body vigorously, propelling itself swiftly through the water with its flattened form, heading towards the upper reaches of the trench. Lin commanded the mantis shrimp to cease its assault, sensing that the creature and Apos' behavior was not merely an attempt to evade the onslaught, but rather pursued some other, enigmatic purpose. The mantis shrimp surged upward with remarkable speed, swiftly emerging from the abyssal depths of the trench's dark zone. It was difficult for Lin to fathom how a creature of such peculiar morphology could possess such velocity. However, upon exiting the dark zone, the mantis shrimp and Apos' pace began to wane, ultimately coming to a gradual halt. As Lin pondered this phenomenon, the mantis shrimp's body suddenly erupted, disintegrating into a multitude of cells and fragments. This must be a consequence of pressure, Lin surmised in an instant, for in a high-pressure environment, the body contracts tightly, and descending into a low-pressure area would cause it to violently expand, resulting in an explosive rupture. Yet, why would it undertake such a perilous act? Why would it forsake the depths of the trench for the surface? Even if bitten by the projectiles, such pain alone could not account for this behavior, and pain should serve as a signal for life to flee from danger, not to drive it into madness. Curiously, Lin discovered numerous familiar entities, viruses, amidst the remnants of the mantis shrimp. These were no ordinary pathogens. They were identical to the vivid red viruses residing within her own infected organism. The crimson viruses were prevalent throughout the mantis shrimp's cellular structure and various organs, perhaps explaining its striking coloration. Yet, these viruses did not harm the cells. Rather, they seemed to induce a state of frenzy. Lin suddenly realized that frenzy appeared to be a novel term, indicative of aberrant behavior. However, her own infected entities had never exhibited such symptoms. When instructed to remain still, they complied without fail. This situation seemed to warrant further investigation. Lin contemplated procuring other organisms for experimentation to observe their reactions to the viruses, which appeared to be quite intriguing. Moreover, the fact that these viruses did not damage the cells suggested potential utility. They could be harnessed to incapacitate adversaries without depleting vital nutrients. In summary, this could be a valuable line of research. Just as Lin grappled with these thoughts, an unusual tremor resonated from below. as a massive surge of black substance erupted from the trench, enveloping Leviathan in an instant. This dark material contained peculiar components that, if inhaled, could inflict cellular damage. Lynn hastily sealed all openings on Leviathan and propelled herself through the water using her appendages, steering clear of the area engulfed by the black substance. This was a form of smoke. Yet, while smoke is typically gaseous, this substance was composed largely of minute debris and other bizarre materials, which did not affect Lynn's exoskeleton but posed a lethal threat to the cells lining her siphon. These fumes seemed to have a connection to molten rock. Chapter 49. Seeds. A colossal plume of smoke continuously surged forth from the depths of the trench, ascending until it gradually dispersed into the ether. Is this edible? As Lynn pondered this, she noticed numerous unicellular organisms and jellyfish gravitating towards the mist, though they did not venture into its core. They merely drifted nearby, leading Lynn to believe they were also gathering particles. Perhaps there exists some consumable substance within the smoke? Lynn was not surprised, as even the most voracious of creatures could be found here. However, the prospect of harnessing such an immense source of energy was indeed exhilarating. Leviathan had devised a new breed of soldier, known as the analyzer. Its form was circular, resembling the devourer, with a gaping maw devoid of teeth, instead filled with delicate tendrils capable of discerning whether the materials they encountered were beneficial or harmful to Lynn and Apos' cells. The analyzer, akin to the surrounding jellyfish, ingested a considerable amount of the particles within the smoke, using its tendrils to probe the composition within. From the tendrils of the analyzer, Lynn discerned that some of these particles were harmless, while others posed a threat. However, the harmless ones were not universally digestible by all cells. Lynn's cellular digestion capabilities varied. Substances like the acid injector or the exploder could decompose a wide array of materials, including many non-living substances, while basic cells could only digest fragments of other cells or the white paste. Reflecting on this, Lynn realized it had been quite some time since she encountered the white paste. Lynn was uncertain of the exact significance of digestion. Her current studies merely indicated that it was a process of decomposition leading to reassembly, utilizing some internal substance to dissolve ingested materials and then reconstituting them into components akin to her own body. This intricate process was undeniably complex. Yet the dissolving fluids within the acid injector and exploder evidently enhanced their decomposition efficiency. After acquiring the ability to utilize oxygen, Lynn also observed that her cells sometimes employed oxygen to break down food, much like the particles within the smoke, which also required the infusion of oxygen for decomposition. Though the mysteries of decomposition eluded her full understanding, Lynn recognized that these billowing smoke plumes were, in essence, a continuous source of sustenance. Their prodigious yield left no reason to ignore them. Leviathan would not cease its journey, and there was no necessity to relocate the base here. Lynn could establish a new base directly within this vicinity. Lynn instructed Leviathan to create a unique entity within her body, aptly named the seed of the base. This spherical construct comprised 80 adipose cells, 10 basic cells, and 10 gland cells, wherein the basic cells could rapidly proliferate using the adipose cells, thereby growing into a small base. This nascent base would then produce soldiers and capture sustenance, ultimately evolving into a larger base. This new type of base would differ from the original, ultimately taking on a triangular structure, with all organs encased within, protected by a hard shell. Indeed, it was an excellent plan. Lynn resolved that whenever she encountered nutrient-rich areas, she would plant a seed of the base there. Should the resources of the base dwindle, Lynn would command the base to self-destruct, ultimately forming a fleet of transporters to convey all nutrients to the nearest base. Leviathan had nestled the seed of the base amidst the grains of sand at the edge of the trench, casually consuming a few nearby small trilobites to prevent them from disturbing the base. The glandular cells of the base seed would secrete a layer of shell-like substance, enveloping the seed within. Subsequently, the foundational cells within would commence their transformation, and upon completion, they could breach the shell to release troops or extend tentacles. When it was time for the base to expand, Lynn would dissolve the shell, replacing it with a larger one. Though somewhat cumbersome, this process afforded excellent protection. Once the shell was fully formed, it would be nearly impervious to harm, allowing Leviathan to depart. Where to next? Leviathan glided slowly over the abyss of the trench, revealing to Lynn a pristine stretch of white sand beach, its distant rock formations capturing her attention. Perhaps it was time to investigate. Leviathan and Apos' pace was leisurely, and Lynn sought to observe potential sites for the base seed while swimming. The beach was predominantly inhabited by starfish and sea anemones, with nothing particularly remarkable. Were those flatworms? They appeared somewhat different. Lynn noted that these small creatures bore a similar size to flatworms, but were elongated, with round mouths adorned with several rings of sharp serrations. They shall be dubbed round-mouthed flatworms. Initially, Lynn paid them no mind, continuing her advance. However, after a while, she noticed that these round-mouthed flatworms were persistently following her, their numbers multiplying. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Lynn attempted to quicken her pace, but the round-mouthed flatworms were far swifter. The immense leviathan could not shake them off, and soon, thousands of these creatures amassed in pursuit. Observing the serrations on their mouths, Lynn grasped their intentions. Thus, she took the initiative, unleashing all of Leviathan and Apos' biting tentacles, swiftly ensnaring several nearby round-mouthed flatworms and reducing them to mere fragments. In an instant, a throng of round-mouthed flatworms surged forward. Their round mouths functioned like suction cups, and once latched on, they would writhe their bodies, scraping flesh and blood from their target with their serrated edges. Lynn immediately retaliated, wielding Leviathan's tentacles to shred the encroaching flatworms. Unlike jellyfish, which often disregarded their fallen kin, the round-mouthed flatworms exhibited a formidable sense of camaraderie. Upon witnessing a fellow being slaughtered, they would fiercely retaliate against the assailant. Countless flatworms clung to Leviathan and Apos as tentacles, inflicting numerous gashes upon the unarmored appendages, while Lynn could instantly coagulate the blood vessels at the wound site to prevent excessive blood loss. The round-mouthed flatworms were incapable of damaging Leviathan's armored body. Thus, they focused their assault on the tentacles, threatening to rend them asunder. With their remarkable speed, these flatworms posed a challenge for typical soldiers to pursue. It seemed this was the only course of action available. Lynn swiftly devised a species resembling a disc, entirely encased in a hardened shell, with a series of curved blades adorning its perimeter. This creation, known as the flying saw, is capable of propelling itself rapidly through the water by means of jet propulsion. The Leviathan opened its spawning aperture, releasing several flying saws. These new entities, gliding with remarkable speed, outpace even the round-mouthed flatworms. Their method of attack is strikingly efficient. By rotating their bodies and charging into the swarm of flatworms, they effortlessly rend their foes into countless fragments with the blades encircling them. Numerous remnants and flatworm cells drifted through the water as the flying saws and Apos' assault shattered the round-mouthed flatworm horde. Unable to penetrate the resilient shell of the flying saws, the flatworms found themselves incapable of mounting a counterattack and thus began their retreat. These creatures appeared to possess a certain level of intelligence. Previously, the flatworms Lynn encountered constructed massive stone circles, whereas these employ coordinated group assaults. Might there be some extraordinary secret within them? The brain, moreover, akin to the previous flatworms. This round-mouthed variant contains a cylindrical structure composed of a shell-like material, extending from its head to its tail. Lynn has long pondered the purpose of this internal shell. Is it merely occupying space? A new term has emerged to describe such a structure, the spine. Gratitude is extended to the purple and the otherworldly flower, Uncle Bamboo, and the solitary star for their generous offerings. Chapter 50. The useless brain and the grass ascending onto land. The function of the brain is to command the cells of the entire body. Although it appears impressive, this structure holds no significance for Lynn, who can command any cell across infinite distances without such a cumbersome construct. Lynn has now realized that it is somewhat different from other organisms. Other beings are incapable of directing their entire cellular makeup when a flatworm is severed by a chainsaw. Even with a brain, it cannot control the cells within its blood vessels from spurting forth. Its heart continues to beat even at the moment of death, leading merely to the expulsion of cells from the vessels. This holds true for other organisms as well. Although they are composed of cells, these cells often fail to act in unison. Why is that? Lynn does not know, but this may represent a significant advantage for it, enabling a rate of evolution far surpassing that of other beings. It can form a multicellular organism in a remarkably short time, a feat unattainable by any other life form. Lynn then examined the structure of vertebrates, still puzzled by its purpose, particularly why a hard shell should be situated within the body. However, it seems to serve a and Apos, supporting and Apos, role. A completely soft entity would likely swim slower in water than one with an internal hardened structure. Yet, if speed were the goal, Lynn would prefer a jet propulsion system over a structure filled with hard materials. Lynn regards the flatworm as an impressive creature, yet wonders why it has no desire to learn from its two particular structures. Never mind, despite being an intriguing organism, its research value is quite low. Lynn consumed the flatworm and continued its journey aboard Leviathan, which now served not only to explore this world, but also to expand its base to various locations. Soon, Lynn arrived at its original destination, a body of water filled with towering spire-like stones aptly termed the Andopos, thousand-needle stone forest. Andopos, these monoliths are not ordinary stones. They are biological creations, riddled with numerous openings from which colorful tentacles extend, swaying to ensnare surrounding unicellular organisms. Such a plethora of life exists here. Lynn discovered that many multicellular organisms tend to evolve into this form, including jellyfish, sea anemones, and leaf-like creatures. While the builders of these towering stones are known as corals, the name feels rather unique. These creatures typically possess stinging cells on their tentacles, lack eyes, and exhibit a simple body structure, rendering them of little research interest. The massive stones erected by corals are composed of material akin to shell-like substances. Besides corals, many other organisms inhabit this area, primarily small trilobites that conceal themselves in the crevices of the coral structures. Additionally, Lynn encountered flatworm-like creatures, though not the rounded variety, but those previously seen on land. They flitted through the corals, seemingly enamored with this locale. Moreover, there were numerous other life forms Lynn recognized, such as starfish, sea anemones, and jellyfish, most of which thrived around the coral formations. Leviathan circled around the thousand-needle stone forest formed by coral stones, discovering that although the area was not vast, the abundance of life within it was remarkable. Lynn deemed it necessary to establish a base there. As Leviathan swam above a coral stone, it retracted instantly. And at that moment, Leviathan opened its spawning port, revealing a newly created unit. In truth, it was not a novel creation, but rather a large sphere composed of numerous explosive orbs. Lynn had integrated water jets and suction ports made of muscular cells onto its surface, enabling swift propulsion towards a target upon release. It was aptly named the Blast Orb. Lynn first utilized its biting tendrils to scrape away the anti-corrosive coating from the coral stone, then unleashed a multitude of blast orbs, which sped towards the coral, colliding and exploding. The resulting dissolving solution corroded the sturdy exterior of the coral, exposing parts of its interior. Let it all be obliterated, Lynn thought. Continually releasing blast orbs, Lynn bombarded the coral and Andopos' interior, which lacked the anti-corrosive coating, allowing Lynn to effortlessly dismantle all internal structures. Subsequently, Lynn placed the base seed within the floating debris of the coral and sealed the openings created by the explosions. Task accomplished. Now, there were three bases: the main base, the trench base, and the coral base. Where to next? Leviathan departed from the thousand-needle stone forest, swimming onward into the distance. This time, Leviathan ascended to a higher altitude. Nearing the water's surface, the ultraviolet rays above remained dazzling, yet Lynn was not drawn to the surface for the sake of the light. Instead, it noticed a plethora of green organisms inhabiting the water's surface. These green entities blanketed the area, their presence even altering the hue of the light. They clung closely to the surface, seemingly unperturbed by the ultraviolet rays. These are green cells. Lynn observed that these green organisms were primarily composed of cells identical to those it cultivated. They formed long filamentous or spherical shapes, devoid of any organs. Merely a simple amalgamation of numerous cells. These creatures were indeed fascinating. Despite their simplicity, they were astonishingly numerous, covering a vast expanse that stretched beyond Lynn's sight into the unknown. Leviathan glided beneath the green surface, curious to explore the extent of their coverage. The infinite light provided ample nourishment, and with the aid of ultraviolet rays, few creatures ventured to this locale to consume them. They thrived on light, perhaps possessing some means of counteracting the ultraviolet rays. Lynn had once contemplated evolving the ability to feed on light but was uncertain about how to create colors. Moreover, having already nurtured a colony of green cells, it had not pursued the idea further. However, witnessing the flourishing presence of green cells inspired Lynn to aspire for such an ability. Leviathan captured some green cells for analysis, entirely unaware of how to study colors, thus imparting only the notion of Andopos, producing green Andopos, to the analyst. As Leviathan continued its journey, it suddenly encountered an unprecedented colossal stone ahead. It is so immense that its width surpasses that of the oceanic trenches, with one half extending deep into the abyss while the other half rises above the water's surface. It seems too grand to be merely termed a Andopos, rock Andopos. It has transformed into an Andopos, island. Andopos. Lynn observed that the green cells appeared to have spread along the periphery of the island, raising the question of whether they could survive on land. She instructed Leviathan to release a probe, akin to those used in the exploration of the trenches, albeit modified internally to function on land. Its shell fortified with multiple layers to shield against ultraviolet rays. As the probe ascended the island Indapos' edge, Lin beheld the entirety of the island's visage. The portion that emerged from the water was remarkably flat, composed entirely of grains of sand and rocks. A small fraction of the green cells from the sea had reached the sandy margins of the island, some having lost moisture and become parched. They too seemed incapable of thriving on land, despite their apparent resilience to ultraviolet light. It appears they must evolve the ability to withstand such radiation. Although venturing onto land may seem futile, Lin harbored a dislike for inaccessible places. In this location, Lin constructed a floating base, enabling her to persistently study these green cells. Leviathan would continue its journey, with the next destination yet to be determined. Chapter 51. The beacon in the night. The journey persisted, with day and night continuously exchanging places. Lin witnessed a plethora of phenomena. In this vast expanse of water, the beach constituted the predominant environment, followed closely by rocks. Rarely did Lin encounter scenes beyond these. Yet if discovered, it would certainly seize the moment. Presently, Lin was swimming towards such a place, but the encroaching darkness hindered its progress. Frigid and insubstantial, the night waters only revealed their surroundings through the faint glow of a lantern. Despite having experienced darkness numerous times, Lin remained unable to truly acclimate to it. The lantern's light was always exceedingly limited, greatly constraining Lin's field of vision. Each time night fell, it would gradually surface, gazing upon the boundless starry sky. Resuming its journey only when daylight returned. Lin slowly surfaced, but this time, the night sky appeared somewhat peculiar. The Leviathan emerged, utilizing its temporarily assembled ocular tentacles to observe above, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. Where were the stars? Where had the twinkling lights vanished? Could they too be shrouded by the darkness? In a moment of confusion, a brilliant radiance suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire sea. Lin could distinctly sense the air and water trembling at its appearance. What was that? So extraordinary. Lin felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, embarking on this journey had proven to be the right choice, revealing a multitude of unknown and fascinating phenomena. Subsequently, several beams of light flickered and vanished. Though this time their brightness seemed significantly diminished, and the water and air no longer exhibited the tremor. These lights flickered in the night that was once dominated by the stars. Though not as beautiful, they intrigued Lin immensely. Suddenly, Lin sensed that the Leviathan's shell had been struck by something. Although the force was minimal, the quantity was substantial. Was it water? Countless tiny droplets fell from the domain of air, striking the Leviathan's shell and the surrounding water, creating ripples. What a peculiar sight! Why would water fall from the air? Though curious, Lin decided not to linger, as the waters began to stir ominously. If it did not depart soon, it risked being swept away by the strong currents. The Leviathan released a portion of gas from its internal bladder, slowly descending into the dark depths of the ocean, where it would be sheltered from the tumultuous currents. However, single-celled organisms were ubiquitous, and Lin suspected they had permeated this aquatic realm. Suddenly, a massive black shadow darted past the Leviathan, vanishing instantaneously into the darkness beyond the lantern's reach. It seemed this night was not solitary after all. The Leviathan emitted numerous floating lanterns, amplifying its field of vision severalfold. While Lin scrutinized whether that creature would re-emerge, the Leviathan itself continued its gentle descent, appearing utterly unguarded. Indeed, the shadow reappeared, swiftly extinguishing several lanterns, suggesting they had been devoured. Upon the emergence of this creature, it promptly devoured the lantern, subsequently retreating into the shadows. The lantern's glow was rather dim, rendering Lin unable to discern much. However, she surmised that it was a being approximately the size of an aircraft carrier, swift in its movements. Lin observed that several lanterns met their demise by being torn apart by countless barbs. Most arthropods lay sluggishly on the sand, exhibiting lethargic movements, much like the common trilobite. Lin collected all the lanterns and crafted a unique lantern, which, while glowing externally, was filled with numerous explosive spheres. She released a multitude of these lanterns interspersed with explosive spheres, and they had barely ventured far from the Leviathan when one was immediately consumed. Although Lin could not perceive the darkness clearly, the specially designed sensory tendrils of the Leviathan could detect vibrations in the water. The creature was incessantly thrashing its head. The resultant water currents were entirely discernible to Lin, suggesting it had indeed fallen victim to her traps. Next, Lin unleashed a particular type of explosive shell. Akin to the previous ones, capable of swift movement through a water propulsion system, now enhanced with luminous orbs for illumination, its front adorned with an eye. Aptly named the light-guided explosive shell, the creature, dubbed hookworm, was currently thrashing about in the water, evidently affected by the explosive shell. Unlike other beings that usually flee, go mad, or perform peculiar movements when in pain, thereby hastening their demise. Pain for Lin merely served as a signal of assault, having no impact on her thoughts. The eye of the light-guided explosive shell revealed the hookworm and Apos' vulnerable gills to Lin. Many creatures possess gills, primarily for oxygen absorption, appearing as slits adorned with soft, delicate tentacle-like structures within. Lin charged directly toward the hookworm and Apos' weak point, and the powerful corrosive liquid that erupted not only eroded the outer shell, but also permeated significantly into the hookworm's gills. The hookworm, experiencing agony, began to thrash wildly, demonstrating the effectiveness of targeting its weak spot. Lin suddenly realized that she had recently developed a penchant for comparing herself to other beings, yet she undeniably held superiority. She continued to unleash a barrage of light-guided explosive shells, relentlessly bombarding the hookworm, causing numerous corrosive marks and wounds to mar its exoskeleton. However, due to the hookworm and Apos' movements, accurately targeting its gills proved challenging. After a futile attempt to harm the Leviathan and Apos' shell, the hookworm attempted to retreat, only to have Leviathan and Apos' tendrils rise abruptly, ensnaring the creature's head in an instant. Lin's tendril muscles contracted powerfully, causing the hookworm's head shell to tremble incessantly under the force, fissures appearing upon its surface. Despite the hookworm's desperate struggles, it found itself unable to escape Lin's grasp. Thus, it was destined to be crushed. What is this sensation? A peculiar feeling coursed through Lin's thoughts as the water temperature surged dramatically, and the entire aquatic realm seemed to tremble. In an instant, the surroundings illuminated as if it were midday. What could this be? The crimson lava erupted from the gaping maw of the colossal rock that emerged from the ocean floor, causing the entire seabed to tremble incessantly. This was precisely the destination Lin had yearned to explore. By daylight, it appeared merely as a vast aperture beneath the waves. Now, it astonishingly spewed forth molten rock. The radiance of the lava illuminated the dark waters, flowing and diffusing across the surrounding seabed, prompting all creatures to flee in desperation, while those unable to escape were consumed by the fiery deluge. At her current position, Lin remained unharmed, nonchalantly crushing the head of a hookworm into fragments before offering it to the collector. As she savored her meal, she marveled at the extraordinary underwater spectacle. Accompanying the volcanic eruption were vast bubbles and wisps of smoke, propelled to the surface by the force of the explosion, the accompanying heat palpable to Lin. She also observed the vent from which the lava was erupting slowly rising, yet this movement was brief, coming to a halt as the lava ceased its violent expulsion. The spread of lava around her began to decelerate, gradually coming to a standstill, as if it were solidifying. The once brilliant glow began to dim, ultimately vanishing entirely, restoring the waters to their enveloping darkness. Chapter 52. Psychosis. As the night awaited its passage, the remnants of the hookworms had entirely vanished, transformed by Lin into nourishing sustenance for its body. The current concern for Lin was the situation below, which only became clear with the dawn. The molten lava that had once erupted had now solidified into a dark gray mass, maintaining the shape of its previous flowing state, akin to what Lin had observed in the trench. What caused the lava to solidify? Perhaps it was the cold? The temperature of the water was quite low. If low temperatures could harden water, they could similarly solidify lava. Intriguing indeed. The Leviathan glided above the solidified lava flow, and when Lin probed its black surface with a tentacle, it felt no warmth. Had it completely cooled? It seemed as though the earlier rise in temperature throughout the water had been an illusion. Illusion? Such a peculiar term, suggesting that things may not always be as they appear. Where do these words originate? Lin had questioned this before, yet had never found an answer. Although the lava had inflicted substantial damage and claimed numerous lives, it had also attracted a plethora of organisms. Countless single-celled creatures hurried to this location, burrowing into the cracks of the solidified lava, seemingly in search of sustenance. Could there be edible substances akin to those found in hydrothermal vent columns? Curiosity piqued. Lin released collectors to delve into the fissures of the lava, and indeed, they uncovered consumable material within. This place would likely draw a multitude of organisms. It was essential to claim it. Contemplating this, Lin established a base seed at the site. Next, it would explore the area where the lava was expelled. The Leviathan swam toward the vent, where an array of peculiar colored debris and bubbles floated in the water. Inhaling these bubbles could lead to the demise of the cellular structures in contact with the gas. Toxic gases. Perhaps they held some utility. Lin could store these gases within the gas collectors and oppos, sacs. As long as they were not inhaled, there would be no issue. If injected into other organisms, they would uncontrollably absorb it, as they could not perfectly command each cell. The vent's depths were sealed by hardened lava. It was uncertain whether more lava would erupt. This location carried a degree of danger, and placing a base here for observation proved to be a prudent decision. Future eruptions were not out of the question. Thus, it was time to depart. As the Leviathan exited the vent, it suddenly spotted several large multicellular organisms approaching from above. Hookworms. 3 in total. They displayed no apparent interest in the surrounding single-celled organisms, instead heading directly toward the Leviathan. However, they did not launch an immediate attack, instead circling around it. The hookworms possessed brains, and were significantly larger than flatworms, though in proportion, their brains were somewhat smaller. They propelled themselves through the water with the leaf-like appendages along their sides, allowing for remarkable agility despite their armored shells. Engaging 3 at once would likely incur some losses. Thus, the stage was set. Lin commanded the gas holders to absorb the toxic fumes and subsequently directed them towards the hookworms. However, these hookworms were not as foolish as the last one that had fallen into the trap. Upon sighting the gas holders, they instinctively veered away. The distinction between intellect and the nocturnal realm was striking. Or perhaps it was merely a difference among individuals. Next, Lin devised a small spherical entity, composed of merely 100 cells, invisible to the hookworms and oppos, vision. Within the sphere resided several infected cells, its exterior adorned with an eye-like structure and a hollow injection tube, accompanied by a sensitive tendril capable of detecting vibrations. Dubbed the infection sphere, it could propel itself through the water, representing Lin's novel method of infection, primarily targeting sentient beings. She sought to observe the effects of the virus on various organisms' brains. The infection sphere gradually approached one of the hookworms, drawing near its gills. The gills bore minute, filter-like appendages that passively intercepted rather than actively captured intruders. Lin effortlessly evaded these filters, navigating along the hookworm and oppos' respiratory system into its bloodstream. The hookworm's brain resided at the core of its body, and the infection sphere found itself within one of the myriad blood vessels, unaware of its precise location. However, through the tendril, it sensed the signals emanating from the brain and swam in that direction. The blood vessels brimmed with a kaleidoscope of cells, nutrients, and waste products, including immune cells. Now, Lin had to elude these immune cells to reach the hookworm's brain and inject the virus into the cerebral cells. Immune cells would assault any perceived invaders, yet the infection sphere was encased in a robust shell, moving at a velocity far surpassing that of the cells. With the current flowing in its favor, Lin effortlessly outpaced the attacking immune cells. As the sensations intensified ahead, Lin surmised she had arrived at the brain. Subsequently, she anchored the injection port into the vessel wall, releasing the virus within. Was the infection sphere now rendered useless? No, its task was far from complete. It secured itself against the vessel wall to prevent being swept away by the blood flow, while its outer shell shed, allowing the internal cells to undergo rapid division until they were substantial enough to obstruct the entire vessel. It then secreted a shell-like substance externally, fully obstructing the blood vessel. This strategy primarily aimed to hinder the immune cells, which might eventually devise a means to dislodge the blockage, but by then, the virus would have proliferated extensively. All that remained was to await the unfolding of intriguing events. 3 hookworms, deterred by the toxic gas, refrained from attacking Leviathan and instead meandered nearby. Lin observed the infected hookworm, keenly watching its transformation. Initially, there were no discernible changes, but after a while, its behavior notably altered. Its body began to twitch, and both speed and movements escalated dramatically, yet the actions became erratic, resembling madness. It seemed the term madness aptly described the state of sentient beings when they could no longer control themselves. The infected hookworm exhibited peculiar behavior, charging towards and attacking its nearby counterparts. With its robust, curved forelimbs, it seized the tail of a companion and, in an instant, forcefully tore it away. The muscles of the hookworm should lack the strength to detach a tail still attached to the exoskeleton. Could it be that its power has increased post-infection? The torn hookworm found itself unable to continue swimming, twisting its body as it sank to the bottom of the water, while the other swiftly fled. The infected hookworm spun in the water a few times before darting off in another direction. Lin mused that its method of movement would undoubtedly lead it to collide with stones or other obstacles. Nevertheless, it was quite fascinating. It seemed the virus had spared its brain cells. Otherwise, it would have perished by now. The virus had driven it to madness, leaving one to wonder how long it could survive. The virus indeed turned out to be such an intriguing entity. Leviathan swam closer to the struggling hookworm, which was trapped on the solidified lava, extending its tendrils to ensnare it. Could 100 cells be exchanged for one? That seemed like a fair trade. The virus held significant research value. Research is truly a captivating endeavor, not just concerning the virus. Lynn suddenly realized that progress had also been made in the base studies on the green cells covering the sea surface. However, mere greenery seemed of little use. Yet, Lynn had already discovered how to adjust the pigments. Similar to manipulating shell materials, they comprised certain substances within the cells. With control, they could produce an array of different colors. If necessary, Lynn could sense the various substances within the cells, enabling the adjustment of these materials. This phenomenon seemed to be referred to as taste. Gratitude to my devoted supporters for their generous contributions. Chapter 53, The Synthesis of Light and the Breeder. The journey of Leviathan never ceased. Amidst the ceaseless cycle of day and night, Lynn bore witness to a myriad of environments and diverse life forms. Her understanding of various phenomena enriched her knowledge continuously, while several bases matured and commenced their operations. Yet, how far Leviathan had traversed remained a mystery to Lynn. She lacked precise terminology to describe distance and length, and she had not made an effort to keep track. She merely swam towards uncharted territories. Lynn had persistently studied the control of pigments. Although the cells had managed to produce green, they were incapable of absorbing light as nourishment. The green cells must possess some other secrets, far more intricate than mere coloration. After meticulously observing those green cells for an extended period, even consuming billions of them, she gradually unraveled their nature. The green hue was merely a byproduct, a reflection of light that was not absorbed. The green cells had the ability to amalgamate various substances, which absorbed light of different colors, such as red and blue, and subsequently combined the absorbed light with other materials to create small, crystalline, edible entities. This process also yielded oxygen as a byproduct, although the cells did not seem to absorb it, thereby releasing it into the environment. However, in the absence of light, the green cells would indeed inhale oxygen, akin to other life forms. Their incapacity to absorb green light resulted in its reflection, hence their verdant appearance. While this may seem straightforward, the underlying process was exceedingly complex. Lynn was utterly at a loss when it came to orchestrating the myriad substances involved. It was a task far more challenging than manipulating shell-like materials. Currently, Lynn could only endow the cells with the ability to reflect green light, which bore no relation to the concept of subsisting on light. She had yet to grasp the fundamentals. How had those green cells achieved such feats? When Lynn preyed upon them, they did not even attempt to evade her. Some species, albeit possessing toxins, wielded relatively feeble powers, allowing Lynn to easily evolve the requisite resistances. What enabled such intellectually rudimentary beings to accomplish such intricate processes? If that were the case, Lynn decided to entrust the task to the cells. She could instruct one cell to consume a green cell, imparting the notion of an oppos, combining light-absorbing substances, and oppos. Upon completion of this initial phase, she would guide them to the next step, to compose food from the absorbed light and other non-food substances. Under Lynn's scrutiny, she discerned that the green cells appeared to utilize small bubbles of non-oxygen gas, in conjunction with water. When gas, water, and light converged, the edible, crystalline-like substance would emerge. Although Lynn remained oblivious to the precise mechanics of this process, thus delegating it to the cells for resolution, the autonomous actions of the cells could yield significant results. Yet regardless, this endeavor required considerable time. Lynn resolved to continue her voyage. Now, Leviathan is approaching the water and oppos surface, where the water is in a state of agitation, occasionally rolling and swirling. Lynn understands that this is caused by the air. The turbulent air currents stir the water, accompanied by countless tiny water columns cascading from the air and splashing onto the surface, creating ripples. Since it is daytime, Lynn observes everything with remarkable clarity. Above the water, the sky, which should be resplendent during the day, is now veiled by a layer of gray, significantly diminishing the intensity of ultraviolet rays, thus allowing Leviathan to draw closer to the surface for observation. Lynn witnesses a familiar phenomenon. A brilliant flash of light streaks across the sky, though fleeting. This light is sufficient to illuminate the entire area, causing both air and water to tremble in its wake. Is this lightning? And sky, another new word for her. Such wondrous terms. Though elusive in their meaning, pique Lin's curiosity, yet they are not the sole reason for her fascination. Not far ahead, a large group of flat fish glides along the surface, drawn nearer due to the weakened ultraviolet rays. It seems inappropriate to refer to them as bugs. Lin discovers a new term specifically used for these vertebrate creatures, fish. Indeed, let us call them flat fish, although Lin perceives little distinction between this and flat bug. Nevertheless, she delights in using new vocabulary. Thus far, Lin has encountered only two types of flat fish, one with serrated, round mouths that is aggressive, and the other, the ones before her now, lacking any means of attack and subsisting solely on unicellular organisms. The flat fish gather on the restless water's surface, their intentions unknown. Lin instructs Leviathan to maintain a safe distance to avoid startling them. She enjoys observing the activities of other creatures, as it often allows her to glean interesting or useful insights. Even the tiniest of beings do not escape her attention. The flat fish swim for a while before pairing up and expelling a copious amount of white liquid from the small openings beneath their tails. Are these cells? Lin releases a small to swim closer, confirming that these liquids indeed consist of tiny cells, one type being oval with several tendrils, while the other is spherical. The tendril-bearing variety attempts to penetrate the spherical cells, which then harden, preventing other tendril cells from entering. This behavior is reminiscent of that exhibited by the leaf-shaped creatures. Yet Lin remains perplexed about its purpose. The actions of the flat fish are even more peculiar. After releasing these cells, they gradually become motionless, floating in the water as if lifeless. Leviathan approaches the group of flat fish, extending a tentacle to seize one, tearing it apart to allow the eye to explore its interior. Are they truly dead? No. In fact, they are not dead. However, the majority of their cells have significantly reduced activity, including those in the brain, seemingly entering a state of and amp, opos, slumber, and amp, opos, with their internal nutrient reserves nearly depleted, an experience akin to death. They have not been attacked by viruses or suffered cellular damage, indicating that the sole reason for this state is they are all committing suicide. What madness! However, it is precisely the absence of issues within their brains that perplexes Lin the most. Many creatures exhibit behaviors that baffle her, yet such madness is an unprecedented encounter. Consequently, Lin crafted a hardened transparent sphere to encapsulate them, intending to observe their transformations over an extended period. What peculiar ability could compel the flatfish to risk their lives in such a manner? Although Lin finds this utterly irrational, she understands that they must possess their own justifications. The concept of intelligence is indeed profoundly intricate. As for the flatfish that lay asleep nearby, none were wasted, all becoming part of Lin and Amp, Apos, S reserves. During this journey, Leviathan has grown 50 larger than before, yet the actual amount of sustenance gathered is sufficient for a threefold increase in growth. Nevertheless, Lin chose not to expand further, opting instead to store more food. Lin employs a method of compression storage, tightly packing numerous fat cells together while depriving them of oxygen, thus significantly reducing the space required. Especially since they remain inactive. It is time to continue the voyage. Lin departed from the tumultuous surface, rife with lightning and unrest, and gradually descended into the depths. In the underwater expanse, a vast sandy beach unfolded before Leviathan's gaze. Such environments are quite common, yet this particular one struck Lin as unusual. The beach was dotted with numerous enormous circular openings, with 10 visible in her current field of view, surrounded by various creatures, including trilobites and flatfish. These openings were just slightly wider than Leviathan, allowing it to venture inside for exploration. Naturally, Lin would not permit Leviathan to enter directly. Instead, she would create a new breed of soldiers to investigate the perilous territory. Chapter 54. The mutation. Lin cast a projectile into the opening, where it swam about, surveying its surroundings. The cavern was distinctly oval in shape, vast enough to accommodate 10 leviathans, and filled with various biological remnants floating about. The cave's floor was littered with numerous shells from other creatures, imparting a peculiar sensation. Lin observed that although the walls appeared rocky, they were, in fact, composed of a shell-like substance, coated in a corrosion-resistant layer, and remarkably smooth. It seemed that creatures akin to trilobites, which could only crawl and not swim, would find themselves trapped if they ventured inside. Ah, so this is a trap? It became apparent that a colossal organism resided here, one even larger than the Leviathan. They likely buried their massive bodies in the sand, leaving only the trap's entrance exposed, ensnaring any unwary creature that dared to enter. Once caught, the entrance would close, and the corrosive fluid within would dissolve the intruder, though there were no enticing lures within to attract other beings. The entire beach offered no hiding spots apart from their presence, thus obviating the need for bait to lure creatures seeking refuge. The projectile might have been too small to pique their interest, or perhaps they would only attempt to dissolve the intruder once a sufficient number had entered the trap. Fascinating indeed. Lin yearned to comprehend the internal structure of this creature, which she dubbed the giant trapworm. Currently, she could only perceive a segment of its body that constituted the trap. To fully observe it, she would need to excavate it from the sand. Yet, could a leviathan truly unearth such a colossal being? That seemed improbable. In light of this, Lin contemplated alternative methods to coax it out. She envisioned a new breed of organism, circular in form, capable of propelling itself through water and adorned with stinging tentacles, aptly named the disperser. Lin produced hundreds of dispersers to hover above the entrance of the giant trapworm and Appos' lair, utilizing them to drive away all nearby creatures. Concurrently, she released several flying saws to assist the dispersers. Eventually, the giant trapworm would be compelled to emerge due to the absence of sustenance. The Leviathan could simply wait alongside her. Although Lin seldom permitted the Leviathan to pause, she deemed it essential to study this unknown creature, particularly given its immense size. While waiting, Lin reasoned that she ought to engage in other pursuits, such as research. The cells from the suicidal flatfish she had previously acquired had undergone certain transformations. Initially, they were merely spherical, but gradually they began to secrete a thin membrane. Within this membrane, they continuously divided and grew, forming organs, vertebrae, and other structures, ultimately resulting in the emergence of a small flatfish. The tiny flatfish would push through the membrane, and then there was no further development. They were likely destined to mature into those larger flatfish. But what significance did that hold? Did the larger ones have to perish to create these smaller versions? Such mysteries were utterly perplexing. Why did they always engage in such bizarre behaviors? Perhaps it was just the way of things? Suddenly, Lin conceived a reason. Perhaps it was to produce more flatfish. The cells released by the flatfish are quite abundant. They must have exhausted the nutrients within their bodies to generate these cells. Yet, is it truly necessary to risk one and Appos' own life in such a manner? Why not simply create them internally? It is quite perplexing. Moreover, Lin discovered that amongst similar flatfish, there exist two distinct types, each possessing different internal organs. One type has a sac-like organ, larger in size, capable of producing spherical cells, while the other has a tubular organ, smaller, able to generate cells with tentacles. When these two types of cells unite, they can divide into smaller flatfish. But why engage in such a process? Why create two different varieties? Only to have them produce cells that combine? It is utterly incomprehensible. Lin realized that the gap between herself and other creatures was widening. What truly is right? What is wrong? Obviously, victory is the definitive answer. Lin resolved to disregard other beings and pursue her own path to triumph. Lin observed that the young flatfish could not grow independently. They had likely consumed all their original nutrients and thus needed to obtain food externally. Lin provided some sustenance to these young flatfish, watching them gradually grow, finding the experience quite intriguing. At present, however, she felt a tinge of boredom. The chaser had driven away all creatures near the giant trapworm, preventing it from acquiring any nourishment. Yet it remained uncertain how long it would take for it to emerge, or if it would simply perish in place. Nevertheless, Lin decided to wait and see, at least for 2 full days and nights. Meanwhile, during Leviathan's moments of ennui, something unusual transpired at the original base, which also served as the main base. This location sat atop a massive stone platform, which Lin had hollowed out, stuffing it with various organs. Now, only the predatory tentacles and nurturing umbrellas for the green cells remained on the rocky platform. This place teemed with life, and food was plentiful. The base itself was sufficiently robust, fortified by the presence of aircraft carriers and guardians, rendering it impervious to other predators. However, one matter occupied Lin's thoughts: the changing environment. Initially, Lin had broken through the ice layer with her aircraft carrier to emerge from a cave, but that layer of ice had not melted. Instead, it had been gradually extending and expanding. The surrounding waters had noticeably grown colder, prompting many creatures to vacate the area as temperatures began to drop. Now, the ice had encroached upon the vicinity of the main base, resembling a colossal, formidable ice wall. Except for immobile creatures like the leaf-shaped worms, all surrounding life had fled. Should Lin relocate the base? She found herself hesitating over this dilemma, yet extracting the entire base from within the stone would undoubtedly prove cumbersome. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the water, interrupting Lin's contemplation. Nearby, the ice wall cracked dramatically under the force of the vibration, while the leaf-shaped worms, anchored to the beach, writhed in their attempts to escape. Some diminutive amoebas severed their stalks embedded in the sand and floated into the water, carried away by the current. Perhaps they absorbed air from the water, enabling them to drift like this. The leaf-like creatures anchored themselves securely among the grains of sand, remaining motionless even when Lin previously shattered them. Yet now, they had the audacity to sever their roots and flee. What could possibly compel them to act in such a manner? The entire aquatic expanse quivered incessantly, but this tremor seemed confined to the vicinity of the main base. Lin, situated nearest to the trench base, felt no peculiarities. However, she observed numerous organisms swimming towards her from the direction of the main base. The ice, subjected to the vibrations, had fragmented into countless shards, indicating that something significant was indeed about to transpire. The region continued to tremble, and during this tumultuous period, the ocular tendrils of the base illuminated with increasing brilliance from above, creating an impression that the water's surface was drawing nearer. Was the water level declining? No, it was not. This area was ascending. Lin immediately commanded the aircraft carrier, which had been stationed at the base, to surge forth at full speed. It was imperative to vacate this zone without delay. As for the base, Lin instructed the armored giant shield tendrils at its perimeter to bend inward, thereby enveloping the entire structure in protection. These tendrils were meticulously designed so that when they completely encircled the base, not even a single virus could escape. Chapter 55. Tremor. The tremors continued unabated, and the water's surface drew perilously close to the base. The aircraft carrier propelled itself with utmost urgency. Lin knew she had to navigate it away from this area to avoid exposure above the water, before it lay a vast chasm on the beach. A phenomenon that could be aptly described as a fault line. The tremendous force of the tremors cleaved the beach in two, with the region housing the base rising continuously while the opposite side descended. Once level, the beach had now transformed into sheer cliffs. If they did not flee soon, they would face the grim fate of succumbing to lethal ultraviolet rays. Fate? Even amidst the tension, Lin found herself intrigued by this seemingly profound term, which appeared to signify something that could dictate the past, present, and all that lies beyond. Could such a thing truly exist? Naturally not. The aircraft carrier might not escape in time. Suddenly, a violent jolt surged through the waters, causing the surrounding waves to surge violently upward in response to the shock. In an instant, a colossal wall of water erupted from the surface, and Lin's aircraft carrier found itself ensnared within this phenomenon. Was this a tsunami? It seemed to denote the vast expanse of water that erupted from the ocean, forming a towering wall. The wall of water, influenced by the tremors, surged in a singular direction, ensnaring the carrier within its powerful currents, rendering it immobile. Yet, through the water, Lin could discern the trajectory of the tsunami. It was land? The carrier and Apos' visual perception barely registered that the tsunami surged toward an arid wasteland, unmistakably terrestrial in appearance. With astonishing velocity, the tsunami crashed upon the land, its force amalgamating countless droplets and grains of sand as the immense wall continued its relentless advance inland. In its wake, it left a vast trail of water, while the wall gradually diminished, ultimately disintegrating into myriad droplets scattered across the desolate terrain. Amidst the chaos of the tsunami, the aircraft carrier was thrust onto the land, where the searing ultraviolet rays scorched its exterior, inflicting excruciating pain upon every cell, a torment that reverberated through Lin's consciousness. In an instant, a significant portion of the carrier and Apos' cells perished. It was hopeless. The carrier lacked the capability to traverse land, especially now, having been swept to this location by the tsunami. Was surrender the only option? The ultraviolet rays had obliterated the cells of the carrier's outer layer, and the internal structures and organs began to collapse, with moisture seeping from every orifice. The demise of the carrier was inevitable. Was this what one termed an Apos, fate and Apos? Such matters were best disregarded. In a desperate bid, Lin quickly synthesized a black, shell-like substance within a small compartment of the carrier, encasing several minuscule cells within. Among them were a few adipose cells, along with Lin's initial cellular observer. This cell had always resided within the carrier. Although now rendered somewhat obsolete due to the presence of the eye, Lin felt an inexplicable significance attached to it, thus she chose to safeguard it. Returning to the other side, the location of the base is no longer submerged in water. The entire area has risen above the surface due to the tremors, and the base is encompassed within this region. Unlike an aircraft carrier, the colossal shield tendrils provide exceptional protection for the base. The outer layer of the colossal shield tendrils lacks ocular organs and cells. Instead, it consists of a thick shell, propelled solely by a few muscle cells nestled within. The shell's thickness appears to prevent ultraviolet rays from penetrating. The interior of the enveloped base is shrouded in darkness, indicating that no light can permeate the exterior of the colossal shield tendrils. However, should Lin open the colossal shield tendrils, the structures within would be instantaneously annihilated by ultraviolet radiation. Now that the base is entirely exposed above the water and upheavals surface, they must wait for nightfall to proceed. Nevertheless, relocating the entire base back into the water may prove challenging. Perhaps they should consider life on land. If green cells are available, sustenance would not pose a problem. Regardless, they will wait until night to decide. This step is the most arduous. The previous phase was autonomously managed by Lin's cells, yet this time, the cells exhibit no reaction, necessitating Lin and upheavals direct synthesis. She is uncertain how long this will take, but it fundamentally concerns the ratios of the internal components, and completion is inevitable. Once accomplished, Lin will endow all bases with the ability to harness light for sustenance, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding food supply, though they are not currently in want. The sources of any food are not as stable as light. As the light wanes and night descends, the colossal shield tendrils encasing the base slightly part, revealing a small aperture through which dim light filters in. This nearly dark glimmer lacks any sensation of heat, indicating that danger has diminished. The base's reproduction chamber produces 10 projectiles identical to those crafted by Leviathan, and Lin instructs them to emerge from the base to explore the external world. As the first projectile crawls through the small opening above the base, Lin once again senses the ethereal touch of the air. The brilliance of the starlit sky illuminates everything before her. The once submerged beach is now entirely exposed, with remnants of moisture lingering in the crevices of sand and stones. Indeed, this area has risen above the water and upheavals surface and rightly deserves to be called an upheavals island. And upheavals, they descend down the massive stone where the base is situated, reaching the beach, and the projectiles scatter to observe their surroundings. Lin notices numerous creatures that fail to escape, ensnared within the moisture between the grains of sand. Most are unicellular organisms, with a few multicellular beings among them. Even in these small puddles, they thrive, but with the slightest breeze, countless droplets will be stirred and dispersed, and eventually, this moisture will be completely swept away by the wind, leaving the area barren and dry like ordinary land. In addition to these small organisms, there are larger beings that cannot conceal themselves in the crevices. Their lifeless bodies, victims of ultraviolet radiation, are scattered everywhere, predominantly composed of starfish, which are notably sluggish. The distance from there to here is quite considerable. If we were to relocate the base, it would take an extensive amount of time to set everything up properly, which feels exceedingly cumbersome. It would be far more practical to leave the base here. Lin intends to create a new structure, experimenting with it to see if it can sustain life on land. However, Lin cannot open the giant shield's tentacles too widely, lest the water within the base spill out. Thus, it can only produce smaller items. Just as Lin was grappling with this dilemma, it suddenly noticed something peculiar within the field of vision of one of the projectiles. Chapter 56. The superindividual. This peculiar entity, half the size of an aircraft carrier, resembled a hemispherical stone adorned with a neat row of perforations. Lin had never encountered such a phenomenon on the beaches adjacent to the base. She remembered every object in that vicinity distinctly. The unusual appearance of this object made it impossible for her to have overlooked it, and it had indeed emerged only after rising to the ocean and upheavals surface. The warheads were encased in a completely sealed shell to prevent water from escaping. However, this created certain complications, as they were unable to obtain oxygen, resulting in sluggish movement. Lin observed that many organisms would perish without oxygen, but this one merely experienced a slowdown in its actions. This did not imply that Lin herself was exempt from the need for oxygen. She proceeded to perforate the shells of the warheads. Yet the extraction of oxygen would lead to a loss of water, necessitating the creation of a new type of warhead designed to absorb water from the island and upheavals periphery to replenish the others. Subsequently, Lin intended to establish various organ structures on this island, yet construction here proved to be a formidable challenge. While she could effortlessly assemble cells in any aquatic location, on land, she needed to ensure an adequate water supply for cellular activity and formation, alongside protective shells to shield against ultraviolet rays. Therefore, she decided to utilize the warheads for construction. She instructed several warheads to ingest substantial amounts of shell material within the base, then ascend outdoors to apply the shell substance in concentric layers upon the granules of sand, gradually building a cylindrical structure. This shell material took longer to harden and possessed considerable adhesive properties, allowing for the integration of sand particles to reduce consumption. However, maintaining density was crucial to prevent water loss. It was a commendable notion, particularly since the massive shielded tentacles enveloping the base could not be retracted. Lin needed to construct breeding chambers externally to facilitate the creation of larger entities and units. Ultimately, she aspired to encase the entire island, establishing a colossal terrestrial base. Although the prospect of constructing such a vast base on land seemed somewhat futile, it at least signified Lin's adaptation to this environment. Lin set the warheads to work. Some were tasked with applying the shell material and mixing in gravel, while others were designated to procure water for the construction of an immense breeding barrel. Lin envisioned it to be as large as an aircraft carrier. Yet it had to be completed before daylight, for once ultraviolet rays emerged, all efforts would be rendered futile. Under the starlit night, the warheads labored swiftly, having already erected approximately 10% of the required height beside the base and Apos' massive stones. Just then, a warhead responsible for applying the shell material suddenly transmitted a thought. It seemed to be ensnared, and the immense pressure caused its shell to crack, resulting in a significant release of water and cells. The interior of the warhead was a hollow structure filled with water. Should it rupture, various cells, including organs, could potentially spill forth. However, Lin was far more concerned with the identity of the assailant that had attacked the warhead. Other warheads promptly converged on the point of attack, and Lin soon identified the culprit as the previously observed hemispherical stone. No, this is not a stone, it is a creature. Supported by 8 robust appendages that uphold its hemispherical form, it possesses 2 formidable pincers, which had just ensnared the projectile, now nearly severed. The semicircular body is punctuated by a row of orifices, leading Lin to initially mistake it for an immobile organism, akin to coral, unaware of the latent power it concealed. The projectile shell is not particularly hard, primarily designed for UV protection, and Lin had never anticipated the presence of terrestrial predators, thus neglecting to fortify the shell. The creature did not pursue. Instead, it remained stationary, leaving the torn projectile discarded on the ground. Does it not feed? This creature. Observing this phenomenon, Lin felt a surge of astonishment. Its behavioral patterns closely mirrored her own, an imposing entity releasing smaller units for feeding or attack. Perhaps the moniker Legion Sphere aptly suits it. Yet distinctions remain, as the Legion Sphere produces diminutive replicas identical to itself, devoid of specialization. The smaller Legion Spheres are comparable in size to the projectiles, implying that the latter need not flee but rather counterattack. The projectiles swiftly turned to charge at the Legion Sphere, which numbered over 30. Yet Lin and Apos' projectiles matched them in count, suggesting a balanced confrontation. The pincers of the smaller Legion Spheres were insufficient to inflict damage upon the projectile shells. At the moment of counterattack, they crumbled. A retreat was necessary. Witnessing this scene, Lin was taken aback. The Legion Sphere must be accustomed to ascending on land, for such direct climbing would render its limbs unable to bear its weight, resulting in fracture. This creature is so peculiar. Why had she never encountered it before? A fervent desire to capture it for research surged within Lin. The projectile swiftly burrowed through the small opening at the apex into the base. While the Legion Sphere ascended to this location, lacking eyes, it likely employed alternative methods for tracking. It tapped its pincers against the exterior of the base, seemingly realizing its inability to inflict damage, and thus remained motionless. What is it doing? Waiting for the projectiles to emerge? Lin peered through a small aperture to observe the Legion Sphere, now poised with its pincers near the entry point, evidently awaiting the emergence of the projectiles. It struck her as remarkably intelligent, yet daylight would soon arrive. How would it contend with ultraviolet light? Perhaps it possesses a method to evade UV rays, or it may succumb to them, but in either case, it was not what Lin desired. She yearned for a living Legion Sphere to study, therefore. Lin abruptly unfurled her massive shield appendages, and in the instant the Legion Sphere was caught off guard, it plummeted into the base. Lin then closed all her massive shield appendages, trapping the Legion Sphere within. Just moments ago, a significant amount of moisture was expelled. Yet this maneuver successfully ensnared the Legion Sphere. Instantly, countless tendrils within the base ensnared it. These tendrils had undergone muscular enhancement, allowing them to maneuver even in the absence of water. Now, the Legion Sphere lies utterly immobilized, and the next step is its disassembly. However, It seems that Lin must bide her time. The primary organs of the base are nestled within the rocky interior, where moisture remains intact. Yet the water above the base has nearly evaporated. Lin must replenish this area with water before utilizing cells to dissect the Legion sphere, in order to meticulously comprehend its intricate internal structure. Nevertheless, with daylight approaching, Lin cannot venture out to procure water while ultraviolet rays rage unchecked. Grateful thanks to the Saint Sunfish for their support, and to the Silent Mole for their generous contributions. Chapter 57. Beneath the ice on the side of Leviathan. Lin had been instructing it to guard the giant trapworm without making a move. Lin was uncertain whether the creatures were not hungry or if there was another reason altogether. However, some intriguing phenomena were unfolding in this vicinity. Suddenly, ice began to form from the surface of the sea and descend into the depths. Although Lin had witnessed the freezing of water on numerous occasions, this peculiar occurrence was unlike any other. The ice did not spread indiscriminately as it had before. Instead, it manifested as a colossal pillar plunging straight down into the abyss, its tip gradually freezing and elongating, nearing the seafloor. Why did this freezing take on a columnar shape without affecting the surrounding waters? Lin, driven by curiosity, urged Leviathan to approach the ice pillar. It was slender, and within it, Lin discerned a multitude of creatures encased in the ice, mostly jellyfish and other drifting organisms. It seemed that the jellyfish did not evade the ice pillar, but rather collided with it, as the temperature of the water surrounding the pillar was not particularly frigid. Lin instructed Leviathan to extend a tentacle and gently touch the ice column. In that instant, a sharp pain coursed through Lin. The surface of the tentacle became adhered to the icy surface. Swiftly, Lin mended the wound on the tentacle, as the blood vessels would automatically constrict upon injury, preventing any cells from leaking out. Yet, Lin was far more intrigued by the ice pillar. Such a formidable freezing ability. What endowed this ice with such extraordinary power? It was entirely unlike ordinary ice, possessing immense freezing capabilities while refraining from spreading indiscriminately through the water. Why was this so? Moreover, the surrounding water was surprisingly warm. Such phenomena would typically only arise under conditions of extremely low temperatures. The mystery eluded comprehension. Suddenly, Lin conceived an intriguing experiment. Within Leviathan, it fashioned a spherical object from shell-like material, topped with a long handle, the end of which featured a hook. Lin placed this sphere atop the ice pillar. And indeed, the ice began to spread upwards along with the sphere, swiftly encasing it in frost. Then, Lin grasped the handle with a tentacle and pulled the frozen sphere down, subsequently casting it into the mouth of the giant trapworm's lair. At the moment the ice sphere was hurled in, the trap and Appos' entrance and the surrounding sandy terrain trembled violently. The giant trapworm evidently reacted with considerable intensity. As the ice began to gradually spread from the sphere, the surrounding sand and gravel shook increasingly with vigor. Suddenly, the sand around the trap was upheaved, and a colossal creature surged forth from the depths, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as it propelled itself into the water. Was this the true form of the giant trapworm? It was not as enormous as Lin had envisioned. The trap it had initially encountered was, in fact, the entirety of this being, an oval structure, with the mouth serving as the trap and the tail adorned with a ring of tentacles and a spray nozzle, allowing it to burst forth from the sand. Then, it began to dig into the sand with its tentacles, seemingly attempting to burrow back down. The flying saws pursued, targeting the wounds on the giant trapworm's tentacles. These appendages, though not particularly thick, were swiftly severed, rendering the colossal creature immobile. Having vanquished a creature tenfold larger than the Leviathan, Lin felt little in the way of astonishment. After all, such a being hardly qualified as a ferocious predator. Nonetheless, the creature was indeed peculiar, having evolved a hollow body that served as a trap. As the Leviathan approached the colossal trapworm, it peered inside with its eye. Discovering that the previously thrown shell-like orbs had lost their icy exterior, presumably melted away. Despite its formidable freezing abilities, their rapid dissolution rendered them nearly useless. Subsequently, the Leviathan glided to the rear of the giant trapworm and released a swarm of miniature flying saws, which entered the creature's water spout to slice through its soft internal structures. Lin swiftly dispatched the enormous being. Its internal anatomy was surprisingly simple. The oval body was hollow, with both inner and outer walls encased in a shell, making it an ideal trap. Consequently, its organs were all crammed into the narrow space between the inner and outer walls, allowing it to produce a significant quantity of dissolving liquid in a remarkably brief period, capable of filling its entire cavity in no time. Lin felt it prudent to study this rapid liquid production mechanism. The cells of the giant trap worm seemed adept at ingesting certain benign components from the surrounding water and converting them swiftly into a potent dissolving solution, a process worthy of emulation. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about this creature. Although it was vast, its structure was straightforward. The next step was to continue their journey. But a base was necessary here, primarily for the research of that marvelous ice column. Lin dispatched collectors to enter the giant trap worm's body and consume the various structures and cells that had been shredded by the flying saws, leaving only a massive oval shell. Lin then placed the seed of a base within this hard shell. Afterward, the Leviathan departed the area, swimming upward towards the unknown. The internal structure remained unclear, as Lin had never fashioned gills. On land, it relied solely on its epidermal cells to capture air. The Leviathan was now nearing the water's surface, which should have been warm, yet Lin felt an increasing chill. It became apparent that the surface was cloaked by a broad expanse of thin ice crystals, through which light flickered with an enchanting radiance. The earlier ice column extended from beneath this icy layer, reaching down into the depths. As the Leviathan drew near the ice layer and tapped it with its tendrils, Lin discovered that this layer lacked the rapid freezing capability of the ice column. It shattered easily, much like ordinary ice. Why was the ice column so peculiar? This remained an enigma for Lin. Continuing its languid swim beneath the ice, the Leviathan encountered a plethora of creatures thriving in the frigid environment, predominantly jellyfish. They drifted gracefully beneath the ice, their ethereal beauty amplified by the light filtering through. However, Lin found them quite obstructive. Caution was imperative to ensure the Leviathan's tendrils did not encounter a sting. As it navigated through the jellyfish swarm, the ice layer ahead thickened, and the water's illumination dimmed. In this desolate environment, life has all but vanished. The Leviathan continues its journey through these frigid waters, plunging deeper into the increasing darkness that envelopes it. Lin is compelled to illuminate her surroundings with a lantern, casting light upon the bizarre, crystalline formations above. Is that an entrance? As the Leviathan swims beneath the glow, it discovers that the source of the light is a large, circular hole within the ice, at least twice the width of the creature itself. It is peculiar. What could have caused such an opening in the ice? As the Leviathan glides beneath the ice hole, it notices what appear to be fresh, jagged marks along the edges, as if something sharp had excavated it. What manner of creature could have created this? And for what purpose? Lin also observes that the marks are recent, with shards of ice cascading down from above. Perhaps the creature responsible for this hole is nearby? Suddenly, the floating eyes surrounding the Leviathan detect a colossal shadow directly beneath it, hurtling towards the Leviathan with alarming speed. Chapter 58. Between the glaciers, the astonishing velocity rendered Leviathan unable to evade the impending threat, resulting in a powerful impact that propelled it forcefully from the icy cavern, landing upon the frozen surface outside. What force had catapulted it from the depths of the cave? The surrounding landscape stretched infinitely, an expanse entirely composed of ice, reflecting blinding light, while the ultraviolet rays in this desolate environment incessantly ravaged Leviathan and Amp's cells. Lin exerted tremendous effort to maneuver Leviathan and Amp's biting tentacles, using its sharp fangs to grip the ice and drag the massive armored form towards the cave once more. Leviathan had never traversed land before, yet its 6 biting tentacles were reinforced with muscular strength specifically designed to crush shells, enabling it to pull its colossal, armored body even on solid ground. However, the tentacles themselves lacked a protective shell, and the ultraviolet rays penetrated the epidermis, swiftly annihilating every internal cell. In an instant, Lin received millions of death signals. Yet, undeterred, Lin accelerated the heartbeat, tirelessly supplying nutrients for cellular repair, and exerted all its strength to flail every tentacle, dragging Leviathan and Amp's heavy form toward the icy refuge. It was so close, yet fate seemed to have other plans. Suddenly, a colossal creature burst forth from the cavern, colliding with the nearly reached Leviathan, sending it spiraling across the ice before finally coming to rest. Lin realized, to its dismay, that they had been pushed even farther away than before. The ultraviolet rays had utterly destroyed the tentacles. Although some cells remained viable, they could no longer mobilize Leviathan's massive body. Leviathan's eyes were positioned beneath its disc-shaped body, shielding them from direct light, allowing Lin to discern the nature of the creature that had struck Leviathan twice. This being, while reminiscent of a common trilobite, was significantly larger. Though its width did not match that of Leviathan, its length exceeded it by more than double. Its shell shimmered with a crystalline white hue, reflecting dazzling brilliance in the daylight. Strange creatures had been appearing frequently. Lin bestowed the name Ice Crystal Beast upon this entity, for its shell bore an uncanny resemblance to ice crystals. Lin could not ascertain whether it was composed of familiar shell-like materials or something entirely foreign. The purpose of the Ice Crystal Beast's excavation of the icy cavern became glaringly apparent, as the light streaming into the cave would lure creatures from the shadowy depths, which the Ice Crystal Beast would then ambush, thrusting them to the surface where they would succumb to ultraviolet rays or asphyxiation, allowing it to feast upon the remains. This was dire. Leviathan might perish here. With its tentacles rendered immobile, the loss of Leviathan would be catastrophic, as it represented Lin and Amp, Oppos, most advanced and Amp, Oppos, combat unit, and Amp, Oppos, replete with a wealth of the latest biological data. Moreover, the arduous journey would be rendered futile. It cannot die here. As the Ice Crystal Beast drew closer, Lin immediately commenced the internal restructuring of Leviathan. Realizing that the creature's deployment port was interconnected with the water jets surrounding its body, this structure enables the nozzle to expel the troops, signifying the ability to launch explosive projectiles. Lin swiftly inserted the assembled explosive into the water pipe, utilizing the muscular contractions within the conduit. She forcefully propelled a significant volume of water towards the pipe's end, meticulously aiming at her target before abruptly unleashing the nozzle. Dozens of explosives surged forth with the torrent of water, colliding with the crystalline creature and Amp, Oppos' head and detonating it, showering it with corrosive fluid that marred its lustrous shell with extensive erosion marks. Although the crystalline creature's exterior appeared bizarrely crystalline, it remained susceptible to the corrosive fluid, which alleviated Lin and Oppos' concerns. The corrosive liquid seemed not to permeate the shell, yet the crystalline creature, caught off guard by Lin and Oppos' assault, hesitated momentarily. By that time, Lin had already readied her second explosive. Launch. This time, it was a singular large explosive rather than several smaller ones. Lin aimed to obliterate the creature's armor in one decisive blow. However, the crystalline creature had anticipated her move, raising its forelimb to intercept the projectile. The explosion and Oppos' corrosive fluid was largely deflected by its forelimb, with only a few splashes reaching its head, leaving substantial erosion marks on its limb. Yet the crystalline creature exhibited no signs of pain or injury. Had she not inflicted any internal damage? Lin began to hesitate. If she continued to fire, it would deplete a significant amount of water from Leviathan, potentially leading to dire consequences. At that moment, the crystalline creature also refrained from further attacks, seemingly contemplating that continuing might be perilous, as its armor had been nearly corroded through. Had it fled? A tinge of regret washed over Lin. Yet Leviathan was now at its limits, incapable of pursuing the enemy. At its limits? Such an intriguing phrase, yet it felt rather amusing. Excavating a hole would likely take considerable time. For now, they could only wait. Lin instructed the explosives to burrow numerous tunnels beneath Leviathan, whose weight would subsequently collapse these passages, allowing the explosives to continue their digging, repeating this process until Leviathan plunged into the water. What initially appeared to be a thick layer of ice gradually thinned under the relentless efforts of the explosives, and soon, Lin once again beheld the eerie, frigid waters below. The final layer of ice shattered with the explosives' excavation, and Leviathan finally descended into the water once more. The crystalline creature, as expected, lay in ambush nearby. Lin was prepared. She promptly activated the nozzle, evading the impending collision. Nevertheless, the creature swiftly pivoted, raking its sharp forelimb across Leviathan and Amp, Oppos' shell, leaving a fissure. Launch. Countless explosives surged forth from the deployment port. Now submerged in water, Lin need not concern herself with water consumption. The explosives, propelled by their water propulsion systems, charged towards the previously damaged areas of the crystalline creature. However, the creature's agility in the water was markedly different from its terrestrial prowess, as it deftly swished its tail to evade. Yet, the explosives were capable of maneuvering as well, and a portion still struck the scars on the creature's forelimbs. The brilliantly crystalline armor was utterly torn asunder by the corrosive fluid, revealing the soft muscle structure within. The next explosive collided directly with this wound, eliciting a profound agony that contorted the crystalline creature's form. The anguished ice crystal creature pressed forward rather than retreating, disregarding the surrounding explosive orbs as it charged with great velocity towards Leviathan. This strike seemed to harness its utmost strength, creating a massive dent in Leviathan's shell, causing numerous internal blood vessels to rupture. In an instant, Lin commanded the blood vessels to constrict, halting the flow of blood. At that moment, A multitude of explosive orbs collided with the ice crystal creature's head, their corrosive liquid eroding the already damaged areas, revealing the intricate internal organ structure beneath its exoskeleton. The ice crystal creature appeared enraged. It twisted and swam beneath Leviathan, tearing off one of its biting tentacles. Unfortunately, that tentacle had long since perished, and Lin felt no trace of pain. Moreover, this battle was nearing its conclusion. Among the explosives that had obliterated the ice crystal creature and Apos' exoskeleton, one was of a special type. This explosion did not release corrosive liquid but instead unleashed hundreds of smaller explosive devices. These miniature explosives lacked swimming capability but were equipped with numerous suction cup-covered tentacles, enabling them to adhere to the target upon detonation and gradually infiltrate the wounds of the adversary. Dubbed adhesive explosives, a significant number had already infiltrated the wounds on the ice crystal creature's head, firmly attaching themselves to its internal organs. It was over. Chapter 59. The Land of Crystals. Is it the joy of victory? As Lin gazed upon the ice crystal creature sinking into darkness, her mind was filled with this extraordinary sensation. Lin now comprehended that such feelings could only arise from triumphing over a formidable adversary. In this battle, Leviathan suffered immense losses. All the biting tendrils were annihilated by ultraviolet light, and even the creature itself sustained significant damage. It is only under such circumstances that one can truly feel happiness and elation upon achieving victory. Although she felt joy, Lin yearned for this battle not to be in vain, hoping that the creature resembling a living crystal might yield some fascinating discoveries. The area was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, causing the light in the deep waters to resemble that of night even during the day. Lin had to illuminate her lantern to discern her surroundings. There it was. The dark seabed revealed a stretch of white sand, where the ice crystal creature lay quietly in a sand pit. Its massive form, encased in crystalline armor, still shimmered, yet its life had long since departed. The explosive ball that had penetrated its wound likely detonated in its brain, resulting in a swift demise. Lin had anticipated witnessing its struggle. Leviathan swam closer to the corpse of the ice crystal creature, releasing a multitude of miniature exploratory orbs that infiltrated every crevice of the creature's remains, probing into the mysteries of this being. During this time, Lin slowly regenerated Leviathan's tendrils. Most notably, its brain was the largest Lin had ever encountered. Proportionally, it surpassed the brains of all known creatures, even that of a flatfish. Lin understood that the primary function of a brain is to command its own cells. To facilitate self-reflection, one must eliminate the portion that governs cellular command, leaving the remainder for contemplation. The greater the portion dedicated to self-reflection, the more intelligent the organism becomes. Thus, it was no wonder that the ice crystal creature devised such peculiar tactics, such as slamming other beings against the icy surface. The shell of the ice crystal creature was equally fascinating. Lin discerned that it was not composed of any material she recognized, but rather of a substance akin to crystal. Its dermal layer was embedded with a multitude of unique glandular cells, resembling tiny ice crystals, capable of secreting such material. Lin had encountered these cells long ago. Indeed, they were crystalline fungi. In a bygone era, during the age of single-celled organisms, Lin had waged war against them. Why had they amalgamated within the body of the ice crystal creature? Or was it possible that the creature was a composite of them? Yet, they should function as foundational cells rather than glandular cells residing in the dermis. Lin also observed that the brain of the ice crystal creature was not connected to the crystalline fungi. Were they truly independent of cerebral control? How peculiar. Furthermore, the hardness of this crystalline shell approached the most durable substances Lin could currently fabricate. Although it fell slightly short, it was considerably lighter, enabling the ice crystal creature to exhibit remarkable agility. The icy crystalline shell is composed of 3 distinct layers. The outermost layer, the thickest and transparent, gives way to a medium thickness, white middle layer, likely designed to block ultraviolet rays. The innermost layer is exceedingly thin, almost negligible, adorned with numerous fissures and tiny apertures where the crystalline microorganisms congregate. This shell appears to be an impressive protective structure. However, it lacks a corrosion-resistant coating, allowing Lin and Apos' explosive projectiles to easily erode it. Overall, this is a creature capable of thriving in both aquatic and terrestrial environments, endowed with a peculiar armor. To increase its size, Leviathan must first dissolve its own shell from within. Lin has observed that other creatures typically shed their entire exoskeleton before discarding the old shell and donning a new one. Such a method seems wasteful and time-consuming. Lin and Apos' approach while consuming dissolving fluid preserves the shell material, which is far more challenging to obtain. Nevertheless, either method requires a considerable amount of time, so patience is essential. As Lynn gradually melts the exoskeleton, she allows Leviathan to slowly increase its size, modifying certain internal structures, growing tentacles, and releasing collectors to consume the crystalline monsters. This process is slow and rather uneventful. However, while the collectors are devouring the brain of the crystalline monster, Lynn discovers something intriguing. Most of the brain cells are deceased. Yet a small, tentacle-like structure at the rear of the brain remains alive, moving slowly. Why does this peculiar appendage persist? Lynn is uncertain, but she is compelled to follow its direction, perhaps leading her to the lair of the crystalline creature. She must hasten to complete her current tasks. As daylight gradually wanes into night, Leviathan finally completes its transformation. Its appearance has not significantly changed. Lynn has added 10 biting tentacles, and its size has increased by 200. Now comparable in length to the crystalline monster, though its width far exceeds that of its counterpart. The remains of the creature have completely decomposed and been stored away. Lynn attempts to reassemble the crystalline monster's exoskeleton, discovering that it can also allow the cells to engulf and dissolve it, subsequently reconstituting it. However, such materials are generally absent in common food sources and environments. To acquire them, one must seek out more creatures bearing these crystalline shells or directly locate the origin of these crystals. Perhaps the crystals Lynn previously encountered could also be utilized to create a crystalline shell, though at that time, the thought had not crossed her mind. It is time to investigate further. What lies at the location indicated by that small stone? Leviathan releases several eyes and lanterns, proceeding toward the designated target. Ahead of Leviathan, a flickering luminescence emerges. Crystals? There seem to be an abundance of them. Lynn directs the lanterns to spread out, illuminating an area densely packed with crystalline fragments, interspersed with a few larger crystals standing upright. These crystals closely resemble the exoskeleton of the crystalline monster, confirming that this is indeed the lair of the ice crystal creature. The crystals are adorned with a considerable number of unicellular organisms, all of which are undoubtedly crystal fungi. There appears to be no other semblance of sustenance. Could it be that the crystal fungi are consuming the very crystals themselves? How peculiar. Regardless, it is imperative to establish a base here. By collecting these crystals, one could forge a resplendent and formidable force. At this moment, Lynn also observed that the small stones within the ice crystal creature's mind seemed to indicate a direction that had not yet been reached. It pointed towards a more distant horizon. Chapter 60. Crystalline Ecology. What compels the small stone within this tendril to orient itself towards a particular direction? Is it the magnetic field? A magnet? Strange terms flitted through Lynn's mind, concepts she could not yet comprehend, yet she sensed that magnetism must signify attraction. What force draws the stone in? Leviathan continued its journey through the dark seabed adorned with crystals. Following the stone and Apos' guidance, Lynn noticed the crystals around her growing increasingly larger. Some no longer fragments, but rather complete formations. The area was not solely inhabited by crystalline fungi. Peculiar flatfish also roamed here. These flatfish appeared odd, with heads that were rounder and thicker than the norm, covered by a thin layer of exoskeleton. Why do they take on such forms? Wouldn't it hinder their swimming speed and provide little in terms of defense? Lynn felt a fleeting curiosity but chose to move past them, continuing her progression. The crystals loomed larger, the scattered fragments nearly vanishing from sight. As she surveyed her surroundings, Lynn mentally constructed an image of the area and Apos' dimensions and characteristics. The outer ring of this region was composed of shattered crystals, gradually giving way to more intact formations at its core. What entity could have fashioned such an environment? Perhaps it was a living organism? Surrounding Leviathan were numerous flatfish, seemingly intrigued by its lantern. Although Lynn could not discern any eyes, they appeared to perceive the light. Lynn extended her tendrils to seize a few, tearing them apart to consume, only to discover nothing particularly remarkable within. However, their skin was adorned with numerous diamond-shaped crystalline plates, which were interspersed with abundant crystalline fungi. Leviathan had now arrived at a new area, characterized by conical crystals standing upright in the sand, aptly named the Apos' Thousand Crystal Grove, Apos, here. Another type of organism emerged, small and soft-bodied yet burdened with a substantial hard shell. These creatures seemed to be referred to as snails. Lynn recalled the term snail but had never encountered such beings before. Their shells were crystalline in structure, housing various organs along with a considerable amount of crystalline fungi. It appeared that every organism in this realm had some connection to the fungi. How exactly do these fungi communicate with them? This relationship seemed to be termed symbiosis, yet what prompted their entanglement in such a manner? To this point, Lin had yet to encounter a glacial beast. Perhaps such creatures were rare. She pressed onward, the tendril bearing the stone thrumming with increasing vigor, indicating that she was nearing her objective. Suddenly, Lin had a thought. She had been preoccupied with this area, neglecting matters concerning the main base. However, she had already dismantled the Legion sphere. Its internal structure was intriguing, featuring a large pouch for the smaller Legion sphere to reside in. Lacking a mouth, it relied on the smaller sphere for sustenance. While fascinating, Lin's interest lay more with her current surroundings, so she decided to set aside concerns for the main base. She could allow the projectiles to operate autonomously. Abruptly, a large organism darted through the glow of the lantern. A glacial beast? Lin urged the lanterns to pursue the elusive creature, yet it swam with remarkable speed, leaving only a trail of debris in its wake. The Leviathan adeptly utilized its water jets to maneuver with agility, enabling it to keep pace with other swift aquatic beings. At that moment, Lin observed a transformation in the surrounding environment. Large crystalline formations emerged, towering like colossal monoliths upon the ocean floor, teeming with myriad creatures that flitted about these crystalline structures. Suddenly, the small ice crystal creature accelerated, darting towards a massive crystalline wall, where it vanished into an opening just large enough for it to enter. Upon closer inspection, Lin discovered that the crystalline wall harbored a passage perfectly sized for the ice creature. Furthermore, this crystal was immense, astonishingly so. Before her lay an expanse of colossal crystalline wall, completely obstructing the Leviathan's path, its light failing to illuminate the far reaches of the structure. In response, the Leviathan released a multitude of lanterns, dispatching them in 3 distinct directions to explore the vastness of the crystalline formation. Could it be? Lin commanded the lanterns to halt and directed the Leviathan to ascend alongside the crystal wall. To her amazement, the crystal continued its ascent, reaching up towards the ice layer that cloaked the ocean's surface. Remarkably, this icy wall transcended the ice layer, extending above the water's surface. Such a monumental presence. This was no ordinary crystal. It was a formation that could be aptly described as a mountain. It stretched from the shadowy depths of the abyss directly into the realm of the air, a mountain of crystal. Why had it grown to such an extraordinary size? How had it formed? Lin realized that the more she witnessed, the more questions arose. The crystalline wall was devoid of life, unlike the depths where a plethora of organisms congregated, which struck Lin as rather peculiar. However, the idea of excavating a tunnel and establishing a base within this vast crystalline structure was enticing. Such an abundance of crystal could yield numerous crystal-coated troops. Although food was scarce here, Lin had already completed her research. It was the final step of amp, opos, food light, amp, opos, a process that involved combining water, a certain gas, light, and substances derived from within the green cells to create an edible substance. She had mastered the proportions needed and was now capable of generating a new type of cell. Although the synthesis seemed complex and extensive, the actual quantities required were minimal, and the original components were inedible. Moreover, these materials were abundant in the water, making the synthesis of food remarkably economical. However, this method proved to be inefficient. The green cells she had confined, which subsisted solely on light, proliferated at a sluggish rate. In contrast, other varieties of green cells multiplied rapidly but consumed other substances or single-celled organisms. Despite the inefficiency, this process was inexhaustible, leading Lin to conclude that her research remained immensely valuable. This would enable the establishment of bases in areas where food was scarce yet other resources were plentiful. This phenomenon seemed to be known as photosynthesis and chlorophyll. In truth, organisms capable of absorbing light are not limited to green hues. Lin has encountered various other colors of single-celled organisms that also possess this ability, including red, blue, and even black. Lin intends to construct a dedicated structure for photosynthesis at each base, but for now, the focus remains here. As night gives way to day, a radiant glow penetrates the ice layer above. Paying little heed to this illumination, Lin instructs Leviathan to create a driller unit, a type of soldier equipped with serrated conical tips and 3 water jets at the rear, allowing it to rapidly rotate and bore through the crystalline walls. Subsequently, Lin directs the collectors to gather the scattered crystalline fragments in the vicinity. These fragments can be dissolved and reconstituted into armor. However, the dissolution liquids vary in type, and not all can effectively dissolve the crystals. Some may completely destroy the crystals, rendering them incapable of recombination, thus complicating the creation of such shells. As Lin is perforating the crystalline wall, daylight fully arrives. With the increasing brightness above, the drill units suddenly feel a rise in temperature surrounding them. Oh, these crystals absorb heat. Lynn recalls this crucial detail, but it appears to be too late, as the drill units have penetrated too deeply and cannot withdraw in time. Succumbing to the extreme temperatures, the entire crystalline mass seems to absorb the brilliance of daylight, becoming exceedingly radiant. Such high temperatures may render this site unsuitable for establishing a base. It is no wonder that no organisms adhere to the crystals here. So, what might be occurring in the deep sea now? Chapter 61. The Greening Project. So this is how they thrive. Do the creatures below rely on this? With that thought in mind, Lynn immediately instructed Leviathan to navigate downstream along the ice crystals. As the waters deepened, the surrounding light gradually dimmed and grew colder. However, the immense crystal remained resplendent and warm. This crystalline mountain directed the daylight's brilliance from the water's surface into the abyssal darkness of the deep sea. The once frigid waters became tempered by these crystals. Here, a multitude of organisms appeared, previously unseen by Lynn during the night. A type of red unicellular creature clung in abundance to the shimmering crystalline walls. Lynn hypothesized that these two were phototropic cells, while the often-seen crystal fungi had diminished significantly. The small creatures residing here became fully animated, with numerous flatfish darting among the crystals, alongside many trilobites and various tentacled beings. Occasionally, one or two small ice crystal monsters could be spotted weaving through them, seemingly feeding on the red cells. Yet, Lynn had yet to encounter any large ice crystal monsters that would attack Leviathan. Perhaps the small ice crystal monsters would eventually leave this place as they matured? All of the creatures here shared a distinctive feature. Their shells were composed of crystals, yet these crystalline shells differed from typical crystals, appearing neither to absorb light nor heat. Perhaps they had undergone some unique transformation, which might explain why the larger ice crystal monster dared to venture onto land to attack Leviathan. Indeed, this location was a prime candidate for establishing a base. Utilizing these crystals, Lynn could construct something extraordinary. Leviathan glided to a luminous crystalline stone and released several specialized units known as endopos, green algae balls, endopos, which were essentially aggregates of phototropic cells. Lynn directed the green algae balls to approach the crystals, and immediately sensed a reaction in their photosynthetic capabilities. Chlorophyll began to activate, generating nutrients. So that is how it works. Indeed, the light from these crystals is effective. It seems that any light will suffice. Pleased with this revelation, Lynn resolved to commence the construction of the base. She intended to position the base not within any crystal but suspended in the water, subsequently boring holes into the crystals to insert the photosynthetic cells. Aside from producing nutrients, these cells also generated substantial oxygen, making them a remarkably advantageous resource. Lynn also established several opos, self-sustaining chambers and opos, within Leviathan, illuminating her cells with lanterns while simultaneously acquiring oxygen and nutrients. Wait a moment, with this in mind, why not? Lynn contemplated transforming all bases, connecting them into an immensely vast system. Currently, there were 7 bases: the main base, the trench area, the coral zone, the surface zone, the lava region, the ice pillar sector, and now this crystalline area. If she could link all the bases through cellular conduits and exoskeletal passages, Lynn would possess an overwhelming quantity of cells, and her intellect should increase accordingly. It had been quite some time since Lynn had experienced an increase in intelligence. Perhaps it was due to an insufficient cell count? Once the cell count surpassed 20 billion, the growth seemed to stagnate. However, her computational abilities appeared to be on the rise, yet Lynn yearned for more vocabulary and explanations of her surroundings. Nevertheless, constructing a colossal base? This is quite a complex matter. The journey of Leviathan shall pause momentarily, yet it will persist in its travels. For now, the priority is to establish a base, the largest ever conceived. Presently, all bases have matured into fully formed structures, resembling three-dimensional triangles. These bases typically deploy units like the Devourers to gather sustenance. Once they have achieved a certain size, they cease to grow. However, Lynn now commands them to shed their outer armor and commence opos, carpet style and opos, reconstruction of their entire form. What does opos, carpet style and opos entail? It signifies allowing the photosynthetic cells to proliferate along the seafloor, extending and covering the area like a carpet. Lynn intends to connect all regions together, merging all bases into an extraordinarily vast singular entity. Thus, the entire seabed will belong to her. Although this endeavor will require considerable time, Lynn is ready to commence. The primary plan involves gland cells secreting a layer of flat shell, upon which the photosynthetic cells will be evenly distributed. This structure will continuously grow until it envelopes every sunlit area of the seafloor, rendering it akin to a green carpet laid by Lynn, granting her inexhaustible energy. The deeper, lightless zones will not be covered, as it serves no purpose. This grand design will be dubbed greening the seabed. Regarding the crystals, Lynn plans to create some crystalline armor units. However, currently, no organism poses a genuine threat to her, rendering the development of military units a secondary concern. Moreover, in the face of non-biological calamities, no amount of units can provide adequate defense. Beyond military considerations, these crystals can be utilized in the Greening the Seabed initiative. Lynn can dissolve them and spread them across the seafloor, subsequently embedding the photosynthetic cells within. With the aid of the crystals, their light-absorbing efficiency will be significantly enhanced. The quantity of crystals remains uncertain. But even if they are depleted, it is of little consequence, for Lynn does not rely solely on them. Aside from the luminescent crystals, the surrounding area is shrouded in darkness due to the ice layer, precluding the placement of photosynthetic cells. Therefore, Lynn instructs Leviathan to produce transporters to convey these crystals to other bases. She will only collect the non-luminescent crystal fragments, leaving the luminescent ones in situ, merely inserting photosynthetic cells directly into them without the need for relocation. As for the colossal mountain of crystals nearby, Lynn has no intention of disturbing it. It would be a pity to damage such a beautiful formation, and it is exceedingly hot, making it cumbersome to handle. Thus, Endopos, greening the seabed, Endopos commences. This is a protracted endeavor. Leviathan may also take a respite after its extensive travels. Lynn Endopos' thoughts are remarkably powerful, enabling her to direct all cells to perform different actions simultaneously or to observe various scenes through all her eyes at once. Nevertheless, she prefers not to undertake multiple tasks at the same time. The greening of the seabed primarily consists of two layers. The uppermost layer is a transparent, thin shell, while the second layer is a white hard shell. Between the first and second layers lies a plethora of photosynthetic cells, while various organs and units are situated beneath the second layer, accessible through small apertures in the shell. The verdant seabed began to unfurl around all the bases, gradually expanding. To cover the entire seabed with photosynthetic cells would require a considerable amount of time. Lynn lacked sufficient nutrients, it could only acquire sustenance while slowly constructing its environment, all the while warding off potential biological threats by producing a multitude of guardian species, floating above the area abundant with green cell clusters. Lynn did not assign any tasks to it. Instead, it remained like a buoy, continuously studying the wild green cells and observing the various happenings on the ocean and Endopos' surface. As for the main base on the island, Lynn instructed it to first construct a massive dome to envelop the entire facility, followed by filling the interior with water. Once this was accomplished, Lynn would then explore methods to cultivate photosynthetic cells on land. Lynn and Endopos' photosynthetic cells were susceptible to ultraviolet radiation, and it had yet to discover a means for them to absorb light energy on land or near the shoreline. Regardless, this endeavor would require an extensive passage of time. The Leviathan temporarily halted in the crystalline region, as Lynn preferred to commence its journey only after everything was completed. Amidst the incessant cycle of day and night, Lynn Endopos' project progressed bit by bit. Time served as a unit of measure, yet Lynn could only gauge its passage through the alternation of day and night. It felt the need for a new term to encapsulate time, thus conjuring a unique word from its thoughts: year. This term primarily served to assess the various environmental changes that could be determined by the arrival of a year. However, this notion seemed somewhat illusory. Lynn observed that the freezing of water could occur at the center of the year, sometimes at the beginning and at other times at the end, rendering it entirely imprecise. Lynn was unaware, but at least the term year could encapsulate 365 days and nights, so it would temporarily use it to describe spans of extended time. Nevertheless, the completion of the entire project would likely require many years. Chapter 62. Goodnight. The Greening the Seabed initiative has been steadily expanding since Lynn made the decision to embark on it. It now envelopes vast underwater regions, transforming many once gray beaches and rocky areas into a lush green expanse. This verdant layer, which Lynn affectionately refers to as the green carpet, now sprawls across all illuminated spaces between several bases. In truth, Lynn no longer possesses multiple bases. They have all been amalgamated into an immense singular base. Lynn is indifferent to the duration required for this endeavor, as it promises her an inexhaustible source of energy, yet it significantly impacts the surrounding environment. Typically, the green carpet does not cover certain fixed organisms, such as corals, which Lynn carefully avoids. However, many creatures, particularly those that burrow into the sand, find themselves completely enveloped by Lynn and Appos' creation. Rather than disappearing, these organisms adapt to their new way of life, either hiding in tiny fissures on the transparent surface of the green carpet or constructing their own nests atop it. Some organisms, resembling leaf-shaped creatures, attach themselves to the green carpet, while sand-burrowing creatures, akin to clams, have entirely vacated the areas covered by the carpet. As for any creatures attempting to burrow into the green carpet to consume the photosynthetic cells within, Lynn does not hesitate to eliminate them. This arrangement proves advantageous. Should any circumstances arise, these creatures serve as Lynn and Appos' reserve food supply. The coverage of the green carpet is a protracted process. Throughout this endeavor, Lynn has not traveled. And as the construction progressed, many years have elapsed. Lynn has not kept track of this time, instead immersing herself in contemplation and various research endeavors. She has acquired new vocabulary, including adjectives to describe size. Previously, Lynn would compare objects to her own species to ascertain their dimensions. But now she possesses precise units of length to describe various entities. These units predominantly incorporate the term meter, typically with one being 10 times larger than the preceding. And when reaching 1,000 times, meter transitions to kilometer. Although this seems cumbersome, it is nonetheless functional. For instance, a sphere composed of approximately 100,000 cells can be described as being a millimeter in size. However, due to variations in the size and density of the constituent cells, even objects composed of the same number of cells can exhibit significant differences. Nevertheless, the millimeter unit surpasses the size of all individual cells, as even the largest amoeba comprises only about 70% of that dimension. The current diameter of Leviathan is around 1 meter, making it extraordinarily large among the creatures commonly encountered here. Only the ice crystal creature and the giant trapworm surpass this size in Lynn and Appos' experience. As for Lynn and Appos' green carpet, it may well be the largest organism, covering an expanse that could extend for dozens of kilometers, though Lynn has not calculated this. However, she still lacks an accurate descriptor for an entire region, as the term diameter seems inadequate, being more suited for circular objects. However, such trivial matters need not be overly concerned. Lynn does not yet intend to extend the green carpet further. Instead, she plans to send Leviathan on another journey, to observe which areas are suitable for expansion or where to establish a new base and subsequently broaden the green carpet. Recent research, however, has compelled Lynn to alter her plans regarding ultraviolet rays, as she has uncovered a significant revelation. The land above the water belongs to the realm of air, and much of this air comprises peculiar gases rather than oxygen. Among these gases is one that can facilitate light synthesis, and most do not effectively obstruct ultraviolet rays. Nonetheless, the oxygen released by the green carpet and other light-harvesting cells, when subjected to prolonged ultraviolet exposure, transforms into another odd gas that does provide some degree of shielding against ultraviolet rays. Although it does not entirely block them, it weakens their potency, rendering them less lethal. However, small amounts of oxygen are quickly dispersed by other gases, prompting Lynn to contemplate, what if the volume of oxygen were significantly increased and blended throughout the land? What changes might ensue? While this notion may seem absurd given the vastness of the external space, Lynn understands that the released oxygen would not dissipate but rather remain intermingled with other gases. Thus, given sufficient time, perhaps it could yield results. Nonetheless, Lynn and Appos' primary objective remains evolution. Most of her evolutionary methods involve learning from other organisms, yet she has encountered a considerable number of species, and the potential for self-improvement has nearly been exhausted. Of course, Lynn could venture forth to explore other regions, but she prefers to remain for the time being, observing the changes in organisms. Other species also undergo evolution. Through her research involving the placement of an eye into the body of a flatfish, Lynn discovered that their cells can reconfigure into new structures or enhance existing ones based on varying conditions. However, these reactions are remarkably slow, incomparable to Lynn's ability to rapidly synthesize new units. These evolutionary processes are self-generated by the cells of living beings, whether sentient or otherwise, which can contemplate their surrounding environment and adapt accordingly, albeit at a gradual pace. Typically, they devise remarkably effective responses, yet their capacity to cope with mutations is rather limited. Lin's cells possess this capability as well, but she prefers direct synthesis or the assimilation of traits from other organisms. The brains of other creatures seem solely responsible for enabling rapid responses to environmental stimuli, yet do not include the regulation of their own evolution, resulting in a persistently sluggish response to change. Amidst this gradual transformation, individual organisms diverge, but some possess a unique method known as combination. When cells released by two distinct flatfish merge, the resulting cell, upon division and growth into a new flatfish, may inherit the advantages of its progenitors, and at times, even manifest entirely new and formidable abilities. This phenomenon appears to be referred to as sexual reproduction, which seems quite intriguing. Some other organisms, such as jellyfish, employ a method akin to fission, resulting in new individuals inheriting only the advantages of a single progenitor, unlike flatfish, which can benefit from the traits of two distinct organisms. However, Lin believes her evolutionary process to be more formidable, as it does not require the exchange of information between cells. For instance, if one cell in Lin's domain acquires a certain evolutionary trait, it can immediately instill that evolution in all other cells through thought, regardless of the distance. And without the need for physical contact, Lin and Apos, as thoughts appear to exert an influence over cellular evolution, though the effect is not entirely complete. Fundamentally, the requisite information must first be obtained. Lin must comprehend the evolution for it to significantly aid her own cell's advancement. Having initially grasped the principles of photosynthesis, her cells can rapidly synthesize light-absorbing substances. Had the cells been left to their own devices, it might have taken them millions of years to achieve such a response. In sum, there remain numerous intricate secrets within this process. How many years might it take? Perhaps an eternity. To stave off monotony, Lin enters a state reminiscent of slumber, yet her troops and ocular organs continue to function, diligently recording the changes in their surroundings. Upon the occurrence of substantial transformations, Lin will awaken. Additionally, should any significant events transpire, such as tsunamis, tectonic shifts, or volcanic eruptions, she will also rouse. Nevertheless, Lin surmises that possessing such a vast territory mitigates the impact of these occurrences. In her primary base on land, she has enveloped it in a protective shell, which continuously monitors the atmospheric conditions, only notifying Lin when ultraviolet radiation diminishes to a less potent level. The presence of the verdant carpet ensures that Lin never need worry about sustenance, unless the world were to plunge into perpetual darkness. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the world and Apos' transformations. What shall be revealed upon her awakening? Due to the extensive coverage of sand and rock by the green carpet, many organisms have lost their original hiding spots. When they discover themselves exposed to danger, they will require heightened speed and greater strength, stimulating their evolution. Presently, most creatures feed on single-celled organisms floating in the water, yet gradually, they are increasing in size, unable to sustain themselves solely on such prey. Consequently, they develop greater power and set their sights on other multicellular beings. In turn, the hunted organisms evolve tougher shells and larger forms, creating a competitive dynamic that fosters continual growth. Coupled with environmental factors such as cold and heat, the future of life forms will undoubtedly differ vastly from the present. Ultimately, what transformations shall occur? Only upon Lin's awakening will the answers be revealed. Gratitude to the Holy Sunfish of 1888 and to the Soul Seeker for their generous support. P.S. After the 13th, expect an increase in updates. Chapter 63, The Paleozoic Explosion. As countless days and nights passed, Lin remained ensconced in a deep slumber. Unaware of the duration of its repose, Lin occasionally stirred, awakening to marvel at extraordinary sights, the icy expanse encasing the entire water surface, or a fissure in the seabed where molten lava surged forth, obliterating vast stretches of verdant carpet. The evolution of life transpired at a leisurely pace, yet the transformation of the world was starkly evident. The water level gradually rose for various reasons, submerging Lin's original terrestrial stronghold, while seismic events in the deep sea frequently tore apart the seabed and its inhabitants. At times, these rifts would reconfigure or give rise to gaping chasms, with lava erupting in chaotic bursts. Occasionally, the ocean's surface would freeze entirely, colossal ice columns extending from the frozen layer to the seabed, extinguishing all that they touched. These occurrences were mere trifles, inflicting no significant harm upon Lin as their destruction was limited in scope and fleeting in duration. Each time Lin awakened, It swiftly restored the green carpet before succumbing once more to slumber. What Lin yearned to witness was the transformation of life itself. The overarching evolution of life demanded an extensive passage of time. Waiting indefinitely would prove exceedingly tedious. However, the ability to sleep allowed the interminable stretch of time to condense into a mere moment, though it might seem a fleeting instant to Lin. How much time had truly elapsed? Perhaps tens of millions of years, or even 100 million. The evolution of life appeared to have reached a new pinnacle, compelling Lin to awaken and survey its surroundings anew. Upon awakening, Lin was greeted by a plethora of wondrous and peculiar creatures gliding over its green carpet. These extraordinary beings bore no resemblance to those Lin had observed before its slumber, yet they felt familiar. During its repose, countless eyes had diligently recorded the metamorphoses of all living creatures, enabling Lin to effortlessly discern their ancestral forms. Sifting through the vast reservoir of information amassed over countless years, Lin was swept up in excitement. This was a wholly new world. Although the evolution of life unfolded at a gradual pace, it was capable of remarkable miracles. Lin could hardly contain its eagerness to explore the surrounding environment, yet most of its eyes had succumbed to predation or peril, leaving only a solitary region with a surviving eye. This area was once a deep trench, the verdant carpet stretching across both sides of the trench's fissure. After so many years, it continued to absorb solar energy, while the trench itself had narrowed by more than half due to seismic shifts and various transformations. The once constant plumes of smoke had vanished entirely, yet this did not diminish the richness of life present here. A colossal creature glided through the trench, its elongated body supported by leaf-like appendages. Its forelimbs were robust and armed with hooks. This being was a descendant of the once familiar hookworm, its form largely unchanged, save for the addition of two enormous eyes upon its cephalic shield. Its size, however, had dramatically increased, from a mere half-meter to over 2 meters in length. A colossal hookworm had set its sights on a prey, a trilobite meandering across a verdant carpet. While the trilobite and Oppos' appearance remained largely unchanged, its varieties had proliferated, ranging from a mere 2 millimeters to over a meter in length. The hookworm targeted a specimen approximately 30 centimeters long, swiftly lunging at it, seizing the creature with its forelimbs and employing immense force to shatter the trilobite's exoskeleton. Fragments of the carapace and the trilobite's cells dispersed in the water, drawing the attention of various other organisms. 3 half-meter-long creatures approached from the distance, gradually nearing the hookworm that was devouring its prey. Lin named these creatures armored fish, descendants of flatfish. They had evolved over countless generations from mere centimeters to a size 10-fold greater. Their leaf-shaped bodies had thickened, and their heads were now adorned with a semicircular armor. On either side of their bodies, appendages referred to as fins had developed, perfectly suited for swimming. These creatures were not predators but opportunists, drawn by the floating remnants of the trilobite. Beneath their round-headed armor lay a narrow fissure lined with tiny sharp teeth, designed for filtering food from the water. The hookworm and Oppos' feeding habits appeared rather wasteful, often scattering a plethora of remnants, and the trilobite was discarded before it was fully consumed, much to the delight of the armored fish, who feasted on the free meal. Lin, too, grasped the essence of free, signifying the effortless acquisition of sustenance. She resolved to observe these new beings closely, scrutinizing each encounter for intriguing abilities, which she would subsequently capture for dissection and study of their mysteries. Presently, Lin's fascination lay not with the hookworm, but with the armored fish. After they had consumed the trilobite's remains, they swam away, with Lin's observing orbs trailing closely behind. These orbs, approximately 1 centimeter in diameter, were encased in a transparent, corrosion-resistant shell, adorned with delicate, transparent spines that enabled propulsion through water. This structure often ensnared the esophagi of other organisms, deterring them from predation. Nevertheless, despite such adaptations, the number of these orbs had dwindled significantly over the ages. As the orbs followed the armored fish, they traversed deep trenches and navigated around colossal boulders, arriving at a completely new environment. This aquatic realm was abundant with coral, which had undergone little change since Lin's slumber, though their shells had accumulated over time, forming towering structures. What once measured mere tens of centimeters had now transformed into colossal formations, creating a coral reef that stretched like a mountain range, with peaks soaring to nearly 100 meters. During her slumber, Lin had acquired a wealth of new terminology, although some remained enigmatic. She felt they could be employed to describe myriad phenomena. The coral reef radiated a lush green hue, a result of Lin and Oppos' verdant carpet. Should any organism construct a shell or nest upon this carpet, the covered portion would automatically decompose and envelop the newly formed dwelling. As the green carpet did not obstruct the coral and oppos entrances, it posed no hindrance to their growth. The coral reef is teeming with a diverse array of life. A few helmeted fish glide slowly among the rocks, their heavy cranial armor impeding their speed, rendering them vulnerable to threats from lurking predators. Suddenly, the helmeted fish seemed to sense danger, swiftly retreating into nearby crevices. At that moment, Lin also perceives the approach of a colossal creature from above. This being, encased in a conical shell, possesses a head adorned with 10 robust tentacles, each covered in suction cups, with serrated edges bordering each cup. Lin names it the arrow stone, a predator that spans 3 meters in length, believed to have evolved from a type of clam. This creature has forsaken its burrowing habits, adopting an active predatory lifestyle, complete with a siphon-like mouth. In an instant, the arrow stone lunges forward, extending a pair of elongated tentacles from its 10 appendages, capturing the slowest of the helmeted fish. It then ensnares the fish entirely with its multitude of tentacles, the serrated edges tearing mercilessly through the unprotected flesh, crimson ichor gushing forth from the wound. Among the victims is a trilobite, some species of which can grow up to a meter in length, showcasing a remarkable diversity, with some having evolved into formidable predators themselves. The lone remaining helmeted fish departs the coral reef, solitary and heading towards the surface. This locale has transformed into a realm of brutal predation. These creatures share a distant kinship with the boring fish, an evolved variant of the round-mouthed flatfish. Contrary to growing larger, they have shrunk to mere millimeters in size. Yet their circular mouths and curved, hooked teeth have become increasingly fearsome. Their bodies are cloaked in small, barbed armor-like scales, which Lin now recognizes as scales. They swarm in droves, using their teeth to shred the skin of the helmeted fish, twisting their bodies to delve into the wound, voraciously consuming the flesh and obliterating the fish's organs. In comparison to the larger predators, the coordinated assault of these smaller creatures is all the more terrifying. They waste nothing, devouring every remnant of the helmeted fish's body. Though the helmeted fish boasts a hard shell, its body lacks any protective capability, leaving it utterly defenseless as it endures the excruciating pain of its organs being torn apart, awaiting its demise. Lin has often pondered the purpose of the helmeted fish and oppos' cumbersome and seemingly useless shell, yet it does possess some unique abilities to evade predators. These fearsome little creatures do not spare Lin and oppos' observing eyes. They swarm around, gnawing at the tiny spines surrounding the eyeball. Their jaws are remarkably strong, capable of crushing the eye and oppos' protective casing and even piercing its surface. The last remaining eyeball succumbs. Is this voyage into the new world destined to conclude here? Certainly not. In a region far removed from the coral reef, once a land of crystals, this area has remained untouched by environmental changes for years. Suddenly, several massive crystals surrounding the crystalline mountain shatter, unleashing a multitude of creatures clad in crystalline armor, grateful to the slumberous whirlwind of 1888. Into the moonlit rose for the generous offering that has elevated my pursuit of the soul. Chapter 64, The Era of Monsters. This army comprises thousands, excavated from large crystalline stones long before Lin fell into slumber. Production ceased once a certain quantity was reached. Their primary purpose was to explore this new world and to hunt and dismantle intriguing entities. The projectile-shaped constructs moved swiftly through the water, propelling themselves with remarkable speed in a singular direction. The surface of the crystalline expanse had remained perpetually cloaked in ice, unchanged through the years. In the cold, dark waters, the lanterns of the projectiles illuminated a plethora of wondrous creatures suspended in the depths. These beings, adorned with rounded shells and tentacled heads, were known as oppos, ammonites, oppos. They bore resemblance to arrow-shaped stones, albeit with their conical shells coiled. Measuring approximately half a meter, the ammonites possessed notably hard exteriors, rendering them unsuitable targets for the projectiles and oppos' attacks. Lin found little merit in learning from the ammonites. However, an intriguing mystery lingered. She was unaware of what these creatures had evolved from. Possibly some form of mollusk. Her observational memory yielded no pertinent information. The ammonites were plentiful, dispersed in vast clusters throughout the water. The projectiles navigated through this immense congregation, soon emerging from the darkness into a sunlit expanse. Now, a verdant carpet enveloped the area, albeit not Lin's green blanket. This greenery undulated across the seabed like tendrils, a result of the evolution of wild phototropic cells. They adhered to Lin and oppos' green blanket with their roots, proliferating extensively and completely obscuring the region that had once been draped in Lin and Apos' verdant covering. Lin did not find this situation troubling. The nutrients derived from consuming algae surpassed the efficiency of her green blanket's gradual photosynthesis. She planned to eradicate the algae at her convenience. However, the projectiles were not tasked with this duty. Lin was more intrigued by certain creatures dwelling amidst the algae. As the projectiles glided above this algal jungle, Lin spotted several substantial beings navigating through the foliage. Approximately 2 meters in length, these creatures undulated their robust, streamlined bodies in pursuit of smaller prey, and Apos, shark and Apos, was a new term Lin coined to describe this life form, which had evolved from flatfish, once scarce and diminutive. Flatfish had now diversified into numerous distinct species. This phenomenon was peculiar. Lin had previously believed that only organisms separated by great distances would evolve into varied forms. Yet it appeared that even in the same locale, creatures could manifest different appearances. Why was this the case? Lin dismissed such ponderings. One shark was actively pursuing another species of fish, which measured over 0.5 meter in length and sported a pair of sturdy fin-like appendages on each side of its body, earning it the name fleshy-finned fish. This flesh-finned fish swiftly darted out of the algal thicket, propelling itself toward the water's surface in a desperate escape. Sharks are creatures evolved for the purpose of hunting. Their heads are adorned with a formidable maw filled with sharp teeth, while their flattened fins are exquisitely designed for swift movement through the water. With astonishing speed, they pursue their prey, the flesh-finned fish, and in an instant, their powerful jaws rend large chunks of meat from the unfortunate creature. Observing the success of their kin in the hunt, other sharks swiftly converge, eager to partake in the spoils. Throughout the ages of evolution, these beings have developed heightened sensory capabilities, even in the absence of ripples in the water. Some creatures can discern the precise location of their targets without the aid of vision. Lin understands this phenomenon is known as olfaction, yet she remains uncertain about the true nature of this sense, a subject worthy of further exploration. However, the visual acuity of sharks is also remarkable, and from her observations of ocular records, Lin has gleaned that their sense of smell is arguably the most acute among all living beings. The evolution of eyes is evident in certain organisms. Lin notes that typical unicellular organisms possess eyes that can only perceive light, incapable of interpreting complex images. It was not until the advent of multicellular organisms that many species retained this simplistic vision, only recently giving rise to beings with the ability to analyze intricate visuals. Thus, Lin muses that she too must have once lacked sight, yet that wondrous crystalline object consumed by the observer granted her vision, leading her cells to emulate the crystalline structure to form eyes. What, then, is this crystal? It remains an enigma, as all crystals discovered thus far differ from it. This matter can be pondered later. It is inevitable that the Apos, vision crystal and Apos, will be found. For now, the shoal of sharks quickly devours the flesh-finned fish, only to disperse once more. Unlike the sociable flatfish that thrive in groups, these sharks have slowly distanced themselves from their brethren through the process of evolution. The shark, upon realizing it has been encircled, recognizes it is too late. The pike-like creatures surge forward, their sharp forelimbs slicing through the shark and Apos' tough exterior, while others assault the more vulnerable gill region. The shark does not contemplate a counterattack. Instead, it frantically writhes, attempting to escape into the depths. It speeds out of the kelp forest, aiming for the surface. The pike-like creatures pursue closely, and the shark and Apos' wounds gush forth a copious amount of cells, attracting its kin, not to assist, but to feast upon their fellow. They have become excessively individualized, even resorting to cannibalism. Lin remains perplexed by how sharks have evolved such a peculiar mode of survival. She dispatches a portion of the pike-like creatures to fend off the pursuing sharks, while the remaining hundreds continue the chase until they corner the fleeing shark beside a colossal iceberg, leaving it with no avenue of retreat. However, before the pike-like creatures can act, the massive iceberg suddenly fractures, revealing a barbed scythe that ensnares the shark. At this moment, the enormous ice structure gradually splits apart, and beneath the shattered ice shards emerges a figure that glimmers, entirely cloaked in crystalline armor. This creature reaches over 5 meters in length, and Lin is quite familiar with it, for it is the evolved form of the ice crystal monster. The overall appearance of the ice crystal monster has changed little. It has merely grown in size, still entirely encased in crystalline armor. Its forelimbs have transformed into scythe-like appendages adorned with backward-facing hooks, and its head has developed 2 enormous eyes. Undoubtedly, this creature possesses the capability to eliminate a shark in a single strike. In this era rife with predation, Lin has realized that the once leisurely methods of activity are no longer applicable. It should have completely encircled the shark earlier, thus preventing any opportunity for scavenging. Currently, the projectiles may prove ineffective against the ice crystal monster, necessitating the deployment of the ace that has long slumbered alongside Lin. The mouth of the ice crystal monster resembles a gash lined with blades and serrated pincers, allowing it to effortlessly rend a shark asunder. However, despite its crystalline armor and massive size, the ice crystal monster is not without adversaries. A colossal creature is slowly swimming towards it from a distance, seemingly drawn by the carcass of the shark. Its ancestry traces back to the flatfish, yet it evolved into a helmeted fish before further evolving from that lineage, making it the largest organism Lin has observed to date. Measuring 10 meters in length, this giant fish is clad in a robust shell. Unlike the cumbersome and ineffective head armor of the helmeted fish, its head armor terminates in massive, blade-like teeth, allowing it to open and close, efficiently crushing its prey. It charges directly at the ice crystal monster, firmly biting into the side of its armored body. With a mere twist of its head, it easily tears away large shards of crystalline armor. It possesses immense pressure, capable of crushing the ice crystal monster's defenses. Consequently, the ice crystal monster relinquishes its hold on the shark and swiftly retreats, propelled by its powerful water jet apparatus. Though the giant fish is strong, its speed is lacking, forcing it to abandon the ice crystal monster and feast upon the smaller shark instead. What an intriguing environment. Chapter 65. The newly emerged Leviathan. As other creatures surged forward in evolution, Lin remained stagnant. With only a few units devoted to mending exoskeletons and eliminating minor intruders amidst the verdant expanse, most of Lin and Apos' forces remained in a dormant state, and the cells themselves showed little alteration. While Lin could replicate the appearance of other organisms with uncanny precision, the lack of diversity within its internal cellular structures resulted in considerable discrepancies. However, one of Lin and Apos' factions existed in a state of freedom prior to its slumber. Lin had allowed it to swim in the waters, enabling its cells to engage with the external environment and undergo self-evolution. Lin imposed no restrictions on it, save for one. In the absence of food, it would supplement its sustenance from the green carpet, while it typically hunted and evaded danger independently. It had perhaps survived for 100 million years. Upon awakening, Lin did not eagerly scrutinize it. Instead, it first observed the surrounding aquatic life for a comparative analysis. What transformation had it undergone? One might wonder. Leviathan. Lin's thoughts meticulously explored every cell, every structure, swiftly honing in on a distant being. This former traveler, now Lin's supreme unit, piqued Lin's anticipation regarding its metamorphosis. Lin's thoughts swept quickly over Leviathan's form. Initially, its once disc-like shape had evolved into a streamlined structure, tapering at both ends, reminiscent of fish. Indeed, this configuration appeared more suited for aquatic movement. The original disc-shaped body, although capable of rapid motion through rotation, expended far more energy. 30 jet ports had nearly completely regressed, with only 2 remaining at the tail, while the biting tentacles had dwindled to 2, flanking the head. The formerly prominent, fang-laden mouth had vanished, replaced instead by appendages akin to arrow-like tentacles, adorned with serrated suckers. Clearly, the trajectory of biological evolution tends towards such adaptations. The once formidable heavy armor had transformed into a lighter gray exoskeleton, featuring 2 rows of delicate tentacles along the back, seemingly for sensory perception. Moreover, these tentacles provided olfactory capabilities. The sense of smell had evolved from the original tactile ability to perceive vibrations in the water, a remarkably advantageous skill. When combined with vision and touch, it allowed for unobstructed navigation in any environment. Having completed an examination of Leviathan and Apos' external structures, it was time to delve within. Leviathan retained its original combat methodology, with its proliferation chamber serving as the largest organ, connecting to 6 deployment ports on either side of its body. Furthermore, Leviathan boasted numerous peculiar structures. Aside from the deployment ports, it featured many operable orifices, interconnected by muscular conduits that linked to a central sac-like organ filled with water. Yet, it felt as though the changes were minimal. Moreover, Leviathan measured a mere 3 meters in length. Even after 100 million years, had it only doubled in size? Currently, the largest creature measures 10 meters in length, yet it pales in comparison to the former Leviathan, which could rightly be deemed a monarch of the seas. a sense of disappointment lingers. However, as Lin observes the Leviathan's units, this sentiment dissipates entirely. So, it turns out that the Leviathan has channeled its evolution into these beings. It and amp, oppos, as time to test their formidable powers. Lin surveys her surroundings. This location is a considerable distance from the lush, green carpet of land, with the Leviathan likely having swum here during its life. Below lies an expansive coral reef. And Lin soon spots a familiar creature, a 3-meter-long arrow squid resting atop a brain-shaped coral, fixated on a distant helmet fish. "You shall be the one," she declares. This unit is dubbed the and oppos, slaughterer and oppos, by Lin, capable of dispatching prey in an exceedingly brutal manner. The slaughterer, merely 30 centimeters in size, charges directly at the squid and oppos' head. Upon noticing the approaching creature, the squid abandons its pursuit of the helmet fish and extends its tentacles, attempting to ensnare the oncoming being. The slaughterer does not shy away. Instead, it bravely allows itself to be captured by the squid's tentacles, which subsequently draw it into the squid's maw. The squid's mouth, located at the center of its tentacles, features an extraordinarily hard beak. Under its crushing pressure, even the most robust shell struggles to endure. The slaughtherer's abdomen is bitten into, causing it to burst explosively. Yet, this marks merely the inception of terror. From the exploded slaughterer, countless small spines shoot forth, penetrating the surrounding squid's tentacles. These spines inject a bizarre liquid into the squid's cellular structure. Lin is uncertain of the damage this liquid might inflict. After all, the Leviathan does not possess the luxury of observing its surroundings as she does. Nevertheless, Lin is aware of the fate that befalls creatures injected with this substance. After the squid takes its first bite of the slaughterer, it is unable to take a second. It expels the slaughterer, while its 10 tentacles writhe in a frenzy, utilizing their serrated suckers to tear away chunks of its own flesh, spewing forth a copious amount of green liquid. It appears the squid's time is limited. The Leviathan's sensory tentacles can distinctly perceive the foreign taste emanating from the squid's mouth, which is evidently its own blood. Perhaps the slaughterer harbors a potent toxin capable of inflicting excruciating pain upon other beings. One cannot fathom how the Leviathan evolved such a formidable toxin, surpassing even that of a virus. Remarkably, the slaughterer itself remains unscathed. Only its abdomen explodes, while its vital organs lie safely beneath its dorsal shell, rendering its self-detonation inconsequential to its overall vitality. As Lin watches the arrow squid slowly descend onto the coral reef, she intends to seek out units suitable for gathering food. Yet, the Leviathan and oppos' sensory tentacles detect an unusual presence approaching gradually. Indeed, olfactory senses prove invaluable. Certain creatures move in harmony with the currents, making it challenging to discern whether it is merely the water's flow or living beings. However, under the scrutiny of scent, even the most flawless ambush cannot escape detection. The Leviathan abruptly accelerated to evade the approaching entity, while Lin swiftly assembled her gaze to observe the creature that had missed its target behind the Leviathan. It was an unknown organism. This creature measured 3 meters in length, possessing an oval-shaped head with massive jaws filled with sharp teeth. Its elongated, flattened tail propelled its body through the water, and it bore 2 pairs of robust, fleshy limbs on either side, each ending in lethal blades. These limbs seemed to be referred to as hands and feet, while this creature was designated as amphibian. Chapter 66. The shattered salamander amphibians, it appears, signify a collective of organisms rather than a singular entity. For this particular creature, Lin discovers a more specific term within her lexicon, the lava salamander. What an odd name. This amphibian seemingly evolved from certain fleshy-finned fishes. Although the evolutionary records are absent, its resemblance to those aquatic beings is striking. The lava salamander is evidently a predator, flicking its tail and snapping its formidable jaws, lined with sharp teeth, towards the Leviathan and oppos' tail. The Leviathan, with a mere surge of speed, evades the attack. The lava salamander cannot match its swiftness. However, Lin has no intention of retreating so easily. The killer that had just slain the arrow stone is already on the verge of developing a new abdomen brimming with venomous spines. This new breed created by the Leviathan exhibits a high degree of reuse, and unlike other types, it possesses a complete set of organs. Such power is astonishing. It seems it cannot be reused, yet the venomous spines within the killer have already been unleashed, ensuring the opponent and oppos' demise is imminent. Strangely, Lin observes that the lava salamander appears unaffected. It continues to devour the remains of the killer, leaving no trace behind. Curious, could it be immune to toxins? Suddenly, Lin notices that the back of the lava salamander, having consumed the killer, begins to glow with a vibrant red hue, reminiscent of molten lava, and strikingly similar to the color of the killer's abdomen. Is that the reason it is called lava salamander? Could it also secrete a similar toxin? After finishing its meal, the lava salamander turns and swims away, seemingly disinterested in the Leviathan. Lin promptly follows, simultaneously consulting the Leviathan's list of units to identify any that might be effective against this lava salamander. With a plethora of units at her disposal, Lin finds herself uncertain of which to choose, ultimately selecting one at random, the Crusher, seemingly designed to tackle heavily armored targets, while the lava salamander is not heavily armored. That is of little consequence. This method of attack evokes memories of a bygone aircraft carrier, yet given its diminutive size, what kind of offensive capability could it possess? Upon closely examining their internal structure, Lin realizes these little creatures are far from ordinary. She commands the Crushers to advance toward the lava salamander, which initially disregards them. Then, Lin directs one Crusher to approach the salamander's back and suddenly swing its forelimb, with a resounding crack. In an instant, Lin's eyes struggle to comprehend the speed of the swing. The force delivered by the small hammer causes the lava salamander's skin to rupture, unleashing a torrent of strange red liquid alongside the vascular cells, suggesting that the creature harbors toxins beneath its dermal layer. The phrase skin splitting comes to Lin's mind, perfectly encapsulating this phenomenon. The lava salamander, sensing pain, swivels its head sharply and opens its jaws wide to bite the Crusher. Countless sharp teeth and the pressure of its jaws reducing the creature to fragments. In that moment, the other Crushers seize the opportunity to strike. They assail the lava salamander's abdomen, tail, and head, inflicting numerous wounds upon its body. The lava eel writhed in an attempt to escape, having lost its will to fight. Yet Lin would not relent. The Crusher continued its relentless pursuit, forcefully striking the remaining intact portions of the lava eel and Apos' body, while others targeted the exposed muscle structures beneath its skin. Under the relentless assault, the lava eel's blood gushed forth, and the muscular structure in its limbs was obliterated, leaving it bereft of its ability to swim as it twisted its body downward toward the ocean floor. Such formidable power, the Crusher. No wonder it was classified as a unit designed for heavy armor. However, it proved effective against non-armored foes as well. Now, bolstered by this strength, Lin effortlessly claimed her prey, yet in this era, finding solace in feeding seemed rather elusive. The blood and cellular matter spewing from the lava eel and Apos' wounds attracted a host of creatures to the scene. Sharks, with an acute sense of smell, they could detect injured prey from over 1,000 meters away, and soon a dozen of them arrived, forcing Leviathan to retreat. Lin mused that, regardless of how formidable Leviathan and Apos' units were, confronting such a multitude of sharks would be a daunting task. Indeed, this age was markedly different. In Lin's previous hunting days, no creatures would dare to contest her prey, yet now she found herself unperturbed by the prospect of sharks seizing the lava eel. One shark approached the carcass of the lava eel, biting into it, only to recoil in agony, twisting its body and fleeing in a frenzy. This was the effect of the lava eel and Apos' venom, stored within its dermis, which was released in abundance when the Crusher ruptured its skin. The remaining sharks, witnessing this, lost interest in the lava eel and swam away. It seemed they possessed considerable intelligence. Lin had anticipated they would each take a chance. Thus, nothing disturbed her feast. Leviathan itself appeared to lack resistance to toxins, yet the Butcher did not, much like how the lava eel was unaffected by the Butcher and Apos' venom, allowing it to consume the blood and flesh of the lava eel without worry. It was then that Lin realized why the Butcher came equipped with a complete set of organs. Perhaps the Butcher was specifically designed to process substances that Leviathan could not digest, separating the nutrients from the toxins and storing the latter within specialized needle-like cells in its abdomen. How fascinating it was to ponder how Leviathan evolved such remarkable beings. Lin had merely glimpsed a fragment of Leviathan's life memories and unit data. Had she viewed it all from the outset, it would have been far too tedious. Experiencing their abilities firsthand felt infinitely more engaging. She created several Butchers, allowing them to consume the entirety of the lava eel's carcass. The internal structure of the lava eel was quite intricate, akin to that of its ancestor, the flatfish, possessing a spine that was far more developed. Nonetheless, Lin had no desire to delve into study. It was far more thrilling to experiment with the new units of Leviathan. And she also felt the urge to surface and assess the current state of the oxygen levels. Suddenly, Lin noticed a large school of armored fish not far ahead. swimming in formation toward a singular direction. It was the spawning activity of the helmeted fish. From the depths of her memory, Lynn understood the purpose of their gathering. These fish would congregate in a specific area to engage in a process known as spawning. This is the reason they thrive even in predator-dense waters. Despite the cumbersome helmets they bear, Lynn was aware of their destination and decided to follow. Ahead of the massive school of helmeted fish, a shadow of land emerged, and they swam towards the heart of the land, where a vast fissure appeared. Within this crevice lay a narrow waterway, leading deep into the land, which Lynn recognized as a river. In the midst of environmental changes, it was not only the seabed that fractured, the land itself could also split, allowing seawater to flow into the land's crevices. However, Lynn sensed that the water within this so-called river did not originate from the sea, but rather flowed forth from the land itself, for the water possessed an unusual quality. The helmeted fish surged into the river, and at its entrance, dozens of sharks lay in ambush, seemingly anticipating the arrival of the fish. It was indeed a rare feast. The helmeted fish disregarded the sharks and continued their rush into the river, even as their companions were torn apart beside them. Those that successfully entered the river found that the sharks dared not pursue. The river and Apos' water lacked a substance known as salinity, and thus, should marine creatures venture into its depths, peculiar phenomena could occur, such as the rupture of organs. Lynn had never entered a river. All her knowledge came from the words she had read. The helmeted fish seemed capable of altering their circulatory systems, allowing them to thrive both in the river and the sea. But could the Leviathan possess such an ability? Should she venture in to find out? Chapter 67. The End of the River. Lynn did not ponder for long before allowing Leviathan to follow the armored fish into the river and Apos' entrance. Leviathan, of course, was unconcerned with salinity, unlike other creatures that continuously exchange various elements and nutrients with the surrounding water while swimming, thus becoming vulnerable to any peculiar changes in the water. Leviathan possessed no system for direct material exchange. Although it had the ability to absorb and expel water, this liquid did not circulate through its blood or other systems. Instead, Leviathan relied on a specialized troop of collectors to gather nutrients and food from the water. These evolved collectors could meticulously separate harmful substances from harmless ones and assess Leviathan's current needs for specific materials. In essence, upon entering the river, it simply required the collectors to gather more salt and less water. As Leviathan swam deeper alongside the shoal of armored fish, aquatic life was sparse. Only a few small organisms lingered atop the riverbed's silt, where no predators posed a threat to the shoal, except for Lynn. Uncertain of how long the armored fish would swim, Lynn created an eye on Leviathan's back, prompting it to surface and observe the changes on land. The once searing ultraviolet rays seemed to have lost their potency. Even though the daylight remained bright, Leviathan felt no discomfort as it approached the surface. The land on either side of the river appeared to be strewn with large, square stones that obscured Lynn and Apos' view, yet some green entities stood atop those rocks, resembling slender, rigid tendrils with bifurcated ends. They seemed to have officially ascended onto the land, akin to seaweed. These were evolved forms of light-harvesting cells, following a completely different evolutionary path from common organisms. Though they possessed a vascular-like system, they had never developed hearts, muscles, or brains. Lacking muscles, they could not move and relied solely on water currents to propagate their reproductive cells. Their responses to the surrounding environment were notably sluggish, nevertheless. They thrived no less than other brain-bearing creatures. Their contribution to oxygen production was substantial. Despite their slow reactions, they devised various strategies to cope with the swift, predatory organisms, which was indeed remarkable. Ascending onto land appeared to be one of their strategies to evade predators. These beings could be aptly described with an alternative term. Endopos, plants, endopos, distinctly different from the nimble endopos, animals endopos, that typically roam. Yet, Lynn herself embodied characteristics of both plants and animals, which felt quite intriguing. Leviathan, following the shoal of armored fish, had arrived at a peculiar region. The waterway ahead is obstructed by a massive stone wall formed by colossal boulders. Yet, this is not the river Endopos, as terminus, for the crevices between the stones suggest that the water can still flow onward. Somehow, these stones have fallen into the river's center, interrupting its course. The purpose of the armored fish is evidently not to linger here, but their size prevents them from slipping through the gaps in the rocks. Thus, they leap to the surface, vaulting onto the exposed summits of the boulders. They wriggle their fins and cumbersome heads, striving to traverse these barriers, disrupting the river. Why do they not simply spawn here? Why must they make the effort to climb over? Observing the fish continuously leaping onto the stones, Lin feels a tinge of confusion. Though it does affirm that ultraviolet rays have indeed lost their lethality. As for Lin, should she also leap? A glance at Leviathan's life records reveals that it possesses no terrestrial capabilities. Throughout its 100 million years of existence, it has never approached land. With this thought, Lin commands Leviathan to ascend to the surface, then suddenly activates its water spout, propelling itself onto the rock. Although Leviathan currently possesses only 2 tendrils, the suction cups atop them provide substantial force, enabling it to navigate its 3-meter-long form across the land with ease. Surrounding Leviathan are the struggling armored fish, still 10 meters from the water's edge. Despite its gargantuan size, Leviathan, aided by its suction cups, moves more swiftly than the fish. However, midway through its ascent, Lin encounters some monstrous beings ahead. They are known as an amp, oppos, blonde scorpions, and amp, oppos. What a peculiar name. There are 3 of these scorpions, seemingly lying in wait for the armored fish. This could prove perilous. The blonde scorpions possess 8 eyes on their heads, and while Lin is uncertain of their vision, it is clear they are fixated on Leviathan. Trouble looms. Leviathan and amp, oppos, immense size instills a measure of trepidation in the scorpions, preventing them from advancing recklessly. Yet, they expertly disperse, encircling Leviathan from 3 directions. Leviathan lacks a new breed of land combatants, but Lin can still rely on traditional tactics. Leviathan has offensive openings on both sides of its body and its head. It is devoid of blind spots apart from its tail. Fire. A corrosive explosive strikes one of the scorpions directly in front of Leviathan, inflicting pain and causing it to writhe backward, while the other 2 scorpions swiftly circumvent Leviathan, intent on capturing nearby armored fish. It seems they did not coordinate their encirclement, but rather separated from the outset. Lin does not dwell on this too long. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly scrambles into the water. Even employing her previous explosive tactics, facing 3 opponents would be quite troublesome. Here lies the spawning ground of the armored fish, a broad, circular expanse of water that could rightly be termed and oppos, lake, and oppos. Following Leviathan, numerous armored fish sequentially leap into the lake. And the few blonde scorpions can only capture a handful, proving incapable of halting the fish from reaching their spawning haven. The helmeted fish swarm to the muddy bottom of the lake, where they first use their heads to excavate small pits, each pair of fish claiming their own little burrow. Subsequently, they release a copious quantity of cells. One type is spherical and substantial, measuring approximately 1 centimeter, while the other is minuscule, adorned with tentacle-like tails. Akin in size to ordinary unicellular organisms, seemingly characterized by the terms and amp, oppos, male and amp, oppos, and amp, oppos, female, and amp, oppos. The round cells are expelled by the females, while the smaller cells are released by the males. Their union fosters offspring imbued with the strengths of both parents. After the helmeted fish have dispersed their cells, they succumb to death, mirroring the fate of flatfish. Lin observes that most organisms are endowed with a predetermined lifespan, yet unlike Lin, who merely disassembles older cells sporadically, these beings experience the cessation of life as a comprehensive demise of all cells, commencing with the brain and gradually extending to every cell throughout the body. They are not subjected to external attacks or viral infections. Rather, it is the intrinsic decision of their own cells that dictates their fate. Each creature can only endure for a specific duration before they must perish, making way for their progeny. A flatfish has a lifespan set at around 10 years. Although they may meet an earlier end due to viruses or parasites, they cannot exceed this temporal limit, as their internal cells are programmed to die at that juncture. Conversely, the helmeted fish exhibit a peculiar trait. They are destined to die only after spawning, remaining alive until that moment. The remains of these fish do not go to waste. They serve as sustenance for the newly hatched fry. Lin's purpose in this endeavor extends beyond mere observation of their reproduction. She aims to establish a base here to study the distinctions between this environment and the ocean. The base Lin is currently constructing diverges significantly from her previous efforts, primarily featuring a central spherical point with a diameter of 30 centimeters, from which a green carpet will radiate outward, ultimately enveloping the entire area. The structure of the green carpet is relatively simple, composed mainly of 2 transparent shells, which encase photosynthetic cells and a small defensive contingent. The green carpet will not adversely affect the helmeted fish. Lin has significantly reduced her predation on other organisms, finding that observing their transformations holds far greater value than consuming them. As she lays down the seeds of her base, Lin suddenly experiences an unusual sensation. This is, the internal structure of the base seeds possesses highly developed sensory tentacles, specifically designed by Lynn to assess changes in the surrounding environment. By collecting data on seabed vibrations, water temperature, and other variables, she can predict significant future alterations in the environment and prepare accordingly. At the instant she placed the base seeds, Lynn felt a strange sensation. Chapter 68. The predicted catastrophe. The probing tendrils of the base organism possess the remarkable ability to perceive various changes, including seismic activity, fault lines, volcanic eruptions, and freezing phenomena. Lynn has mastered the patterns of these occurrences, as they invariably manifest subtle fluctuations in the water beforehand. These perceptive tendrils are specifically attuned to detect such ripples. And even in slumber, this capacity continues to evolve and refine, allowing them to discern these fluctuations with increasing detail, sometimes even years in advance. A peculiar tremor coursed through Lynn's base organism as it made contact with the lakebed sediment. This sensation was unlike anything Lynn had previously experienced. Yet she could calculate the potential ramifications of this vibration. Based on her billion years of environmental records, this minute tremor was poised to amplify significantly within a year, potentially resulting in not merely ordinary vibrations, but the movement of an extensive area. Wait, this is not the ocean. This lake lies deep within the land, several kilometers from the sea. Could it be that this tremor affects the land? If the land begins to shift, what repercussions might that have on the ocean? This is a phenomenon that has not occurred in a billion years. Indeed, while land does move at an exceedingly slow rate, such a sudden change has never been observed before. Why? Lynn was uncertain. This was an environmental alteration unlike any she had previously encountered. If such a massive landmass were to press into the sea, it could result in widespread devastation. Preparations must be made. Other organisms also possess the ability to predict such occurrences, but their responses typically manifest within a span of 7 to 30 days, unlike Lynn, who can foresee events a year in advance. Otherwise, the armored fish would not be so secure in their spawning here. This base organism remained to monitor the situation, while Lynn also needed to assess the conditions at the main base. Despite its considerable distance from this location, such a significant tremor would undoubtedly have an impact. The probe swiftly reached the nearby land, and as it approached the rocky cliffs, Lynn sensed identical vibrations. Would similar tremors occur here as well? The land could potentially shift hundreds of kilometers towards the sea. If that were to happen, Lynn and Appos' verdant cover would be utterly obliterated, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the local fauna. It was imperative to evacuate within the year. At present, Lynn had no effective means to halt the impending environmental changes. Escape was her only recourse. Resolute in her decision, she initiated the self-dissolution of all her green carpet. The nutrients accumulated over the years, beyond what was necessary for normal growth, were typically stored in resilient, small spheres within the green carpet to deter other organisms from pilfering them. Lynn fabricated a type of soldier akin to a devourer to collect these spheres in the self-dissolving photosynthetic cells. Simultaneously, another type of soldier was tasked with dissolving the outer shell of the green carpet, subsequently reassembling them into colossal transporters, which would carry all nutrients away without leaving a trace behind. The expanse of the verdant carpet has become exceedingly vast. If one were to disregard the potential for mutations, Lynn could ascertain that these matters might be resolved within a year. However, it is highly likely that unforeseen events will transpire. The task must be accomplished within a year. The Leviathan navigates towards the depths of the sea, an area Lynn has never traversed. The regions enveloped by the green carpet are predominantly shallow waters near the shore. Beyond that, the ocean floor descends into darkness, devoid of any illumination. Perhaps a floating verdant carpet could be devised to cover the sea's surface? After all, the ultraviolet rays are no longer as intense. Yet, the phenomenon of ice formation typically occurs at the water and Appos' surface, where it is perilously easy to succumb to the cold. Photosynthetic cells, specialized for absorbing ample light, exhibit a diminished resistance to frigid temperatures. Nonetheless, it is imperative to distance oneself from the land. The Leviathan glides along the water's surface, the seabed now obscured from view. Replaced by an abyss of darkness, this must be part of the deep sea. Not far ahead, a vast expanse of ice has materialized. Ice. It always presents a troublesome predicament. As the Leviathan approaches the icy formation, Lynn observes that the thickness of the ice is substantial, likely having existed for an extended period, and it is doubtful it will melt within a year. Thus, they must circumvent it in search of alternate locales. As the Leviathan maneuvers along the periphery of the ice, Lynn notes the considerable range of the frozen expanse, making it seemingly arduous to navigate around. In light of this, they resolve to dive beneath the ice layer to ascertain whether passage is possible. Just as Lin contemplates this, a peculiar creature drifts slowly from above. This entity bears resemblance to a jellyfish, possessing an oval-shaped, sac-like body approximately 2 meters in length, complemented by several slender tentacles measuring only 1 meter. Yet it floats within the air above the water's surface. Floating? In the absence of water? Can it traverse through the air? In that fleeting moment, Lin is struck by the notion that capturing this Apos, aerial jellyfish Apos, for dissection is imperative. The Leviathan directs its appendage towards the aerial jellyfish and promptly launches a projectile. Although the floating jellyfish lacks eyes, it appears to sense the impending attack, ascending swiftly to evade the projectile. It exhibits a remarkable intelligence, far surpassing that of an ordinary jellyfish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin swiftly constructs a charger, instructing it to dive to a certain depth before surging upward with great force. The propulsion system of the charger activates rapidly, propelling it out of the water. Before the jellyfish can react, it pierces through its sac-like body. Excellent. Wait. As the charger penetrates, a torrent of gas erupts from the jellyfish and Apos' wound, not only dislodging the charger, but also propelling the jellyfish away with the force of the outburst, causing it to vanish from sight in no time. The Leviathan cannot possibly pursue at such speed. What a pity. Who would have thought it was hollow? It seems to contain some form of gas that enables it to remain aloft. Although the capture and dissection were unsuccessful, Lin has largely deduced the internal structure of the jellyfish. Regrettably, this knowledge offers little assistance, as Lin remains unaware of the specific gas contained within the jellyfish. Now, Leviathan faces a matter of greater significance. It must traverse this icy expanse in search of a suitable location. However, the duration required to circumvent this ice remains uncertain, so it shall attempt to penetrate through it. Leviathan submerged beneath the ice, where the surrounding light dimmed considerably, revealing a multitude of starfish congregating in this area. They clung to the underside of the ice, maneuvering across the surface in a peculiar manner. Over the course of 100 million years, aside from their dazzling array of colors, starfish appeared to have undergone little transformation. Yet, there were exceptions, though none were evident in this particular vicinity. Just as Lin contemplated this, a colossal star-shaped ice crystal suddenly dislodged from the ice layer, enveloping Leviathan instantaneously. What is this? An ice block? No, it is not. Lin observed as the ice began to gradually change color, the crystalline hue fading away, while Leviathan's entire form was gradually cloaked in a vivid red, ultimately transforming into a massive starfish of deep crimson hue. Chapter 69. The monster beneath the ice. This colossal starfish, with a diameter of 3 meters, clung to the back of the Leviathan with its tentacles adorned with numerous suckers. This peculiar starfish bore the unusual name Sunny Starfish. Lin had encountered it before but was taken aback to witness its ability to change color. The starfish possessed not 5, but 15 tentacles, each festooned with a multitude of suckers, which are remarkably useful as they generate tremendous suction power, enabling a creature to drag objects many times its own weight. Under such formidable suction, once adhered to by the starfish, it would be utterly impossible to extricate oneself, even for fish much larger than itself. One could only surmise that once ensnared, they would meet their demise. Subsequently, the sunny starfish began to secrete a dissolving liquid from between the suckers of its tentacles, eroding the Leviathan and Apos' exterior. Simultaneously, Lin unleashed 10 smashers, which swam to the starfish and Apos' back and delivered powerful strikes. With a resounding crack, the starfish and Apos' outer shell, although covered in a calcareous substance, was not particularly thick and quickly succumbed to the onslaught of the smashers, resulting in immediate fissures. A copious flow of blood gushed from the ruptured wound, yet the starfish remained steadfastly attached to the Leviathan, showing no inclination to flee. How bothersome! The smashers continued their relentless assault, inflicting countless injuries upon the starfish. As it sustained damage, the quantity of dissolving liquid it secreted diminished. Yet the strength of its suckers remained unwavering. For countless years, the starfish had not evolved a true brain, perhaps elucidating its relentless tenacity. It seemed that complete obliteration was the only solution. As Lin contemplated this, she suddenly felt one of the smashers ensnared by the starfish. Beneath the ice layer, numerous starfish clung to the surface, seemingly drawn by the blood of the injured sunny starfish, cascading in large numbers from beneath the ice. Most landed upon the back of the sunny starfish on the Leviathan, while a few fortuitously fell onto the smashers. If they did not depart soon, they risked being entirely surrounded by a multitude of starfish. While the Leviathan had the capacity to eradicate them all, Lin perceived it as a futile endeavor. Not to mention an inconvenience. Why were the starfish adhering to the ice layer? Generally, starfish would be expected to shy away from cold environments. Was this a mutation? Or was there another reason? Lin released more smashers to eliminate the smaller starfish clinging to the Leviathan, while simultaneously deploying collectors to consume the dead sunny starfish that remained attached to the Leviathan and Apos' back. As Lin neared the completion of her task, they were approaching the ocean floor, a realm dark and frigid. Beneath the glow of the lantern, a seabed composed of gray gravel emerged into the Leviathan and Apos' view. This environment was hardly suitable for the green carpet. Lin instructed the Leviathan to halt upon the sandy shore and began to contemplate. She was utterly at a loss regarding their next destination. The ice layers inexplicably materialized upon the sea, presenting considerable challenges. Relying solely on the Leviathan for exploration was inadequate. This was no longer a leisurely journey as in the past. They were compelled to find a suitable and safe location for the green carpet to thrive within a year's time. If only they could float in the air like the jellyfish encountered earlier, it would be immensely more convenient. But how is that achieved? What type of gas must be collected to achieve buoyancy in the air? At this juncture, contemplating the matter seems futile. What truly matters is to expedite the search for the location. With this thought, Lin devised a small detection orb, measuring 1 centimeter in diameter. Encased in a transparent hard shell, it propels itself through the water using tiny appendages, emits light in dark areas, and possesses a defensive mechanism that releases a mild acid. Albeit with enough reserve for only 3 uses. Leviathan manufactured hundreds of such orbs, allowing them to disperse in every direction. Their sustenance is estimated to last for 30 days and nights. Once depleted, Lin can recreate them. This method appears to hasten the search considerably. Upon releasing these orbs, they scattered like twinkling stars. However, not long after, Lin sensed several orbs being crushed by some creature. How swift it was, not even 30 meters. Leviathan navigated toward the site where the orbs had perished, and under the lantern and Apos' glow, the culprit revealed itself, a jet-black Berlindo scorpion. Its pincers incessantly gnawing on something, with luminous fragments falling around it. The scorpion seemed unfazed by the orb's acid, and Lin had little desire to confront it. So Leviathan turned and departed. A crash? Consumed? Lin discovered that the scorpion's previous location was now merely a sandpit. Could it have been ambushed from the sand? The Berlindo scorpion, being a sizable creature, was so easily dispatched? It appeared to employ a rather amusing term. But there was no time to ponder. Lin chose a direction at random to swim, enveloped in the darkness devoid of light, where peculiar sensations abounded, currents undulating, strange scents wafting. Unable to see, one could only speculate about these entities. Leviathan approached the surface of the water, covered by a thick layer of ice, where a gentle luminescence filtered through. Here, there were no starfish, only a few jellyfish floating about. These jellyfish were entirely different from those previously encountered that could levitate. As Leviathan glided among the jellyfish, some ammonites came into view, seemingly disinterested in the jellyfish, appearing almost in a stupor, merely suspended in the water without a care. Among the ammonites, Lin noticed a colossal specimen, 2 meters in diameter, amid a cluster of smaller ones. Its head retracted within its shell, tightly sealed and motionless. What were they doing here? The ammonite and Apos' shell must be among the hardest, akin to stone, seemingly impervious to any creature and Apos' efforts to pry it open, thus allowing them this tranquility. Leviathan swam closer and prodded the massive shell with a tentacle. Suddenly, the giant ammonite and Apos' shell burst open, unleashing a powerful jet of water, propelling the enormous creature swiftly into the depths of the ocean. In that moment, all the previously dazed ammonites appeared to awaken, similarly propelling themselves in pursuit of the giant ammonite. What transpired? Although still lacking understanding, Lin immediately urged Leviathan to follow suit. It became apparent that its curiosity had intensified greatly. Despite the ammonite's thick and sturdy shell, which seemed quite heavy, it was actually filled with air, allowing them to swim at remarkable speeds. However, Leviathan could easily keep pace with them. The direction in which the ammonite swarm moved was peculiar, alternating between upward and downward motions. Just as Lin pondered the reason behind their erratic swimming, a strange wave emanated from behind Leviathan. Leviathan and Apos' ocular tentacles twisted to investigate, and soon spotted a creature pursuing them from a short distance away. It measured approximately 7 meters in length and resembled the massive fish Lin had encountered previously. Though not as large, it was evidently of the same species. This fish bore the name Dang's fish, a rather uninspired title. Lin preferred to refer to them as Crusher or Smasher, due to their remarkable ability to crush hard shells with their powerful muscular strength, prompting even the ammonites to flee. Lin was uncertain whether it had deemed Leviathan a target. Yet fleeing seemed prudent. Perhaps attempting to defeat it could be an option? As Lin contemplated this, the area ahead suddenly illuminated, revealing that the ammonite swarm had unwittingly swum into a wondrous locale. This was a cold underwater realm beneath the ice, which should have been dim and lifeless. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the seabed sparkled like a starry night sky. Chapter 70. Threads of light in the abyss. The creatures emanating a soft blue luminescence appeared like delicate threads strewn across the sandy ocean floor. Their glow, though not overwhelmingly bright, was sufficient to illuminate this dark marine expanse. What are these entities? Some resembled flora. However, Lin had never encountered a plant capable of self-illumination. While bioluminescence allows for a more efficient utilization of energy, it still incurs losses, failing to maintain a perfect energy cycle. The Leviathan once possessed such a system, but after a billion years, it had regressed. Regardless of their nature, harnessing their light might enable the creation of a verdant carpet in this abyss. Yet, first, the immediate predicament must be addressed. The Leviathan swiftly pursued the ammonite swarm across the illuminated seabed, the colossal fish relentlessly tailing behind. Suddenly, several ammonites slowed their pace. Trailing behind the Leviathan, Lin did not divert her gaze, yet she could distinctly perceive the peculiar water current generated by the destruction of these ammonites by the Dunkleistus. The Dunkleistus showed no signs of reducing its speed. It was now unsatisfied with merely a few small ammonites. The remaining ammonites appeared to be faltering, and once more, a few fell behind, crushed into fragments by the relentless predator, while the Dunkleistus could not outpace the ammonites. It seemed that their endurance was waning, and opos, fatigue and opos, stemmed from cells and opos, inability to expel waste efficiently and provide nutrients or repair damages incurred from vigorous activity. In terms of stamina, the Leviathan, as the epitome of evolution, would never exhaust itself as long as it had nutrients stored within. The ammonite swarm, lacking stamina, began to crumble, with nearly half of them progressively slowing their movements. At that moment, a massive ammonite, measuring 2 meters in diameter, suddenly turned, opening its shell to reveal dozens of tentacles, seemingly preparing to confront the pursuing Dunkleistus head-on. Could an ammonite truly exhibit such behavior? The Dunkleistus, indifferent to the size of its prey, charged forward, its formidable jaws clamping onto the ammonite and opos' hard shell. Cracks spread across the shell like a radiating pattern, while countless tentacles ensnared the Dunkleistus and opos' head, primarily targeting its gills. The fish and opos' gills closed tightly. It certainly had methods to defend its vulnerable points. The ammonite and opos' objective was to pry open the gills and destroy the oxygen extraction structures within. This seemed to be a battle of attrition. Yet, under the pressure of the Dunkleistus's jaws, fissures spread across the ammonite's body. Although the ammonite's head remained hidden, with only its tentacles engaging in the assault, it appeared that the internal organs were suffering considerable harm as well, with the tendrils clinging to the gills gradually losing their strength. The 2-meter creature was putting forth immense effort against the 7-meter predator, but would it ultimately prove insufficient? The Dunkleistus's jaws had evolved specifically to counter high-hardness organisms like the ammonite, rendering it a true and opos' natural enemy. And opos', the smaller ammonites had long since fled. And even if this giant ammonite were to fail, it had nonetheless secured a fleeting reprieve for its kin. Leviathan observed the fierce struggle between the two creatures from a short distance away. The speed of the Dunkleistus was insufficient to match that of Leviathan. Thus Lin felt little cause for concern. Ultimately, the Dunkleistus shattered the ammonite shell, unlike most creatures that would refrain from consuming the shell. The Dunkleistus crushed both flesh and shell to devour them together. As Lin watched the Dunkleistus voraciously feasting on the ammonite, a sudden thought struck her. Why not attack it? After all, it was the largest creature she had encountered thus far, and defeating it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Yet, was it merely for amusement? Surely, there must be another motive. Indeed, to create a green carpet in this area, Lin needed to ascertain the extent of the luminous threads here. Without further ado, she sought out useful units within Leviathan, discovering that throughout its history, Leviathan seldom attacked creatures larger than itself. There was little necessity for such actions. Even creatures of half its size could sustain it for a considerable time, which explained why Leviathan possessed only a few units for driving off intruders. lacking any specifically designed for direct assaults on larger beings. Although its evolution was commendable, it often exhibited a singular focus, failing to reach perfection. Contemplating this, Lin promptly produced over 10 shatterers, directing them to assault the Dunkleistus and Apos' exterior. Like other colossal beings, the Dunkleistus initially ignored the shatterers until they began to strike its skin, at which point it reacted. With a sudden twist of its massive form, the resulting surge of water sent several shatterers tumbling far away, rolling multiple times before coming to a halt, some colliding with the glowing threads on the seabed. Was conventional strategy ineffective against such a large creature? Perhaps the use of slayers was necessary? Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin was not particularly fond of employing toxins. She preferred to obliterate her foes directly. Lin released an eye to observe the shatterers, only to discover that they had become ensnared by the luminous threads, which grew incessantly around them, ultimately forming a glowing sphere that completely encased the shatterers. Although the shatterers lacked ocular devices, Lin sensed that they were being corroded by a dissolving agent. Starting from their exterior, as cells were systematically eradicated, leading to the demise of their entire forms. Such peculiar luminous threads possessed this capability? Lin found it rather strange. And just as she contemplated having Leviathan approach for a closer inspection, a powerful current surged nearby. Leviathan immediately retreated at high speed, and in the next moment, the Dunkleistus's massive jaws clamped down where Leviathan had been. Half of the ammonite was devoured, while the remaining remnants settled upon the glowing threads of the seabed, becoming ensnared. It appeared that Dunkleistus recognized the peril of the threads, abandoning the morsel to instead target Leviathan. Despite its sluggishness, the Dunkleistus exhibited formidable stealth. And it was not until it drew near that Lin sensed the unusual current. There was no hint of odor. She was baffled as to how it had masked the stench of the ammonite and Apos' innards. Perhaps the scent had simply diffused too strongly in the water for her to detect. At present, the dingfish seems to recognize its inability to pursue the Leviathan, having already consumed a considerable amount. Consequently, it abandons its assault and turns to swim away. Lin typically does not spare creatures that threaten her, yet in the event of killing the dingfish, its carcass would succumb to being enveloped and decomposed by the luminous threads on the ocean floor, rendering the act utterly pointless. Rather than slaying a creature that could potentially shatter the Leviathan with a single bite, she finds the study of these threads to be more intriguing. These threads possess a remarkably simple structure, featuring a layer of luminous cells as their outermost coating, while the interior contains cells akin to muscle cells, enabling movement. Furthermore, they can extend fine, needle-like threads from their surface that can release a potent dissolving liquid, whose decomposition capabilities surpass any dissolvent Lin has ever encountered. They likely employ these tiny needles to pierce other organisms, subsequently breaking down their organs from within. It seems these luminous threads feast upon various debris, and due to the scarcity of food, they exhibit a frenzied behavior, converging upon anything that falls. However, given the icy surface of the sea and the dark, frigid depths below, is there truly enough sustenance to allow these threads to proliferate across such an extensive area? If there is, Lin might be able to emulate them to create a new type of green carpet. Indeed, a green carpet need not solely rely on light for sustenance. Its primary purpose is to gather a substantial amount of food over a prolonged period in a specific location. Thus, she resolves to give it a try. Chapter 71. The far north. The previously released exploratory orbs have all perished, most having been consumed. They did not discover any promising locations, failing even to venture beyond the dark, icy marine expanse. As for the study of the luminous threads, their reach spans several dozen meters. Upon observation, it is evident that they sustain themselves through the detritus from various upper-tier organisms, either through predation or decay. Although these entities bear a striking resemblance to flora, they possess a cerebral structure. All threads are interconnected to a central orb, housing a brain-like structure akin to that of other creatures, which orchestrates the activities of the threads to swiftly encircle and decompose any available sustenance. This is a remarkable configuration, and it is difficult to fathom how such an evolution could have occurred. Consequently, Lin emulated their design, creating a similar luminous web in their vicinity. However, it attracted almost no nourishment. Perhaps the location was unfavorable, or was it simply a matter of randomness? These considerations are trivial. The primary issue is that this method proved inefficient, far inferior to photosynthesis, which explains why the luminous threads cover such a limited area. Nonetheless, Lin, inspired by their predatory approach, devised a new type of soldier and intended to test it should the opportunity arise. During Lin's research, numerous orbs were released. Venturing farther than before, with several discovering an exit. They successfully navigated beyond the ice-covered sea surface, reaching another landmass. Alas, one of the orbs was subsequently consumed. Nevertheless, Lin gleaned valuable information. There was no need to pursue this unreliable method further. Leviathan was now racing toward the target region. On the other side of the sea, what lay beyond? One cannot ascertain the number of landmasses in this world. Perhaps there are countless. Yet, locating even one would require considerable time. For the expanse of the ocean is vast. Leviathan and Apos' speed far surpassed that of the orbs. Yet it still traversed 3 days and nights beneath the dark ice before arriving at the location the orb had glimpsed. The light of day illuminated this marine expanse, revealing a scene of flourishing vitality. The topography here bore a striking resemblance to previous locales, with the seabed composed of coral reefs and sandy beaches, teeming with various creatures engaged in mutual predation. The abundant light and thriving life created an environment ripe for a verdant carpet. However, to err on the side of caution, it was prudent to ascertain whether the nearby land harbored any dangers. Leviathan glided past the coral reefs, approaching the sandy shores that connected to the land, and deposited a seed of the base. The moment the seed touched the beach, a familiar resonance surged into Lin's consciousness. It was the same sensation as before. Could it be that this land is similar? Would it undergo drastic changes in a year? Why? The two locations are separated by hundreds of kilometers. Lin now possessed a precise directional descriptor, primarily composed of Apos, north, south, east, and west, and Apos. The original base was situated to the Apos, east, and Apos, while this new site lay to the Apos, west, and Apos. There is no direct connection between the two, separated by an expansive, ice-covered ocean. Why would they exhibit identical responses? Could it be that the entire world is on the brink of some monumental, peculiar upheaval? It is imperative to discover a sanctuary. Lin harbored a desire to ascend to a land adorned with a verdant tapestry, yet the terrestrial expanse was fraught with uncertainties, and amidst the cataclysm, the ground could fracture into myriad fragments. Leviathan once again unleashed a multitude of ocular entities, tasked with scouring all regions save for the east, west, and north. While the Leviathan itself set its course towards the northern realms, Lin experienced an odd sensation, an inkling that something extraordinary awaited in the north. However, this feeling was peculiar and lacked veracity, yet Lin yearned to witness it nonetheless. Yet, with Leviathan and Apos' sustenance dwindling, replenishment was paramount. Gazing about, Lin soon spotted a seemingly suitable prey in close proximity. It appeared to belong to the salamander family, though distinct from the lava salamanders. These creatures measured merely half a meter and boasted ebony skin. Perhaps they could serve as a means to experiment with a new breed of soldier. Leviathan glided slowly towards the salamander, releasing a diminutive orb with a diameter of merely 5 centimeters. Unbeknownst to the salamander, the orb adhered to its skin. At this juncture, the salamander seemed entirely oblivious, as numerous filaments sprouted from the orb, their tips sharp, penetrating the salamander and Apos' dermis and liberating a copious amount of dissolving liquid beneath its skin. Concurrently, these filaments absorbed the decaying cellular remnants, rapidly converting them into sustenance, enabling swift growth, ultimately extending towards the salamander and Apos' heart and other vital organs. The salamander struggled until the very last moment of its life, its organs ensnared by the filaments, before collapsing upon the shore, motionless. Truly a fascinating breed of soldier. Subsequently, Lin hunted several nearby creatures, and after replenishing an adequate supply of nutrients, commenced the journey northward. Uncertainty loomed regarding the sufficiency of time. Leviathan once again ventured into the depths of the ocean, where it seemed the entire sea lay ensconced in a layer of ice, with warmth emanating only from regions close to the land. Nevertheless, the frigid waters teemed with life. Jellyfish, starfish, sharks, ammonites, and others thrived beneath the icy veneer. Yet, as long as the ice persisted, Lin could not envelop the land in a green carpet. Preparations were nearly complete, yet Leviathan had yet to discover land, meandering through the shadowy ice layers. Half a year had elapsed. Perhaps the north harbored no land at all. However, the ocular entities exploring alternative directions had yielded no useful findings. Lin could no longer afford to wait. It commanded the transporters to navigate towards the ocean and Apos' center, biding their time at the farthest reaches from the land, leaving behind only a few observing eyes to monitor terrestrial fluctuations. Meanwhile, Leviathan pressed onward in its northern journey. Even in the absence of land, Lin sought to uncover an exit from the ice. This was a distant odyssey, and for the first time, Lin felt the world's vastness. Throughout the journey, it encountered numerous familiar and unfamiliar species, but never discovered the terminus of the ice. Was there truly no end to the ice? With the ceaseless cycle of day and night, less than 10 days remained until the cataclysm Lin had calculated. Now, Lin is more eager to discover a sea surface devoid of ice than to find land. In the frigid, shadowy waters, a destination finally emerges before Leviathan. The icy veil dissipates, and Leviathan rises from the depths, allowing the shimmering starlight to illuminate the dark ocean. Perhaps this is the ideal place it has long sought. Lin and Appo's instincts are not mistaken. She has succeeded and can promptly summon the transporters to this location. She envisions creating a vast green carpet upon the sea, enabling her to distance herself from the perils of land. Suddenly, Lin's gaze catches sight of an immense, indistinct shadow on the horizon. Is it land? Yet this land appears peculiar. Rather than the flat, barren expanses typically encountered, it is adorned with numerous protruding spikes. Perhaps her description falls short, but Lin struggles to discern the details in the night. Chapter 72. The Countdown to Doom Beneath the Veil of a Starless Night. Leviathan drew ever closer to the shore, yet a towering cliff, several dozen meters high, stood as a formidable barrier between Lin and the land, obscuring her view of the peculiar, colossal spikes that jutted from the ground. Were they rock formations? Yet, the spikes bore small branches, a structure that seemed improbable for mere stone. Could they possibly be organisms? Although Lin was intrigued, she recognized that Leviathan could not ascend such a precipice. Nevertheless, she resolved that should they navigate around the cliff, a path to the land might present itself. Lin remained indifferent. If the land harbored any peril, they would confront the calamity head-on. She harbored little hope, yet when the base seat of Lin made contact with the rocky face of the land, there was not a hint of anomaly. This land exhibited no unusual reactions. It became clear why a sense of safety emanated from the north. Although the nature of that feeling eluded her, it seemed as though significant aid had been rendered. Urgently, she must direct the transporters to swim towards this location. Time was of the essence. It had taken Leviathan countless days and nights to arrive here, and the transporters were not as swift, though they were currently in the ocean, presumably shielded from the impending terrestrial catastrophe. Lin instructed Leviathan to halt beneath the cliff and began to meticulously command the throng of transporters. Concurrently, she observed the eyes of observation stationed at her former base, the East Continent and the West Continent, where the harbingers of disaster were now evident. Within 30 days of the approaching calamity, numerous creatures began to flee. First, the sharks and other fish with acute olfactory and tactile senses, followed by the armored fish. However, by the 9th day, even jellyfish and starfish had vacated, leaving behind the immobile corals and seaweeds. Yet, these organisms did not resign themselves to fate. The corals, unusually, released vast quantities of gametes during a period outside of their breeding season, allowing them to drift far away with the currents. Each creature possessed a modicum of awareness regarding the abnormal tremors emanating from the depths, having evolved their senses amidst the relentless competition and countless disasters. Now, they too embarked on the journey of escape. Lin was keen to observe their chosen paths, although she could foresee the impending threat. She was at a loss regarding their escape routes, while other creatures seemed to instinctively navigate towards safety. Though Lin had now established a target, she still allowed many of her ocular sensors to follow the fleeing organisms. She noted that numerous creatures swam in the same direction as her, particularly the armored fish, which had mingled within her fleet of transporters, their numbers estimated in the tens of thousands. Additionally, a significant number of fleshy-finned fish shared her trajectory. Yet many other species veered towards different paths. Presently, her fleet of transporters numbered over 2,000, resembling sharks, propelled by the jets at their rear and their sensitive appendages for navigation and maneuvering. This colossal assembly traversed the dark, frigid depths beneath the ice, ceaselessly forging northward. 90% of the transporters' bodies are filled with nutrients acquired from the verdant carpet, resulting in a rather sluggish swimming speed. Additionally, a substantial school of armored fish lingers nearby, attracting numerous predators that swim around this colossal procession, poised to seize an opportunity. Lin's transporter is accompanied by a considerable number of protective troops, making it relatively easy to fend off sharks. However, Lin remains indifferent to their attacks on the armored fish. Yet, some troublesome creatures have also joined the fray. The dang fish. These enormous beings are rarely seen in groups of more than two, yet now they number in the dozens, trailing behind Lin and Apos' transporter. Unlike the sharks that occasionally attempt stealthy strikes, they glide silently in the rear. Perhaps they have become more docile since the calamity. Despite this notion, Lin remains vigilant, aware that a disturbance from these large fish could prove problematic. Lin has designated the northern route as the Andapos, fish path, Andapos, which nearly all fish have followed, while other creatures generally head southwest and northeast. Only 8 days and nights remain. It is uncertain whether they will arrive in time. Nevertheless, this location should remain relatively unaffected. As night gives way to day, Lin's convoy continues to advance at maximum speed, yet she senses something amiss. Above the convoy, the ice layer condensed on the sea and Apos' surface begins to disperse a multitude of icy crystals, which have little effect on Lin and the surrounding fish. Yet they evoke a peculiar feeling within her. Surely, this is a portent of the pre-catastrophe era. Could the transformation affect this place? Despite her perplexity, Lin presses on. Another day and night pass, leaving only 7 remaining, as the ice layer starts to exhibit numerous cracks. This time, a distinct change manifests. The sharks have quieted, seemingly disinterested in feeding, and have accelerated their movements. With only 6 days and nights left, Lin perceives a significant rise in water temperature, prompting all fish to lower their swimming altitude, distancing themselves from the ice layer above. Lin adjusts her height accordingly, placing her trust in the navigational instincts of other creatures. With just 5 days and nights remaining, the fissures in the ice have widened into substantial openings, allowing daylight to illuminate the dark depths of the sea. Should the ice layer melt, Lin could establish a green carpet upon the surface. Yet observing the frantic swimming of the surrounding fish, she discards this thought. As the cycle of day and night continues, the changes in the ice layer become increasingly evident, transforming from the initially thick, 10-meter ice into mere sparse flows. The water temperature fluctuates rapidly, and the once frigid sea has begun to resemble a hot spring. Although Lin is unfamiliar with the concept of a hot spring, its meaning is easily gleaned from the term itself. Now, only 2 days and nights remain. Many fish, unable to withstand the heat, have succumbed along the way, their lifeless bodies resting on the seabed, untouched by any creature. Each being is consumed by the urgency of their journey, entirely disinterested in anything else. Even former predator-prey relationships have dissolved into a close-knit camaraderie as they travel together. Before the calamity struck, everything transformed dramatically. Lin's forces were not entirely unscathed. The rapid transition between extremes resulted in the demise of several transporters, unable to adapt swiftly enough. However, the remaining members quickly acclimatized. Though Lin had not contended with heat for a considerable time, the cellular memories of thermal resistance retained from long ago were still accessible, ready to be summoned when needed. Yet, should the seawater continue to warm, peril would loom large. Time was of the essence, with merely a day and night remaining. Lin surveyed the surrounding fauna, noting that the population of armored fish had dwindled by more than half, leaving only the larger, more resilient individuals. The sharks fared poorly as well, while the dang fish appeared relatively unfazed by the heat, suffering minimal losses. Lin had been observing with several ocular orbs at the water surface, where ice had nearly vanished, the heat becoming unbearable. These simple structures could easily adapt, enhancing their resistance to heat. Previously, Lin's ocular orbs had monitored the changes in the ice layer, but now, in this ice-free expanse, they discerned something entirely different. It was nighttime, the stars still twinkling, and the temperature significantly lower than during the day. Lin instructed the orbs to rise to the surface and gauge the air temperature. Suddenly, they registered a sharp increase in ambient warmth, as several stars above began to swell in size, hurtling toward the ocean and Apos' surface. What were they? Stars. It seemed otherwise. These entities appeared spherical, approximately 10 meters in diameter, enveloped in a pulsating, brilliant red luminescence. A new term emerged in Lin and Amp, Apos' thoughts, and Amp, Apos, flame, and Amp, Apos, what exactly was a flame? While Lin pondered this, the fiery orb struck the distant ocean surface with a tremendous impact. Chapter 73. The second mass extinction. As the fireball struck the surface of the ocean, an intense shock wave erupted, causing turbulent currents while the water temperature seemingly surged several-fold in an instant. Lin, observing from the surface, felt her vision blur and falter under the onslaught of unbearable heat. What was this phenomenon? Could it be that stars were plummeting from the heavens? Even though the current expedition was situated hundreds of meters beneath the waves, the fish sensed an anomaly, abruptly darting northward in a frenzy. The previously stable aquatic congregation descended into chaos. The armored fish thrashed wildly, propelling themselves forward with fervor, shoving aside weaker species in their desperate bid to flee north. The sharks had long since vanished, leaving Lynn bewildered as to their whereabouts. Yet, the greatest peril lay with the Dunkleosteus, whose massive forms and formidable jaws tore through anything obstructing their path, driven not by hunger, but by a primal urge to advance further. Time was running out. Lynn's transport vessel was ensnared within the frenzied shoal, struggling to maneuver. Several vessels at the rear had already been obliterated by the Dunkleosteus, blood and cellular debris permeating the aquatic environment. Yet, Lynn remained unfazed, for an even graver threat loomed. The sensitive antennae of the transporters detected the relentless vibrations from above, the sound of colossal impacts as countless fireballs collided with the ocean's surface. Moreover, Lynn discerned a powerful surge emanating from the distance, likely the catalyst for the fish's frantic exodus. This tumultuous wave, originating from the land, could be likened to a seismic disturbance, generating a formidable current that could only be described as a shockwave. Lynn calculated the potential devastation. Should they be struck by this violent torrent, their internal organs would likely be pulverized. She was uncertain of the nature of this force or how it could propagate such vast distances, even in the deep sea, far from the shore. Meanwhile, in the northern continent where Leviathan resided, no disturbances had been detected. No wonder the fish were fleeing in that direction. Lynn was determined to ensure the survival of the transporters. Otherwise, the nutrients accumulated over 100 million years would be squandered. The impending disaster was near. Ignoring the chaotic fish around her, Lynn commanded the hearts of all transporters to quicken their flow, dispatching a multitude of glandular cells to the outer layer, secreting the most resilient shell material available to envelop and solidify the exteriors of the transporters. The moment arrived. A violent impact swept across the entire marine expanse, crushing numerous armored fish as they were caught in the shockwave. Their bodies were flattened, blood and various organs erupting from their gills and mouths. Even the armored heads shattered under the strain. The hardened shells of the transporters showed significant cracks upon impact, with internal organs suffering catastrophic damage, while some cells remained viable. Movement was rendered impossible. Yet, those vessels positioned at the forefront remained unscathed, their shells intact. The force of the impact appears to gradually diminish, yet in this fleeting moment, it has already claimed the lives of the majority of the armored fish, with even more than half of the dung and apos, as fish population succumbing as they lingered at the rear. Following this tumultuous sequence, all creatures commenced an unrelenting exertion of their stamina, propelling themselves forward at the swiftest pace imaginable. For it seemed that the crisis had only just begun. As the shockwave dissipated, the ocean once again stirred restlessly. Bubbles began to emerge from the seabed in abundance. These bubbles, seemingly harmless, nevertheless contributed to a significant rise in water temperature, resulting in the instantaneous demise of countless organisms unable to withstand the heat. What was once a colossal throng of tens of thousands of beings now dwindled to merely a few thousand. The transports belonging to Lynn were also unable to withstand this searing wave. Although they did not perish immediately, it was evident that such a fate loomed ominously ahead. Accelerate, Lynn commanded, abandoning all calculations of energy expenditure. The transports promptly shed their hardened exteriors and activated their jets at maximum capacity, striving to escape this scalding region before succumbing to the heat. While the extent of the heated area remained unknown, there was no choice but to push forward with fervor. At that moment, numerous stones sank from the surface, likely dislodged by the fiery projectiles that had crashed above. Had they begun to descend to this depth? The larger stones measured over 10 meters in diameter, while the smaller ones were just over half a meter. Behind the line of transports, a massive dung and apos fish was struck by several smaller rocks, contorting in agony as it struggled, before crashing lifelessly onto the seabed. Lynn could feel the searing heat radiating from each of these stones, akin to molten lava. Suddenly, a gargantuan boulder, spanning 30 meters in diameter, plummeted from above, crashing right in front of Lynn's transports. Several vessels, unable to halt in time, collided with the immense stone. The intense heat emanating from the boulder instantaneously annihilated the cellular structure of the transport's outer layers, and the ensuing searing sensation swiftly enveloped their entire forms. Those transports met their demise the instant they struck the boulder. Having already lost over 10 transports, Lynn could not afford to linger on the loss. The remaining vessels navigated around the boulder and surged northward with urgency. However, the acceleration made evasion exceedingly challenging, and numerous transports were struck by the falling debris, succumbing to the lethal heat in an instant. At that moment, Lin sensed vibrations emanating from afar. Was this never-ending? No, this felt different. Lin realized that this sensation bore no resemblance to a singular shockwave. Its origin was not from behind, but from the depths of the seabed below. A seismic tremor? This could be an opportunity. With this thought, Lin instructed the transports to decelerate, focusing on avoiding the falling stones rather than rushing ahead. The surrounding armored fish had dwindled significantly, granting Lin ample space to maneuver. Now, all that remained was to wait. The vibrations persisted, growing ever closer. Suddenly, the seabed below erupted with a tremendous roar, causing the entire area to heave violently upward. As this region ascended, the compressed seawater, along with all the creatures residing within it, surged upwards, erasing the distance of several hundred meters to the surface in an instant. An immense wall of water erupted forth from the ocean, and Lin and Apos' convoy, along with a multitude of other beings, was swept away by this tsunami. The tremors had not yet ceased when another quake from the ocean floor propelled the tsunami forward, its velocity surpassing anything Lin had ever witnessed. Although the duration of the tsunami was not particularly long, the continuous seismic activity in this area ensured that the water wall remained unabated. Riding this colossal wave, Lin's party hastened towards the northern land. Within the tsunami, the transporters were unable to adjust their bodies. However, Lin's transporters could discern their surroundings through the water. The tsunami had breached the region where fireballs had fallen and now surged towards its intended direction. The ocean floor continued to tremble, not only maintaining the tsunami and Apos' speed but also causing it to rise ever higher, with preliminary estimates suggesting it could exceed 100 meters. The speed of the tsunami was staggering. It was projected that it would reach the northern land in approximately 2 days and nights, provided the seismic activity persisted. Should the energy from the quakes dissipate, the tsunami would soon settle. Lin hoped for the tsunami to calm, as they had already escaped the area of the fireballs. A direct collision with the cliffs of the northern land while riding the tsunami would result in catastrophic losses. However, as the tsunami advanced, it seemed the seismic activity was also shifting, consistently occurring either beneath or in close proximity to the tsunami, preventing it from abating. After the cycle of day and night, Lin and her transporters could finally glimpse the distant northern continent. Beneath the coastal cliffs, the Leviathan also observed the towering waves. At that moment, it appeared that the water level around the Leviathan had significantly decreased, transforming the once dozens of meters high cliffs into towering heights exceeding 100 meters. As if all the water had been drawn towards the approaching tsunami. The persistent tremors had ceased. Yet the final shockwave was sufficient to propel this immense wave towards the northern continent. Chapter 74. Rock climbing as the colossal waves surged forth. Lin recognized that there was no turning back. The only course of action was to face it head-on. Lin commanded Leviathan to firmly adhere to the rock face using its tentacles and suckers, crafting numerous barbed hooks that penetrated the crevices of the cliff, thereby securing Leviathan in place. Meanwhile, all transporters caught in the tsunami were instructed to reinforce their exteriors. By the time Lin was prepared, the tsunami was nearing the northern land, its towering peaks rising over 10 meters above the cliffs. It was upon them. Boom. A wall of water, hundreds of meters high, collided with the rocky precipice, sending tremors throughout the world, an overwhelming sensation that incessantly stimulated Lin's sensory cells. The violent currents battered Leviathan, clinging to the cliff, as though attempting to rend it asunder. In this tumultuous chaos, Lin and Apos' vision was obscured. However, through the sense of touch, it could discern the unfolding events. Most of the transporters were overwhelmed by intense pain, even encased in armor. Their forms were swiftly crushed by the forceful impact against the cliff. Some transporters, positioned higher up, were not smashed against the rock, but were hurled into the air by the tsunami, somersaulting before crashing heavily onto the land. The resultant agony indicating that they had been reduced to mere pulp. Leviathan remained steadfast against the cliff, saved by its suckers and barbs. Yet the fate of the transporters was grim. Those that collided with the cliff had vanished without a trace. Even if some cells survived, their existence was rendered futile. While the bizarre fireballs did not manifest in this vicinity, the rising temperature of the water was unmistakable, and those cells would soon succumb to the searing heat. The sole glimmer of hope lay on the shore. A few transporters, cast ashore by the tsunami, had survived, but their number was a meager 31. Clustered near the cliff's edge. How terrifying it was that only 31 transporters remained alive. A billion years of nourishment, reduced to naught. Yet Lin had endured, retaining all vital evolutionary information and data on other creatures. As long as it persevered, revival would soon follow. Currently, the crisis was far from over. Lin had to act swiftly. The temperature of the sea continued to rise, and even Leviathan found it increasingly difficult to withstand the heat. Lin needed Leviathan to ascend the cliff. Like a creature traversing the land, Leviathan clung tightly to the cliff with its suckers. But this alone was insufficient to elevate its 3-meter-long body above the surface of the water. With its newfound abilities, however, Leviathan was capable of climbing the cliff. The transporters on land, encased in armor, were deprived of sight due to their covered eyes, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Lin contemplated the creation of ocular organs, but feared that water would seep out, necessitating patience until Leviathan reached the land to ascertain their condition. A sense of urgency gripped Lin. Yet, it was no simple task for Leviathan to scale such a high cliff while dragging its 3-meter form. Lin considered the possibility of shedding some organs or water, but the uncertainty of what lay on land made it prudent to retain everything for the time being. However, the predicament lies not solely with Leviathan's ascent. Leviathan has now risen to over 30, and Lin has fashioned several ocular tendrils atop its back to survey the surroundings. It observes various creatures emerging from the depths of the ocean, the Brontodia scorpions. How peculiar! What prompts their exodus from the sea? Have they too been swept ashore by the tsunami, or do they inhabit the ocean floor, now compelled to surface due to the rising water temperatures? Regardless of the reason, they present a considerable nuisance. While there may be some fish washed ashore by the tsunami, the most conspicuous source of sustenance remains Lin and Apos as transporters. Lin cannot allow them to reach the land first. Is this what one would call A and Apos, race and Apos? An intriguing term indeed. Leviathan strained to climb the precipice, yet its considerable weight hindered its progress. Several Brontodia scorpions had already encroached within mere meters of Leviathan and Apos' position. Spotting the Leviathan above, they brandished their curved tails and formidable pincers in a menacing display. Are they already seeking nourishment before even reaching solid ground? Fire. Perhaps it would never ascend again. Yet this was hardly the moment for celebration. Creatures with diminutive brains posed such challenges. Were they sharks, the demise of one would have sent the others fleeing. Lin once again directed explosive projectiles towards the spout and unleashed a trio of rounds, targeting each scorpion in succession. Each shot found its mark with precision. Although Brontodia scorpions possess small brains, their reflexes remain remarkably swift. One scorpion managed to deflect a projectile with its pincers, while the other two plummeted. Akin to their Apos predecessors, Apos, the scorpion that deflected the blast, upon experiencing pain, chose a different course, suggesting that only through experience can they comprehend danger. Despite this minor triumph, several scorpions had already surpassed Leviathan, most positioned at a considerable distance, beyond Lin and Apos' reach. With no alternative, they continued their ascent, hoping that the scorpions would be lured away by other deceased fish and refrain from attacking the transporters. At present, Leviathan's progress stands at 50. Lin noted that several scorpions had successfully reached the land. Moreover, they were not alone. Some trilobites had also emerged from the sea, these being diminutive specimens, merely around 10 centimeters in length, and they scurried with remarkable swiftness, soon nearing Leviathan. Is it truly advantageous to be light on land? Nevertheless, Lin's greater concern was the potential emergence of fireballs or further tsunami phenomena. Yet the surroundings remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. Just as Lin contemplated this, several circular shadows suddenly manifested in the sky. Fireballs? No, it was not so. Those floating entities gradually approached the cliff where Leviathan and the scorpions congregated. They were the creatures Lin had encountered previously, gelatinous beings that floated through the air. Whether they could truly be categorized as jellyfish remained uncertain, for they merely bore a striking resemblance. Each air jellyfish possesses a diameter of approximately 1 meter. Despite their lack of eyes, they appear to be observing Lin and the creatures scaling the cliffs. This is Lin's first opportunity to scrutinize these jellyfish with such attention. She notices that there are orifices around the jellyfish's body, resembling jet nozzles, which seem to facilitate their movement. After a brief period of floating in the air, the jellyfish ultimately fixated on the small trilobites. Given their ability to drift, it is evident that their bodies are remarkably light. Aware that they cannot contend with the Leviathan or the brood scorpion, they find the diminutive trilobites to be ideal targets for bullying. The air jellyfish ensnare the trilobites with their tentacles, delivering a lethal sting reminiscent of their aquatic counterparts. Lin observes a small trilobite not far behind the Leviathan, and a jellyfish is also approaching it. A perfect opportunity as the jellyfish draws near, Lynn injects a special combination into the jet nozzle, a slender, several-meter-long tentacle, supple yet resilient, adorned with numerous barbed hooks at its tip, which she has dubbed the hooked stinger, fire. Just as the jellyfish enters the range, Lynn suddenly launches the hooked stinger with force, embedding it into the jellyfish and Appos' air-filled bell and securing it firmly within. Captured. This would allow her to study how it hovers in the air. However, as Lynn revels in her success, the jet orifices surrounding the jellyfish begin to tremble violently, seemingly inhaling vast amounts of air. Simultaneously, the jellyfish swells with the influx of air, growing larger and larger until pop. The jellyfish bursts, grateful for the patronage of the enigmatic Godmorgan. Chapter 75. Gathering the Survivors. What a pity. Why would one take their own life merely from being pierced? Lynn found it difficult to comprehend the behavior of these jellyfish, uncertain if they possessed any semblance of a brain. The other jellyfish around her had also caught enough trilobites and were drifting away, leaving Lynn to ponder when she might encounter them again. Oh well, she thought. I shall continue my ascent. Strangely, the air around her felt devoid of warmth, a mystery to Lynn. As daylight began to wane, Leviathan finally reached the summit of the cliff, officially entering the northern land. The terrain above the precipice was a vast, flat expanse of rock, leading further into an area populated by colossal spires. Only now did Lynn discern the intricacies of these bifurcated pillars, densely packed, with the shorter ones standing over 10 meters tall and the tallest exceeding 100 meters, all adorned in a vibrant green hue. Could they be living organisms? This notion flickered briefly in her mind, but her immediate concern lay with the situation on the open rocky ground. The surface was strewn with damp patches and numerous fish carcasses, predominantly armored fish, evidently washed ashore by a tsunami. Among them, her 31 surviving transporters were scattered across the rocky expanse. The air was thick with peculiar odors emanating from the corpses. Regardless of species, all living creatures are typically host to a plethora of wild cells, which usually consume waste produced by the host. Upon the host and Appos' demise, these cells begin to decompose the now defenseless cells, a process that releases a fascinating scent, perhaps one known as an Appos decay. And Appos decay produces a rather potent aroma, and the scorpions that had ascended earlier were drawn to the enticing scent of the fish remains, indulging in the feast that lay before them. Thus, Lynn's transporters remained out of danger for the time being, and Leviathan was unable to move until it underwent some modifications. Once the enhancements were complete, Leviathan commenced its journey onto the land, seeking out the transporters and equipping them with attachments for terrestrial movement. Soon, it approached the location of the first transporter. But a predicament awaited. A massive 10-meter-long dunfish carcass lay across Lynn and Appos' path, surrounded by a swarm of scorpions tearing into its flesh and skin. With the transporter positioned right at the tail of the fish, the overwhelming scent of the dunfish seemed to have distracted the scorpions from the transporter. However, as Leviathan drew near, the scorpions turned to face it, raising their pincers and adopting a defensive posture, not to attack, but to drive Leviathan away. Employing this method of leg manipulation, Lynn could even animate inanimate objects, like stones. Yet, the efficacy of the attachments was fleeting, as their internal structures were primarily muscular, containing limited nutrients. As Leviathan and the transporter navigated through the pile of carcasses, they sought out additional transporters. The abundance of fish was astounding. Despite the presence of several scorpions and some trilobites, the sheer number of fish suggested that even 10 days and nights would not suffice for them to consume it all. Lynn discovered that some cartilaginous fish were still alive, desperately thrashing on the rocky ground. Their gills, once deprived of water, would soon render them unable to breathe, leading to their demise. Though the scorpion fish also utilized gills, it appeared to possess some unique adaptations that rendered it less vulnerable to dehydration. Lynn had never killed a scorpion fish for study, believing it unnecessary. However, despite the tsunami having left the area awash with water, she knew the moisture would eventually be whisked away by the air, leaving her to wonder if the sea would return to its normal temperature. Should the waters remain anomalous, terrestrial existence would become imperative. Soon, Lynn encountered her second transporter amidst a pile of dead armored fish, which had been overtaken by a swarm of diminutive trilobites. Though minuscule in size, they were numerous. Maintaining her indifferent stance, Lynn extracted the transporter. The subsequent search proved devoid of peril. She successfully gathered all the transporters and consolidated them in a barren rocky expanse devoid of corpses. What to do next? She pondered the current state of calamity. While she was certain no tremors would transpire in the coming years, concerns lingered regarding the fireballs, unpredictable entities whose origins remained a mystery. The unpredictable nature of aerial phenomena weighed on her mind. If only she could capture those elusive flying jellyfish, but they were adept at evasion, often resorting to self-destruction when captured, a most vexing predicament. For now, she would wait and see if the seawater might return to normalcy. Lin had numerous transporters cast deep into the land, likely amidst the towering spire forests. Though they were all lifeless, she resolved to search nonetheless. As night fell, Lin fashioned lanterns to encircle the group, vigilantly observing her surroundings to preempt any threats. The night breeze, accompanied by a long-forgotten chill, brought her a sense of comfort. Beneath the distant sky, she beheld countless lights streaking across the expanse. Were they fireballs? At that moment, she acquired a new term, meteor. Yet, those meteors did not descend toward her. Should they strike the land, they would pose a significant threat. Contemplating this, Lin began to assemble a small contingent of units known as testers, tasked with leaping from cliffs to assess the water and oppos as temperature. The reports from the testers indicated that the water remained exceedingly warm. While the temperature had not escalated further, it was still inhospitable for life. Why was the air not equally warm? The temperature of the water should, in theory, influence the air around it. Although the reasons eluded her, Lin felt a sense of relief. If the air were also hot, no life could endure. Watching the distant meteor shower, she silently awaited the passage of night. The scent of decay wafted through the expansive area, a harbinger of sustenance. Yet, with ample nutrients at her disposal, there was no need to compete with the scorpions for carrion under the cloak of darkness. Certain organisms exhibit a strong aversion to the scent of decaying corpses, as their cells are unable to withstand the onslaught of saprophytic bacteria or the toxins produced by these microorganisms. Upon detecting the presence of carrion, their cells release a substance that conveys a sensation known as nausea to the brain, thereby discouraging the organism from approaching or consuming the decayed matter. This phenomenon is rather peculiar. It is astonishing that their brains cannot independently discern whether a target is edible, necessitating the cells to generate a substance that induces a feeling of disgust to prevent proximity. Why complicate matters? If they are already aware that something is inedible, it would suffice to simply avoid it. Why expend energy to provoke a nauseous response? Some organisms may even regurgitate undigested food due to an overwhelming sense of disgust. Is such wastefulness truly necessary? After a billion years of observation, Lin has arrived at a conclusion. A typical organism endopos, S-brain, which is a part of its endopos, consciousness, endopos, remains oblivious to the thoughts of its other cells, and conversely, the cells are unaware of the consciousness's musings. Consequently, cells may produce various liquid substances or transmit energy to elicit responses, thereby communicating with or controlling the endopos, consciousness, endopos. This can occasionally lead to rather foolish outcomes, such as the waste of substantial food resources simply to avoid a carcass. It is indeed a nuisance, a common ailment among sentient beings. Lin sometimes entertains the notion of an amp, oppos, combining brains for a better understanding, and amp, oppos, but upon reflection, she promptly dismisses the idea. As Lin engages in these somewhat tedious contemplations, the night is drawing to a close, and the distant meteor shower has faded from view. Yet, as the light of day breaks, Lin discovers her vision is even more limited than it was in the darkness. Chapter 76. The assassin in the mist surroundings were unexpectedly enveloped in a multitude of tiny droplets, suspended in the air with such density that they formed a white fog, shrouding everything around. This phenomenon could be aptly described as endopos, mist. Endopos, these droplets might have ascended from the ocean as the wind, when it sweeps across the sea surface, can lift numerous tiny water beads, while many small bubbles also enter the water. It remains a mystery why such an abundance of droplets congregated here. Perhaps it is related to the warming of the seawater. The thick accumulation of mist significantly diminished Lin's visibility. However, she believed it essential to collect these droplets, for sustaining a water source is vital for life on land. Within the Leviathan, Lin devised a specific type of unit, characterized by a spherical body adorned with numerous fuzzy, delicate tendrils capable of capturing moisture from the air to store within. Just as Lin prepared to release these units, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped her. Something was moving within the surrounding mist, not a scorpion, but rather an enormous entity, exuding an unprecedented and strange odor. Its mode of movement was peculiar, as if it were dragging its body along the ground, devoid of legs or any other appendages. The movement bore a resemblance to that of a worm. which would surely cause considerable wear on its form if it were to traverse the land in such a manner. Was this an entirely new organism she had never encountered before? Whether it posed a threat remained uncertain, but with so many dead fish around, it seemed unlikely that these creatures would target the transporters. Lin instructed the transporters to huddle together, remaining still to avoid attracting the attention of these beings while she attentively sensed their movements. Their numbers were considerable, likely exceeding a dozen, due to their bizarre locomotion. Estimating their size was challenging, but they were certainly much larger than scorpions. The creatures shifted toward the area abundant with fish carcasses. Before long, Lin perceived a peculiar vibration in the air. It was the sensation of a oblonged scorpion and Apos' exoskeleton being crushed. Curiously, instead of feasting upon the abundant food scattered about, they chose to attack a potentially hazardous, venomous scorpion. Were they of a type that regurgitates upon consuming carrion? In truth, such creatures are exceedingly rare. Throughout 100 million years, Lin had only witnessed a few fish exhibiting that behavior. While she pondered this, a sudden revelation struck her sense of smell. The unfamiliar scent of these peculiar beings expanded dramatically, seemingly enveloping the entire area. Were they releasing their odors in great quantities? For what purpose? Was it to disrupt the olfactory senses of other organisms? Indeed, this would render it challenging for Lin to accurately discern their locations, relying solely on the vibrations of their movements, which was difficult for her to interpret in the air. Abruptly, Lin felt the vibrations around her intensify, and almost simultaneously, one of the transporters on the periphery of the group was seized by an unseen entity and violently dragged into the mist. A searing pain followed as the transporter's exoskeleton was crushed by immense force, subsequently being torn to shreds by countless razor-sharp teeth, with the remnants of its living cells being consumed and dissolved within the confines of that creature and Apos' body. Suddenly, a transporter was seized by another creature and dragged into the mist. These beings are perilous. It appears they have no interest in corpses, and their size and quantity remain uncertain. This situation could escalate into chaos. Lin did not dwell on the matter for long. She instructed Leviathan to produce several nourishment tubes that connected to the nearby transporters, enabling them to supply sustenance to Leviathan. Thus, Lin could commence the relentless creation of numerous combat units. These ground-dwelling slayers measured merely 10 centimeters in length, and Lin swiftly manufactured over a dozen of them, positioning them to encircle the entire group. At that moment, a tremor emanated from the western side of the group, the direction from which the earlier attack had occurred. In assault, 5 slayers, tasked with the western flank, immediately opened a small aperture atop their heads, releasing lethal projectiles towards the source of the disturbance. Thanks to Lin and Apos' meticulous design, these projectiles varied widely, including toxins and viruses, with the foremost being an explosive filled with a corrosive solution intended to dissolve the adversary and Apos' epidermis or armor, followed closely by venom and viruses that would permeate the target and Apos' body. However, in the absence of visibility, Lin could not ascertain the effectiveness of the assault. Suddenly, a colossal silhouette burst through the mist, coming into view of the slayers. It was Lin and Apos' first encounter with this creature, resembling a gigantic worm entirely sheathed in armor, with a head as immense as that of a Dunkleosteus. Its carapace bore a series of backward-facing spines, and it was evident that the slayer's prior attack had failed to breach its formidable defense. In an instant, Lin lost track of her target, unable even to pursue it. The surrounding sense became obscured, and relying solely on the intermittent tremors, Lin found herself incapable of assessing the situation, even uncertain of the number of creatures present. This is dire. The only option is to flee. Escaping into the sea was not viable, as the water remained scalding. Thus, a singular direction remained. Lin commanded the slayers to position themselves atop the surrounding transporters, anticipating that the enemy might consume both the slayers and the transporters, allowing the viral agents and toxins to inflict harm upon them. Once preparations were complete, Lin activated the appendage legs of the transporters, propelling them swiftly toward the direction of the towering spires she recalled. These spires were densely clustered, and given the creature's substantial size, they likely could not navigate through them. At that moment, the creatures again generated tremors, which Lin aptly named mistworms, a species perhaps unique to the northern continent, though Lin had no inclination to study them at present. Shortly after perceiving the sensation of the transporter being shattered, Lin felt a continuous tremor, clearly indicating that the worm had crushed both the transporter and the slayer upon it. Now, venom and viruses had infiltrated its body. Regardless of its resistance to toxins, having experienced pain, it should cease its pursuit. Yet, there was more than one worm in the vicinity. Then came another ambush. A transporter on the eastern flank was dragged into the mist. The transporters at the periphery of the formation were all besieged by Lin's relentless killers. Whenever a worm inadvertently ingested one of the assailants, Lin could perceive the vibrations of their anguished struggles. These tormented worms could no longer pursue, yet despite this, transporters continued to be seized. Initially, Lin believed there were only a few, but her estimations proved erroneous. Dozens? Hundreds? It was entirely possible, though Lin could not discern such a multitude of vibrations. The ongoing predation of the transporters indicated the presence of many. Undeterred, Lin accelerated towards her destination. During this time, numerous worms erupted from the mist, launching surprise attacks. And the number of transporters dwindled continuously. 100 million years had elapsed since the departure from the unicellular era, and Lin once again sensed a threat to her existence. However, there was no time for contemplation. Another worm surged forth from the fog, this time targeting the Leviathan positioned at the rear of the formation. In an instant, Lin was prepared, loading a bomb filled with venom. The explosive device was forcefully ejected from the rear nozzle, striking directly into the gaping maw of the worm. The worm that ingested the toxic bomb began to convulse violently, contorting its body as if engulfed in excruciating agony. Lin paid it no mind and continued her flight forward. Chapter 77. Daylight in the New World. Before Lin stood a vast array of towering green spires, meticulously aligned, with gaps just wide enough for the Leviathan to pass through, though the massive head of the worm could not enter. Without a moment's hesitation, the remaining transporters and the Leviathan swiftly maneuvered between the colossal pillars. At that moment, the eye tentacle on the back of the Leviathan glanced back. From the thick, swirling mist, a gigantic worm suddenly erupted, its gaping maw aimed directly at the Leviathan. Yet, midway through its charge, its head became ensnared between the spires. The Leviathan, discarding a small eye, continued to observe before darting deeper into the thicket of pillars alongside the transporters. Perhaps this creature did not originate from the sea. It may have been terrestrial from the start. Watching the struggling worm, Lin was beset with questions. What is the extent of their numbers? How do they possess the ability to mask their scent? Just how long can they grow? They appeared remarkably agile. These inquiries would remain unanswered until Lin acquired the means to vanquish one of the worms. Had it given up? The eye remained fixed on the mist, reassured only when no further worms emerged. The Leviathan and the transporters now found themselves deep within the Amp, Oppos, forest of spires, and Amp, Oppos, surrounded by towering pillars nearly 100 meters high, each with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Their surfaces were cloaked in a layer of green, which, upon closer inspection, consisted of countless soft, flat entities. These must be a form of plant life, yet the terrestrial flora Lin had previously encountered barely reached a meter in height and were exceedingly slender. How could such grandeur flourish here? No, it seemed these spires might have originally been colossal stones, upon which these plants had adhered, proliferating to envelop the massive rocks, and through a process of continuous modification with a dissolving fluid, transformed them into these bifurcated spires. However, this environment and its inhabitants were entirely foreign to Lin. It was undeniably a new world. The nature of its creatures and the dangers they might pose remained a mystery, and Lin had never truly adapted to life on land. Moreover, only 2 transporters remained. The others had perished in the onslaught of the worms. In the face of calamity from above and below, was this truly all that remained? While the losses may not seem significant in comparison to other beings, Lin believed it had committed numerous errors, the gravest being the inadequacy of its exploratory reach. Had it discovered the existence of the northern continent sooner, perhaps the toll would have been less severe. The spirit of exploration must not be stifled. Yet, the establishment of a base was equally imperative. Nevertheless, it was merely a loss of nutrients, insignificant in the grand scheme. As long as the information on evolution and the memories of research were preserved, Lin would grow immensely once more on this new continent. This time, it must also aspire to ascend into the skies. With this thought, Lin instinctively gazed upward, and at that moment, a flying creature suddenly appeared, darting swiftly between the spires, soaring into the distance. A creature capable of flight? Lin was instantly captivated by the creature, yet its speed of movement was astonishing, vanishing within the spire forest in the blink of an eye. Rather than lament its escape, Lin felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that there were other beings capable of levitation beyond mere jellyfish. If they were plentiful, she would inevitably capture one. The current lighting conditions were suboptimal, So she resolved to venture into a more open space to deploy her transporter and lay out a verdant carpet. The ground of the spire forest was composed of soft, granular materials interspersed with pebbles and various botanical debris, aptly described by the term soil. It appeared to be a peculiar substance. When water seeped into it, it resisted being swept away by the wind. Leviathan, accompanied by 2 transporters, traversed the spire forest, and Lynn was uncertain of her direction. So she moved away from the cliff. After a while, she finally spotted a somewhat open area, approximately 6 meters in diameter. Here, the ground was not soil, but rather a collection of yellowish pebbles. The daylight illuminated the sand, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The light was abundant in this locale. On land, pebbles seemed to symbolize desiccation, reminiscent of a time 100 million years ago when Lynn first set foot on solid ground, a time when such sand was ubiquitous, perhaps explaining the absence of life upon it. Soil, on the other hand, retained significant moisture, a precious resource on land, for without water, cells could not function. Yet Lynn was unconcerned, as she could source water from other locales, unlike the sluggish plants. She directed the transporter to the center of the pebbled area, where it settled upon the beach, shedding its appendages while simultaneously beginning to gradually dissolve its lower shell. This was a method Lynn devised for growth on land. By melting its exoskeleton, cells could rapidly accumulate externally, continuously dividing and expanding. Given the terrestrial environment, the outermost layer of cells required the capacity to retain moisture while remaining sufficiently pliable for growth. Once the area was fully covered, they would begin to produce a layer of transparent hard shell. This process bore inherent risks, as it left her vulnerable to potential attacks. And Lynn was yet unaware of any dangerous creatures lurking nearby. However, as of now, she had not encountered any terrestrial beings other than plants. The transporter commenced the expansion of the green carpet around its body, gradually spreading and enveloping the grains of sand. The terrestrial carpet comprised merely 2 thin layers of transparent shell, safeguarding the internal moisture and photosynthetic cells. As the green carpet spread, the transporter's body began to recede, ultimately vanishing upon completely covering the 6-meter expanse with its verdant layer. Typically, a transporter could generate a carpet far exceeding this limited area, but given the constraints of space, Lynn had to compress the cells, ensuring the carpet was thicker. Rather than leaving a conspicuous transporter, she preferred to hasten the transformation into a lush carpet. Generally, formidable predators would overlook plants, while herbivores, which lacked offensive capabilities, could not penetrate the hard shell of the carpet. Thus, expediting the establishment of the green carpet was essential for survival. Once this area was fully occupied, Leviathan, accompanied by another transporter, ventured deep into the spire forest. Curiously, Lynn had yet to witness any creatures emerging to roam about. Was the land devoid of life save for plants? Yet, beings such as the blonde scorpion should, with minimal effort, be capable of thriving on land, even though they appeared disinterested in consuming vegetation. As daylight waned and the brilliance dimmed, Leviathan came to a halt. Gazing at the towering spires, Lynn pondered the notion of allowing the verdant carpet to envelop them. Nevertheless, if indeed there were scarce creatures inhabiting this land, perhaps it was worth a try. A small creature suddenly emerged and darted away at remarkable speed, vanishing from sight. So, there were some diminutive beings after all. Lynn refrained from pursuing it. Instead, she allowed Leviathan and the transporter to rest beneath one of the spires. She would not venture forth in the dark within an unfamiliar territory. Patience was essential as night fell. Just as the light of day completely faded and darkness enveloped the surroundings, a myriad of wondrous sensations began to resonate through the forest. Chapter 78. The dark night of the New World. Darkness enveloped this realm, and Lynn had traversed through shadows countless times, yet this sensation was entirely distinct. During the day, this place was remarkably tranquil, but as night descended, a multitude of eerie vibrations filled the air. These tremors were minuscule, yet their sheer abundance was striking. Lynn discovered a more fitting term to delineate these subtle vibrations: sound. A wondrous word. It appeared that the vibrations producing sound, regardless of their frequency, be it swift or slow, were exceedingly faint. The tendrils behind Leviathan were imbued with diverse sensory cells, capable of perceiving various frequencies simultaneously. The sensation Lynn now felt was of a high frequency, yet of a notably slight amplitude. This must be endopos, sound endopos, a phenomenon achievable only by living beings. These were likely small creatures, measuring a few centimeters, deliberately generating such a cacophony for reasons unknown. Lynn refrained from illuminating a lantern in the darkness. wary of attracting unfriendly entities. Instead, she opted for stillness, with Leviathan and the transporter nestled beside a sharp pillar, quietly awaiting the passage of the night. The temperature plummeted, and the cold wind had stripped away the moisture from their exoskeletons. However, their shells were sufficiently robust to retain every droplet. 100 million years ago, Lynn had mastered the art of crafting watertight exoskeletons, yet she remained unacquainted with the myriad characteristics of the land. The night sky was dimmer than in times past, and with the obstruction of the spire, only scattered specks of light grazed the ground. In the shadows, where the light could not penetrate, faint sounds occasionally emerged. What manner of creature concealed itself in this obscurity? These sounds fluctuated in volume and proximity, suggesting the creatures were darting about. Lynn focused on the shimmering spots of light in the darkness, striving to glimpse their fleeting forms. By altering the structure of her eyes, Lynn crafted a new ocular organ, termed the eye of capture, capable of observing rapid movements. In a flash, a shadow zipped past beneath the scattered starlight, and despite its swiftness, her eye successfully discerned its shape. These creatures were scurrying around Lynn, incessantly emitting faint sounds, seemingly communicating with one another, their frequencies escalating. They appeared to be gathering in considerable numbers nearby. Lynn remained motionless, uncertain of the creatures' intentions, yet based on their size, they should pose no significant threat. However, surrounded by an abundance of unfamiliar beings in such an inky abyss, Lynn felt profoundly uneasy. A faint crack echoed as Leviathan's shell was nibbled, leaving no trace of the encounter. Lynn marveled at the audacity of such diminutive beings to approach and assault a creature so much larger than themselves. Were they deliberately evading the light? The instant the lantern's glow faded, Lynn was suddenly inundated by a chorus of sounds, their feet meeting the ground, a previously imperceptible murmur rendered strikingly clear by sheer volume. To Lynn's astonishment, a sudden jolt of pain surged from the orifice, a sensation akin to the erosion of internal cells. A peculiar sound emanated from them, a strange noise of distress, yet they remained steadfastly attached to Leviathan. How troublesome! It seemed prudent to depart from this place, uncertain of what further actions these creatures might undertake. Countless needle-like projections retreated, and after a considerable distance, Lynn sensed the diminishing sound behind her. Had they given up? What was that? A shadow loomed large, and as Leviathan drew closer, Lynn recognized it, a shark. More precisely, the remains of a shark, measuring 2 meters in length, likely cast ashore by a tsunami. Its midsection had been extensively devoured, with some entrails strewn across the surrounding mud, while its head and tail bore no signs of gnawing. Lynn pondered the nature of the creature that had consumed this carcass yet left it unfinished, and why no other beings had come to feed. The shark and Apos' remains exuded the unmistakable odor of decay, which, though repugnant to some, was likely perceived as a signal of sustenance by most creatures. A sense of foreboding washed over Lynn, prompting her to instruct Leviathan and the transporters to turn back. They swiftly resumed their hurried pace, and at the moment Lynn fled, a profound tremor resonated behind her. Something immense was on the move, advancing toward her. Leviathan and the transporters moved at a comparatively sluggish pace due to their excessive hydration, their speed far inferior to that in water. Lynn was still unfamiliar with how to navigate the terrain swiftly. As the colossal creature pursued her, Lynn suddenly realized the shark and Apos' carcass might have been a trap. It was a possibility. Without hesitating, she continued her flight. The nocturnal thicket of needle-like projections was alive with strange sounds and scents. During the day, it was eerily silent, devoid of life, yet at night, it seemed to awaken. As Lynn persisted in her sprint, the transporter and Apos' auxiliary legs began to strain under the burden, the intense muscular activity threatening to tear the cells apart or lead to their demise. Even Leviathan grew weary, unaccustomed to the gravitational pull of land. Yet Lynn pressed on until she confirmed she had distanced herself from any perilous sounds or scents, before finally pausing. That was the stench of decay. Chapter 79. Reaction. Lynn remained inactive, enveloped by a pervasive stench of decay, likely emanating from a considerable number of fish carcasses nearby, which inadvertently provided a perfect cover for the Leviathan and the transporter. During this concealment, Lynn swiftly repaired the damaged cells within her legs, executing some structural modifications primarily to facilitate timely repairs during movement, ensuring she would not succumb to fatigue while enhancing her speed, among other improvements. On land, many things had transformed dramatically. The Leviathan's troops were incapable of operating on solid ground, and Lynn found herself with little time to create new units, continuously encountering peculiar creatures. Enormous worms, monsters of the night, what else lay ahead? However, Being so out of sorts on land perhaps indicated more than just a temporary struggle to adapt. What does out of sorts even mean? It seems to depict a rather dire situation. Lynn also recognized a peculiar change within herself. After acquiring the ability to generate green carpets, she had become somewhat docile. This docility felt like a novel concept. In the presence of other species, Lynn no longer harbored the desire to consume or eliminate them, but instead wished to study them or felt indifferent altogether. While this disposition posed no issues underwater, it became problematic on unfamiliar terrain, faced with threats. Lynn and Apos' inclination to flee outweighed her instinct to retaliate. It appeared she had stumbled upon an amusing term, yet Lynn discovered something far more significant. Indeed, upon reaching the land, her focus should not be on spreading green carpets indiscriminately, but rather on directly converting the nutrients from the transporter to forge a powerful army that could swiftly plunder and eliminate the local fauna to obtain sustenance. Only after fully understanding these creatures, and when her existence was no longer in jeopardy, would it be prudent to gradually spread the green carpet. Thus it was. After becoming the strongest, she would methodically investigate matters of biological evolution. Lynn felt exceedingly pleased with her resolution. Yet now, only one transporter remained, which would suffice for the green carpet creation. The primary focus needed to be on transforming the various units within the Leviathan. Although Lynn had resolved to begin preying upon other creatures, she would have to wait until daylight to execute her plans. Undertaking any action under the veil of night proved troublesome, especially with the potential emergence of terrifying beings akin to the worms. For now, she could only await the dawn. Despite the surrounding miasma of corpses, Lynn encountered no further dangers, safely navigating through to daylight. The modifications within the Leviathan were nearly complete. Most units had been adapted for terrestrial operation, ensuring they retained their aquatic prowess with slight alterations in size and other aspects, yet overall, the differences remained minimal. The light of day illuminated the needle-like forest, and as visibility returned, Lynn discerned the source of the surrounding stench of decay. It primarily stemmed from the carcasses of several armored fish and flesh-finned fish, all of which had been partially devoured, some merely nibbled, while others had been reduced to mere skeletons. Lynn gathered the more intact corpses together and commanded the Leviathan to unleash the collector to consume them. The terrestrial collector bears a striking resemblance to its aquatic counterpart, taking on the form of a tentacle. Its maw is lined with numerous backward-curving teeth, capable of scraping flesh from bones and extracting plant matter from rocks, subsequently drawing the nutrients into its body. This creature, known as Lynn, does not experience the sensation of and apos, disgust, and apos. Within the collector resides not only a potent acid but also an interior wall composed of hardened cells, enabling it to pulverize any saprophytic bacteria for absorption. Furthermore, it possesses an extraordinary ability to isolate toxins, rendering it impervious to the substances released by these bacteria. In the quiet of the night, the cacophony that once enveloped this place has faded into silence, with no creatures in sight. Perhaps the beings of the northern continent ascend to land when ultraviolet rays are still intense, leading nocturnal lives while hiding during daylight hours. This habit may explain their aversion to light. However, this is merely conjecture. For now, their absence renders hunting impossible. Leviathan approached a needle-like column, extending its tentacle to scrape away some green plant debris with the serrated suckers. Beneath the removed green layer lay a gray rock surface. This appears to be what is known as moss. Lynn released the collector, tossing the moss fragments into its mouth as the collector writhed, processing the debris within. Indeed, these entities are composed of numerous green cells, existing by adhering to the sharp columns, which resemble rock formations. The reason for these stones taking on such a spire-like shape and proliferating in this region remains a mystery. Thus, a verdant carpet was established. Naturally, plants also fall within the scope of potential prey. Lynn instructed the transporter to utilize the sharp columns to create this green carpet. Ultimately, Lynn opted for a shell-less approach, employing only a few thin layers of hardened walls to retain moisture. As the green carpet expanded, it first generated a multitude of sharp filaments that could penetrate the cells of the moss, extracting and decomposing them before continuing to grow upward, ultimately replacing the moss and enveloping the entire column. This method feels remarkably effective, reminiscent of an intriguing phrase, perhaps endopos, to overshadow the host endopos, or endopos, to usurp the nest of another, endopos. Though the meaning eludes me, these phrases seem quite formidable. Lynn left the transporter to flourish gradually in this spot, while Leviathan continued to wander through the thicket of columns, searching for potential targets to attack. The air in the forest was thick with droplets of water, but they had yet to coalesce into a fog that would obscure vision. These droplets likely originated from the sea and may serve as the moisture source for the local fauna. At night, the water droplets are dispersed by the wind, indicating that the creatures here likely attempt to collect moisture during the day. In cooler temperatures, water droplets slow down and may gather to form larger droplets or small puddles. Thus, one need only venture toward the cooler directions. Leviathan swayed its tentacles, sensing the temperature in the air, and slowly progressed toward the cooler region. After traversing the forest for a while, Lynn spotted a small muddy pit not far ahead, filled with crystal-clear water, and a creature was crouched at the edge, drinking. Finally, a worthy adversary had been encountered. Although the creature possessed numerous legs, they were notably short, leading Lynn to deduce that it would be unable to run swiftly. The legs of Leviathan, having undergone modifications, were now significantly different from their former state. It remained unclear whether this was a posture of attack or merely an intimidation tactic. Regardless, one must strike first. Lynn commanded Leviathan to compress the explosive device towards its launch point. With a resounding and amp, oppos, bang and amp, oppos, the acid-filled explosive struck the head of the writhing millipede. The creature emitted a strange noise, clearly in anguish. Without allowing it a moment to react, Leviathan activated its hydraulic system and surged forward, ensnaring the millipede's body with its two tentacles and applying increased muscular pressure to crush its exoskeleton. Lynn observed that the millipede and amp, oppos, S shell appeared considerably more fragile than that of marine organisms, as numerous fissures emerged under the relentless pressure of the tentacles. With the toxic gas proving ineffective, the millipede was brutally contorted by Leviathan, and a copious amount of azure liquid, composed of countless cells, began to seep from the ruptured area. Quite simple indeed, it was hardly a formidable adversary. Lynn released the collectors, capable of consuming the millipede after detoxifying it. While leisurely feasting, Lynn suddenly noticed another creature emerging from the forest ahead, seemingly approaching in search of water. This was fortuitous, having just tested Leviathan and Oppos' capabilities. It was now time to assess the strength of various troop types. Chapter 80. Climb and fly. Before her stood a creature endowed with robust limbs, reminiscent of a salamander. Yet its surface was cloaked in a layer of fish-like scales, and its slightly ajar mouth revealed a multitude of sharp teeth within. The term reptile flickered through Lynn and Oppos' mind. It seemed rather uninspired. There existed countless creatures capable of crawling, so why was this one singularly designated as a reptile? Although this reptilian being appeared quite ferocious, Lynn felt a tinge of disappointment at its size, measuring only about 30 centimeters, including its tail, which was nearly as long as its body. The reptile maintained its distance from the puddle, merely observing Leviathan from afar. When Lynn subtly shifted her tendrils, it instantly pivoted and fled. Wishing to escape? Lynn had no intention of sparing only the larger creatures. She would not overlook the smaller ones either. She resolved to eliminate each type of organism in this vicinity at least once to establish her dominance. After considerable calculation, Lynn believed her system was nearing perfection. However, whether it could flee swiftly remained uncertain. This was the new charger, akin to its predecessors, adorned with a long, barbed horn designed to pierce adversaries. Lynn set the charger upon the ground, and its system activated instantaneously, launching it forward with remarkable speed. Lynn monitored the charger's perspective, observing the surrounding spires retreating rapidly. The previously fleeing reptile reappeared before the charger. As the charger accelerated, Lynn felt it nearly surge through the water, and just as it approached its target, the reptile abruptly flicked its tail to the left, darting into the gap between two spires. Lynn swiftly maneuvered the charger to the left, shutting off the rear nozzle while activating the right side nozzle to release a stream of air, stabilizing its trajectory. After successfully executing the turn, she reactivated the rear nozzle and continued the pursuit of the reptile. The distance between them slightly widened. Yet this method of turning maximized the reduction of excess distance incurred by its speed, albeit it still lacked the agility of a full-legged sprint. Nevertheless, this gap was nearly negligible, as the charger soon drew close to the sprinting reptile once more. Amidst the woodland chase, the reptile twisted a few more corners, but the charger's turning became increasingly deft with each maneuver. Lynn could even anticipate when the reptile intended to veer. Ultimately, the reptile found itself cornered in a dead end, confronted by three closely spaced spires, with the charger barreling towards it from behind. The reptile had no time to react. The charger and Oppos' horn pierced through its scaled back, the tip emerging from its chest. The reptile ceased its struggles, yet the charger lacked the capacity to consume. necessitating Leviathan's arrival at the site of the kill. This situation felt somewhat amiss, although the reptile had merely lingered nearby and had not fled far. Should it have dashed away, the hard-won quarry could easily be lost. It was imperative to equip the charger with a mechanism for digesting its prey. Leviathan arrived at the designated location, releasing the collector to dismantle the reptilian creature. The organs of the reptile bore a striking resemblance to those of a salamander, suggesting that it may have evolved from this species. Its hardened scales served to prevent moisture loss. Yet within its body resided a novel and intriguing organ resembling an air sac, connected by a series of tubes to small orifices on its head, capable of contracting to absorb oxygen. This peculiar organ appeared to be termed lungs. While Lin's air sacs also possessed the ability to contract, they lacked the complexity of this structure. The end amp, opos, lungs and amp, opos, contained numerous intricate networks, the purpose of which remained a mystery. This organ was evidently suited for substantial oxygen absorption, yet given the abundance of oxygen in the environment, it seemed somewhat redundant. What other life forms might be encountered next? Regardless of what lay ahead, even if it were the previously encountered worms, Lin was prepared for battle, though the outcome would only be revealed once the conflict commenced. As Leviathan meandered through the spire forest, the typically cool temperature suddenly shifted, and a wave of heat enveloped Lin, accompanied by a gust that raised the ambient temperature significantly. Could the warming of the ocean have impacted this locale? No. The warmth seemed to originate from the opposite direction of the sea. Hastening towards the source of the heat, Lin traversed through a wall of spires, arriving at a vast expanse. Before Lin's eyes lay an endless sea of yellow sand, reminiscent of the land a billion years ago, devoid of water, life, and only filled with swirling gravel and unending desolation. It appeared that the spire forest was not extensive, as the vegetation did not extend into the deeper land. Perhaps the mist could not travel far, or for other reasons. Glancing back, Lin noted that the row of spires resembled a colossal wall, separating the desert from the spire forest, leading her to reconsider the nature of these formations. They might not be mere stones. Lin felt a pang of disappointment, having anticipated witnessing a land teeming with life, only to find herself confronted once more with a scene from a billion years past. Just as Leviathan was about to turn away, a voice unexpectedly pierced Lin's thoughts. The ocular tendrils turned towards the sound, and above the spire forest, two creatures suddenly soared past, speeding toward the desert. Creatures capable of flight. Lin promptly dispatched the charger. Although Leviathan could not match their velocity, the charger clearly could, swiftly tailing the two beings while Leviathan followed at a more leisurely pace. To enhance visibility in such rapid movement, the charger's ocular apparatus was specially modified to capture a multitude of images in an instant, allowing it to discern the forms of the two aerial beings. These creatures were known as giant dragonflies, a rather splendid name, far more captivating than the term reptile. As the charger pursued the dragonflies, it meticulously studied their anatomy, and Lin found herself brimming with ideas for creation. Capturing them was not a necessity. Lin was equally intrigued to see where they would fly. Did these beings dwell perpetually in the air, or would they eventually descend to the ground? Numerous marine creatures never venture close to the ocean floor. The vanguard pursued the giant dragonfly across the desert for a while, and upon surmounting a sand dune, Lin beheld their objective. Beneath the dune lay a considerable sand pit, where a multitude of dragonflies congregated, and at the center of this pit resided a colossal creature. Lin temporarily dubbed it the desert scorpion. The desert scorpion wielded its pincers, yet failed to ensnare the remarkably swift dragonflies. If this continued, its fate was all but sealed. Chapter 81. The Eve of Darkness. The vanguard stood atop the dune, observing as the desert scorpion was besieged by a swarm of dragonflies, awaiting the arrival of the Leviathan. The temperature of the desert was exceedingly high. Although not lethally warm, it impeded the Leviathan's swift movements, for rapid activity would lead to an excessive rise in body temperature. Lin deemed it essential to devise a structure to mitigate the heat. By the time the Leviathan reached the dune, the desert scorpion was nearly on the brink of death, and the dragonflies no longer flitted about but instead perched upon the scorpion, feasting on the wounds of its exoskeleton. Lin discerned that the dragonflies merely crowded the existing wounds. Lacking the ability to inflict more, it appeared that the scorpion had been injured by another creature, and the dragonflies were merely taking advantage of its suffering. Regardless, this presented a splendid opportunity. Capturing those dragonflies would be advantageous. However, as the Leviathan took a few steps forward, several dragonflies had already taken flight. Their keen vision seemed to afford them an expansive field of view, making a stealthy approach quite challenging. Consequently, Lin employed a previously untried tactic, altering coloration. Having mastered various pigments while cultivating photosynthetic cells, Lin could effortlessly change her hue. Yet, as the Leviathan and Apos' exoskeleton lacked cells, a new soldier was required, a cloaker. The Leviathan placed the newly created cloaker on the ground, where it instantly blended into the colors of the surrounding desert. Each grain of sand was perfectly depicted by the pigment cells, rendering the creature virtually indistinguishable from its environment. The cloaker and Apos' eyes could observe in every direction, and it possessed the ability to change its color in response to varying surroundings. It cautiously descended from the dune, inching closer to the dragonflies that were consuming the desert scorpion. The dragonflies remained oblivious to the cloaker, just as Lin had surmised. Their frequent flights in the turbulent high altitudes evidently compromised their sense of smell and hearing. The cloaker stealthily approached the corpse of the desert scorpion, narrowing the distance to a mere 10 meters from the nearest dragonfly perched on the scorpion and Apos' back. The distance continued to diminish 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Within striking range, suddenly, the central section of the cloaker and Apos' disc-shaped body opened, releasing a long, barbed needle that swiftly pierced the slender tail of the dragonfly. It was ensnared. The dragonfly, startled, began to thrash violently, causing the surrounding dragonflies to ascend into the sky in alarm. Yet the one ensnared could not take flight. The needle launched by the cloaker was connected to its body by a resilient line composed of muscle cells, rendering the dragonfly unable to escape while tethered. As Lin had anticipated, the dragonfly and Apos' weight was remarkably light. Even the 30-centimeter cloaker could restrain it from soaring. The ensnared dragonfly struggled desperately, yet its efforts proved futile. It lacked the strength to lift the cloaker. Eventually, exhausted, it collapsed helplessly to the ground. The Leviathan descended the dune and released the collector to begin disassembling the dragonfly. With this, flight would soon be within reach. During the decomposition process, the collector was also able to study the various structures of the organisms. Lin was particularly intrigued by the transparent structures on either side of the dragonfly, which could aptly be referred to as wings. Much like fins, these appendages are utilized to beat against the air for flight. It became clear that this mechanism is strikingly similar to swimming in water, with a lighter body. One could soar through the skies with relative ease, quite a simple concept that should have been considered earlier. The dragonfly lacks the lung structure typical of other creatures, instead drawing in oxygen through small spiracles, suggesting that aerial existence does not present significant challenges regarding oxygen levels. With this understanding, Lin decided to create a prototype. Within the Leviathan, she began to assemble various cells. Her cell varieties now numbered in the hundreds, surpassing 200 trillion in total, most of which had evolved over 1 billion years. Thus, mimicking other organisms was now a relatively straightforward task for Lin. As the Leviathan was in the process of combining cells, a sudden sound interrupted. The desert scorpion, which Lin had previously deemed a corpse, began to move. Remarkably, it was still alive despite its numerous injuries, enduring the searing heat of the desert and the relentless bites from the dragonfly. Its resilience was indeed impressive. However, this desert scorpion was quite peculiar. It neither fled nor fought, merely observing the Leviathan. Upon returning to the spire forest, Lin felt a refreshing coolness envelop her, as if the rows of spires had permanently sealed the desert's heat at bay. In the cool environment of the spire forest, Lin resumed her construction of flying entities. Aware that this was her first attempt, she chose not to create anything overly complex. The flying creature she designed closely resembled a dragonfly, albeit on a smaller scale, only 10 centimeters long. Its internal structure consisted solely of a cardiovascular system, rendering it remarkably light. The wings were primarily composed of a layer of hardened, transparent cells controlled at their base by muscle cells, enabling them to flap up and down. Lin placed this diminutive flyer on the ground and attempted to mimic the dragonfly and Apos' rapid wing beats. Yet, it failed to take flight. Despite her relentless flapping, the creature merely swayed without lifting off the ground. Subsequently, Lin instructed the Leviathan to grasp the flyer and toss it into the air. It spun momentarily before crashing back down. Perhaps the flapping technique was incorrect. Such nuances of skill cannot be learned solely through structural study. Lin realized she must practice herself. This, however, was a simple endeavor. Lin decided to create additional flyers, allowing them to experiment with various wing movements. Eventually, one would surely take to the skies. For now, she would prepare a green carpet. The Leviathan was already brimming with nutrients. Lynn compressed some of these nutrients to form a seed for a green carpet, which she placed beneath the spire. It would gradually grow, consuming the moss on the spire and replacing it to absorb nutrients. Previously, the green carpet she created using the transporter had already covered half of the spire, and thus far, no creatures had come to consume it. If this method proved effective, Lynn would ensure it covered the entire spire forest. Though the moss secretes a toxin for defense, Lynn found it relatively easy to isolate this substance. After laying down the green carpet, Lynn must now prepare for the night. The daylight here is not devoid of life, yet it remains rather sparse. After wandering for quite some time, Lynn encountered only a few creatures, which pales in comparison to the abundance of marine life. However, when night falls, the unpredictability ensues. Now, all that remains is to await the arrival of darkness. Chapter 82. The mystery of the spire forest. Darkness gently enveloped the jungle. As creatures concealed in the shadows stirred restlessly, the night was their domain. The reason for their evolution towards such a dependence on darkness remained elusive. Yet Lynn was prepared to confront the beings that inhabited this realm. While she awaited their emergence, Lynn dispatched a few scouts to survey the spire forest, estimating its expanse. From the rocky terrain near the cliffs in the south to the desert in the north, the distance was strikingly short. Lynn also ventured east and west, discovering that the spire forest was a relatively small area, encircled by dozens of kilometers. Beyond it lay either desert or arid rock, with few creatures to be seen. She encountered only some diminutive reptiles during her exploration. What was most peculiar, however, was the perimeter of particularly tall spires that surrounded the entire spire forest. Lynn recalled the flatfish that erected the megalithic circles 100 million years ago. She now surmised that this spire forest might also have been constructed by certain organisms. Not moss, but rather some massive, collective beings. They had fashioned a small world of their own amidst the desolation of the land. What manner of creatures could they be? Perhaps they only revealed themselves under the cover of night. The intelligence of these beings could be quite remarkable, as such an intricate scheme would require considerable foresight and cunning. They were undoubtedly clever, employing a myriad of wondrous abilities, their brain-to-body ratio being exceptional. Yet, they were not formidable creatures. Many other beings could prey upon them. This indicated that intelligence on land did not necessarily equate to strength. After all, their cognitive capabilities existed separately from their cellular functions, regardless of their intellect. They could not amalgamate cells as Lynn could. They were confined to utilizing the innate abilities bestowed upon them by their cells. Despite this reasoning, Lynn could not shake a sense of foreboding. Regardless, survival in this realm necessitated conflict, and Lynn had assembled a troop, encircling the Leviathan at the center, ever ready to confront the unknown entities lurking in the night. As darkness fully descended, the brilliance of the starlit sky once again bathed the world, and an array of strange sounds resonated through the spire forest. Lynn and Appo's lantern could not illuminate them. They intentionally evaded the light. Thus, she chose to extinguish her lantern and awaited their assault. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the stillness. God, how strange. Just as Lynn pondered this, a surge of pain signals flooded her mind. It was not the Leviathan or the surrounding troops that were under attack, but rather the green carpet she had created with the transporters, situated dozens of meters away. This green carpet had already covered over 90% of a spire, with the moss nearly consumed by its verdant expanse. Yet now, it was under siege. Lynn sensed something was slicing through the green carpet with a razor-like object. The creation of the green carpet was no arbitrary endeavor. She had previously observed the moss on these spires, ensuring they bore no scars before committing to the construction of the unarmored green carpet. However, now, pieces of the green carpet were being severed and cast to the ground. Yet they remained alive. This indicated that the assailant's intent was not to consume the green carpet. Lynn suddenly conceived an idea. Perhaps the moss was intentionally placed there by some creature. Indeed, the very beings responsible for constructing this forest of spires. Numerous marine organisms and plants engage in symbiotic relationships, where they carry plants on their backs or allow them to grow upon their surfaces, thus directly obtaining nourishment. Lynn had previously nurtured some green cells, but once they were capable of photosynthesis, she no longer tended to them. It was unexpected to discover that such relationships could also manifest on land. Those mosses might very well have been andopos, planted andopos, by certain organisms. The green carpet itself lacked any protective troops, for it possessed no breeding pods, thus could not generate any forces. The slender, pointed filaments of the green carpet were too slow and delicate, only suitable for dealing with motionless entities like moss. As Leviathan prepared to move, A multitude of such sounds suddenly erupted around it. Were they only appearing now? Very well, let us deal with them first. Lin had long since prepared specialized organisms to counteract their habits. Yet, what exactly is A and amp? Amp, Oppos, hedgehog and amp, Oppos. No matter, it was likely just a spiny creature. Although visibility was poor in the darkness, she could surmise that in that brief moment, she had already dispatched hundreds of them. The scent of blood wafting through the air unmistakably clear. This should suffice, Lin thought. She merely wished to eliminate a portion to demonstrate her strength, not to eradicate them entirely. A heavy sound echoed, akin to a colossal being moving across the ground. Leviathan illuminated its lantern and directed its gaze toward the source of the noise. Could it be that the smaller ones were merely juveniles? Such formidable biting strength. However, Lin had already prepared her arsenal for dealing with larger creatures. Leviathan aimed its head at the target. After modifications, its propulsion system no longer expelled water but instead compressed inhaled air for firing, aptly termed an air cannon. As the air was compressed, Lin opened the nozzle, allowing the air to explosively burst forth. The power and velocity were significantly enhanced compared to before, and most importantly, it conserved water. With a resounding and amp, Oppos, bang, and amp, Oppos, the explosive projectile hurtled toward the target and amp, Oppos, as head at remarkable speed. Chapter 83. The Swarm in the Night. How peculiar it is that the smaller creatures assist the larger ones in warding off attacks. During her time in the ocean, Lin had only witnessed such cooperative combat among a scant few species. While cooperation among single-celled organisms is commonplace, collaboration among multicellular beings is indeed rare. Most multicellular organisms seldom encounter one another outside of their breeding seasons. To discover that there are land-dwelling creatures exhibiting such cooperation, potentially cultivated by the spire forests, is astonishing. A species capable of cultivating plants and collaborating in battle. This evokes thoughts of herself. Lin resolved to name them the Aztec bugs. It seems that an oddly peculiar name has come to mind, perhaps imbued with deeper significance. The smaller insects now crawled upon the backs of their larger counterparts. Even when illuminated by Lin's lantern, they did not flee. Thus, the diminutive ones became guardians, while the larger Aztec bugs wielded their formidable jaws to rend Lin and amp, Oppos, spikers into fragments. As the Leviathan unleashed its explosive projectiles, the smaller bugs would leap forth to shield their companions. The Aztec bugs appeared to lack eyes, suggesting they possessed remarkable alternative sensory abilities. However, the Leviathan and Oppos' artillery was not limited to that single form of attack. It also employed a method aptly termed shotgun blast, compressing the air inhaled within. It readied numerous small explosive projectiles. Just before the larger bug could crush another spiker, the Leviathan abruptly opened its cannon, unleashing a torrent of explosives. Hundreds of projectiles filled with corrosive liquid surged towards the massive creature, and a small bug perched atop its head immediately leaped, placing its tiny body in front of the colossal head. Yet, it only managed to intercept a few. The majority of the projectiles struck the larger bug, and Lin could now hear the distinctive hissing sound of the corrosive liquid dissolving the armor. Under the glow of the lantern, she could see numerous tiny holes appearing on the dark shell of the large bug, created by the explosive onslaught. Given that many components of seawater possess corrosive properties, marine creatures typically have armor designed to resist corrosion, yet it was evident that terrestrial beings lacked such defenses. With a heavy roar, the large bug began to retreat. Lin observed that the smaller bugs had somehow procured moss, applying it to the wounds of their larger counterpart. Was that moss not toxic? Perhaps it posed no threat to them, but to think it could heal was indeed remarkable. Despite this, Lin showed no mercy. She unleashed another volley of shotgun blasts upon the larger bug, obliterating the small healers. As the battle-scarred form of the large bug was laid bare, Lin commanded her spikers forward. Some of the spikers' stings could be launched, and the tips of these stings were laden with venom. Aiming for the wounds on the large bug, the spikers unleashed their toxic stings, and with an astute calculation of the wind direction, Lin achieved a 100 accuracy rate. As the poisonous sting struck the creature and Oppos' wounds, it could no longer stand and collapsed thunderously to the ground. Had they emerged victorious? The small insects emitted sharp cries, encircling the fallen giant with their incessant screeches, refusing to vacate the vicinity, yet displaying no signs of aggression. What could they be doing? Lin and Oppos' curiosity about the behaviors of these creatures deepened. Social organisms indeed exhibited a multitude of fascinating actions distinct from solitary beings. A low hum resonated through the air alongside the insects and Oppos' cries, as if numerous beings were soaring above. Were they dragonflies? No. What appeared was, as Leviathan illuminated the sky with its lantern, Lin beheld an astonishing sight. Countless diminutive flying insects, approximately 10 centimeters in length, had seemingly filled the air above Leviathan. Their numbers were staggering, but what was most peculiar was that they bore an uncanny resemblance to Aztec bugs, albeit with 2 additional wings akin to those of dragonflies. Were these flying entities also Aztec bugs? A division of labor? Lin had never witnessed such behavior outside of single-celled organisms. Typically, multicellular beings exhibit only dimorphic characteristics. And even then, the differences are minimal, primarily in the form of reproductive cells. Yet, these and oppos, Aztec bugs and oppos, had manifested in 3 distinct forms, although they appeared similar. Their sizes and methods of movement were entirely disparate, and most remarkably, they coordinated their efforts in battle. These creatures, indeed, bore a striking resemblance to Lin. The flying insects swirled in the skies without launching an attack. Rather, they expelled a liquid from their tails, which, upon contacting Leviathan and Oppos' shell, caused wisps of smoke to rise. A dissolving liquid, one that Lin had never encountered before. The corrosion-resistant coating was specifically designed for certain types of dissolving agents. And due to its structural composition being a form of shell material, it proved ineffective against unfamiliar dissolving liquids. With a thud, Leviathan unleashed a barrage of shotgun pellets at the airborne insects. Their diminutive size meant that even a few hits could be fatal, and many fell from the sky. Yet soon after, more insects filled their places. They were overwhelming in number, their wing beats resonating throughout the air. Unlike the quiet dragonflies, these flying bugs were particularly loud. With only the lantern, Lin could illuminate but a fraction of their swarm. The dissolving liquid continued to rain down in large quantities, inflicting minimal damage. Lin believed she could concoct a new corrosion-resistant shell before it could penetrate Leviathan and Oppos' armor. However, at that moment, Lin once again perceived the heavy footsteps. Were those the large bugs? And there seemed to be 2 of them? Retreat was imperative, as Lin's lantern illuminated the 2 colossal insects approaching from different directions. She was left with no choice but to make that decision. The massive bugs relied solely on their sheer biting power, leaving Lin uncertain of her ability to withstand such force. Leviathan began to turn and retreat, the remaining stingers scattering in various directions. Lin noticed that both giant bugs were pursuing Leviathan, while the small insects and flying bugs fanned out, each chasing down their respective fleeing targets. The giants moved slightly slower than Leviathan, likely due to their considerable bulk. Thus, Leviathan aimed its rear cannon at the approaching giants and unleashed a torrent of shotgun pellets. Yet, the situation was somewhat different now. Countless flying insects surged before the massive creature, their overwhelming numbers nearly perfect in intercepting every explosive projectile, rendering Lin and Oppos' attacks utterly futile. In that moment, Lin felt as though she were battling herself. How had these marvelous beings evolved? Yet, pondering this now seemed ill-timed. The insects unleashed a torrent of corrosive fluid, eroding the outer shell of Leviathan into a pockmarked ruin. However, Lin had already crafted a new layer of anti-corrosive material within, confident in its ability to withstand the onslaught of the flying creatures. The colossal bug was unable to keep pace with Leviathan, making Lin's escape inevitable. She would, in due time, forge a more formidable army to settle the score. Ahead, a row of neatly aligned spires emerged in the glow of Lin and Oppos' lantern, marking the exit from the spire forest. Beyond lay the rocky ground before the coastal cliff. With no other option, she chose to flee toward it, preferring to gamble on whether the seawater had regained its warmth rather than venture into the barren desert. Without hesitation, Leviathan burst forth from the spire wall, reaching the open rocky terrain. Here, the remnants of fish littered the ground, their flesh long since devoured by scorpions or other creatures. Leviathan crashed through the skeletal remains of several fish, charging directly toward the cliff. The Aztec swarm pursued closely behind. Unlike their retreat after a brief chase on the first night, they remained relentless in their pursuit. It was the mist worms. For a fleeting moment, Lin had mistakenly believed they were part of the Aztec horde, but it appeared they were not. Yet, before Lin could find solace in this revelation, the ground before Leviathan erupted violently, and a colossal worm burst forth, its gaping maw aimed directly at Leviathan. This was disastrous. There was no way to evade it. In that moment of urgency, Lin conceived a daring plan. Rather than halting or dodging, she urged Leviathan to charge directly into the gaping maw of the worm. Gratitude to the divine forces that defy fate, and to the generous patronage of God Morgan. Chapter 84. Journey into the endless desert. The cannon at the tail of Leviathan suddenly discharged a blast of compressed air, propelling it forward with even greater velocity as it surged into the gaping maw of the worm. Once inside the worm and Apos' mouth, Leviathan did not halt. Instead, it accelerated further, and it was only after traversing approximately 3 meters that Lin felt a sense of relief. It appeared that they had succeeded. In its frenzied dash, it was impossible for Leviathan to evade the worm and Apos' frontal assault. Attempting to veer or retreat at that moment would likely have resulted in being severed in two by the worm's jaws. However, plunging directly into the worm and Apos' mouth offered a glimmer of survival. Naturally, given the urgency of the situation, Lin had merely cast a fleeting glance and could not ascertain whether the worm possessed additional teeth within its interior to further pulverize its prey. Yet, since evasion was not an option, taking a gamble seemed plausible, and it appeared that fortune favored them. The worm and Apos' maw was indeed vast. Although Leviathan exceeded 3 meters in length, it lacked significant height, standing at only about 1 meter even when upright, thus enabling it to slip inside. Leviathan extended its lantern to illuminate its surroundings, realizing that it was situated within the esophagus of the worm, surrounded by dark crimson walls of flesh. In this peculiar twist of fate, the worm had unwittingly become Leviathan and Apos' bodyguard and Apos'. The Aztec insects could not possibly pursue them here, having surely retreated to avoid being consumed by the worm. However, the question of when and how to exit remained. While escaping was not inherently problematic, given that the interior of the worm was not fortified with the thick armor present outside, Lin contemplated the current predicament. The fleeing spikers had been captured and eliminated, indicating that the spire forest was indeed the territory of the Aztec insects. Though they concealed themselves during the day, they emerged at night to attack intruders. Overcoming them would pose a significant challenge, as the numbers, types of troops, and even the evolutionary pace of the Aztec insects remained a mystery. Yet, if the seawater had not restored, Lin would need to reside here and ultimately conquer them. Moreover, even if Lin succeeded in slaying this worm and escaping, there was no certainty regarding her location or whether other worms lurked nearby. As Lin pondered these thoughts, a sudden gurgling sound resonated around her, and the worm's esophagus began to undulate. Was this a swallowing reflex? The esophagus constricted powerfully around Leviathan, propelling it deeper into the worm's body. Lin could not resist. Should she retaliate here, the worm might expel Leviathan only to crush it afterward, which would be disastrous. As the esophagus constricted, Lin was drawn further into the depths of the creature, yet no matter how deep she went, the environment surrounding her remained identical, walls of flesh akin to those of the esophagus. Many worms exhibited such characteristics, possessing a continuous esophagus through which ingested food was processed. To her astonishment, this worm had evolved to a size far beyond that of its smaller counterparts, with its internal structure mirroring that of lesser worms. What truly astonished Lin, however, was the sheer length of this worm. As Leviathan was propelled deeper by the rhythmic motions of the esophagus, it took quite some time to come to a halt, indicating that this creature exceeded 10 meters in length, possibly even reaching 20 meters or more. Could they have been nurtured by the predation of the Aztec worms? However, given the absence of worms in the spire forest, it appears that these creatures generally do not venture into such territories, and the Aztec worms are unlikely to cross over to the coast. When Lin was previously pursued by the worms into the spire forest, it seems they were not incapable of entering, but rather chose not to. Why? Perhaps due to the presence of Aztec worms, which likely exist in a state of opposition to the other. Only by invading each other's domains would they engage in conflict. So, what exactly do the worms consume? They do not cultivate plants, and Lin struggles to conceive how worms in the desolate cliffside could grow to such an impressive size and in such numbers. Surely, there cannot be a constant influx of fish and scorpions washed ashore by tsunamis to sustain them. The enigma of terrestrial life is indeed profound. After the worms had pushed Leviathan into a specific location, they paused. Lin observed that the esophagus here secretes a slimy substance, likely a type of dissolving liquid, which could also be referred to as gastric acid, albeit in minimal quantity, having negligible effects on Leviathan. What to do now? Lin found herself at a loss, as she was unaware of the worms and Apos' current position. If Leviathan were to eliminate the worms, only to emerge and discover a multitude of worm nests surrounding them, it would spell disaster. The vibrations around her showed no signs of abating. The worms seemed to be burrowing deeper into the earth. In any case, it was imperative to ascertain the worm's location. But how? A glimmer of inspiration struck Lin as she received signals from within the spire forest. Among the flyers and oppos, she had crafted by mimicking the great dragonflies one had successfully taken to the air after a series of repeated experiments. Astonishingly, they had not been attacked by the Aztec worms. Could it be their diminutive size rendered them inconspicuous? Regardless, Lin could utilize them to confirm the worm's whereabouts. There were 30 flyers in total, and Lin instructed the remainder to emulate the successful one, prompting them to ascend into the sky. She generated a multitude of luminescent cells at their tails, enabling them to navigate through the darkness, although they relied more on their olfactory antennae for perception. The diminutive flyers soared above the spire forest, and Lin felt as though she were gliding through water, but with a heightened sense of buoyancy and ease. As the flyers traversed the spire forest, they reached the heights above the cliffside, where only a few large holes marred the landscape, devoid of any sign of worms or insects. Indeed, the Aztec worms had retreated, but the flyers could sense the current locations of the worms, with one troop able to perceive the presence of another without any means of detection. Just beneath the rocky terrain, Leviathan's senses detected a pit, and it seemed the worms were currently inactive. Should she send the flyers in for a closer look? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait and see if the worms would emerge. The flyers remained vigilant until daylight arrived, at which point they sensed the worms stirring. Leviathan, too, felt the surrounding esophagus beginning to tremble once more. However, the worms did not break through the surface. Instead, they continued their subterranean movements, and the flyers followed the direction of the worms and oppos activity. The worm continued its journey northward, traversing the vast expanse of the spire forest beneath the earth, never once breaking the surface until it exited the forest and halted in the desert. At that moment, Leviathan sensed another tremor. However, the worm remained in place, indicating that, under the gaze of the observers, the worm emerged from the sandy ground, revealing its colossal head. Surrounding it, 2 additional worms surfaced, suggesting that it was not alone in this venture. What purpose do they have in the desert? The observers circled above the worms, and Lin pondered this mystery. Were they here to hunt? What prey could possibly exist in this arid expanse? Suddenly, the worms turned towards the desert and began to advance. Strangely, were they headed deeper into the sands? The worms only exposed a small portion of their heads, making their way into the endless, scorching sea of sand. The observers quickly followed, with Lin intrigued by their intentions. Were they truly venturing into this desolate wasteland devoid of moisture? Or perhaps, this barren desert concealed some secret? Leviathan could not reveal itself at this moment, for 3 worms were present. It could only remain within the worm and oppos' body, following them into the boundless desert. Chapter 85. The train across the desert. The scorching rays illuminate this vast sea of sand, the extreme heat seemingly distorting the surrounding air. Lin believes that such an environment should harbor no life, yet the colossal worms persist, never pausing for a moment. The worms have not secreted a significant amount of digestive fluid to attempt to break down the leviathans within them. Lin surmises that they may be conserving moisture for their prolonged journey. The temperature of the sand is exceedingly high. Lin has tested the heat by allowing the flyers to make contact with the ground, the searing heat capable of annihilating their cells in an instant. Even at an altitude of over 10 meters, the oppressive warmth is palpable. Nevertheless, the 3 worms continue their advance, their heads cutting through the sand like large fish surfacing from the water. Lin wonders why they expose themselves. Surely it would be cooler beneath the sands. Where are they headed? The heart of the desert, perhaps? They seem well acquainted with the path, whereas Lin is venturing deep into the land for the first time. The leviathans within the worms, however, appear unaffected by the heat, possibly endowed with a unique thermal resistance. While the worms endure the sweltering conditions, the flyers struggle against the relentless heat. Lin must hastily repair and modify their cells, fortunate that the air above is relatively cooler, granting her sufficient time to evolve their heat resistance before they succumb to the heat. Yet, this respite is fleeting. The nutrients within the flyers are dwindling, and the continuous repairs and adaptations demand a considerable amount of sustenance. If a cooler refuge is not found soon, the intense heat engenders a sense of dizziness within Lin, and some flyers begin to plummet helplessly toward the ground. Promptly, she commands the surrounding flyers to converge and disassemble the fallen to prevent any waste of nutrients. The current heat wave is entirely attributable to the daylight. Perhaps the night will bring some relief. Lin starts to notice a deceleration in the speed of the 3 worms. Are they also struggling against the oppressive heat? After trailing them for a while, Lin confirms that the worms have indeed slowed significantly. eventually coming to a halt, retreating into the gravel and becoming utterly motionless. What could this signify? Are they resting? As Lynn ponders this, a shadow suddenly enters her field of vision. The eyes of the flyers, mimicking those of dragonflies, afford a broad perspective, revealing a massive flying creature approaching swiftly. A colossal dragonfly. In mere moments, the enormous insect closes the distance, descending upon the flyers with alarming speed. It snatches one of the flyers, soaring away at breathtaking velocity. Lynn perceives the flyer as though it were being shredded by countless blades, swiftly torn apart. The dragonfly, having consumed one flyer, remains unsated and charges back for more. Lynn immediately instructs the flyers to disperse, but the dragonfly successfully captures another flyer, devouring it with ferocity. Yet, even after finishing this one, the dragonfly remains hungry and seeks to capture more flyers. To its dismay, it discovers that the surrounding flyers have vanished. The scattered flyers now rest upon the sandy terrain, possessing the remarkable ability to alter their hues, thus camouflaging themselves to match the desert's coloration, rendering them undetectable to the dragonfly. However, a dilemma arises. The desert and Ampos' surface is excessively hot, and Lynn and Ampos' flyers cannot linger for long. After merely standing atop the grains, Lynn senses the demise of certain leg cells. Meanwhile, the dragonfly continues to hover above, proving to be quite a nuisance. Should this persist, endurance will falter, and it may be wiser to sacrifice a few flyers rather than suffer greater losses. Suddenly, the dragonfly seems to sense something amiss and takes flight in an instant. Lynn promptly instructs the flyers to vacate the sandy ground, narrowly escaping the peril of being and Ampos roasted and Ampos. Nonetheless, Lynn finds the dragonfly and Ampos' abrupt departure perplexing. It does not appear to be abandoning the hunt due to a lack of prey, but rather as if evading something ominous. A distant rumble echoes, confirming Lynn and Ampos' unease. As the flyers ascend, Lynn glimpses a vast expanse of tawny mist enveloping the northern desert, towering several meters high and stretching over 100 kilometers, rolling ominously while emitting a thunderous roar as it approaches. This is no ordinary fog. It is a tempest of sand, a sandstorm. The term suddenly surfaces in Lynn and Ampos' thoughts, illuminating the reason behind the worm's descent into the grains. What to do? The leviathan within the worm should be safe. Yet the flyers are at great risk of annihilation. With no other choice, Lynn commands the flyers to flee in the opposite direction at their utmost speed. The sandstorm's velocity does not seem overly swift. Lynn believes they should be able to evade it. Not long after the flyers take flight, Lynn observes the sandstorm abruptly come to a halt, as if it has exhausted its energy. The swirling yellow sand dissipates rapidly, vanishing as if it had never existed. Is its endurance truly so feeble? It pales in comparison to a tsunami. Following the storm's cessation, the worms emerge once more from the sand, resuming their previous course. The journey through the desert continues, with the flyers trailing the worms across the sandy expanse. During this time, nothing of particular note occurs until daylight begins to wane. The flyers and Ampos' nourishment dwindles, prompting Lynn to contemplate whether to decompose some of them, uncertain of how far the worms intend to travel. The desert night presents an extreme contrast to the day, with temperatures plummeting to near freezing levels. In the cool embrace of night, the worms exhibit a marked increase in their pace, yet Lynn remains oblivious to their destination. However, the night swiftly draws to a close and daylight approaches. The worms persist in their relentless advance, displaying remarkable stamina, albeit at a sluggish pace. Nonetheless, they do not cease their journey. The flyers cannot remain atop the worms during the day, for their exoskeletons become scalding hot, exceeding the temperature of the sand itself, although their interiors seem unaffected. Utilizing their unique heat resistance, they navigate the desert, yet the journey proves interminable. Another day and night have elapsed, and Lynn has decomposed many of the flyers. Only 5 remain. After yet another day and night had passed, Lynn was left with merely 3 flyers, their condition severely deteriorated. The situation with the worms was equally grim. Aside from the one that had consumed Leviathan, the other 2 had vanished, retreating into the sands. Lynn was uncertain whether they had perished or where they had gone. Now, only one worm persisted in its advance. This remaining worm also began to weaken, its pace slowing, and Lynn feared it too might succumb to this desolate place. If that were the case, Leviathan would be trapped in the desert. However, after another day and night, the worm's endurance surprised Lynn. It continued to move forward relentlessly. Though she was down to a single flyer, her gaze finally caught sight of something beyond the barren expanse. Hundreds of meters away, a vast patch of green emerged amidst the desert. Was that water? Lynn could distinctly sense the scent of water wafting from that direction. Chapter 86. The transit station. The worm seemed to sense the presence of water. Its previously sluggish movements suddenly quickened, propelling it towards the water with remarkable speed. Lynn's flyer, however, reached the water source far more swiftly than the worm. From above, the landscape revealed a lake with a diameter of several dozen meters, encircled by a ring of green, tundra-like flora. In the vast expanse of the desert, the existence of this lake and its surrounding vegetation evoked a sense of wonder. How had this come to be? Why did the water gather here? Lynn pondered the mystery. Could moisture traverse the scorching sands, overcoming dust storms to converge in the heart of the desert? Now, Lynn found herself in a quandary. With the water source discovered, should she eliminate the worm to summon Leviathan? Yet, this water body occupied only a small area, and various factors could pose a threat to its integrity. While Lynn contemplated, the worm approached, raising its massive head from the sand. After a moment of gazing at the water's surface, it plunged head first into the lake. As the worm submerged, its entire body emerged from the dunes, revealing a creature that, while not quite 20 meters long, stretched impressively over 10. How had it grown to such size? This remained an enigma. Now, the worm voraciously drank from the lake, and Leviathan sensed a torrent of water flowing into the worm and Apos' esophagus. At that moment, the worm's esophagus began to function in earnest, secreting a copious amount of digestive fluid. It appeared that the worm intended to digest Leviathan. Its initial lack of digestion was indeed due to dehydration. Furthermore, the worm had not consumed seawater, perhaps because the ocean had yet to recover, or for other unknown reasons. The device Lynn had used to analyze seawater had perished, likely devoured, and she had not sought a replacement. It seemed the seawater still posed issues. The quantity of digestive fluid secreted by the worm was substantial, seemingly converting water directly into this corrosive substance, capable of eroding Leviathan's outer shell and reducing its chitinous structure to mere dust. However, further corrosion of the inner layer would require time, as all the apertures on Leviathan and Apos' shell possessed the ability to seal shut. When completely closed, not even a virus could penetrate. Thus, Lynn did not need to worry about the digestive fluid seeping in. She slightly opened the pores to absorb a small amount of the fluid for component analysis, aiming to determine its nature. It was an exceptionally potent acid. The composition of digestive fluids varied significantly among different species, yet Lynn had not assigned specific classifications. She referred to them collectively as digestive fluids. Each type exhibited distinct properties, sometimes capable of easily corroding thick armor, while being blocked by a mere layer of cells. As for the digestive fluid from this worm, Lynn had already devised a strategy. Lynn once concocted a solution to counter the dissolving fluid of the Aztec worm, which bore a striking resemblance to the composition of the worm's own dissolving liquid, yet contained certain unique substances that could hasten the dissolution process. Crafting a corresponding defense was not particularly challenging. However, Lynn was also curious about how the worm and Apos' esophagus resisted the very dissolving liquid it secreted. This could be the key to vanquishing the creature, especially since it had commenced its plan to digest the Leviathan, prompting Lynn to reconsider her continued stay within its confines. The worm and Apos' dissolving fluid eroded the outer shell of the Leviathan, while Lynn secreted a transparent corrosion-resistant layer from within. Simultaneously, she created a diminutive species that bore the same protective coating, dispatching it through the pores to observe the changes on the wall of the worm's esophagus, which was filled with the dissolving liquid. It became evident that the esophageal wall was coated with a layer of white mucus, clearly serving as the worm's means of preventing self-corrosion. At that moment, from outside, the flyers circled above the lake, and Lynn observed the massive form of the worm floating motionless on the water's surface, appearing lifeless. Yet within, a vigorous struggle ensued as it incessantly secreted vast quantities of dissolving liquid, seemingly intent on pulverizing the Leviathan with these very fluids. However, Lynn had successfully analyzed the composition of the mucus coating the esophageal wall. It was primarily constructed from a unique type of cell, and she knew of a particular method to detach them from the wall. With this in mind, Lynn began to produce a copious amount of a specialized solution, designed to target the cells of the worm and Apos' esophageal wall, capable of disintegrating the connections between the cells. Just as she prepared to release these solutions, the worm and Apos' body suddenly quivered. The flyers observed the previously motionless worm abruptly writhe and submerge into the depths of the water. What could have caused this? While Lin pondered, she suddenly spotted a creature approaching the lakeshore, a desert scorpion, an arachnid nearly the size of the Leviathan, inexplicably appearing by this desolate lake. Evidently drawn by the allure of water, many creatures, accustomed to expelling bodily waste in liquid form, often face dehydration, even those with impermeable shells. The flyers could see the murky silhouette of the worm gradually approaching the scorpion, which was obliviously drinking by the lake and Apos' edge, clearly intent on predation. Let us wait a moment, Lin thought, instructing the Leviathan to cease releasing liquid, deciding it would be prudent to act after the worm devoured the scorpion. Unbeknownst to the scorpion, the worm and Apos' hunting technique was remarkably sophisticated. It crept closer, coiling its body, and then surged forth from the water. The scorpion barely had time to react before being ensnared by the worm, followed by the ominous sound of its exoskeleton being crushed. In a matter of moments, the scorpion was reduced to fragments and consumed. Lin felt a surge of dread as she recalled the moment when she might have plunged into the maw of the worm without accurately gauging the timing, resulting in her being torn to shreds. As the esophagus writhed, Lin, with her corrosion-resistant shell, observed numerous fragments of scorpions being pushed into the same cavity as Leviathan, slowly dissolving in the acidic liquid. Now, it was time to act. With this thought, Lin commanded Leviathan to release a unique solution, impervious to gastric acid. This fluid spread abundantly, disrupting the mucus layer that connected the cells of the esophageal wall, severing their connections. Without this cellular protection, the esophageal wall began to show signs of corrosion upon direct contact with the acidic solution. Gurgle. The worm, floating on the water and Apos' surface, sensed an internal crisis and emitted a peculiar sound. Leviathan continued to unleash a copious amount of the solution, and the worm's insides were now riddled with extensive rotting wounds that relentlessly expanded. The worm writhed and surged from the lake onto the sandy shore, thrashing its head violently. Leviathan sensed the esophageal lining convulsing fiercely, expelling everything within. The onlookers witnessed the worm and Apos' escaping maw, while Leviathan felt a powerful current of water. In a sudden upheaval, the worm expelled its entire contents onto the beach, including Leviathan, fragments of scorpions, and copious amounts of acidic fluid. Could it truly regurgitate such matter from such depths? Leviathan reared its body as the daylight streamed through its corroded shell, scorching the cells within. Its inner shell was designed to resist corrosion but could not withstand the searing heat of the light. The worm reared a third of its body, its crimson eyes fixated on Leviathan, seemingly aware that Lin was the source of its plight. However, this gaze lingered only for a moment before the worm and Apos' head twisted aside, and its entire form collapsed onto the sandy ground. Grateful thanks to the Soul Seeker Godmorgan for the generous offering. Chapter 87. Devour Leviathan had no time to gaze at the fallen worm. Lin urged it to swiftly plunge into the lake, where it commenced the restoration of its damaged carapace. Meanwhile, the flyer descended to meticulously examine the colossal creature. In comparison to the enormous body of the worm, the flyer appeared almost insignificant, its form enveloped in a robust exoskeleton, showcasing formidable hunting prowess and the ability to traverse the desert, a being of unparalleled strength that Lin had ever encountered. Though the worm lay prostrate upon the sandy ground, its jaws continued to open and close rhythmically. It was not yet dead. However, the recent injuries had evidently inflicted significant harm, and the expulsion of its internal contents had drained a considerable amount of its vitality. Uncertain of its potential for recovery, Lin recognized the creature as a perilous adversary, yet one that embodied a substantial source of nourishment. A unique plan began to formulate in Lin's mind. Rather than fortifying Leviathan's shell, she decided to soften it, transforming it into a flexible state akin to a cellular membrane, what she referred to as Apos' skin. Apos. Within this new structure, she constructed a lattice-like framework, reminiscent of a skeleton, designed to support Leviathan and Apos' weight. Concurrently, dramatic alterations commenced within Leviathan and Apos' interior as Lin reconfigured most of its internal architecture. The entirety of Leviathan was reconstituted into a distinctive life form, filled with potent acids and moisture, alongside a considerable quantity of sharp exoskeletal fragments. Its surface was adorned with numerous small orifices, facilitating the absorption of air. The current incarnation of Leviathan resembled a colossal explosive device. Upon detonation, the substances contained within would deliver devastating damage to any target. As for the remaining cells, Lin allowed them to regress into a more primitive state characterized by rapid reproduction and heightened aggression. She intended to utilize this new Leviathan to consume the entire worm. The newly transformed Leviathan emerged from the lake, approaching the worm that lay defeated in the sand. The worm had yet to recover, teetering on the brink of death. Lin was uncertain if it could regain its strength after expelling so much water, yet this uncertainty bore little significance. Leviathan drew near to the worm's head, preparing to pry open its jaws with its tendrils. Suddenly, the near-lifeless worm surged to life, attempting to bite Leviathan with its gaping maw. Did it still possess such strength? Without flinching, Leviathan surged forward, just as Lin commanded, plunging directly into the worm and Apos' mouth. Once again, the worm failed to close its jaws in time, allowing Leviathan to penetrate its depths. This time, however, it was not a lapse on the worm and Apos' part, but rather a consequence of its debilitating weakness. Leviathan burrowed deeper into the worm, reaching the areas where corrosive scars marred the interior. The worm remained motionless, devoid of the strength to expel Leviathan. At that moment, Leviathan began to absorb the air within the esophagus, its body swelling continuously until it burgeoned to nearly twice its size before erupting. The dissolving fluid within Leviathan exploded forth, splattering against the walls of the worm and Apos' esophagus, while Lin and Apos' specially crafted, sharp shell fragments pierced through the soft tissue, causing blood to uncontrollably surge from the wounds. However, these factors are merely supplementary. The crux of the matter lies in the multitude of cells from Leviathan that have dispersed upon the esophageal walls of the worm. They begin to coalesce into small battalions, intent on annihilating and devouring the esophageal cells of the worm, proliferating incessantly. Unlike typical organisms, which tend to forsake their ancestral capabilities through evolution and are incapable of reclaiming them, Lin is an anomaly. Lin's cells retain a vivid memory of all information from its inception to the present, enabling it to generate any type of cell from any period at will. Consequently, it can forge various novel cells, engaging in combat akin to the latest multicellular species, while also rapidly manifesting the most primitive bacteria to invade the internal structures of its targets, infecting their blood and organs. Throughout its billion-year evolutionary journey, Leviathan has developed numerous new cell types, many of which are well-suited for combat, and Lin is poised to capitalize on them. In its reckless rampage within the worm, Lin soon encounters a plethora of immune cells, which traverse through vessel-like conduits to thwart Lin and Apos' invasion. Typically, the odds of cellular combat are evenly matched, unless specific cells evolved to counteract the opponent are deployed. However, Lin finds no need for such measures. It can swiftly assemble small multicellular organisms that, when pitted against unicellular foes, often result in what can only be described as Apos, slaughter, and Apos. Of course, this capability is exclusive to the specialized organisms Lin constructs for battling unicellular entities. Conversely, some highly evolved multicellular organisms could very well succumb to a swarm of primitive bacteria. Upon wreaking havoc upon the esophagus, Lin begins its incursion into the worm and Apos' vascular system. Through the relentless pumping of the heart, it reaches other organs, forming round, armored soldiers to obstruct blood vessels, interrupting the flow of vital nutrients while incessantly consuming the substances within. Ultimately, segments of Lin's forces reach the cardiac region, where it assembles spike troops to launch a fierce assault, severing the heart and Apos' muscle cells and dismantling its overall structure. For typical organisms, if the heart ceases to supply nutrients, the cells throughout the body will begin to perish en masse, as they are overly reliant on the circulatory system. However, Lin is different. It can halt the heart and Apos' beating for an extended duration, preventing toxins or other hazardous substances from permeating the bloodstream. Lin and Apos' relentless invasion continues to expand as its cells proliferate, eventually spreading throughout the worm's entire body. The agony of this internal invasion causes the colossal worm to collapse once more upon the desert sands, this time never to rise again. As daylight gradually wanes, the corpse of the worm is enveloped by the chilling embrace of night, appearing lifeless on the surface, yet undergoing tumultuous transformations within. The endeavor to invade such a gargantuan organism is no trivial task. A single cell takes considerable time to traverse the worm and Apos' entire length. It is only by nightfall that Lin begins to assert control over the entire battlefield. The various structures within the worm are almost entirely obliterated, with fluids, including blood, inundating its vast body. Lynn constructs a hard shell at the worm and Appos' oral cavity to prevent these fluids from escaping while simultaneously commencing the absorption of the abundant nutrients within the worm and Appos' body. Lynn discovered some remarkably intriguing structures within the worm and Appos' body. The shell of the worm is exceedingly thick, and its inner layer possesses an insulating structure that maintains internal temperature even under the scorching sunlight of the desert. Furthermore, the muscular strength of the worm displays considerable resilience, necessary to mobilize such a massive form. Lynn understood that by assimilating this knowledge, she could enhance her own capabilities significantly. Other structures within the worm, however, seemed rather ordinary. Although the brain was quite large, it lacked any distinctive features. In truth, Lynn was more curious about the structure of the Aztec worm. Lynn absorbed a plethora of nutrients from the worm and Appos' body and began to reorganize its entire structure. Unlike before, she did not wish to end revive Appos, this creature, but rather utilize it as a foundation to create a multitude of new species. The worm and Appos' mouth was reinforced with a layer of muscular structure, allowing Lynn to control its opening and closing. The worm and Appos' shell was impermeable to water and heat, making it an ideal desert base. If Lynn discovered a method to extract moisture, she might even blanket the entire desert in lush greenery. However, for now, securing this lake was a priority, along with exploring other regions of the desert for additional lakes. Lynn first devised a small, airborne species named the Appos cedar, and Appos. It resembled a dragonfly, with its tail containing green carpet seeds that could be dispersed in any suitable environment, subsequently growing into a verdant carpet. Next, she engineered a tentacle-like species dedicated to burrowing through sand, sending these diggers deep underground in search of water sources. The worm's mouth opened, releasing a multitude of cedars, all low in nutrients and designed for one-time use. Lynn did not harbor high hopes for them. Rather, she felt the burrowers were more likely to uncover moisture. Ultimately, Lynn composed the final creature within the worm and Appos' body, Leviathan. Regarding the amalgamation of Leviathan, Lynn hesitated. How large should it be? As she pondered, a sudden realization struck her. It could not be too large, or else it would be unable to emerge, confined as it was within the worm and Appos' body. Length was not an issue, but height posed a challenge. If it only increased in length without height, it would appear quite peculiar. The creation of Leviathan was time-consuming, taking an entire day and night to complete. As the worm's mouth gradually opened, a brand new Leviathan emerged onto the sandy terrain, now measuring 3 meters in length and approximately 6 meters in height. Though the increase seemed modest, its equipment and Appos had been significantly upgraded, with its entire body encased in the worm and Appos' heat-resistant shell and fortified with resilient muscle cells. Now, Leviathan possessed the capability to traverse the desert, and Lynn hoped to use it to seek out truly habitable areas, rather than merely small lakes like the one here. But which direction should she take?